Right then, hopefully you can all now hear me. And we are sat on the grid. Hopefully the overlays will arrive, but we are live for the Slip and Grip 12 Hours of Imola for the Young Lives versus Cancer charity race. 9 cars, 3 drivers in each car, so despite it looking like quite a short grid, these guys are going to be going on for 12 hours. Like I say, hopefully when the race starts some overlays should appear and we should know what's going on. If not, I will do my best to talk through what's going on. The only issue is that the lead car, the Lexus on pole, is also the guy hosting this stream. So if we have any issues, we will look to get those sorted. Morning to Chris Monroe in the chat and JP Race Engineering. So Jamie saying, yep, can hear you fine. So we are set up, ready to go. Got all the cars in. We are just counting down for 2 minutes and 50 seconds. The guys applying the final changes to the cars. Looking ahead at the forecast, the 15-minute forecast gives us more overcast conditions. The race is starting in real time. So I believe we'll be on double speed for the race. So across the 12 hours, we'll see a 24-hour cycle of temperatures and lighting conditions, and finish with a in-game time of 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'm going to do my best to stream as much as I can, talk you through what's going on, keep an eye on the gaps with the data that I have, just try and be a bit of a hub for the information. If you have got any questions, we can put them to the drivers, we can drag team members in. People are going to come and join me throughout the morning. I will then disappear in the afternoon, hopefully come back in the evening to round out the stream and keep an eye on the totals for the charity race. Please do give us a like, give us a share, let anyone know that you're watching this, and let the guys know who you're rooting for in the chat. I think most of the cars are now down on their wheels, so the setups are applied. Varying levels of practice have been carried out. Some drivers doing more than others. Some rebuilding garages and rigs yesterday, Stephen. That is the car, the Porsche, currently starting in 5th with Stephen Pole. And the guys in that car. I'm going to try and find an entry list so I can run you through who is with who, which car. So the Andrew Wellborn car is there ready. Where is Anne? So Anne will be racing with Josh, who has returned from his duties on a ship. Or Willie. I don't think that's right. Why are they all sat in the wrong chats? Let me go and find the actual entry list. There we go, so the first cars head away off the grid. There, the Nissan Bradbury. You'll notice the liveries aren't your usual liveries, they are in fact all themed on the Hot Fuzz theme for the race. I'm just scrolling back for the entry list. There's been a lot of chat this morning about, well, who's got up too early, who hasn't, who's not done enough practice, who has. I've got the entry list saved. A couple of people using various different amounts of warming up and slowing down. Normally we say it's a 40-minute race, an hour race, 2-hour race, so it's not won or lost in the first corner. Well, now you've got 12 hours, so there will be hundreds of laps and the gaps may get drawn out, but that's not what this is about. This is for charity. Saying that, I know a lot of the guys want to be winning. So the Ant Brown team is correct with Josh. So you've got Matty Zenko, Ant Brown and Josh Copeland. Then starting second, you've got the Andrew Wellborn car. That is everyone and their mums racing, with Andrew Wellborn, Jamie Purcell and Matt Johnston. Car with Alex McGee currently in is the Nobody Tells Me Nothing car. That is Alex McGee and Andy Benton. Starting in fourth is the car with Stephen Pole, Vanderpool Motorsports and R Pole. So that is, I think it's the brother of Stephen. I'm going to call him Richard. Then we have Joe Challoner's team. It's Just Bolognese with Joe Challoner, Matt Davies, and I believe Dan Lewis is joining that team. Then you've got the Mark Raddenbury car, Positive Perception with Jamie Buchanan and Mark Raddenbury. Chris Rock with the SWMD Ajax Racing, Chris Rock, Jake Jenkins and Not Stiggles. John Walker in the Slip and Grip Automotive car with Ross Parker and John Armstrong, who is a question mark at the moment. And then Craig Fulton in the Team Grasshoppers, Craig Fulton, Harrison Fulton and Dave Rose. So that rounds out your warm-up lap. Craig has internet issues already. Well, that's going to be funky. We focus on the 70 car of Alex McGee, try and get a bit of an overview of this field as we move away. We'll hear the call of green flag.
Green light. Go, go,
there we are. So they are underway. It's a slow start at the back for the Slip and Grip car, losing out initially. However, it is Ant Brown leading the way. The guys all given enough room as we use the helicopter cam to start this off. The Raddenbury car down the back making moves. We've also got... Who's that? Well, I've clicked... Oh, it's Alex McGee, sorry. It's a terrible bit of commentary to start with there. Alex McGee is off the back of the field. Ant Brown and Andrew Wellborn side by side at the front. No, Wellborn's broken ahead, so the auto cams aren't picking up what's going here. It's using proximity instead of people making a break at the front. So just to give you a quick overview of what I'm seeing, it's Andrew Wellborn down the front. Ant Brown has slipped back to second place with Joe Challoner pushing an attack. There you go, you just see him going through your screen now through the chicane. You've then got the Raddenbury car in sixth, which seems to be the focus at the moment. The Summerfields livery on the GTR chasing after Chris Rock in the Lexus. Things are closing up down the front. Challoner's gone deep in the penultimate turn. Stephen Poe in the Porsche is making moves, but it's Chris Rock who's run wide here that you're seeing rejoining the track. The Autocams are loving the Raddenbury action. So Alex McGee recovering past Raddenbury, who has dropped to the back of the pack with Chris Rock also having that excursion off track. Can Mark make a move here? No, he's backed out early but takes a primary line. Down the front, Wellborn is leading away from Challoner. Challoner has lost the rear end, so Challoner has fallen off and he is now facing the wrong direction. It's all right. He's got 11 hours and 57 minutes there. You see him rejoining. So Challoner to the back, not how he wanted to start his 12 hours. He'd pushed forward and got past Ant, who had had a compromised start. Wellborn with the fastest lap now. So sorry, we've got no overlays on this. I'm not in a position to make any changes. It is auto cams. We just need the broadcasting tab opened up, I'm afraid. Sorry. I will move away and try and get Ant to make that change when he has a moment. But obviously, Ant is currently battling for second place. Back. So, the overlays. Right, so we are getting a few different cars now, which is good. We just need to be making some changes. Right, so Wellborn is leading. He has a gap up the front of approximately 1.9 seconds through the last sector. Ant is now aware of needing to change the stream, doing well, settled down into second. Stephen Pole, fresh back to sim racing, having been renovating his garage. As we see an off-track excursion there, I believe that was the John Walker car. Yeah, so now we've got Craig Fulton, as you see on screen now, who has made the pass. It's then Alex McGee just in the background there, the second of the Aston Martins that wants to get past John. Alex McGee, however, with the fastest lap early on. Stephen Pole's just taken that, however. So here we go. Raddenbury looking to attack Alex McGee further back. You've just seen him coming into shot now. So eyes on the cars just behind. There goes Craig, breaking away slightly ahead. Mark shows his nose, but no move to come just yet. A little bit sideways out of there, on screen for Craig. We head up the hill. The camera's focusing on Craig, but we need them to be looking slightly further back at the John Walker and Alex McGee battle. John pushing the edge of track limits. Sorry if this turns into a bit of a radio show where I'm talking about something else that's not on screen. Wellborn currently pulling out the gap to Ant Brown. 3 seconds there, then it's another 3 seconds back to Pole. We've had a jab of the controls from Ant. There we go, we have a stream overlay for you. Right, there we go. So I can't control what we're looking at. However, we now have some on-screen information for you. Just when Ant comes on later on, after his stint, which will be, if he's double stinting or single stinting, an hour or 2 hours in, we'll then just get him to put in the gaps. But other than that, no, we're looking good. We've got information. You can see the forecast, the 15-minute forecast shows more of the same. We've got a move going on here. We've got McGee past John Walker, but a rather rogue Challoner going the long way around. Clips the back end of Roddenberry there on screen. Desperate to make up for earlier mistakes. That may be a warning for Challoner. Can't be making too many moves like that in a 12-hour race. So that puts Roddenberry 4 seconds off the back of the pack now. He's going to have to recover and get on with that. Wellborn's taken the fastest lap up the front. His best was his last, as was Ant Brown's, but it was 0.2 faster than Ant Brown with a 1:45.2. Craig Fulton also in the 45s. He's a 45.4, so he's matched Ant Brown. On screen, Roddenberry coming down to Aqua Minerale. Points the nose in and up the hill. And he will look to recover this gap back to Challoner. That's the largest gap on track at the moment, 4.6 seconds as we hop on board. So the auto cameras now jumping across to Ant Brown. Here we are. So a little bit of a gap going on for Ant. He's got a safety blanket around him. As we look back, that is a 5.1 second gap to Stephen Pole. The last lap, a 45.4 for Ant and a 47.1 for Stephen. So Stephen running into a few issues, not quite finding the settled pace that he needs at this stage. As I say, he's relatively new back to it, just finding his feet again, but he's got the seasoned veteran of Craig Fulton, only 0.6 off his bumper at the moment. Just see the guys come out of the hairpin. There they are, just appearing at the bottom of the hill. So that is visually what 5.8 seconds looks like as we are on lap 5 of this race. If you have the opportunity to share the stream, any additional views, any people coming in to help us is greatly appreciated. So even a like actually helps us spread the word of this race. So if you can, that is fantastic. If you can't, just thank you for being here. There you go, the number 69 Tormio liveried car, a reference to It's Just Bolognese. Heads down across the start-finish line. Still got Wellborn in his sights. How did those last laps compare? We're down in the 44s now. 44.3 for Wellborn, 44.6 for Ant Brown, and then Stephen is bringing down the fastest laps. I think the sun's starting to come out. You can see that on stream as well. Temperature there showing as 20. Oh, it's covered by our totals. The track temperature is currently 23. So we'll see how that varies throughout the race. You'd expect it to warm up into the afternoon. The 15-minute forecast still showing that we're going to continue the same. Also, the track is green at the moment, so that will rubber in. The cars will get faster and faster. Zan now heads down the hill. Here he comes up into the chicane. I'm going to Google what the chicanes are called, just so I can not say the chicane over and over again. Might get myself a little track map up. Also got a bit of a battle forming We've got Chris Rock and Joe Challoner. Joe Challoner's just come past. So as we head down the start-finish straight, these guys are... Yeah, Joe's got through. Joe's done a 45.3. So he is faster than a number of cars ahead of him. Stephen Pohl in the 46.2. Craig Fulton, 46 dead. Alex McGee, 45.0. As Craig is now coming in under attack as we look at the rear wing of Ant's car. Craig Fulton is now under attack from Alex McGee, who looks to the inside. The move not made on this time of asking, affecting both of their lap times as they drop down slightly. And Brown was faster than Wellborn on the last lap. That gap's come down to 3.5 seconds. So everyone's still finding their feet as the track is changing. The weather conditions are changing slightly as well. So there's still a long, long way to go. There we go. So there is your lead driver. It's not where the battle is. The lead driver's doing very well, breaking away down the front. Ant Brown was nearly half a second faster on that lap. So Ant is coming back at him. You see him just there in the background now. Stephen Pohl coming under attack from Craig Fulton. Now Craig's got the run heading down to turn 1. Stephen's got the inside line covered, but he's moved back to the right-hand side. Can he brake later? He does indeed. So Fulton backs out of the move. And this little battle pack, a little twitch there for Fulton. It's going to be the long way round for Alex McGee, who is showing good pace, and he gets that move done. So that's McGee up round Fulton, who was attacking Pohl, and then has actually dropped back in the aftermath of that. I say aftermath, it's not really that bad. Someone's just being dramatic. But that means Alex McGee is now free to chase after Stephen Pohl. On the screen, that's Wellborn completing another lap. That one for him, a 44.8, so a little way off his best. Or the last one for Ant, a 43.8. So Ant has stolen back the fastest lap. Meanwhile, further back, McGee's made it onto the back of Pohl, absolutely storming through. The top two have gapped the rest of the field. Stephen Pohl holds onto that inside line and moves forwards. So it'll be a case of regrouping for McGee, who's only dropped back 0.3 as Stephen Pohl goes slightly deep. As we now head into the hairpin that you would have seen a moment ago for Wellborn, because they are breaking free at the front. This battle continues. So Mark Radamy is in the 45s now, low 45s, which he's matching the pack, so slowly but surely he should get back on. But that will have some psychological impact, being hit by Joe so early. So head down for the positive perception boys at the back. They will close up that 5-second gap to the pack because everyone else is battling currently. Wellborn continues to improve on that lap and wasn't quicker, but Wellborn didn't improve to the extent that he would have the fastest lap back again. Then further back, you've got Stephen Pole, Alex McGee and Craig Fulton all within 2 seconds, so there's a little train. Then you've got Craig Fulton, you've got John Walker, Joe Challoner and Chris Rock a little further spaced out. There's about a second between each of those. And then, as we said, Raddenbury just slightly off the back of the pack, but that will come to him. Alex McGee now closing up on the back of Stephen Pole once again. The auto camera's not quite sure what they're showing. Breaking free like High School Musical. They're soaring and flying, yeah, alright. Right, I've just been offered food. Right, so yeah, we're still looking at the rear wing of Andrew Wellborn here, looking back at Ant. So you can see a battle, but there's a battle on track now. McGee's just got to run up the hill into the chicane, which I'm yet to look up the name of. He brakes on the inside and Stephen concedes that position. Only lets the one car through, actually. And then it's the Bentley now that comes up to attack Pole. Craig Fulton's going to have a second attempt, having lost out earlier on. We're still helicopter cam on Wellborn's car at the moment. As he heads down through the first section. I'm looking up corner names, this is rubbish. But second place, the gap back to third because of the battles that have been going on and the pace up the front. As we've got Fulton having a run on Pole now. Now backs out of it again. He was on the inside. He's made Pole go the long way round, so he's got the better run of the two. But nowhere that he can put that car because Stephen maintained the track advantage. Stephen taking a normal line, whereas Craig's trying to put his nose down the inside, which is compromising his position on several occasions. Right, as Andrew comes down the hill into Ravazza 1 and then through Ravazza 2, look at me Googling stuff, heads on to the start finish straight. Ant Brown had closed down slightly at the last split, it was 1.9. We'll see what it is as we come across the line. I know Wellborn was slightly off his delta on that lap. So we come through. Yeah, 1.8, so closing down slightly. So we see him go through the Tamburello chicane. Head out of turn 4, now down into turn 5 and 6, the Variante Villeneuve. Looking back at the Ant Brown car. Long until we get our next sector time. Although the queue further back is where the real battle's at. So you'll see at the top of the screen we've currently raised £346.70 for Young Lives versus Cancer. I believe in the description there is a Just Giving link. Any donations are greatly appreciated. Even if you give us 30 pence to round it to 347, or if you are able to knock those numbers up even higher, every penny counts towards funds for these, well, this great charity. So down the hill we go. The gap was 1.6. Out on the last turn. Where are we going? Still a green track, but we've gone up a degree. So there we go. Yeah, 1.6 the last lap, 44.8 for Andrew, and 44.5 for Ant. So they are really, really close on their times. And we're barely 25 minutes into what will be a 12-hour marathon for these guys. So the sun has gone from the 15-minute forecast and it is a little more overcast. So even though we've had that increase in temperature, I'm not sure if it will keep going or whether we will now settle down at a constant temperature, as Ant is massively sideways in the background, leaves some nice skid marks out of that turn. Now who's being immature? So that is definitely going to compromise him. Yeah, Andrew's matching his delta, whereas Ant has lost 0.6 for that. So that'll be a slight frustration. Sorry, tongue-tied. Only been going 25 minutes. See how much of this stream we can do. Let's just give you a quick rundown, a quick summary. Where we're at. Again, the auto cam jumps to the rear wing of Wellbomb. So Alex McGee has come through the field since earlier on and made his way up to third, and isn't quite matching the pace of the guys up the front, but he's doing solid low 45s. Then you've got the gap back to Stephen Pole, where Joe Challoner has managed to catch up Stephen, and he's looking from a long way back. Was a full second quicker, as we've got Stephen Pole off track. He has spun, rejoining. A flash of the lights as he tries to correct the car, and he's now fallen to the back of the pack. So commentator's curse, even though you didn't see it on screen, Stephen Pole falling to the back of the pack. So that's Challoner up to fourth without a real battle. Craig Fulton and Chris Rock now find each other not too far behind Joe. Lap time slightly slower than Joe for Craig, but Chris Rock coming on strong with a low 45. He's 45 dead, 44.9 being his fastest. So Chris Rock with good pace as the weather starts to settle in and warm up and the track improves. John Walker in the slip and grip car currently running in 7th. Raddenbury's not too far. Sorry, Mark. Let's call him Mark. I keep calling him Raddenbury. So Mark not far behind, only 1.1 seconds through the last split off the back of John Walker, and then a recovering Stephen Pole is then 4 seconds off the back of the pack. So it's a race for first and second, which is what you're seeing on your screen, but then a little distance further back, the rest of the field isn't too far spread. Sorry to see that for Stephen, though. He was putting up a good fight. Hopefully he hasn't cooked those tyres, although he's just gone deep coming into the penultimate turn. The Ravazza 1 just dips a couple of wheels into the gravel. As we're now 14 laps down. Just heading on to lap... Or, well, Stephen's just heading on to lap 15. Yeah, Jake Jenkins, do we get to see other cars? No. It's an auto camera that I can't influence at the moment. Once Ant Brown has finished his stint, he'll change the parameters of that car, of the camera, and it should show other cars. It just means that at lunchtime I can disappear if I need to go and do other things. So Ant is hosting it, but the problem is Ant is driving, so Ant can't change those parameters now. So it's a bit of a radio show, I'm afraid, but I will do my best. The gap down the front that you can see at the moment is 2 seconds. 2.199 through the last split. The gap back to the rest of the field, so Alex McGee in third, is 21.3 seconds. So a number of corners apart there now. The gap this time through 1.9, so Ant faster again, 0.6 than Andrew Wellborn. Ah, there have been donations. Oh, I've just been donated some hash browns, but there have been donations. We are now up to £396.70. So thank you for the donations and thank you for the hash brown. Yeah, that's great. We're nearly at 20% of the total and we're only half hour into this race, so that's fantastic. Anyone that is able to donate, it really, really is appreciated. Although it's a low number of cars on the grid, it's a high number of drivers. Because you've got 3 drivers per car. Although some people are doing 2 drivers, so it's a right mix going on. Cheers, Jake. Thanks for the comment again. The SAR boys just wondering on the commentary versus not matching what's on screen. So yeah, we'll look to improve as we go, but this was the best way to do it, to give it full coverage throughout the day. It's an open channel in the Discord, so we can have people in, we can do interviews, we can have discussions. Aero-based discussions if you want, because we've been looking a lot at this rear wing. Wellborn head across the line, now on board with Wellborn across the line. So that was a 44.7, and for Ant that was a 45.1. So where he improved by 0.6 last lap, he's then dropped back by 0.4 this lap. So there's just trading times at the moment, and it has a guess that this intensity will continue throughout. It's hidden behind the donations total, but track is now at 25 degrees, so we've gained another degree, although we are looking still quite overcast. I know some guys, and probably me watching, would like to see this turn into some rain, which isn't an unheard of, and it looks like the conditions as we look up at the sky there, just overcast and a bit grey, that it could well turn into some wet weather racing. Let's have a quick run down then. McGee has got Challoner right up behind him at the moment. Gap through the last sector, 0.37. Chris Rock is then 3.7 behind. Fulton 2.1 behind. Walker 3.2 behind. Mark Brandenbury is then attacking John Walker and is only half a second back. How is Stephen Pole doing? Yeah, he's calmed it down a bit and got it down, the gap to 5.4. So he is just getting it back under control, finding the groove again. His last lap was 0.1 off his best, was a 45.6. Whereas at the moment, Mark Raddenbury and John are doing 46s, as is Craig Fulton. So Stephen Pole, over the longevity of this race, is able to get himself back into contention. Mark Raddenbury looking right at the back of John Walker now as they come down into the penultimate turn. John a tighter line, Mark slightly wider, making use of the rumble strip on the exit. Gets the nose in for the final bit. Now he's going to unleash the power of the GTR down the main straight. How does he close? John moves over to the left, then mid, back to the right, then mid, then back to the left. So following the curves of the track, but also trying to break the toe at the same time. Head down into the braking zone. Randomly slightly better on the brakes. John takes more of an apex, especially the second, giving him a slightly better run. Also, the pressure is making diamonds for John because he's done his fastest lap on the last lap of the race. Joe Challoner further forward, closing in on Alex McGee. 0.3 through the last split. But again, just trading the areas where they're stronger. Both in the low 45s. 45.2 on the last for Joe. 45 dead for McGee. Huge chunk of curb as we come down Imola Raleigh for Joe. Playing the riskier game, potentially burping tyres. Heading back up the hill. Not too much to split between the two. Not one car looks more confident than the other. Just watching the gaps as the leaders on your stream come across the line. Yeah, so that's now 1.9. That visual gap for you there. Just further back, we've got Joe lining up a move, not quite able to make the move. Actually leaves a black line coming into the corner, so not looking after the tyres. Matt Davies, his teammate, will be telling him to calm down. Oh, we've got a move on stream. That's Raddenbury to the outside of walk around turn 1, so it's the auto cams have shown us something. So Mark Raddenbury there making a move around the outside of John. Through turn 1, you'll see where John is able to just take a little more apex, but Mark's probably having the safer line through here. So we'll see where this battle goes. Although at this stage it does look like move done. You can see the Craig Fulton Bentley there, not too far ahead as we jump back to Ant Brown, who's, how did he get in on last lap? 44.7, Andrew's last lap 44.6, so the gap extends slightly and is back over 2 seconds. Thanks to those that are joining us. We're up to 9 viewers now. If you are able to hit the like button, it does help us out. It spreads the awareness of the race that's going on, which is the 12 Hours of Imola by Slip and Grip. Raising money for the Young Lives versus Cancer charity. And the link to all the information about what those guys do and the donation link is down below. So if you are able to spare anything, that is absolutely fantastic. 9 cars with us today. We are currently just over half an hour in. Conditions on track continue to improve since the start. We're up a couple of degrees and we're still looking like overcast. Got 2 drivers down the front that are breaking away. You've got Ant Brown and Andrew Wellborn. Then Alex McGee has a bit of a gap back to those guys. He's just going through the sector now. He's 24 seconds off of second place, so the 2 leaders breaking away. Alex McGee on your screen now has got Joe Challoner taking them big munch of Imola Raleigh's runoff area to gain an advantage coming up the hill. Not a lasting advantage though, not dropping anyone in it. Joe had an unfortunate incident earlier on, dropping him to the back. And then on his way back through, he has had his elbows out, let's say. So Alex McGee here is his next target. These two really, really close. Their last lap times were 0.3 apart in the favour of McGee, who you see on screen or behind that tree. Let's see how this lap compares and if Joe is able to make any progress now. 0.1 off of Alex McGee's time, that time for Joe. Joe's personal best is a 44.5, whereas Alex's is a 45 dead. So half second difference in the times. Just checking there. That's a very similar spoiler to someone else's. Sorry, we've seen Seen a lot of the Summerfields branding. See the Summerfield store, a big part of the Hot Fuzz film that the theme for the liveries is based on. So heading up out of the hairpin. Alex just got the measure ajar at the moment. Alex green on his delta by 0.3, so although I said Joe's was better, it is Alex that looks to be improving at the moment. Not too wide for both cars. You've got to be mindful of cut tracks. It is a very, very long race. Up the hill out of Acqua Minerale and then into the chicane, which is called Variante Alta. Curb 1, curb 2, and then out onto the exit curb. Joe taking big chunks of time out of Alex through there. Visually very different lines. Track still showing as green, so there is more time to come as the weather improves, the track condition improves. However, at the same time, the drivers are going to get more and more tired. We'll then see how that compares with other drivers within the team. So some guys putting stronger drivers in to try and make the break at the start, and then the others just have to maintain. Others looking to put stronger drivers in towards middle stints for some continuity. A number of different strategies going on at the moment. There we go, John Walker on your screen now. John Walker down in the 45.3s last lap, so good, strong, positive pace. Just a little bit of consistency, probably went astray earlier on. There was only 0.1 difference to the car ahead when we were speaking earlier. The two passed each other. Through the hairpin. Unwind the car. Good traction up the hill. Don't want to be sliding these cars about at the moment because you're going to be wanting to do in long stints in here. Air wide there for John, so hopefully no advantage and therefore no warning strikes because they are not what are needed at the moment. Get it stopped. You see the black marks on the floor, so the track is rubbering in. There's Andrew Wellborn. He's down the front just doing Andrew Wellborn things. 44.7 for him, 44.6 for Ant, so that's down 0.1. However, the gap is still 1.7. Ant not able to close in at this stage. Pit stops, you know, when the guys are only 1.7 apart, pit stops is going to make a fair difference. Hi to Sam Waldridge dropping in on the stream. Hello from Brands Hatch, watching in between the races. So yeah, thanks for joining us, Sam. All the views, all the likes definitely help out. Hopefully we can give you some entertainment, and even more so when we go out the auto cams and Ant joins me to help with the cameras and change some of the parameters there. So thanks for joining us. Thanks for the comment. Thanks for dropping in. Just having a quick look now. Joe Challoner is 0.9 down, only a couple of seconds or 30 seconds into this race, into this lap. So what's happened here? If I watch a replay, he's closed up onto Alex in turn 1 and he's not been able to turn in because he would have collected Alex. He's then had a slide on a curb, so that's through the first complex, the Variante Tamburello, so the Tamburello chicane. Yeah, he's just got it all a bit crossed up, and that has cost him a second on this lap, which he can't afford to do too much because Chris Rock and Craig Fulton are not too far behind. Saying that, they're 7.3 behind. It is quite a gap, but there we go. I have been joined.
You have been joined indeed.
I've been joined by Jamie. How you doing?
I'm all right, mate. How are you?
Yeah, it's been an interesting 40 minutes chatting to myself. It's turned into a bit of a radio show. I don't know if you've seen some of it, but I'm having to talk about battles that I can't see on stream.
Yeah, I feel your pain a little bit. I've been watching your stream instead of jumping in just to try and save a bit of the CPU usage on the server. Luckily, it's kind of following the front gap, which is ideal for me, but it means we're missing all the stuff that's going on behind a little bit. But
Yeah, I've been speaking about it, so we'll be all right. The gaps are currently spreading out slightly. Challenger on the back of McGee's probably the nearest, but Joe's just dived into some gravel, so...
yeah, luckily,
changing.
Paul's telemetry app that he has is fantastic. Honestly, I didn't even know it existed, to be honest. It's good for watching, because obviously I've just been giving Andy just a lowdown constantly of who's going where. Obviously, now that the race has settled down a little bit, that's why I was like, I'm going to go join Tom.
Yeah, no, good stuff. You're welcome in. So you're going to be taking over the Wellborn car?
No, so we're doing Andy, Matt, me is the plan at the moment.
Right, so you've got.
I've just given away our strategy. Yeah, that's the plan.
That's fine. Don't worry. That's fine. No one's listening to me anyway.
Having run an actual endurance race team, I know that you put your fastest drivers in first because you build the gap and then you ruin it. But you don't ruin it as much if you let your guys build the gap in the first place. So I'm like, you guys are doing double, and then I'll come in and ruin it for you all.
So we've got the comment from Josh Copeland, who's Ant's teammate, saying Ant trying to give me a heart attack, trying to fix the stream and not looking where he's going. So that comment comes alongside the fact that on stream you can now see Wellborn has gapped Brown. So that gap that was 1.7 is now 4.4. So the battle at the front is actually one of the further battles. And we've got Joe Challoner now attacking Alex McGee down into turn 1 again. Alex misses his braking point. So he's offline through all the subsequent turns. And Joe's now got a run down into what is referred to as the Villeneuve chicane. But he's not able to do anything with it at this stage. And then into Tozer, the hairpin down the bottom. Look at me Googling the name.
I want to say someone's got the track map up.
Someone's got the track map up, yeah. Sometimes it's called the hairpin or the chicane, and other times it's got its real name. Up the hill, over Piratella.
Piratella bumps. That's where that came from. Well, I know that Andy's got one track cut, and it was on like lap 2. And we discussed at length, don't cut the track because it will cost us a blooming pit stop. This race, I think, the top 4 there, Wellborn and Challenger, we're all in. They're all in the 44s, there or thereabouts. It's all going to be about not making a mistake and costing yourself another stop. So I chastised Andy, trying to think of the word, a lot when he got his track cut. And then.
But he's settled into a rhythm now, and now that Ant's done that and dropped 4.4 back.
Yeah, so we're wondering. We know that Ant is incredibly good at fuel saving, but he sat in a map that we didn't expect him to be sat in, and it looks like he's got a bit of a squirrely car. Actually, we've spent a bit of time just making the Lexus as planted as humanly possible, just so we don't chew through tyres and all these sorts of. Like I say, like an extra stop will cost so much.
Sorry to speak over you. Joe has just gone round the outside of Stephen Pole at turn 1. So he's got that run that he's seen on several laps, and this time he's made it work and has cleared the Porsche.
Boom. Yeah, Stephen Pole was running very strongly at the start.
It's not Stephen Pole, it's Alex McGee. Shut up. It's Alex McGee. It's not Stephen Pole, it just looks like the Porsche. He's trying to come back at him. Sorry, it's Alex McGee that's been on the charge. Joe has then charged later on. Sorry.
Not yet, right? Yeah, because Stephen Pole's had an unfortunate start, really.
Yeah,
running
I saw him fall off. Yeah.
Oh, Matt Cross is in the chat. Hi, Matt. And Matt Johnson. The rain is coming. That's a joke.
Rain is coming. 15 minutes. Rain is coming.
Oh,
do you want to jump back?
Yeah, I'll go and jump in and just see if Andy wants anything doing. I'll speak to you.
All right. There we go. So thank you for joining us there, Jamie. This is going to be interesting. So we're less than an hour, so it looks like about the hour mark we're going to start seeing some rain. Wellborn charges on your screen. Sorry again that you can't see a bit more of other cars. It's a bit of a radio show until we can change the parameters of the stream. So Andrew Wellborn out front but with rain on the forecast. Ant Brown had a gap of 4.4. It's now 3.7, which is now 3.6. So Andrew's seen that rain come in, or Ant is absolutely sending it, which on his last lap he was. He did a 44.2 compared to Andrew's 44.9. Then further back, you've got Challoner in the 46s and Alex McGee in the 47s. So we are... Oh yeah, Matt Cross in the chat. Sorry, morning, gents. Good morning, Matt Cross. Thank you for joining us. If you haven't hit like already, please do. It does help out the stream. Gets it onto some more people's front pages if they like GT racing and endurance events. ACC, more likely to get spotted. Ant Brown, yeah, best 43.8. That's really, really impressive. So the rain is coming. I'm going to keep an eye out to see when that ticks over to the 5-minute warning. Unfortunately, you can't see it because it's under our donations banner. So, but the donations are more important than the weather. This is all for charity. The guys all putting their time aside this Sunday on their bank holiday weekend to raise money for Young Lives versus Cancer. 11 hours, 11 minutes and 11 seconds remain in this race. We're still within our first hour and it already looks like some upset with the weather. Got some good close battles on track, but the bot isn't looking at them. You got Wellborn down the front, 3.6 ahead of Ant Brown. Joe Challoner then has less than a second back to McGee, having recently taken that position. Then you've got a decent gap back to Craig Fulton, 7.8. who is followed by Chris Rock in the Lexus, Mark Raddenbury in the recovering GTR, having been Challonered early on. John Walker's hanging on to the back of that pack in the Aston Martin, which is known for being nice and stable, probably in the rain as well, so that might come to John's favour. And then rather unlucky Stephen Pole rounds the final turn. So as you see, Andy's going up over the what's it called? Piratella. The last car is just coming across the line, so a bit of field spread 50 minutes in, but no penalties so far. There's Cursor the commentator for you. And rain on the way. These guys have done some wet practice in the server in the previous week, so they should have setups. Some people will, some people won't. But even the fact that 50 minutes in, we've got the 5th place car only gapping 6th by 0.3, and then the gap to 7th is 0.8, and then 0.7 back to Walker. So that's a 4-car train for 5, 6 and 7, no, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th place. On board Wellborn out at the final turn. Heading down that main straight, keeping an eye on the clouds, because it's going to get decidedly darker and decidedly trickier. So the track has then rolled over to fast as well. So track condition fast, temperature 25, but going to roll over to the rain shortly. The gap settled down the front at 3.6, so it's not really going anywhere at the moment. The guys will be in talks with their teammates for what to do about the rain. The cars will be set up on a middle ground setup, so they'll be fairly soft in preparation for the rain. But then others will have run just on aggressive. Those further back in the field will be using the presets. John Walker looks to have made a mistake, as he's dropped off the back of Mark Raddenbury by 1.5. However, the Joe Challoner and Alex McGee gap now 0.7, so 3rd and 4th, 0.7 apart at this stage, but breaking away from the rest of the field by 9 seconds. Ant's gap, Ant is down on his delta, and his the gap opened up from 3.7 to 4.1. If you are able to share the stream, share it on your socials, send it to everyone so that everyone and their mums is watching. That would be fantastic. just to raise awareness of these guys raising money for Young Lives versus Cancer. The total up the top, 396. If we can tip that over the £400 mark, that'd be fantastic. All the guys that are racing here have donated as part of their entry. I know they've been sharing it with their work colleagues, their friends, their family. Because who doesn't want to be driving for 12 hours on your bank holiday weekend? I know I certainly don't. I've got a long drive to do tomorrow, so I thought I'd make my contribution by talking. Right, as we watch Andrew Wellborn through Peratella, heading down into Aquamilla Raleigh. A little bit of curb, not too much curb though. It's a nice controlled pace. The gaps come down for where Andrew's made a couple of little mistakes off of his PB lap, but not critical at this stage of the race, especially with that forecast incoming. So you'd expect within the next 10 minutes to start see the track conditions changing, and then another half hour in probably, if that, the power sliding starting to occur. Further back, it looks like Chris Rock is getting right on the back of Fulton. He is indeed. Craig wide through Peratella, holds the inside line for Aquamilla Raleigh, blocks the apex from Chris. That's letting Mark Raddenbury get involved and bringing John back onto this pack, having dropped back slightly earlier on. Showed the last sector down the hill, they were 0.054 apart, but that doesn't interest the auto cameras. So Chris Rock has gone from attacking to under attack. Raddenbury's got him up the hill into the chicane. And then Chris compromised on exit as well. So as they exit the Variante Alta, heading down to the penultimate turn of Ravazza 1. It's then John looking on the back of Chris, gets the car stopped. Raddenbury's up and through. Craig somehow holds on at the front of this. So 4 cars very close, and that's going to allow Stephen Pole to get back involved if he can. This will be his opportunity to close up on the rest of the field. Because does the Porsche, does anyone in the chat know, does the Porsche like the rain? I don't think it does. As we've got Mark Raddenbury now attacking Fulton, elbows out where he got challenged earlier. Oh, that's another bit of contact. The Chris Rock car and the Craig Fulton car coming together. So Craig's got beaten up. Raddenbury's had a go. There we go, it's on stream. So Mark's got through with elbows out through turn 1, although Craig did turn in slightly. Not that I'm a steward. So Craig just settling down now. Chris came up to have a go. Matty in the chat, let's do this, but with no S, so let's do thy. 8 watching now, and we've had another donation, so thank you very much to whoever that was. I don't know if I can go and look at who's donated in real time. 2 minutes ago, Matty J, Morning Angle, and 30 minutes ago was Paul Hayho. Good luck, guys. So all guys that are involved in this, that's fantastic. Thank you very much for the donations. You've tipped us over £400. The auto camera's gone back to Ant Brown, but this battle still continues further back. Fulton's found his feet again. Try saying that 5 times fast. Fulton's found his feet again and is up behind Raddenbury, although the acceleration off the turn for Raddenbury's really good. Chris Rock a little gap back. John Walker then will try to come after Chris. I think Craig's looking okay at the moment, but we will just keep an eye for you and let you know. The gap down the front is down to 3 seconds, so 5-minute warning on the rain, and then in 15 minutes the rain is increasing, so heavy rain in 15 minutes. So that's going to turn a damp track very quickly, well, from fast as it is now to light rain to then heavy in 15. Thanks Andy in the chat for pointing out. Sorry, I've just glanced at the chat and noticed you've said the same thing to me, so thank you for that. Thank you for joining me. 9 of you in now, so that's brilliant. Thank you for joining in, thank you for watching, thank you for listening. Last lap for Chris Rock was a 47, so the battles and bumping doors did slow down the pack massively. Stephen Pole, I can hear the tones of the Porsche just in the distance. The gap report from second to third is now 30 seconds from Ant Brown back to Joe Challoner. Ant Brown 44.3 on the last lap, Joe Challoner 44.5. So there's only 0.2 in it. Although Ant Brown slightly down on his delta on that last lap. 2.9 now, as you see on screen. But then his delta is a 43.8, so it's a massively fast lap. Looking to maximise whilst they've got these tyres in. The rain will probably come at the right time because you'll be at the end of a stint length at 1 hour and 5, I believe. So Ant now heading down into Tozer hairpin. And he's still towing him along. That he's in sight. But the drivers' minds won't be in the consistency now. It'll be looking to improve. Morning to Ashley Wotton in the chat. Brings our watching now figure up to 12. Good morning. Thank you for joining. I've explained a couple of times that we are running auto cameras, so you won't see all of the action, but I'll try and bring all of it to you verbally. So, sorry, you've got to listen to me for a bit, but I'll try and bring you the details. And we will change the parameters of the stream later on. So the Mark Raddenbury's GTR has been off the track. Chris Rock has passed Craig Fulton, but John is now trying to get back in the mix. Right, we're on stream. The bot has found the race. So as we head up the hill, Mark Raddenbury recovering from that gravel trap excursion does hold on to 5th place for now. Chris Rock has taken 6th from Craig, but Craig's going to want it back. And John will be looking to capitalise if any of the guys end up tripping over each other. Whilst bearing in mind you've got 5 minutes, well, less than 5 minutes now to the rain. Slightly better apex for Craig there, gives him a bit more of a run up the hill. Not enough to capitalise into the chicane, so they'll all fall in line. Concertina up. John closes right onto the back of Craig there. Doesn't manage to get his turning point because he was probably a mile into the ABS. And that gives him a compromised run off the chicane there. So John out of this attack for the moment, but it's going to be Craig coming down the hill. It gives him the outside for the penultimate turn, and then through second parts of Ravazza, not quite getting the nose in, and the run on the straight isn't there, so he's miles down on his delta again. That's 3.1 off his delta. Just needs to hope that the tow brings him back into contention, and obviously the massive power of the Bentley dragging him down the straight. But that's John a favour just there. He's not too far back, 0.4 as they cross the line. So they'll Concertina back up into the first corner. Varying amounts of curb. Rain now showing on my screen, so it begins, and there we have it. So within 5 minutes there's a plus on the rain, and within 15 it's then classified as heavy rain. Rain makes you want to cry, says Josh Copeland in the chat. Yeah, but for those of us watching, all 13 of us now, or 14 if you count me twice, it's going to spice it up a bit. There we go, slightly deep there for Craig Fulton, although that rain will be psychological rain at the moment. That's given Chris Rock the run away to go over and attack Mark Raddenbury. So what can John Walker do now? Can he make a move on Fulton as well? Closing up through Akmarali, more curb there. Further forward, Chris Rock has got a run on Mark Raddenbury. You can't see it looking off the back of this car. Hopefully we go external shortly. You can see it on the track map. No, you can't, because it's under the slip and grip logo. So all 4 cars there go on stream, closing back up. And they're all back together now that the rain started to fall. Down the front, no one pitting just yet, although the lap times are well out of the 44s now. Challoner has had a 47 on the last lap. So Joe lost about 2 seconds to his delta. And the guys up the front back into the 44s, having dipped into the 43s earlier on. That's a car off. That's Craig Fulton just there, dropping it on the way out the final turn. So that promotes John. He was waiting for the issue. There he is on your stream. Josh Copeland going to ask his mate Michael Massey for a red flag. Not sure that's quite how it works, but go for it. How are we getting on? Andrew Wellborn 3 seconds off his delta. Ant Brown 4 seconds off his delta. The track is greasy already, so we've rolled over into greasy conditions. However, the temperature is still sat at 25, so we're looking good on temps, but we're not looking good. Andrew Wellborn lights it up out of the final turn, although we are still watching Craig Fulton. Stephen Pole, the first to pit, so he's going to be the first driver to make the gamble, and from his position in the race, it was probably worth the gamble. So he should be on the right tyre when it's required. He just needs to not overheat them whilst it still shows as greasy, because those wet tyres will just overheat. We've also done over an hour. We're an hour and 4 minutes in, so an hour down, 11 to go. It's going to be a long, long time before we find the conclusion of this race. Will it be the early... Joe Chandler into the pit as well. As we've gone damp. So we've progressed from greasy to damp within a lap. This will spice things up a bit. We've got, Challoner in the pits. We've got Raddenbury out of the final turn. Chris Rock was slow. Raddenbury to the pits. We've got Chris Rock to the pits. We've got John Walker to the pits. And Craig Fulton, as you see on screen now, into the pits as well. So the second half of the field all in. Top three continuing. Stephen Pole, having pitted and come back out, has caught up Alex McGee, who's remained on track. So this might... Or is it Stephen Pole a lap down? It might be Stephen Pole a lap down, so don't let me give you that information too early. As we watch Craig in the pits. Well, again, pit stops, the position in which you stop can have a large influence on where you're at. So, Stephen Pole is a lap down, but has put on the wet. Not gaining massively on Alex McGee, who's remained out. Let's just see what your lead drivers decide to do. Andy Wellborn continuing on the slick at the moment. Ant's trying to navigate Joe Challoner as we watch her stationary car. Sorry about this. So Ant Brown has had to navigate round Joe Challoner as we see Jamie Buchanan. So a driver change there. Mark Raddenbury swapped with Jamie. So Jamie fresh into the car, probably as you'd imagine on wets, because this is only going to get wetter. Although, so Joe Challoner is now unlapping himself from Ant Brown, or attempting to, because he's on wet. The track is now damp. Blue flags out there for McGee coming through. So Stephen Pole has managed to get past Craig Fulton there. We've also got Jake Jenkins taking over from Chris Rock. So some driver changes going on, which makes sense. But Craig Fulton that you see on your screen now, then trying to get past McGee. McGee's still on slick, so probably wasn't the move but for now. But he will go for a longer second stint, so whether it's him or a change of driver. Now showing blue flags for Craig because Alex McGee is third. But it doesn't make sense. Well, it doesn't matter. Craig Fulton is now faster on the wet tyres on this wet track there. You can see the classification, or you can't, it's up the top. The classification has rolled over to a fully wet track. And now the drivers that are on the wet tyres have the faster cars. Ant Brown in the pits, Andy Wellborn in the pits. Joe Challoner now in fourth on your screen. So he will be the lead car on wet tyres at the moment. How much will he manage to catch up on Ant Brown and Andy Wellborn throughout this? He may jump McGee because McGee will be struggling massively. on these tyres currently. So Joe is just coming through the Tozer hairpin as we see Jake Jenkins heading down into turn 1 on your stream. Alex McGee has continued on track, so I'm not quite sure of the logic. But Alex McGee inherits the lead of the race, but on slicks, on a very, very wet, or just a wet circuit at the moment, which is only going to get worse. We may actually end up flooding if we continue at this pace. So Andy Wellborn exiting the pits now as Joe Challoner, yeah, he's back at the Variante Alta. So the gap was enough down the front for Wellborn. Brown is now at the pits as well. The question mark becomes Alex McGee. So when he pits for wet, how far down the field will that put him? Because he is 5 seconds off of his delta, which is now 6 seconds off of his delta, which is now 7 seconds off of his delta. So he's just hemorrhaging time. The Ant Brown car has changed to Matty Zenko. So Ant has sacrificed that seat, whereas Wellborn is double stinting. So Wellborn was aware of the condition change and finding his feet. The Ant Brown car is now Matty Zenko, and we will see how he gets on. Welcome into the stream if you're just joining us. Within the first hour, we've seen ups and downs. We've seen the front two break away, and we have seen the conditions go from dry through green and fast to then damp and now wet, with the conditions only set to get worse as we look forward into our second hour of racing. We've got Alex McGee into the pits, having just done a nice long stint on wet tyres. The gaps up and down the field have changed slightly, so Andrew Wellborn has gapped what is now Matty Zenko, the Ant Brown led car, by 9.8 seconds, so we'll see where they find their feet. But these lap times in the wet are 1:55, 1:56 as opposed to 1:44, so the data on the deltas is not what we need now. So Andrew Wellborn retakes the lead. Matty Zenko is now second. Joe Challoner will be the question mark up at the chicane, although on stream I do know that you are now watching Jamie Buchanan. Mark Raddenbury's going to join me, which is great. So where is he? There you are, you're in the mute server. Hi Mark. Is this thing on? So Mark, you'll just need to unmute yourself. And then, there we go. Cool.
Yeah.
I can remove the server mute, but I can't then unmute you.
That's fine.
It's against your human rights. Right then. So it's all a bit topsy-turvy now. The car that you've just jumped out of, shown on stream at the moment, so appropriate time for Jamie taking over. So how's it gone so far? How was that? How's it going?
It was a bit bargy at the start. We lost out a bit. We dropped to 9th, but we've
it's about to get tight again. There's a tap there. Language, we're live.
Sorry.
So there we go. The Ross Parker now, what was John Walker's car, up past your car. A robust move around the outside. The place where we've seen a lot of contact so far, where the track slightly narrows and curves to the left, but looks like no damage done, and Jamie Buchanan can carry on.
We may have done the same to Craggle there. Barged our way through. He gave enough room, but we wanted just that little tiny bit more, so we got through. I think that's helped us. We have been a little bit fuel saving because we have a plan with the Nissan. She is a beast, but I'm not saying anything.
Right, a fuel plan, and she's a beast. So
yeah,
we'll go with that. I think that probably lines up what your plan is, but no, that's good. As we've just got on screen, Jake Jenkins fending off Stephen Pole, Stephen running slightly wide, but Stephen back in contention because Stephen had fallen off earlier on.
He had a massive sort of spin out first chicanes, one of the laps ahead of us. Just Porsche doing Porsche things, I guess.
Yeah, as we see Jamie just out over the curb, slightly squirrely there, but
He's not a fan of those curbs.
Stephen looking very strong now on the back of Jenkins, where he ran wide a corner earlier. He's now very strong onto the back of him. Closes in on the brakes. Neither of them make the apex. Let's just say they're running a wet line. Jamie on your screen slightly.
Trying to ignore what Jamie's doing.
Yeah. So we're now classed as heavy rain, but then we've got increasing rain for the next 15 minutes.
Oh, fantastic. That's what we want. That is what we want.
You'll start getting the... okay. So setup is biased towards rain slightly?
We've gone slightly compromised in the hope that we had the rain. When we've got me and Ash in the car, we're running sort of 151s, 150s with the wet setup. We were looking at the times of others and they were a little bit above that, so we've got high hopes.
Nice, that's great. To have that foresight to know that, you know, Imola, odds on at this season selected that it's going to be wet. To find that middle ground, and you've got 12 hours to deal with. A recovery from the back at the moment, as we see some battles in the background. Stephen Pole through on Jamie Buchanan.
Don't you mean Jenkins?
I do, yeah.
It's still early, I can tell.
Yeah, I'm still getting used to the names. It's the people that I'm not familiar with, like the slip and grip. Although saying that, I saw Alex McGee earlier, and because his black car looked like Stephen Pole's car, I just called Alex McGee Stephen Pole.
I feel that's a fair thing to say.
Yeah. Round goes the Jenkins car. Oh, it's a half spin and a recovery, but that's brought Craggle back into contention. So Craig Fulton then closing in. That 5-second gap off the back of the pack will probably only be 1 point something. So full field spread isn't too bad, but the two at the front just gapping away from the rest of the field.
Oh, they've just gone, haven't they? But then we expected that. We expected Wellborn. We expected Ant. You know, they'll just clear off into the distance. But we're going to plod. We're going to keep plodding, and hopefully.
Andrew Wellborn is at the penultimate turn. But like you say, Mark, it's a long race. I keep calling you Raddenbury on stream. I don't know why.
Fine, call me that. I don't mind. I've been called worse.
Yeah, fair enough. Right, Wellborn comes down to cross the line. His last lap, 52.2.
There we go. See,
sorry,
we've got pace in this hand to go quicker than that.
Yeah, that's it. Well, hopefully the rivers don't form too badly. Yeah, absolutely. Different strengths in different places for different drivers and cars is what this is all about.
Yeah, it's all for fun, you know. It's all for charity. It's going to be, and it's still a long way to go.
Yeah, Matty Zenko, when he last crossed the line, 154.2, so 2 seconds off the back of Wellborn's pace.
Jamie. I'm going to have to go back and have a word with my boys, I feel.
Yeah, if you need to, just ping us a message when you come back in, but yeah, sorry, I'm ignoring what's on screen because I've been ignoring it for so long, but did he just drop it of his own accord there?
Yeah, yeah, in the very anti-alto, or whatever it's called.
That's that one there. It was Aqua Minerale down the bottom of it.
Oh, that's the one. Those that know me know I'm absolutely terrible at track corner names. I have no idea what they're called. Well,
at the start of this race, we were on the hairpin and the first chicane, and I googled a track map, so we're educating myself throughout here. Yeah,
I might just go and do that. But yeah, no, everyone who's watching, keep donating. Just keep it going.
The donation. Oh yeah, we've gone up again. Let me just go and refresh on the donating page. The latest donation 6 minutes ago by Jamie Purcell, 20 quid. So that ticks the clock up a bit at the top. 449.28.
Fantastic. Awesome.
Yes.
That's what we want.
Brilliant.
But yeah, no, keep up the good work, and I'm going to go and have a word with my boys.
Tell him to calm down. Get
Not
off the
drive
curbs.
car. Yeah.
Yeah. Good stuff, Mark. Well, hopefully we see that pace come in later on, because the rain at the moment doesn't look like it's going anywhere.
It really doesn't.
Good man. Thank you. Well, just shout if you're coming back in. I think you'll be able to let yourself in now, but if not,
The
just
door is
add
open.
me. Yeah, just
See you later,
direct
people.
message me and I'll let you in.
Thank you.
Nice one, mate. Thank you. So, as we let Mark go back and have a pep talk with Jamie, who you can see on stream at the moment. Oh, as Ant's messing with stuff. We've lost the overlay. Oh, we're toggling through cars. I don't know what's going on stream, but here's some of our cars. So the pink Lexus. And we'll just be trying to adjust the stream, so bear with us a moment. That's the what was Chris Rock. So that is the Jake Jenkins car, which has had the issues we saw earlier on. Got broadcasting overlay, we'll just see what it ends up showing. He's in a chat, so I can talk to him. Yeah, he's in his chat. So bear with me a couple of minutes. Thank you for the 12 of you that are watching with us at the moment. If you can smash the like button, that does help promote the stream. If you can share it at all, that's fantastic. I will be back with you shortly once I can just discuss the stream with Ant. Right, I'm back. Ant's gonna...
Oh, good
There
afternoon.
we go. Good afternoon. No, we're not that far in yet, mate. It's only 11:30.
Oh, I don't know what time of day it is.
How are you doing? You alright?
Yeah, I'm still suffering, but we're okay. I'm very sorry about the stream this morning. I don't quite know what's happened, but ACC doesn't seem to be connecting to any of our clients.
It's alright. One thing that I can ask, if you press Alt and Insert on your streaming laptop, you can bring up the splits for the cars on the overall.
Okay.
There you go. So, oh,
For that,
that shows the difference between
that's the delta.
Yeah,
There you go.
that one. Yeah, that shows the gap. So now people can see a little bit more data than I'm reading. But how's the race looking for you, Ant?
Well, apart from trying to juggle stream fixing and driving against Andy, I made a few mistakes. And in fact, unfortunately, I hit Andy once, which was a shame, but inevitable with me and my track record with him. So,
That's
but
fair
other than
enough.
that, it's second, yeah, going well. 15 seconds back. Andy's a master of the wet. So, yeah.
It does bode well for Andy. However, have you seen the forecast? Decreasing rain.
Decreasing rain.
rain in 15 minutes. It's just updated.
Yeah, thankfully the weather settings with the shorter time actually means it's less variable. So hopefully it'll like not go instantly dry straight away. So
Yeah, you get a bit of time to sort out setups and tyre pressures.
Yeah,
That's
we'll
good.
probably run these tyres throughout the rest of the stint on the wets and see how it goes. Really, if it does fully dry out, we'll have to be forced to make a pit stop. But at the moment, I'm forced to be repairing this stream. Somehow it doesn't work.
No, so the auto camera is a little selective.
The auto
on-
camera is not working.
Oh, have you been changing who we look at?
Yes.
Really? Wow. Okay.
But that's
what
why
about?
I've been driving all over the place.
Well, you obviously didn't have the stream on you at the stages that you did that, because we've not seen that, and you had some really, really good pace. Right then. So, as far as the stream goes, the SDK, the broadcasting tool, the
Yes.
basic one, will that connect and do autopilot?
No, that's what I was trying to get to work, but unfortunately it is not working with ACC for some reason today. So there's a couple of things I could do. I could go and just jump out the server and jump back in, see if it reconnects.
Yeah.
That will also get the Race Labs thing working, because the thing is, it's the same. It's looking for the same port and stuff, and it's just not seeing it for some reason.
Sure.
I could jump out, jump back in, or I could persevere a bit here. We'll see. Hang on. Let's see if I can. It's got all the camera files and stuff, so.
Well, I think
right,
we
let's try again.
Okay. Yours shows as Rick Pole now driving, and mine still shows Stephen. So we have had a driver change there potentially.
Right. It does say Rick Pole, but it still says Stephen Pole. Yes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump out the server and jump back in.
Okay. So
let's take an intermission.
Yeah, bear with us a second.
Right, and we're back. Sorry about that. Right, we have auto cameras hopefully working now, so I apologise for that.
Yeah, we'll see what goes on, and we'll do our best to keep you up to date. If not, it will just continue being the radio show that it's been so far.
Well, hopefully I'll be here now, so I'll be able to swap cameras for you.
Yeah, so Jamie Buchanan with Craig Fulton just behind, probably, according to this, then the closest gap on track, although Stephen Pole is 1.9 off the back of Ross Parker. The gap down the front, as you can see, 16 seconds. So the guys down there, yeah, Andrew's getting away from Matty slightly.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
0.4 on the last lap was the improvement.
Still confused to why Race Labs doesn't work, but it is what it is.
Craig Fulton only half a second off the back now. So what did they do on their last laps? Yeah, Jamie had a 1:55.3, whereas Craig was a 1:53.9. So a big improvement for Craig on that last lap. Jake Jenkins recovering, not too far behind, a 53.6 on the last lap. And Wellborn just coming off the last corner. So not far from completing his first lap of a driver. So driver's eyes now will be looking at the decrease in rain. And does that prove much of a worry now? Because the decrease in 5 minutes continues through 15 minutes.
No, I don't think it's alarming at this particular point. The track temperature's not too warm, it's not going to dry out super quick, so I think the guys at least have half an hour before having to be forced to switch tyres. So I think we've just seen Matt Zenko go off. So I was trying to focus on that.
Craig Fulton. Craig Fulton was just behind and understeered wide.
Let's see. Well, we give these auto cameras a bit of a chance. Yeah, see what happens. Oh my god, this has been such a disaster. Can do nothing but apologise. The leader actually is catching this pack that we're looking at here.
Yeah, Chris Rock in the comments just said Jake's been struggling with a wet. We've seen a couple of bits early on. Looks to be finding his feet now. He's matching the pace of a couple of cars ahead. Faster than JB Buchanan on the last lap. Also faster than Ross Parker as well. Matty Zenko on that last lap, 1.8 off his delta, so
Yeah.
having issues like you said.
Oh, it is changing cameras.
Here we go, look, Craig Fulton now coming up to the back of Jamie Buchanan. That's now within a second. Big chunk of curb from Craig, so he's finding his confidence. Rightly or wrongly so. On board now with Craig, let's keep an eye on his steering wheel inputs. Relatively smooth on the input there. Not too much curb. Good exit. Jamie ahead equally. It's good exit. They got to bear in mind Wellborn doing 2 seconds a lap faster. He's just behind. Also, Joe is almost matching Andrew Wellborn's pace.
Oh wow.
But on screen,
He is
here
a
we
rapid
see-
parrot, that is for sure.
He's a rapid parrot. Yeah, he's just got to be careful. So we'll watch for that gap from second to third to come down. But on your screen now, Craig looking for a way past Jamie. Out of Aqua Minerale, Jamie more curb. Craig with an okay run. The ultra-realistic chase cam comes into play. Variante Alta, big lot of curb. Oh, Jamie out onto the curbs.
Yeah, he's been done.
But he's been done cleanly. Yeah, no dents. As the back of that, there's Wellborn in the bottom of your screen, so he's coming. And have you liked the stream?
I have not yet.
Ah, we did.
I need to go onto my other computer. Yeah, will do. I'm trying to get this horizontal overlay to work, because it is so much more information for people to view, but for some reason it's just not playing ball.
You're back from Craig's car now, down into turn one. He got the run on Jamie down the straight, so Jamie not able to retaliate at this stage. Last lap for Jamie was a 57, so yeah, quite down on pace. Andrew Wellborn dips into the 51s. Matty Zenko down in the 52-1. Joe Channer 52 dead. Alex McGee 52.9 as we jump to Jamie Buchanan again, because Jake Jenkins has got past him. Sorry, I've missed something on stream there. Let me have a quick 30-second rewind on mine. So what happened?
Oh, I can do that here.
No, you're right. We're past 30 seconds now.
I've got a minute. That's all right.
He ran wide on the exit of turn 6, the Villeneuve chicane, and it just allowed Jake to slip past. So Jake struggling in the wet, but he's managed to make it up past Jamie. Wellborn down the front, decent looking gap at the minute. 19 seconds, yeah, 19.1 through the last sector. Through the last split. How's Chandler looking? Chandler, he's joined Wellborn in the 51s. How far off is he? Matty Zenko's through Variante Alta. and Challoner is just coming through Piratella. So a decent gap between those two. We'll see if Joe hits the next split before Matty disappears out the next one. Yeah, 34 seconds between second and third. So it's going to take a fair while for Joe to bring that down. That'd be 30 odd laps, and we're only 51 in.
Wow.
So it would take quite a few mistakes from Matty to get Challoner onto the back of him. Safe at the moment. Matty's time's coming down as well, 51.7. Wellborn went back up into 52.5. So Matty's holding his own there. Don't want to do him a disservice in the commentary, but
No, he's doing very well. Yeah, he's a rapid guy, so if he can keep it on the track, then we'll be laughing later. And of course, we've got Joshy Boy, the returning champion, to come.
yeah, he loves
Champion of
Imola.
Imola, yeah, he does. So I don't think he likes the rain though.
Right, he'll be hoping for that to dry out. That was a right, like you were either leaving or you'd fix something.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and see if this works, but unfortunately my computer / me have been a net. So let's
Wellborn there, up behind Fulton. Fulton renowned for loving blue flags, so let's see how this goes. Down into Ravazza.
Let's see if I can get this in studio mode. Oh, look at that. Hang on. You can see my source, can't you?
You've just added a browser source on YouTube. There we go. No, it's alright. We'll run as is. So that's Wellborn up round the outside of Fulton. Fulton backing off probably slightly down there just to make sure Andrew's through
Oh,
before
no.
turn one.
I believe we've had a spinner. Plenty of time still.
Spinner, where are we looking?
Yeah, so Matt
Jamie.
has been off.
Oh, has he? Jamie Buchanan is 25 seconds down on his delta. Jamie Buchanan is out 17 seconds off the back
Oh
of
yeah,
the
he's got
pack.
some damage on the front as well. Oh, he's off again. That's obviously some suspension damage going on there.
If you go back a minute, hang on. Yeah, if you go back a minute, I think we might see it.
Here we go. Bit of a slide. Oh dear. Oh dear, Jamie.
So hopefully no one else collected him on the way through. No, he's okay.
I don't know where the
Oh.
damage is. Oh, this is
Oh,
what
no.
happened. That's
Yeah, so
what
the
happened to Matt.
69 car has found him on the exit, so that'll be the second place car. That'll be your
no,
car with
that's
damage.
my car.
Both guys get going again, so that was worth pressing the replay button.
Oh dear. Well, I'll best go back and try and sort them out.
Yeah, absolutely. So I will do my best. Is that still showing a replay? It is, isn't it?
Yeah, I apologise.
It's all right.
Wow.
There
Well,
we go.
glad we
So
caught that. Good shout.
That's all right. So Jamie Buchanan off the back of the field by 20 seconds. Yeah, and if you need to bounce back,
Oh,
and,
I'm sure they're big boys. I'm sure they can sort it out.
Yeah, so Matty down the hill might just need some moral support as he comes down. Across the curb. He looks like he's doing okay. But that'll be music to Challoner's ears. That gap is now down to 23. Right, on stream,
Yeah.
we've got Ross Parker now with Stephen Pole just behind him. Ross Parker on the last lap was a 52.9. Stephen Pole was a 51.8. So a second gained by Pole on the last lap. Let's see if that momentum continues forward to attack the slip and grip car, or if he falls off the back. Sorry, has the commentary volume been reduced, says Paul?
Shouldn't have done. Let me fix that for you.
Wonder if this is... one of the races where Andrew Wellborn hasn't done much practice. Yeah, one of the ones where he hasn't done any practice whatsoever and then just storms through. Sorry I wasn't keeping up with the chat there, but I was watching what was going on. Down the hill comes Ross Parker through the final turn, and then we'll have another look at what the times have been doing.
Right, let's just crank it up. There we go. Right, that should be a lot louder for people now. I don't know why I'd done that. Okay.
Right, Parker across the line and Pole across the line. The gap 1.6 seconds. The previous lap, yeah, Ross was a 52.7 and Stephen Pole was a 52.1. So 0.6 a lap. This should get pretty close pretty quickly. The heavy rain continues to decrease, so in 5 minutes it's going to be light rain, and then in 15 minutes it will be even lighter rain, so continuing to decrease. The deltas as well, Ross now 0.3 up on his delta, so I think the slightly damper track rather than a sodden track lending itself to some of the cars and drivers.
Yeah, we know the Aston's really good in the wet, so Ross should be capitalising on that where he can.
And where he is, so he's up to 5th and putting in some nice consistency. You'll see him through this sector now, bringing him 30 seconds off the back of McGee in 4th. But McGee is only 11 seconds off the back of Challoner, so that gap has come down as well.
Indeed.
Joe Challoner is just coming up to lap Jamie Buchanan at the moment. There he is. Was that auto camera or you?
No, this is all auto camera now.
Was it? How well timed was that? God, here's the promotion. Right, so there is Challoner up past Buchanan under blue flags. Challoner continues his attack towards Matty Zemko in 2nd. Last lap, Joe was 0.9 faster, so still a fair while to close in on you guys, Ant, but that's 3 Lexus up the front. Is that telling of the car?
It's terrible in the wet, that's what I can tell you about the car. No. Really? I think that a lot of the drivers up the front are pretty rapid in the Lexus as such. It's quite a nice car to drive. I'm surprised there's actually not more variety here. I expected to see more Astons, more McLarens. Because they're pretty quick around here, and the Audi as well is a very rapid car around Imola. But the Bentley being one of the worst, in fact. So, yeah, it's interesting not to have those other cars in this race, as it's only a one-season race, essentially, or one-race season. So, no, I think people are just comfortable. We chose the Lexus because it was the last car that Josh drove with any success.
Okay,
so we kept that car because it's kind of jumping back into what he knows after 10 weeks away.
Just coincidence that Wellborn and Challoner.
So, Challoner and Matt usually pick the Bentley, so
yeah, nicknamed the Boatley, and they do all right in it. Don't
they do very well in it. So
I wonder if they've been influenced by you guys down the front.
Well,
Hey Ho said much better in the chat, so
excellent.
So I believe it's still Stephen at the moment driving, even though that says Rick. And in the chat, I think the Stephen poll in the chat said Steve's still driving. So here he is coming up to attack Ross. We said earlier on that he was closing in last lap.
Yeah, we're not
about
far
the same on the last lap. Yeah,
we're not far off £500 as well. So if we get this move done, I'll go and donate some money. Here he comes.
I think we've had a donation. Let me just go and refresh the page. Chris Rock, 30 quid. Keep a little lad, 10 hours to go.
Runs deep. Gone to build his sandcastles. Is he going to try and overtake Ross off the track? No.
I'm not sure if there was slight contact on the back of Ross there.
I didn't think I saw it.
No, I've just gone back for a look. Oh, he had to jink to the right to avoid the contact, so it was very, very close. So who have we got on screen at the moment? We've got Jamie Buchanan in the damaged car with Alex McGee just looking to come through now. Alex McGee on his way to try and chase down Joe. Not looking possible at the moment. It was sitting around 11 seconds, but I believe it's now slightly more than that. 13 seconds, so McGee in traffic, and comparing that to Joe, not quite been able to make the same progress. Challoner 15 seconds off the back of Matty Zetko. Challoner did a 50.2 last lap.
He is a bit of a weapon when he wants to be.
Well,
that
that's
is for
2
sure.
seconds. Yeah, but that might be a weapon at a chicane.
Very good.
So 2 seconds faster than anyone on that last lap. And a second of that was in the last sector. I think. The font's too small, I can't read it.
And unfortunately, I can't help you on that one right now.
No, I'm not sure. No, he was just generally quicker. Okay then, fair enough. So what are we? We're an hour and 45 minutes in?
Yes.
We're an hour, yeah. I'm tired. Oh
Me
no, look, I've
too.
got session time. There we go. Hour and 44 minutes and 7 seconds. I'll let you take over for a minute. I will be back.
Okay. I'm not going to be very exciting, so I'll do my best for you all. So Ross Parker around in Aqua Minerale as he heads up the hill towards the next chicane. He is closely followed by Stephen Pohl, who's regaining ground after coming off in the T1 section. I forgot what that's called. I have to apologise because I'm so full of COVID still. It's not very fair. Looking at the gaps and the track map, there's not much going on right now. See, Matt is still circulating with that horrendous damage on the front. This is the closest back to the track. Everyone's starting to spread out a little bit. I'm assuming Jamie Buchanan has pitted for damage there in 9th position. But again, this is not about fully the racing, this is about supporting the young lives against cancer. So these guys are having to lap in these horrible conditions and probably quite frustratingly so for some. And all for the good of the kids. So yeah, please donate, please share. Please even subscribe to our channel on YouTube. We do more than just charity races. We do regular Wednesday and Sunday night races, which are streamed. Usually, well, Wednesdays are pretty busy. We usually have a 25 car grid. Run everything from club tracks in the UK and I think it's US tracks this time with a Genetta fixed setup challenge. So yeah, get involved in that. There's also Sunday nights is ACC night for us. We usually have between sort of 15 and 18 cars, sometimes up to 28. We've had once Lambo STs at the moment. So we're lapping the international tracks that are part of the ACC package. Yeah, feel free to join. We have all levels here. Thriving community, lots and lots of fun and banter. So enjoy. The race developing so far. Jamie Buchanan 2 laps down, going up to Stephen Pohl. There's quite a spread between the lot of them. Let me see if I can actually bring up a map. This is the current layout of the track map so far. As you can see, quite evenly spread apart from Ross and Stephen. It's quite a nice livery on that. I think that was courtesy of Alex Monroe at Yotus. So yeah, give him a heads up if you want a livery done. And then we have Ross Parker driving, who is Mr. Slip and Grip himself. So he's kind enough to sponsor us for doing this and basically relinquishing control so we can have fun. Behind, I don't think I have Stephen Pole's livery. I do not. The Targhur delivery, we could say it's a delivery. The Targhur livery. Oh, as he gets a massive sideways moment coming out of. Oh, he's off. No. Ah. Poor Mr. Pole from Vanderpole Motorsport. Oh, that's got some scratches on that. So, also, it looks like. Which Lexus is that in the back? Is that Summerfield's livery? I don't know who that is. No. It'd be Andy Wellborn. So hopefully I haven't messed up the auto cameras for that now. As Andy Wellborn laps Stephen Pole's got some colossal damage now, but this might be, if he can hold on for another half an hour, it might be a good time to repair that damage and stick on a nice set of sticky slick tyres to go out, and hopefully what will be a drying track. So I try and repair the tracker. I don't understand why this tracker's not working. It baffles me. It was working earlier on a single player race. So I do apologise for the unpreparedness of the stream. I keep saying that. But yeah, screw you guys. Right. So Matt Zenko, 40 seconds to the rear of Andy. It looks like we have another car approaching on the rear. Let's go back to the map. No, that one. So we've got car 41. Car 41 is Craig Fulton. He's going to be catching up to Stephen Pole over the next few laps. Stephen Pole's times. I can't operate this. Stephen Pole's last lap time was, doesn't say, what was the control hold and insert? Control and insert. No, and it doesn't tell us. Right. Track's conditions have changed to damp as the track begins to dry out, so this will be a good time for anyone with damage to make a pit stop, make a repair, put a fresh set of boots on and get out, maybe in the next 2 to 3 laps. So here we go, I've got the last lap times up here. So Stephen Pole's last lap time was a 2:03.8, Craig Fulton 1:52.2. So if we wait until they cross the line, so Craig's really caught up on Stephen Pole. 8 seconds back now. So we continue to watch Andy. Please excuse me while I blow my nose. Right, back. So if we go back to see what people's lap times were. So Stephen Pole goes back to a 1:51.3, whilst Fulton's a 1:51.5, so they are keeping touch. In fact, Ross Parker's 1:52 last time round, so Stephen Pole will be clawing his way back to him slowly but surely. Again, as the track conditions change to greasy, it'll be a good time to come in and fetch a set of slicks. And also repair any damage that is possibly being required. At the front, I'm afraid Andy Wellborn is lapping the whole 1.5 seconds quicker than Matt Zenko in the second place car, and the gap now is considerable. We're looking at, well, actually I don't know, because it doesn't work. It's too far ahead. Let me have a look on the actual stream chat, which I haven't loaded up yet. Hopefully my computer won't explode. Okay. So Craig's closed another nearly a second on there. Right, 2:03 for pole, says hey ho. If you click on the car icon above live timing and click on the car number followed by the eye icon, it shows you all laps of the car. Let's have a go at that. I haven't a mouse. No, I can't use my mouse, so got nothing. So, I'm assuming you mean an SDK there, Paul? Click the eye. No, it's fine. It's fine. I can, however, take the track map off if you so wish. There you go, I could do it this way. Isn't that fun? Oh, we can look at the timetable. So, timetable so far, this is what we have. Andy Wellborn, Matt Zenko following by Joe Challoner. Then we have Alex McGee, Ross Parker, Stephen Pole, Craig Fulton, Jake Jenkins, and Jamie Buchanan rounding up the back here. The gaps are evenly spread. There's 3 people on the lead lap. That would be Andy, Matthew, and Joe. So as we see, as the cameras have flicked towards Matt here, this is where having a second screen would be massively beneficial for me. Right. Now we're following Jamie Buchanan. No one's made a pit stop yet. Craig Fulton is dropping slightly behind Stephen Pole again, so pace has been picked up by Stephen. Right, I heard Tom was here. Yes, Drift. Tom is here. He's just nipping out for a break. I hope he comes back soon because I'm really suffering. I don't think I can keep talking for much longer. Yeah. Oh, isn't that a nice shot? How are we on the donations? 479. So let's try and get this over 500. When I'm allowed back to my own computer, I will be able to log in and make my donation for my abysmal run. And we need strategy help, please. Well, the strategy is, as the track dries, how much damage you've got. I would repair that damage with an early pit stop, and then put a nice set of sticky, slick tyres on. That'd be what I do. It doesn't look like it's going to get much wetter. So as the track changes to greasy, that's what I'll do. And what track temperature is it? 26 degrees. So I would run, in our case, probably Strat 2 and go from there. Shut up and get in here. I can't leave the stream unmanned, I'm afraid, Josh. This is a charity event after all. We're not here to win. This is not a race. Right. Someone has joined.
It's me again.
Hey, it's Jamie. Hello, Jamie.
Well, it's not me again because I'm not confident. I've done a brief bit with Tom. But,
But how are you? I am struggling. I am suffering something bad. I need a coffee and a Lemsip. Hopefully not in the same cup.
Are you full of cold as well?
Full of COVID, yeah.
You've got COVID?
Yeah,
I've had 12-hour race with COVID.
Week, yeah.
I bet you haven't mentioned that to any of the guys yet.
Yeah, they know. That's why I was driving like a banana at the same time as trying to do this as well. So.
Oh, okay, so it wasn't you mashing controls to try and get the stream
I was changing cameras while we're at it because I can't get this race lab things to work anymore. It was working final single player as a test race. Now, nothing. Nada.
Oh dear. But that's fine, to be fair. You can see the gap, and you can see what you need to see.
Exactly. You see lots of people struggling in the wet conditions.
Well, I mean, obviously, I've got a vested interest in the guy in first place right now. But I've noticed
it's
Joe Challoner in the wet. absolutely rapid.
Yeah, he's only a second behind Matt.
Yeah.
Looking at this.
So
let's see if we can joggle the cameras over to see that.
He must be
There
right
we
there.
go.
There he is. It's
There
right
he
there.
is.
It's
He's
happening.
doing it.
What
Matt's
time?
carrying some severe damage with a collision with Jamie Buchanan
Oh,
about
really?
4
Oh,
laps
really?
ago. Yeah, so Matt doesn't. He does a sensible thing though. He doesn't fight it. Just lets it happen. It's all you can do.
Yeah, I mean, with the fight earlier in the race, when I was talking with Andy, when you were catching him a little bit, it was a bit of a to and fro in, wasn't it? And I was like, if he's going to catch you, just let him go.
Oh yeah, and I made an
12
absolute
hours yet, you know, it's
mental balls up on that first chicane. So I do apologise about that.
racing.
That was well, it wasn't racing. It was just me sneezing or coughing or I don't know, but some excuse which doesn't have any influence on the outcome whatsoever.
The guys were buzzing. Oh, we got Ant on the team. He's really good at ACC. Oh, I got COVID.
Yeah.
Right.
Also, I'm completely neglecting them. I've had several calls in the chat for me to get back to the thing and help them out, but no. Anyway, we're still on board of Matt Zenko on the stream here.
Yeah, I think that'll be all right. I think Josh is taking over next, isn't he?
Josh, so Matt's on a double stint.
Yeah.
And I need to find out with them like how much fuel he's got left. Maybe I can see that. Hang on. Let me just walk away. This is probably a bit.
Don't
If
think
you
you'll be
need
able
to-
to see how much
If you need to
fuel
go and speak to them, I'm back briefly. I'm in till 1, then I've got to disappear.
Okay.
Okey-doke.
Wonderful. Well, thank you very much. I'm sorry that the stream's been an absolute shite show so far.
No, it's been all right. Doing all
I'm
right.
gonna go sort them out and get myself nice and warm.
Enjoy.
Catch you in a bit.
See you shortly.
Well, I mean, it's going to dry up. If you can see the weather icon up in the top corner, it's going to
Well-
dry up in the next 5.
Oh, they can now. Ant's moved the bar. Perfect.
Yeah, and so it all might go. We think the lap times are going to crash all of a sudden, and then everyone's going to be in.
But it's another hour gone. It seems to be changing every hour at the moment.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's dry for my stint because I've not done any wet running yet. Although to be fair, neither did Andy. So, but
Yeah.
for me, sooner rather than later, it needs to dry up because Joe Chalmers' wet times are up there. He's so quick.
But Andy's dipped back into the 49s now. 49.997 as he's coming down on the back of the, what was the Mark Raddenbury car. It's now the Jamie Buchanan car.
Yeah.
Deep for Andy there. And that would give Jamie the run back, but
Let's hope he just leaves it.
yeah, he has done. The unfortunate damage on the front of that GTR won't be helping its progress, but there we go.
I mean, just look at all the gaps. Joe, unfortunately, apparently Matt Zenko is carrying a bit of damage from a bit of an incident. So that's
Yeah,
why,
so he came round and collected that GTR that was trying to recover.
Oh dear.
So we watched the replay on that, and yeah, Jamie was trying to get it back on track, and Matty Zenko unfortunately collected him.
It's a shame. No, it's a bit spread out. If Joe keeps going, that only a 2 hours almost. Oh, 2 hours and 49 seconds elapsed, and only a 45-second gap, and that's coming down. It's,
You what? Sorry, a 2-hour what?
we're 2 hours in. We're 2
Yeah.
hours in now. And
Oh.
it's only a 45-second gap now.
Sorry, I thought you said it was a 2-hour 45 gap. I'm like, sorry,
Oh, sorry, I meant a bit slow.
he's not started.
It's not what I meant. But yeah, so that gap's still coming down a little bit. 49 there, and it's not much, but it'll be enough if it carries on.
Ash Wotton in the chat told you Andy wouldn't have practiced. Yeah, he commented earlier on. We've got 12 people in, Jamie. It's worth saying, if you are watching and haven't hit like, please do so, because it helps get us towards the front page of people that like sim racing.
It does.
The algorithm.
I've got to admit, the TV's on downstairs with it on as well, so I am too.
Shut up. Don't tell people that.
Sorry,
5 minutes
going
until
to
the
turn it
rain
off.
stops.
Yeah, 5 minutes until the rain stops. might want a bit of help with his spreadsheet. What are the lap times at the moment? Yeah, both in the 49s at the front now.
Yeah, Joe at 49.5. So Joe still taking chunks out of the time. Andy's coming up on the back of who's in that car now? That's Ross Parker in that car now.
There's still just about enough water watching the stream. Just about enough water to keep the tyres cool.
Yeah, obviously we don't get any tyre data because you could cheat. Look at that, miles out the way for Ross there. Lets Andy through, so not compromising much at all. Actually, Andrew up on his current Delta.
Yeah, because obviously in this scenario, we just want to go as long as humanly possible. So if we could save a stop at the end of the race, that's what everybody's doing though, obviously. So we'll go until the tyres. Andy will go until the tyres.
Wide, what a slide! Go until the tyres. What, Jamie?
Until the tyres are screaming. I wondered if they're going to start weaving into the water to try and get them cooler.
You'll probably find that'll start happening. Yeah, absolutely. Ross Parker there, jumping over the curbs. He's just dropping back from Andy. They're not quite as quick out the corner.
Gaps come down to Joe. 3 seconds in the last 10 minutes.
Wow.
Plenty of time for him to catch that up.
Yeah, they matched each other on the last lap. Let's see what's happening on this lap. As we look back from Jamie's car,
Matt Zenko and Josh won't be out of it though. If he goes in, repairs his damage, and they've got the pace to definitely get back into it.
it's the damage that's the killer. Because do you leave it on the car and sacrifice pace, or do you sacrifice your pit stop time?
Yeah.
As we just saw on stream, Stephen Pole getting up past Jamie Buchanan. Well, Stephen Pole in that Porsche found himself in the gravel trap and off the back of the pack. An early pit stop for wet tyres found him on the right tyres at the right time. And here he is trying to catch back up to Ross. Oh! He nearly died. See the black lines in the background? That was Stephen.
He's done well in the wet before, though. Won a couple of races in the past in the wet, hasn't he? In the Porsche as well.
Yeah, if there's anyone that knows that Porsche.
It's hard to drive. And I've got the stream in one bit, and then I've got your live there. I'm almost like reliving. So almost like a replay. Doing. I'm going to pop back in. I'm going to see how Andy's going with the tyres.
In about 40 minutes, I could do with someone else coming in to talk. If you can rally the troops. If you wouldn't mind just popping in general.
Hopefully we should have stopped by then. Matty J will be in for 2 hours, and then me and Andy could just waffle away.
Nice. Yeah, and I'll come back late afternoon into the evening to round it out.
Lovely. Sounds good, man.
Stephen Pole has just run wide into the gravel. We shouldn't have been talking positives. Right then, auto cams it is. Back by myself. If you're in the chat, let me know. I see someone else has hit a like. Thank you very much. We're up to 10 likes and 12 watchers. So thank you very much for coming in and joining. I'll try and give you a bit of a rundown of what's going on. So Wellborn leading the way out front. Apologies again, it's auto cam, so I can't show you what I'm talking about. So just think of it as a bit of a shit radio show combined with some highlights of what's going on and who's close on track. So you got Wellborn on lap 69, head in the field by 40 odd seconds, 44 seconds at the moment by the looks of it. We'll see when Challoner goes through the next split. Then you have got Joe, who's made his way up past Matt Zenko after an early off-track excursion, so now running second. He'll be priming that car ready for Matty D to take over. Matty Zenko is then a little further back after picking up a stranded back marker with damage to the front of his car. There's Challoner on screen now, having just said that. Chandler currently the fastest car on track, got about 0.1 over the leader, but the leader, Andrew Wellborn, currently 0.4 up on his Delta. Yeah, then Matty Zenko down into third with that front end damage. Alex McGee also had some early battles, some good pace coming back through the pack. Little off the pace in the wet at the moment, but positive things to come from that car. Yeah, the Challoner and Wellborn gap was 43 seconds, just flashed up on your screen there. Ross Parker is just headed across the line, so you see kind of where Joe is yeeting his way across those curbs. You see where Ross is in relation to him, fairly large gap. Stephen Pohl is then 10 seconds off the back. Having been catching Ross, he's then had some misfortune of his own. He too found some gravel traps early on. Craig Fulton was heavily embroiled in that mid-pack battle in the Bentley. Rather heavy car, but plays well in the long games. He's dipping into a green Delta every so often, so he's still doing well. Jake Jenkins just in the background of your shot now, so that puts him a lap down. And then Jamie Buchanan off the back was the stranded back marker that Mazenko collected earlier on. Some fairly heavy front end damage. His last lap, a 2:02. So not all going to plan for the Positive Perception boys in that Summerfields livery GTR. But that being said, we're only just over 2 hours into this. We're 2 hours and 8 minutes into this race. What is a 12-minute race for charity, for the greater good. The Hot Fuzz themed liveries all over the cars, raising money for the Young Lives for Cancer charity. Donations were at 24%, so based on previous years we've done charity events, we've managed to get ballpark, I think it was 1,500, £2,000 last time. So we've set the mark at £2,000. If you are able to help us move towards that total, then please do. As I said, 479 on the total there, £479.28. I do know how to read. 24% of what we were hoping to raise. Hopefully some of you can donate if you've not done already, and thank you if you already have. And the likes on the stream really do help. So I know I keep saying it, but if you can, just tap like if you're new into the stream. So on your screen at the moment it says Rick Pohl, but we've had reports that it's still Stephen driving. On my screen it shows as Stephen, so I'm not really sure why the bottom right says Rick when the top left says Stephen. Who is around near Stephen? No one really at the minute. Ross, the gap ahead. So yeah, 10 seconds either side as you're reading just there, 10.5 ahead, 10.2 behind. So Stephen finding himself in no man's land at the moment, but that might just be one of the safer places to be. Weather conditions, it looks to have stopped raining. Those wet tyres will be becoming rather bold. Who are we looking at now? We're looking at Alex McGee, because Matty Zenko has pitted. So just as we're commenting on the weather conditions, the auto camera prompts me because there's been a pass, but obviously we didn't see the pass because he's in the pit. So nobody tells me nothing is the name of that team, and they are up into third place, but they're obviously still in the wet tyres. So the teammates of those drivers still out will be keen to see what lap times Matty can do, if it's even still Matty in the car. I think Ant said it was Matty double stinting, so a dry line as they climb up the hill. It's exaggerated by my helicopter cam that I can see. So yeah, dry line now forming. The track registers as greasy, and it's now that interim phase. Yes, Stephen Pohl into the pits as well, so this is going to be for tyres too. And the race changes again, so it seems to be every hour and 5 we get a change. Hour and 5 minutes in, we had to move to wets. Now we're moving back to dries. If this keeps doing this for the entire race, then it's anyone's guess who's going to win. But at the moment, it's looking very, very positive for Andrew Wellborn streaking away out front. Just to give you an idea of where he is approximately 43 seconds in the lead. So he's just come through Piratella, and Joe is through the chicane. That wasn't a very good description, was it? Joe is through the chicane. Sorry, I was distracted. So Andrew Wellborn comes down to the penultimate corner. We'll just give you a bit of a guide, but just there you go, there's Joe. So if I let you know when Andrew Wellborn crosses the start-finish line, that'll give you some idea of who is where. So through the right-hand kink on the main straight, and then that is Wellborn across the line. So Joe Challoner just coming up to the chicane of Variante Alta as he launches the car across the curves. A little hesitant on the second one there, just had to settle the car in between. So there is a rather large gap between Andrew and Joe, but Joe was in stop and go penalty for 88. Stephen Pole speeding in the pit lane. Now that would be race ruining, so I'm going to go and make a decision, and we might just get rid of that. A little bit of live admin going on. So I am back. There's your warning to everyone, don't speed in the pit lane. but we don't want to ruin the race just for the sake of that. So yeah, we'll clear stop and go 30s. Benton coming back out the pits now. So that car, which car was that? Benton car was the Alex McGee car. So despite the white rear wing there, Jamie Buchanan making passes on someone potentially unlapping himself in the pit. So we are getting to crossover time. I've lost all my on-screen information because I've been doing admin things. Right, we've got Challoner to the pits. Wellborn still on track on wet tyres. His last was a 49. No one else is going faster at this stage, but they'll still be getting their slick tyres up to pace. Wellborn to the pits now. Dave Rose with the comment, speed in the pit lane is dangerous, can't get rid of it. Changed up before the exit. I usually do the same. There we go. Yeah, so we'll look to get them changed all the time. Fixed. Dave, it's for charity. Matt now in the car. Matt now in which car? Who am I looking at? So Wellborn's in the pits. Where? Oh, Matt Davies now. So the Challoner car has become Matt Davies. Yeah. Let's see how Matt Davies can do. Where is he? He's only just coming out the hairpin beginning with T. Tozer hairpin. Up over Piratella. The James Buchanan car you see on screen comes into pits as well. Will he get rid of the damage or will they continue to run with that? Wellborn still in the pits. Matty D is off track at Aqua Minerale, so those tyres haven't come in yet. They are on a dry tyre, but he's not maximised that through the outlap. Wellborn out the pits. So will that update to be another driver? Because I believe he's done two. Let's see it through the first sector. Yeah, Matt Johnston. So we got Matty J in the car, renowned for being quick in AC in the front wheel drives, AC in the rear wheel drives, and pretty much anything he turns his hand to. So, sorry, whilst you guys in the stream are watching a Summerfield's car that's static, the Positive Protection car currently in 9th place. We have got the lead car back out on track. Matty Davies just crossing the line, so that gap has come down slightly. And then we have Craig Fulton managed to get his way up to 3rd, however still showing a wet tyre. There's the Stephen Pole car that's had its stop and go 30 cleared. Craig Fulton across the line, he's doing 149s. Stephen Pole is the car you're on board with. No, you're not. Now you're on Matty Zinko. We can't make our minds up. So he has got Benton in his sight. So this round of... Why are we now on Ash Coupland? There we go. So the... Oh, no, now it's not Stiggles. Right, okay. We'll get there. The autocams are just finding their feet with the new drivers and the new gaps. Yeah, it's only Craig who hasn't stopped yet. We've got a 147 from Matty Zinko. 5th, but he's massively up on the Delta as well. That's the car we were expecting to see in 2nd place, but Joe's obviously got through. So it's Craig forward, Andy Benton. So the Benton car has jumped past the car of Matty Zenko as Matty Zenko slides off the track. Pete People rushing these dry tyres, you'd assume, as we've got not Stiggles right up there with another car. Yeah, that's Fulton just in front. So not Stiggles can see the third place car, which should come in. There we go. He's decided that he does indeed want some tyres that are appropriate for the weather conditions, but it has got them further into this race. So then at the end they can hopefully do one stop less than everyone else, which is the objective, because that's a huge, huge chunk of time. How are we looking for the Matty J car that was the Wellborn car running around the front? It's deep again into Ravazza 1, but clean through Ravazza 2 because of his compromised speed. So where does this set us on lap times with these slicks coming in now? As we still see not Stiggles on our screen. Matty Johnston 145.1. Matty Johnston, yeah, Matty J that was, sorry. Then it's Matty D in second place, just coming down to Ravazza 1. So still a fair gap down the front. I'm just going to keep an eye for a couple of corners and then let you know. So the Fulton car will now swap to the significantly younger Fulton. Thanks for that in the chat, Dave. There he is. Harrison Fulton leaves the pits. Just to give you an idea, 44 seconds is the gap down the front, and this will be Harrison coming out of the pits just in front of Matthew Davies. And then Benton is another fair gap back again. I'll try and give you a figure. That's Benton in the background of your shot now. For third place. Yeah, it's approximately 30 seconds. I know some of the gaps are quite long now, so the other person has cleared the sector before you get a read in, so an approximation there for you that it's a 40-something second gap for second and a 30-second gap back to third. So first place currently over a minute ahead of third. There's the 31-second gap we were just speaking of, and it's 45 down the front, so the estimation's not too bad. Matty Zenko not too far, only 3 seconds off the back of Andy Benton in third, fourth place. So the closer cars on track, so this is not Stiggles and Andy Benton. Andy Benton's last was a 47.1, not Stiggles was a 48, so there's 0.9, so a second a lap difference going on in here. Up the hill they go. This technically is a blue flag. You see him waving at the side there. That chase car needs to get somewhat closer so that Stiggles doesn't lose too much time. Better run for Benton out of this turn. A lift would be favourable, but it looks like it's not going to happen in the acceleration zone. But when they're up to speed, do we hear a lift at all? Only a lift for the corner. Benton a tighter line out onto the rumble strips. Goes Stiggles in earlier for Benton. And then we see Matty J getting up past Ash Coupland in the GTR. Still with the bonnet flapping, so you'd guess that they haven't repaired that damage, or it's just a graphical delay. The total time is 2 hours and 26. There were 9.5 hours to go. Any of the lads are listening, I plan to disappear at 1. So if anyone wants to jump in and do a bit of commentary, let me know, I'll drag you in if you can't get in of your own accord. If you can get in, come on in and we will hand over to you guys at 1. last laps for everyone. Matty J 45.1 whilst the track is still green. 45.9 for Matt Davies. Yeah, 45.9, so he's 0.8 off. And then Andy Benton, I know getting past some cars, was a 46.5. Matty Zenko, you can also see in the background, 46.2. So he'll be keen to get past Stiggles and push on. Looks like Ant and Ben are going to take over. Can't get in, but online if needed. Yeah, I'll drag you in just before 1, Ben, if that's all right, and then Ant can hop in and join you. So on screen for you now, looking to lap. Stiggles just in front. Matty with the run. Nose to the inside. Hopefully the car in front, there you go, backs out of it, so Matty can take his normal line, and he will go continuing on his mission up to the back of Benton. So yeah, on that last lap, Benton was about a second off the pace of Matty, and Matty's got through quite cleanly, so that will bring that gap down somewhat. Keep an eye on the progress there. Everyone else looking all right on their times and deltas. Johnston puts another one in the bag, heads on to lap 81. 1 hour and no, not 1 hour. 1 minute 45.3 his last. 1 minute 46.7 for Matty D. So Matty D not closing the gap to first, but he's not losing out to third at all. Other thing to point out is Stephen Pole in 7th is doing lap times faster than all of the cars ahead of him except from first. So if Stephen Pole can keep up that pace, he will bring himself back into contention. The one that's the concern is the positive perception car off the back of the field. There were some unfortunate incidents earlier on that mean it's fallen off the back of the pack slightly. And cameras still focus on Stiggle. What? Right, these voice activated auto cameras are a bit confusing. Right, Harrison Fulton. So he's picked up the car from his dad. I know he's on the team with Dave. Oh yeah, thank you for pointing that out, Paul. We're up to £519, so we've surpassed the 25% and we've gone straight to 26% of our target. I'll get a refresh. So we've got Kirsten Rock and Ant Brown, just the one actually. Thank you very much for supporting us. Thank you for the donations, helping us on our way to our attempted total of £2,000. Although to be past £500 is fantastic already. So thank you very much to everyone that has donated. Also liking the stream and sharing the stream massively helps on our way to raising more money for Young Lives versus Cancer. So Harrison Fulton on screen, taken over from his dad on a team with Dave Rose. That car currently running in 6th. How are we doing for gaps? He's only 2.99 off the back of Ross, according to this. Which is indeed true. But then it's not too far back to Stephen behind. So 3.2. Harrison trying to bring that time down. Looks like Ross Parker has had an iffy last lap. I'm sure he won't mind me saying that. He did a 1:49.7 and Harrison has done a 1:47.2. So a couple of seconds taken out of that lap time. As we head over the rise, understeer slightly but not massively off track, so that's Harrison safe without any cut tracks on that occasion. Down through Minerali. Across the exit curb, heading up the hill. Now we're on board with Benton. So Benton has got Matty Zenko closing in on him. So the auto camera is picking up the nearest battle, or the nearest cars, not necessarily a battle. See if anyone laps someone. So these two here, Andy Benton down the hill. Pick your braking point. Not too much curb on the outside. Starting to get a few more black lines come in, but the rain will have washed some of the rubber away. So we're on green. We'll go through fast, and then we'll end up in optimum. Lap times will come down. Sun's starting to come out. Track temperature earlier on, as we hear we're slightly slow out of that chicane, but we carry on. That would have just helped Matty slightly. We're down on the delta by 0.7. Yeah, temperature's increasing, so later on we will be looking for some new fastest laps when we get fresh tyres and maybe slightly lower on fuel. At the turn for Benton, and we'll see what the gap was. So at the last sector it was 1.2. As we head down to the line, it's now down to 1 second, but Harrison looks like he's... Oh no, that's a back marker in between. It's not a back marker, that's Matty D. So Matty D got his way past Harrison. But that will show us the moment for the two closest cars. I'll just tell you what's going on. So with Matty Zenko further back, down to 0.9. Over the top of Piratella, not too much exit curb, matching his delta down into Aqua Minerale. Good run up the hill, little more ragged for Benton in front. Hopefully the auto cameras catch up on this. Through the chicane at Variante Alta. There we go. Hello. Here is the battle that I'm actually talking about. So this is for on-track position. 2 hours and 34 minutes into this race. Up to 13 likes now, so thank you whoever did that. Welcome back, Anne.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, it is afternoon now. So we've got Matty Zenko on stream, chasing down Andy Benton. The gap at the last split was 0.8. It's now 0.6. This looks on for a position change, getting back onto the podium for you at this stage.
Yeah, Matt is on an absolute mission as well. He's really... He's pushing, shall we say. He's kind of matching the lap times of Matt Johnston off. He's faster than Matt Davies in second at the moment as well. So
yeah, they matched each other on the last lap. Yeah. Oh, big chunk of curve for Matt. He needs to take his time. Matt Davies, that is, was matched on the last lap. He's faster than Benton, but Johnston down the front last lap 44.4. So he's 2 seconds lap faster than the rest of the field.
Yeah, I think that fastest lap's going to go soon as well.
Yeah, we've got the temperature, track temperature on 27, whereas we were on 25, but we're still green. So
yeah, we are, yeah.
When we come into fast and optimum, if we don't have any more rain, then yeah, you're absolutely right. As Benton goes deep, Zenko's opportunity to get the run up the hill. This is going to give him the inside for the chicane at the top of the hill, the Variante Alta. He's clear way before, no need to defend. Takes a normal line, and Benton just needs to regroup and go after him.
Certainly does. That was a move done and dusted even before the braking time. So, yeah. Well done to both drivers for not trying to fight each other too hard.
I think we've had another £10.
Oh wow! Fantastic. Thank you.
It was you and Brown via Craggle for the setup and coaching on Friday.
Yeah. Well, it's obviously not doing them that good. Oh, we just switched cameras, that's why.
We have indeed. So Ross Parker is passed by Matt Davies as he goes another lap or another car laps him. But that's not bad at this stage. How are we looking on lap times? Yeah, 44.4 for Matt J, 45.4 for Davies, 46.5, and then Benton had a rough one, but there was passing going on. Ash Copeland improves. Last lap 47.6, so everyone's ballpark 44s to 47s. They're doing okay.
Doing okay. Indeed they are.
Ross Parker will look to be getting towed along by Matt Davies at the moment, so he'll just want to go with him. The encouragement of a car ahead. So on that last lap, Ross did a 47.4. Let's just see where this one puts him. 48.2. So, but Matty D was also off his time behind. So not improving on that occasion. They'll certainly notice the track temperature increase, but also as this moves from green through fast into optimum, the difference will be night and day for the drivers, won't it?
Yes, yeah, that's what's true. Although with an optimum track, you have to be a lot more precise to try and keep it on the rubber stuff. Otherwise, the marbles will get you.
Okay, so this track is a little more forgiving at the moment.
Yes, it's not quite as quick, but it's definitely more forgiving. So running wide won't result in dipping a wheel on the grass or even the gravel.
Harrison Fulton managed to enter the 46s last lap, 46.9, and Ross was still in the 48s. So
he might have a race in my hand.
Yeah, we'll see how Harrison gets on, but this is good pace from the youngster at this stage of the race. You just see him coming up over the hill there in the background.
So are we going to have the same situation as we did a couple of weeks ago, where both Harrison and Craig have an internet outage and they both disappear off the track at the same time? Hopefully not as well. I'm assuming they're racing in their separate rigs.
I'd guess so, yeah.
Oh, Andy Benton's
coming
right
back at
up
him.
on the map.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
I'll just report in on the Harrison and Ross lap times. But Matty's down on his delta from last lap, so Benton's coming back at him on his... No, this is major.
No, this is yeah.
Oh, it's dangerous. I've got 3 screens going on with different information. Yeah, Harrison took another second out of Ross, so that's going to turn into something pretty soon.
That's going to become a thing very quickly.
There's Mazenko. So they matched each other on the last lap, 45.7. Oh, excuse me. 45.9 and then 46.1 for Andy Benton there. So, yeah, Matty's just pulled another gap, but Benton's not slow, so this will carry on. Unless there's an incident for Benton, this will just carry on.
I do wonder if Matt had a bit of a moment as well and caught up with himself.
Could well be. Harrison is now right on the back of Ross Parker.
Shall we see if I can change the cameras?
If you can manipulate them. Heading up into... Oh, Harrison's just gone deep. Ah, that's a shame. So Harrison's compromised his exit. Both drivers 1.2, 1.3 off of their deltas. So...
And my fantastic camera work is missing. And did he just have a lock-up going into there? It looked like that front wheel had stopped as he was...
I'm not sure. I was just looking away. I've got my phone with a track map and entry list. I've got some data on one. I've got your stream on another half, and then another half in the actual stream so I can see the chat. So Craig confirms... Have we had another £10? Craig confirms that it is 2 rigs for the Craggles.
What, with the tenner?
Oh no, we haven't had another £10. That was the £10 before. Sorry, I'm getting carried away. Where are we looking? There is Harrison.
Should change the name of his crypto rig to the Kraken rig and stop mining crypto and save the world.
These two fighting is not gonna help them against Stephen Pohl.
No.
4.9 off the bat. There he is down at the hairpin. So if these two carry on battling, we're very soon going to see a third car involved. And I think that's brilliant. You know, 2.5 hours in.
Still a long way to go.
There's battles going on. It's not like it's settled down.
I'm glad the auto cameras have settled down a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. I was a little almost dejected by the fact there were only 9 cars, but actually this has been brilliant. A couple of guys have flipped off the back of the pack, but they're still doing well, and a lot can change in the remaining 9 hours. Like say internet outages, even if someone doesn't bin it, it could be not a mechanical failure, but a kit failure, a rig failure.
A rig failure. Well, it's kind of mechanical, yeah.
Anything can go on, and it's, you know, to get to the end of this and say, you know what, that car was running for 12 hours sim racing, I think is brilliant. Right, we're onto the rear wing camera, looking back towards Harrison Fulton.
Well, I'm getting some technical support at the same time for race laps.
Harrison slightly quicker on the last lap again. Now moving on to 88 laps. Cars down the front now on lap 89. Matty J though is smashing out 44.3, and then you've got Matt Davies behind him 47.3. So 3 seconds a lap. Matty J's picking up where Andrew left off and pulling a huge gap out at the front.
Huge gap. Incredible gap.
It may have tipped over a minute. I know Paul has sent a comment that there's that more detailed timing. I don't dare download anything whilst we're doing all of this. Ross is keeping it neat and tidy here though. Harrison, bigger chunk of curb, doesn't get the run onto the straight though. He was out onto the exit curb. I reckon that's about 1 minute 4 down the front. 1 minute 4
1 minute
clear.
4 seconds, wow.
But we've been going out now for 2 hours and 45 minutes, so actually a minute can change easily. Harrison much stronger on the brakes there. Ross gets it stopped early, maybe a slight lock up. What I saw was the black line, but I don't know if it was there before or not.
It's your final 2 minutes, Tom. I suggest you talk a lot.
Well, I'm going to take it to about the 3 hour mark, so that's probably about another 15 minutes, but I'm nice like that. Yeah. I'll half cover the first 3 hours. Then I'll go for a while. Pack my bags, ready for my holiday.
Where are you off to anyway? Nice.
Oh.
Tell the screen.
Yeah, North Yorkshire. Ooh, lovely.
Oh, that's alright.
Yeah, love it.
Yorkshire.
Haven't been for years, so might as well go on an adventure.
I'm sure they've missed you.
Probably not. Don't think the amount I spent on chippy is going to cripple the economy if I'm not there. So, Mazenko and Benton's gap still floating around a second. This gap here was half a second at the last. Harrison's strong on the brakes, but Ross seems to get the drive out of that chicane. And say hello to Mr. Pohl in the background, because that's now down to 2.3. Stephen Pohl on the last lap was a clear second quicker than Ross. So within a couple of laps that might be even closer, especially if these two look to make a move. Harrison on the power early sideways, and then he's going to be crippled for the rest of the straight by that run, or lack of, as the Benton gap is down to 0.8 further forwards. So Harrison slightly off on that opportunity there. I've had a message from Ben. Power cut, only have 3G. If I stand on the garden wall on one leg, so a bit screwed. The message when it comes back to life. Oh dear. So
Well,
Ben was going to join the commentary, but not at the moment.
Harrison's caught right up again with Ross in like less than half a lap.
Yeah, he's actually up on his delta. Or he was through that hairpin. Tozer, I believe. How are we looking on lap times? 44.2 for Matty J down the front. Just remember that Andy Wellborn managed to do a 44 dead. So as the track's coming in, but it still says green, but the track is coming in and it's warmer than it was earlier. That's a 26 now?
Yeah, 26 degrees.
Yeah, so we did have 27 earlier, so we've dropped off slightly, but just, you know, evolving.
We have a rare event in the ACC where we actually have 1 kilometre of water.
So low wind or high wind?
Low. Well, it's high for ACC, so I've never seen it go above 0 in a couple of levels I've ever run. So a slight breeze as Harrison gets the Bentley stop down the bottom of the hill, out slight
wide.
Breeze, more of a gentle puff.
Asthmatic airflow.
Yeah, basically.
So the ultra-realistic chase cam briefly there, and then we follow Ross down across the line. These two been together for a number of laps now. I think we're up to 4 or 5 laps. Is that
Yeah, we have.
pretty
Also,
close?
Looks like Andy Benton is holding on to Matt Zenko.
Yeah, 1.5, so that's up from 0.8 probably 2 laps ago. But 1.5 at this stage of the race is nothing, you know. Stephen
absolutely.
Pole's 1.7 off there, and it's up to 1.9, the Benton gap.
It is definitely getting more spicy as this race progresses here.
It's just another phase, isn't it? We then get the spread as all the conditions change and people move apart and bits and pieces like that. But then the different paces come out as the conditions change, and we end up with different battles again.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic so far.
Yeah, carbon poles right there now. You can see him in the background of his pink gaping mouth. He's definitely catching, isn't he? He's gonna be on these guys within a matter of corners now.
Just needs to not get too keen. He was monstrous for Aqua Minerale there.
The traction of the Porsche certainly showing its.
Able to boot it up the hill.
Yeah.
How does he do it? The chicane in the background. Yeah, big chunks. Good drive out.
Yeah,
On his last lap, he was
ground
into
set
the...
up on that, so should be all right over curbs. Hopefully,
Did you tweak his dampers for a tenner?
I did.
Nice. Slightly deep for Harrison there, so that's a couple of laps in a row. We've seen Harrison in the penultimate turn just going slightly deep. That's keeping him off the back of Ross and bringing him into the clutches of Stephen.
Yeah, it does seem to be struggling to stop that big old Bentley.
By definition, I think. But he does close in the braking zone initially, so it's almost like he needs to brake slightly earlier.
Yeah.
Craig, go and tell your son to brake a little bit earlier.
This track does appreciate a bit of patience when it comes to the corner, especially for sequences like this, where you're on the anchors to stop and then you accelerate through the sequence of corners rather than continuing to brake around the first one and messing your lines up for the rest of it.
Slow in, fast out.
Slow in, fast out. Just,
Yeah. So, round toes we go. Who's closer, Harrison on Ross or Stephen on Harrison? Who knows? Harrison, do you defend or attack? Craig's fault for turning down the brake power. Oh, turn down brake power. Good for longevity, but... Oh, does brake pads come into count here?
yeah, so especially if the Bentley, 12 hours will probably, you'll be on the yellow pads certainly with the Bentley. Other cars, if you're running pad 2, you might be okay. The Bentley, if it's extra weight, certainly a hindrance.
Oh. Stephen, a huge amount more curb there, but the car's so settled, the damper's just asking for more.
Yeah, I do think he might have got away with that a little bit. It looked like he was actually eyeing him up for a move there, coming down into the latter. He's very close now.
Just trying to put him off. The gap definitely closer.
Yeah,
The second gap there.
Watch this Bentley pull away on the straight.
Yeah, but it's taken the Porsche with it. It's looking strong.
Yeah.
Can't be much wing on that setup.
It is one of the worst cars to follow, Bentley, with regards to aero wash.
So, is he close enough for a move? Harrison half covers. The door's open. He invites him in for dinner, which is served. Oh, he cuts his nose off. That was brave by Paul and probably well avoided by Harrison. He could have jumped on the throttle and sent the Porsche round. So, a commanding move by Stephen. He doesn't want to be held up, and he's now going after Ross Parker. Stunned silence from Andy.
Yeah, I'm blowing my nose, I'm afraid.
Well timed.
So, yeah, well, we're ticking down to the 25% complete mark, and we're at 27% of the donation. So, hopefully, more people watch. What are our service stats? 12 people watching.
Oh, I've got 14 people watching
Oh,
this.
have you?
Yeah, we'll go with that. We'll just bump the numbers up.
Just bump the numbers up.
So if you are just joining us, thanks for hopping in. It's a 12-hour charity stream, a charity race. The stream's only part of it. Raising money for Young Lives versus Cancer. There is a link down in the description if you are able to donate. Fantastic. If you're just here to support us, a like does exactly that. A share does even more. Share it with your friends, share it with your family, share it with your work colleagues, share it with your dog. Just share it about, and show me how Matt's going. I'm afraid we're on auto cams, so we can't. Ah, no, you're here.
I am.
Stefan Zenko wants to see how Matty's getting on. Well, this is Ant Brown. This is Matty's teammate. Welcome in, Stefan.
Hey, Steve.
Oh, all right, Steve. Didn't know we were on those terms. Okay.
Yeah, we can go to good old Matt. Although, I was about to ask, what was the car we were just looking at? It was Matt Johnson being followed by a Black Aston. Okay, so sorry for the.
Why are you doing it on rear wings?
I don't.
There you go.
Where is? No, it's not him.
What?
I'll do it via the broadcasting app only. There we go. There's Matt. He's doing well. His last lap time was 1:45.3 compared to Matt Davies up ahead at 1:45.2.
But
So-
Benton with a 45.5 behind, so he's pulling away from fourth. We
Yeah.
saw a pass on track. It's my brother. I did guess from the common surname that it was a family member. No, that's great. Thanks for coming in and supporting him.
No,
So, yeah,
Zenko
he's-
might be a popular name like Brown.
Could be,
Zenko.
probably not. But he's doing really well. The auto cams take it back. He's
Yeah,
doing really well.
I'm just taking it back. But are we going to see Stephen Poll take out?
Take out?
Overtake Ross. We don't want to see anyone take each other out. Sorry. As you can tell, I'm full of COVID, so I'm not really thinking straight.
So I've got a mask on. I should be all right this side of the mic.
Well, you might catch a computer virus, so be careful with that.
I hate to alarm you, but the forecast for 15 minutes is heavy rain.
Oh, fantastic.
So we've got another change going on. I said I was going to go at the 3-hour mark. Well, we're 5 minutes away from the 3-hour mark, but I want to see it rain again because I just want to watch the world burn. So another change in the weather scenario. This time, it's every hour. It's every hour and 5 minutes the rain is coming or going. Because an hour and 5 in, we were having to swap to wets. Then 2 hours and 10 in, we had to come back to the dries. And then 3 hours and 15 will look like we're going to the wets again.
Well, I wish
So-
the
so
real weather was
far-
that predictable.
But so far, that's what it's done. So if that gears your setup any differently towards the latter stages of the race, I don't know. You can't necessarily rely on that, but this is a fairly Yeah, look, the track's only got to green. It's barely going to get to fast before we see more rain coming again.
Yeah. And
So
the last rain shower we had lasted about 45 minutes.
Yeah, and then so an hour and 5 minutes in, you had to swap back on the tyres.
What people are going to do about strategies. The Batman Porsche got very close to the back of the Aston there.
I think it might have been perspective, although as we close in on the braking, yeah, you don't quite see it from that camera view. But I'm running the helicopter view, and it is all over the back of the Aston. Oh, not seeing the drag like we had off the Bentley down the straight, though.
No.
I don't think he's closing quite the same.
Aston did get a good run out of the corner there.
Yeah, Ross doing a really good job. How did the lap times compare?
So
Stephen was only
Ross.
0.2. Matty J still taking 0.9 a lap gap at the front.
The man is a machine.
1 minute 10 looking like the gaps.
Right. Please excuse me, Tom. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. If that is okay.
Just priming for the rain, yeah. I'll do a little bit more, but I can't stay on here. I've
No,
got
it's
things
fine.
to do.
I'm sure the stream can run on its own for a couple of minutes before.
Silence, no.
Silence, indeed. All
No,
right.
good man. See you shortly.
Bye.
Watching at the moment, we're watching Matty J getting past Matty Zinko for third. So first place has now lapped third. So that's a huge lead at the front for Matty J. But is that car optimised for the dry? So is he having to make that position now before it rains? Because when it was raining before, we saw that it was much closer. Right, now your view jumps back to Ross Parker and Stephen Pohl. 0.4 the gap on the last pass through the sector. Braking down the hill, the Porsche slightly stronger, the Porsche slightly closer on the apex. Ross with a good exit. Stephen just needs to nail this second one, uses more of the runoff. I think he might have just dipped into the gravel slightly because Ross has gapped him. So Ross in the critical phase, the exit of those corners, manages to pull away. Now, does the Porsche get any closer through slipstream? I think because he was compromised on the run and he was 0.4 slower that lap. Stephen not able to gain at this stage. Into the braking zone, they close up. Good apex from Stephen. Ross has just got the measure of him at the moment. He's doing what he needs to do to stay ahead. Although Stephen is optimising every bit of track. All of the width is being used. Stephen slightly off on his delta. You don't know how those tyres are handling. Or if he's in discussions with his team as to what to do as the rain edges ever closer. The track's still green. The temperature back down to 25. We had been up at 27. Proves it as Matty J drops back into the 45s. He's not churning out 44s anymore, and the tyres will be getting tired towards the end of this stint. .7 off for Stephen this time. I didn't see a mistake, but I was looking away from the screen. So if he hasn't made any particular mistakes, you'd argue that he's doing things to set the car up ready for the next stint. Ready for that incoming rain in what is now showing us 5 minutes. If you are in the chat, let us know. Give you a shout out, we'll mention you. Let us know who you're supporting. Obviously Matty's brother is supporting Matty in the third place car at the moment. So the lead car is on lap 99. So we're looking at just shy of 400 laps. Well, dependent on weather. If it was sunny to the end, then yeah, we'd be looking at about that. But given the mixed weather conditions we've had so far, an hour dry, an hour wet, an hour dry again, now we're going to go back to wet. Who knows what we're going to end up with. Stephen definitely distracted at this point, although Ross is getting faster and Stephen's slowing down, so that's exaggerating the gap that's building. Now back up to 1.3. So Ross still got the measure of Stephen at the moment. Not really sure what's happened to Stephen's pace. It's dropped right off. He's 0.2 a lap slower at the moment. He just doesn't want to drop off too far, otherwise he'll fall back into the clutches of Harrison. But my guess would be preparation for rainy season. Right, the wipers are on. The rain is coming down. So according to the forecast now, it is increasing through the next 5 minutes, through to the next 15 minutes being heavy rain. So at this stage it'll be psychological rain, just on the windscreen and not really affecting things. But the temperature has come down, so we're now 24 degrees. So that's not going to be helping these tyres that were probably at their optimum when we were at 27 degrees temperature. Down the hill we go. Stephen, sorry, that didn't match what was on screen for you. So Stephen was coming down the hill. We were just seeing what was being affected. This battle for 5th, 6th and 7th is being caught again by the leader. He's only just on the penultimate turn. As these guys head on to lap 100, but Matty J comes round to start lap 102. How you doing, Andy? Oh.
You alright?
Ah, there we go. Hello.
You know me. Afternoon.
I thought you were being kidnapped to begin with. Right, yeah, it's getting spicy again. Every 1 hour and 5 minutes we have a change of rain or change of weather.
Yeah, it appears that way. I can't imagine it's going to hold at that sort of range. The weather is supposed to be random, but yeah, it's just started raining. I've literally just got back to the rig, so
yeah, it's raining and the temps are down to 24 degrees.
Yeah, so I just had to sort Matt out for a few minutes because I think Jamie was off doing something. So
yeah, no worries. Very strong pace from Matt. 44s through there where no one else was.
Yeah, he's driving spot on. Thought he would. I was unsure what Matt Davis would be able to do, having not much practice and not driven the Lexus. Whereas myself, Matt Johnston's driven the Lexus in the past with me, and obviously myself and Alex McGee all drive Lexus in the SSRI Championship as well, so we've got good experience in that car. We know how it works and what it likes, so yeah, really good pace.
Ross across the track there to bail to the pits. Second driver to do so. We've had not Stiggles come in. Ross has come in, but it looked almost quite last minute, so hopefully the setup all sorted, ready to go on to wets.
Yeah, he's obviously with that slide coming out of the final corner there, he's thought, no, this is too wet and greasy. Now we need to make the change. But yeah, I do wonder when Matt's going to come in and say we've advised where we think the crossover and that is. We seem to think 148, 149 is probably about the crossover time.
Well, Matt Johnston's last lap was a 149.997, so he's at crossover.
I would imagine he's probably going to pit on this next lap then. So where is he? Yeah, in the hairpin. Yeah, you can see it's losing traction, but we was hoping we could drag the stints out a little bit further. I know when I came off the wet tyres and back onto the dries, I had another 4 laps of fuel, and we was hoping we could use all of that because we'd have been putting ourselves in the pit stop window to run 10 stints, so it potentially save a couple pit stops. It was very borderline if it had been just dry for the full race, but yeah, it sort of came back to us a little bit, and I was like, oh, if we can sneak in there, it sort of puts us on target again. But I think everyone will be in 11.
Yeah, Davey's into the pit as well, but you guys could afford to do a couple of, or like 2 more laps, because you're over a minute ahead. So you could extend this stint just on treacherous tyres, but it's just a risk, isn't it? And it does close that gap down.
It's sliding now, so that's Stephen in the pits as well now.
Harrison Fulton carried on, I believe.
Yeah, Matt's in. You can just see the car coming in behind Stephen.
He did indeed.
So, yeah, I don't really blame him. We're just covering off Matt and Joe at the minute. We know Dan Lewis has got to go in the car as well, but if Matt can keep extending the lead as much as he has been, then yeah, that puts us in a really good position for as Steve's got to reverse back into his pits box there, I just saw. So that's unfortunate for him. That's a few seconds that it's going to waste in that.
Yeah, that'll cost him, and Stiggles apparently looks like he's having issues in the pit.
Yeah, he's been in a long time, hasn't he? So are they the other car, it's the 750 Posper car that's had the big damage, didn't it?
Yeah, that's it. Collected Matizenko.
Okay.
So they spun and then spun a little bit more, but in that recovery, Matizenko managed to find them on the exit of the final corner.
Yeah, so what I was sort of alluding to before, so if Matt can keep extending the lead as much as he is doing, then it puts us in a strong position for when Jamie gets in the car. So I think Jamie's been fairly comfortable on the dry track and setup. He's been putting in probably low 44s, maybe into the 43s on a good track, not a green or fast track. So, you know, not slow times by any means, but yeah, it just gives us that extra hand if we can potentially put a lap on the 99 car of Davis and Joe. That'd be really good for us.
Yeah, so Harrison into the pits now, I believe the last car to do so. He's limped that round for another lap, but the rain only increasing even more in the next 15 minutes.
I think Benton's on slicks still as well.
Is he? Is he not? Oh yeah, Benton's not come in. Sorry, my apologies.
No, it's all right. I just I was just looking at it. I was like, no, I think they'll be coming in.
So we've got Josh Copeland in the 69 car now. So that's the third driver to take the helm of the 69 car. Let's see how he does after his rather boaty excursions across the last however many months it's been. So he's fresh back off the boat. He's back on dry land and, well, back onto wet land at Imola.
Just a quick shout out as well. We've just had another donation I've seen, so we're up to £547.
Oh, fantastic. Who's that?
Excellent. I haven't seen him.
I'm just having a refresh. Stefan Zenko, so that is May's brother. So thank you very much, Stefan.
Yeah.
Sorry we didn't notice it earlier on.
Yeah, I'm yet to put my my extra one in actually.
Marcel's throttle wouldn't pick up after the swap. Had to return to the garage to get it to work. So Marcel now, after a 5-minute lap time, so he's on his out lap, but it's already 5 minutes and 45 seconds deep.
Yeah, I don't even think Marcel, with his ridiculous pace, can make up that kind of time.
But we are only 3 hours and 12 minutes in. We're only just over a quarter distance.
We are.
You could have many CPUs in the bin in that time. Lots can still happen. They're only...
Sorry, the Summerfield car, the possible version. Very sideways there for Mark. Just touching the curb at Aqua Minerale, which is incredibly slippy, I can tell you. Having run across it a couple times, it does just chuck the car sideways as soon as you get on it.
So Matt Johnston now, he's with another car. He's got the Bentley behind him of Harrison. So he's storming away up the hill there. Right, I am going to hand over to you, Andy, and welcome in, Matty. Good luck. Turn it into a radio show. Don't just focus on what's being shown, because you'll just talk about someone in first driving around for a while. But good luck. Keep us in the loop. I will see you later on, probably for the final 3 hours. So I'm going to go and disappear for 6 hours. Yeah. Good luck. Enjoy. Thank you to everyone that's donated so far. Thank you for all the likes and the comments and just the general chat that's going on. Yeah. See you in a bit.
Cheers, Tom. Take care. See you in and
thank you, Andrew. And Matt's unfortunately muted at the moment. I've just changed the channel permission, so you might have to unmute himself to be able to join this conversation.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for not getting too angry at me earlier in T1.
Oh, yeah. Your settings, it was a bit frustrating. Never mind, we live on. I saw it coming and tried to leave the gap and make a switch back, and by the time we had the door bang, I was like, well, that's me going across the gravel.
Yeah, I apologise for that. I just totally didn't brake. No other thing other than I blame COVID. Because COVID is pretty bad today. Right, I also apologise again for the stream not being quite optimal. I don't know why Race Labs isn't working, but now the camera's on, so that's good. As we see Matt Johnson, he's running away with it with your team there, Andy.
Yeah, he had a really, really good stint. We've just been talking about it, where he's just kept it clean, and I think it's helped with Matt Davis behind us is not used to the Lexus. That's what I was talking about. So he's not had much in the way of practice, and he kept complaining about the brakes. So yeah, you'll get used to that. You have to brake early in the Lexus, but it does have the power to get out the corner and down the straight. So you use it for its main advantages. But no, it's been a good race so far for us. I say, I think only a couple of times I sort of had a half spin at Aqua Minerale, just in these slippy conditions where I've just touched the curb, gone slightly sideways, and had to sort of bail to the concrete on the outside. Thankfully with no track cuts, we're just backing off. We've managed to save some track cuts, so yeah, it's been good. But yeah, Matt's really extended that lead and hopefully puts us in a strong position for by the time Jamie gets in the car, because come the end of this stint we'll be switching over and Jamie will be starting his stint in the car.
Yeah, I mean, you got a very substantial lead there, and Jamie should be able to maintain that without a problem.
We'd hope so. We'd hope so.
The wet conditions do make it a lot more tricky, especially here with the curbs being so slick, and you're encouraged to use them in the dry for sure.
I'm hoping that it will dry out again by the time Jamie gets in the car, so we can get some laps under his belt in the dry and sort of feed his way in, and then if it does rain, we'll deal with it from there.
Yeah. Just have a look at the track map now to see if there's anyone remotely close. So car number 70 versus car 52. That is not for position, unfortunately. But Marcel is in the car, so he is incredibly rapid. So we'll keep an eye on him throughout the stint.
Yeah, unfortunately, Tom was saying he's seen in the chat somewhere that there was an issue with the throttle for Marcel, so they had a 5-minute pit stop. So it's really scuppered them. They're obviously several laps down.
Excellent. I believe that was Matt trying to. Yes, we can hear you now, Matt.
Does it have to be pushed to talk?
No, it doesn't. It shouldn't be pushed at all. Okay.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I'll let you play with the settings.
No, it has to be pushed to talk, it says.
No. I can't play with the settings on this account, but I'll across the later. Meanwhile, talking about settings, how do we get this race apps scrolling thing to work?
Well, it should have been that. So you've got it open, the app itself, and then have you tried refreshing the sources in OBS?
I have.
The only other what else could have done. In Racelabs itself, if you click on like standings or the horizontal standings in the overlays, do they say it's on?
Let's figure that out. Pretty sure it said it was on.
You open and then do a refresh. It might. How was your stint anyway, Mark? Whilst I'm trying to figure that out?
That's okay, I'm just typing a bunch of Z's in the chat for some reason.
Very interesting.
But that's alright.
So, how does this thing say it's on?
Just focusing still on the back of Andy Benton's car, looking at Marcel behind him, so I imagine Andy will let Marcel go at some point soon, because Marcel's a quick driver and they are several laps down. He's not quite fighting that one. I'm just actually putting some more money into just giving myself actually.
How many track cuts did you get?
Just the one. Just the one track actually.
Andy Benton is driving an absolute fantastic race. To be fair, it's well now I jinxed it.
He was right up to that point where he's gone in the gravel, and that's Stephen. Oh, Stephen Powell exit stage right there, or left on the screen. But yeah, Steve followed him into the gravel.
Oh my days, what is happening there? Mayhem.
So yeah, that's one way to let Marcel through anyway. Yeah, I'd say I was just going to update my contributions into the Just Giving cause, and then we shall carry on. But obviously, I just saw Ben Hanks has just been in the chat as well.
So yes, Ben, it's push to talk. But also you're muted and I need to change the settings on this channel. Excuse me. In the meantime,
Yeah,
let's have a look at this.
The donation should be in.
And we have it. It came up.
Excellent.
£30. Thank you very much.
Not a problem. So that gets me up to date with that. Obviously, really good cause to do it for. In fact,
Indeed.
just having a look, the track is due to get... Oh, well, sorry, the rain is going to get lighter in 15 minutes again, so... We'll have changing conditions yet again.
Apologies. There we go.
Just
So
see.
that's the horizontal race app thing, and it's not working.
We'll just stick with what we've got.
Yeah, I'll give up on it for now.
Yeah, stick with what we've got. Looking at Stephen Paul's car there. When are you due back in the car? Do you know?
I am back in after Josh's double stint, but I'm only in for one stint because I appear to have the essential span of a small llama.
Just
You are our lovely goldfish.
Thank you. I like goldfish. Very good band by it. You can check them out.
So only Josh carrying on for a double stint, then, as you say.
Yeah, Matt and Josh are both on double stints.
Okay.
I'm on single stints. Josh wants to take it across the line. Matt was happy to race wherever, as long as it wasn't wet.
That situation changed massively.
It did. Considering most of your stint was wet. Ah, wonderful. Right, so how are we getting on now? So we're just following Stephen Pole.
Yeah,
At the
just
front, 151 for the leader, Matt Johnston, and Team Wellborn here. And then 52 for Matt Davis, and then Corporal Copeland is 153.7.
Yeah, just checking out.
In fact, Harrison with the
Marcel.
153.3.
Yeah, checking out Marcel as well, just for curiosity. But Matt actually still the quickest driver on the grid at the moment, so Matt was able to take a second out of Matt Davis on the last lap alone. So, as we said earlier, he's really extending that gap for us at the front, which is good to see. I've just seen Alex has joined the chat. It's push to talk, I think, Alex.
Oh, is it? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Ah, okay. Hello.
Afternoon.
It's afternoon already.
It is.
I'm losing
afternoon.
track of this day quite a lot. I hear everyone saw Andy's fantastic move of solving the issue of being caught between two cars who's a lap ahead on.
Yeah.
Pump one off, let the other past.
Yeah. One way to get on Marcel's way.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, how are your stints going otherwise?
I think the weather is sort of ruining our plans. We were aiming, without needing to fuel save, we could drag out the stints well enough in the Aston.
Yeah.
But we were having to come in just a little bit earlier each time for the change of weather. So hopefully it'll just stay consistent, and then we can maybe try and drag it out a little bit. It's easier in the wet because you don't burn as much fuel because your laps are slower. But yeah, see how it goes. We started P4. We're still in P4.
Steven off.
Oh,
Yeah, he was. We just saw that momentarily. Just at the chicane at the top of the hill, the Porsche getting a little squirrely. So, are you due in the car next, or is Andy on a double stint?
so this is his second of the double. He's not that far in. Hang on, I'll be able to have a look. Finish review. So he's 13 minutes in, and we can go, yeah, another hour.
Yeah. Nice and comfortable. On
Yeah.
those buttons then. And it's just left the chat for us. So just going to see if I can see any chat actually. Do we have a live chat? To seeing the my phone is behind. I was just trying to have a look at the current live total, so we're up to £607, which is really good.
I think Andy owes a donation. Andy Benton owes a donation now.
Oh, okay. Live chat.
I'll get him to.
Oh, right, I finally got the chat up, so apologies. So I can see Paul's there saying he's going to donate more if Jamie stacks it. Jamie's put, how much do we think bin it for donations? No binning it, Jamie. I'd rather we just stayed comfortably at the front. Tom says, yeah, donate if Jamie takes that one lap lead down to 7. You can all tell me that Jamie's going to do awesome.
Got a good solid lead.
It's definitely not been.
Okay, boys, I'll talk to you later.
See you, Mark.
Catch you later, dude.
Yeah, that's. I'm going to say that's definitely not been part of the strategy. How far can we get ourselves in front?
It's definitely the whole of your strategy.
I'll reach out, mate. It's supposed to be backing you up as a teammate.
Fair, you got a secret weapon of a Matty J. You'll be fine.
Yeah, definitely helps.
Just looking at his last times, they're just way faster. Low 52s. There's a couple high 51s in there as well. How are you, Anne?
Yeah, living the dream. No, honestly, this is fun, but I'm feeling pretty still.
Also, I mentioned that it'd be a shame if he was to ruin the solid lead. Tom, Rick not enjoying the pause doesn't appear so, does it, Tom? He's very, very sideways very often, so...
I don't think anyone enjoys a Porsche.
I think it depends on the conditions. I think the right track and the right conditions, the Porsche can be lovely to drive.
And it's a monster in the wet.
I can just see it squirreling there on the power of that.
We're nearly a third of our way to our goal at the moment, 624 pounds.
I didn't see it. Yeah, thank you
Also coming up to the third for the race in half an hour, if my calculations are correct. Probably not. Yeah.
The 8 hour mark.
Yeah.
So Ben's trying to help join in the chat in the commentary. He's on how this he may come in the chat. Ben's from he does our Wednesday racing with us. The man trying to relate to his
Is he claiming to be poor? I've seen the picture out across his driveway and out towards his neighbours. Definitely no.
With the Ferraris and Maseratis.
Yeah. Harrison has caught up with John Walker. He's looking a bit dangerous, yeah. Someone was saying earlier, we noticed Harrison doing some good times in the wet. Here's the Boatley.
Yeah, it's a good guy. I don't know how much Harrison has put in. I know
Yeah, he's doing well in it. He's right on John.
So we've had, Team Vanderpool put £30 in, and we've had €20 from Matt that can't remember Caleb. So that's Matt putting in. Cheers for that, guys. And Brown via Craggle. There we go. Yeah, some good donations coming. So, say up to £624, which is really good. Bring that already. Everyone a thin monster. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to keep up with all the chat and everything else that's going on. So yeah, the rain is decreasing a little bit. So still gonna have a good half hour or so, I would say. With wet
definitely.
conditions, so.
It says it's gonna die down, but it still shows it's steady enough to keep the track wet. I'd say definitely over the next 15 minutes.
Because I would imagine it's probably still going to have a rain cloud after that 15-minute mark as well.
Yeah, possibly, yeah, definitely.
It's going to keep decreasing, but might get through stim of wet before Jamie jumps in the car. So there we go. Do we know what the official gap is to Matt Davis at the moment?
Hang on, let's get my.
Get the live time and thing up.
No, mine still shows just minus 1 lap.
Yeah.
For Matty J. It is most of a lap. What numbers? He's 23.99. Yeah, so Matt Davies is entering the first chicane now, and Matt J has just crossed the start line behind him to lap. So
I've just brought up the live timing screen that Paul's kindly provided for us. So yeah, Matt is the gap is 100 seconds right now. So yeah, we're not far from that full lap.
Sorry about the cameras, it keeps moving back to Matt Johnston in the first place. I have no idea.
Yeah, so it's just following our car around. Never mind. Have we got any? Is there anyone close on there?
Harrison's only 1.3 behind Ross still, but well, it's looking like less than that. I think 1.3 at the last split. Coming in just behind him into Ackerman Raleigh.
Oh.
He seems to be catching up in that middle sector, and he loses him through the first and third sectors. But it looks like Harrison.
From Marcel, Paul's pointed out, yeah, Marcel is absolute in respect, so it's not a surprise that we'd see him going quick. So unfortunately for them, they're 3 or 4 laps behind, so I don't even think Marcel's going to be able to make that time back.
He's even got a lot of work to catch up with the Nissan ahead. About half a lap's worth.
Yeah, in the Mark Raddenbury, in the Prosper livery Nissan. Mark,
Yeah.
Is he the owner or admin or whatever? Prosper owner?
I believe it's the owner.
owner
Yeah.
of Perception.
Yeah, he runs Positive Perception, his design company. I think he does a lot more than just in-game car liveries. They do a lot of other stuff as well.
Yeah, I know he's doing t-shirts and a few bits and pieces, but
I think he put together a real-life livery for Ram Racing last year as well.
right, okay. Yeah, so those guys have their own leagues and that as well, so we've had some joint collaborations and stuff with Positive Perception, especially with the Pos Slick Boys team endurance that we've been doing, that including the boys as well. But yeah, check them out as well as ourselves, obviously. Big part of the communities. Just thought I'd plug some of our other racing. So we've got, obviously we're doing this charity race on ACC. We do race Assetto Corsa, Competizione and the original game. We do ACC on a Sunday, which is currently the Lamborghinis, the Super Trofeos. I believe, is there 3 rounds left of that?
Yeah, we're halfway, I think.
Yeah, so we've got a few more rounds left of that, and then haven't decided on the next series yet, but we'll start a new series on the Sunday. And we've got 3 more rounds of the Renault Clio Cup on Wednesday night, so Assetto Corsa. We'll then be moving into Ginetta G40s for that championship. Should be good fun. We're using all American circuits for that series, so introducing a load of new tracks to quite a few of the guys, I would imagine, plus some of returning favourites as Am continues to scroll through the different books.
SDK has crashed and it keeps reverting back to Matt Johnston.
Any way to prevent onboards or reduce game volume? Yeah, if you reduce the game volume a little bit, then make it easier to hear us talk.
Young boys do get quite loud. I noticed that when I'm sort of scrolling through, spotting for someone or something. I can hear everyone fine in the chat, and then I jump to the onboard and just get deafened by the game. To be fair, it makes sense because cars are quite loud on the inside.
Right, done.
So unfortunately I have no control over the SDK unless I jump out of the game and jump back in. Which is what I'm going to do.
Yeah,
So-
I was going to say with Josh in the car, you're fine to do it. So.
Take 1 second.
Yeah, but
What, loading up the stream?
Yeah, there we are. Sorry guys, we're back. Hopefully everything has been adjusted. And yeah, back at the action. So now auto camera should be working correctly, and we see Ross being hounded by Harrison Fulton in the Boatley. Both of these cars are pretty good in the wets. Mind you, Josh Copeland's behind. He hasn't really caught up with these guys yet. I wonder what pace they are lapping at. Let's have a look here.
Here we go. I've brought up the stream now so I can see what you see.
Apologies, I need to share it, don't I?
No, yeah, Harrison's sort of been here for a while though. He's sort of between 1.5 seconds behind, right up to being on Ross's bumper. He just can't seem to find a way past. The last lap he had a bit of a chance as they came out of the hairpin, but John squeezed him out quite nicely actually. I thought it was a good defence from John. And then Harrison, in classic fashion, outbraked himself down the hill into the these last two corners they're coming down to now. So I think it'll be more of him over the next lap or two catching up steadily, and then having to look for a way past. But I think, like you said, with Josh coming up behind, that could make it a bit interesting. I've just noticed Mark Raddenbury had dropped out, and he's popped back in, so I think they've had a disconnect as well.
Oh no.
Which does mean Marcel gets that free position back, but yeah, it's unlucky they've been disconnected.
Yeah, that is a big shame. But
yeah, good to see he's back in.
Persevere on. Yeah, it's all
Yeah.
for the kid. The kids.
That's what it's about.
Oh, thank you, Mary Morton-Jones, for your formerly personal. Thank you for your £20 donation. For the kids.
I've just seen the widget when someone donates. That's brilliant.
That's an Andy Wellborn special. Amazing.
Hey guys, I finally made it in.
Hey Ben, how are you?
I was just about to drop in with Tom earlier. We had a power cut, and then thanks to living in the middle of nowhere, there's like very crap 3G. If you stand on the corner of the shed on one leg with a coat hanger in your hand. Just had to wait for it to pop back up.
Sounds very acrobatic. Well done.
I think the stream just caught the tail end of Harrison doing Aqua Minerale fully sideways, and then catching on the exit.
Wow. That's giving Johnny some breathing room.
Yeah.
Back with the leaders in the speedboat view.
So we're also looking at 51.9. Is that still? I'm guessing that's still quicker, apart from maybe Marcel.
Let me bring up the timing sheets.
Marcel's doing 51 flats at the minute.
He is.
Yeah, that is fast. Very
not,
fast.
Not to anyone's surprise. But 5 commentators now, yep. That's what it looks like, Paul.
This is crazy. The sun was out when my power cut, so quite a change of conditions.
Yeah, it's drying up in 15 minutes. Well,
The,
20, well, half an hour maybe.
The track temperature is dropping as well.
Yeah.
So down to 18 ambient and 20 track, so...
And it was a disconnect from Mark Raddenbury.
Yes, it was, unfortunately. The only good thing is that he's the lead driver because his teammates have cleared off for a pit, so he's been left on his own for about the next 3 hours, he reckoned. And yeah, he's had the disconnect, but at least he's jumped back in. Could have been a lot worse.
Andy, this is going to be a really stupid question, but how do you turn on the stream overlays in the race lab? Or do you not have to?
You should do. Shall we jump in another chat and have a look and leave Ben and Alex to have a chat?
Yeah, sure.
And maybe... Oh, no, there's the stream. There we go. I'll bring that up and I can watch as well.
No worries.
Yeah. I think I'm streaming too much. I've got potato vision on that one.
I don't really know what I'm talking about, so you're mostly on your own here.
Brilliant. Yeah, we're still following John Walker. It's probably the closest bit of action on track at the minute, actually. Just behind him on track is Josh Copeland, who's a lap ahead. Then behind him's Harrison. Harrison might be able to use Josh to try and close up a little bit on John, and try and get that position. He's been sat behind John for a while now, looking to get past, but it's just not been happening. Meanwhile, down the bottom, obviously Mark Raddenbury had their disconnect. They're back in now, racing by the looks of it, and all going well. Marcel's still carving up through the order. I say carving up through the order. He's catching up on it very quickly. I can't remember Stephen Pole's brother's name, but he's catching the poles quite steadily, to be honest. He's put Marcel's the fastest on track at the minute by about 9/10, almost a second a lap. So he just needs people to stay out of his way, I guess. Hopefully not get held up too much as he approaches traffic now. And yeah, at the top it's quite steady runnings, really. Matty J's got a good, healthy gap. It's about to become a lap. He's just catching up. Matt Davies ahead. And that'll be to lap the guy in P2, essentially. So that's a good, comfortable lead for those guys. We've all been joking all day about it. We'll see what happens when Jamie jumps in. If that lead can stick.
So how much of a difference does the weather make to these cars? I know typically, I don't do a lot of ACC stuff, but I know typically the cars in the dry, there can be quite a difference in the kind of performance around a lap. But obviously some of them make up for that. Like the Bentley, for example, seems to make up for maybe a bit less outright pace with being fairly solid and fairly long range with a big fuel tank. Does that carry over to the wet weather as well, or does it kind of throw things out?
Yeah, I think certain cars are known as definitely being better ones in the wet, and the Bentley is one of them in the game, which is funny because in real life they're actually not. Because of their weight, they struggle to get them slowed down round corners and struggle to get the front to bite. But in the game, the Bentley does quite well. The Aston's another one. Personally, I don't rate the Lexus in the wet. We really struggled with it a couple weeks ago. I think it was last weekend actually in the SSRI. Well, I struggled anyway. I couldn't really get much time out of it.
I think someone just exited stage left there.
Poles come off, yeah. He's just bumping off the barrier, trying to get himself back on. At the same time, there's a load of action with guys lapping each other, and there's Harrison past John. He's used the traffic and got the moves done. Got a bump off Marcel at the same time. A lot happened there very quickly. Well, if Harrison knows what he's doing now, he'll start to pull out the gap and get moving. Yeah, the wet with the challenge with the GT cars in the wet really is your tyre choices. You've got wets, you've got slicks, and there's the game does generate quite well that grey area between which tyre is best. And it'll give you a little notification to say, you know, wet tyres or slick tyres are now optimum, but there's a lot of room in it depending on how it fits in with your stints and how much time you want to sacrifice. You do really notice it in the times. I think Hey-Ho saw what happened. Steven's asking if there's any damage to his car. Hang on, I'll use my in-game and I'll have a look. Let's see. A few scratches. You haven't got the classic wobbly bonnet or any major bumps, but I reckon you've got some repairs to do in the pits there, Stephen, but I don't think it's going to slow down your brother too much while he's out on track. I don't think that could have gone better for Harrison. He's done really well off that. I might need to poke off soon because I'm not sure how long Andy's got left on his stint. I don't want to leave him triple stinting. Are you able to see everything, Ben, and keep going as best you can?
Yeah, sorry, I had a phone call just then, but I'm back in the room.
No worries. I might need to jump out and just see how Andy's doing on his stint time.
Sure, no worries. I can talk rubbish about something for a bit.
No worries, cool. Right, catch you there.
Okay. So I'm kind of struggling a bit here because I'm on my phone rather than a computer because we have a bit of a lack of internet for some reason, but I'll try and fill in as I can. So it looks like I kind of lost track a little bit, but it looks like Josh is making his way through some back marker guys there. I think Josh has been at sea for a little while, so he just about made it back home straight into the rig and into this race, I think, which is pretty brave going. He's holding his own there in third, which is decent run for that team at the moment.
Apologies, Ben. We're back.
No worries.
We're,
You can start to make some more sense of it than me.
Yeah, it was trying to get some of the overlays, custom overlays have got sort of working in some of the single player race and that, but it doesn't appear to transfer across to the multiplayer, which is a bit annoying, but
Got you.
it is what it is. It's been one of those mornings. I know the last couple of days I've been trialing the entry list and a few bits and pieces, and everything's worked, and then obviously the moment I've wanted it to run for the event, everything's gone to shit and computer nearly crashed, etc, etc. So yeah,
It's always the way it goes with this sort of thing though, right?
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So you
We do
Right.
quite a bit of kind of live video training and stuff at work, and it doesn't matter how many times you test it, it always goes wrong.
yeah, you always end up looking a clown at the front trying to figure everything out. It was like, I promise I did check it and I did test it prior, it's just gone wrong now.
Well, this is my big panic this morning, and that's why I was driving like a complete spanner in stint 1. So I was trying to change cameras and fix the stream while we were racing. It was tricky.
I'm going to use that one on Wednesday. That's a good one.
Part of the reason why I punted Andy was because I was changing the screen camera before going into the braking zone, which is I don't advise. Yeah, and also COVID because it's slippery.
I think people possibly stop using COVID as an excuse these days.
Well, I'm full of it, so.
Okay, you're.
Yeah,
It's it amazes me the number of companies that are still like, yeah, sorry, the phone call's going to take longer than normal because of COVID. I'm like, give me a break.
phone call.
Well, like you phone me,
Yeah.
or like something like that, and they're like, oh, it's hard. We got less staff because of COVID or whatever, and like, probably shouldn't have now.
Yeah, I know. Even Mrs. working at Tesco, she's like, yeah, everyone's off with COVID at the minute, so I don't know.
I think,
I'm surprised she's only had it once.
I think it's pretty rife right now, isn't it?
It is everywhere, unfortunately. But I don't,
Yeah.
somehow I've avoided it. I don't know how. And I say when when Amy had it for 11 days, 12 days, something along those lines. I mean, we did lock her in the bedroom and put a big red X on the door on it, so she could.
That doesn't sound at all dodgy.
Yeah, locked her in there and just catered, but yeah, for some reason I didn't get it, so.
I bet there was an absolute ton of washing up to do after 11 days, wasn't there?
Yeah, just a bit. But never mind. That's what I'm viewing my teammate again on the screen, just having a look, see what else is going on.
Yeah, it seems to be saying as you're in proximity of people.
Yeah, Mark Roddenberry's fairly close, so we've put another lap on him. Real shame that he's disconnected actually there, because they were in 8th place in front of the boys team, the SWMD team, with Chris Rock and Marcel, and it was Jake as well, into the other driver for them.
So if you have a disconnect, is it effectively like you're sat in the pits?
Yeah, essentially you need... it was lucky for Mark that he is the lead driver on the entry list, because say if Matt was to disconnect now for our team, I would have to jump into the game, reconnect, and then Matt and Jamie can come in afterwards. So the lead driver has to connect every time. But yeah, so when Mark rejoined the server, it would have locked his controls down. I would have thought.
Yes, he would have done. Yeah, he would have locked his controls from there.
Yeah, so you sort of get the punishment that you disconnect. You've got to reconnect to the server if your internet's not had any issues, and then sit in the pits for a minute and a half until you can get going again. So
That's pretty heavy punishment around here, especially. It's kind of an extra lap near enough, isn't it?
yeah, exactly. And then by the time you've actually got yourself reconnected and that, it's easily over. You know, you've probably lost 2 laps in that time. So yeah, it's really bad luck. But it's still going, which is good. Obviously doing it for the cause as we are. Is that you flicking the cameras on?
No, that's me flicking with the.
Yeah, it was just suddenly scrolling through all the cameras at like a ridiculous rate. But
That's me playing with the auto tracking. Sorry, I thought I was trying to get it off Matt because you guys are boring in the front, just running away with it.
just wait for Jamie to get in the car. As we say, that's the strategy. It's make as big a lead as we possibly can, and then hand over to Jamie.
When it goes dry.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're just looking, the track is now down, so it's still raining slightly, which will get lighter in the next 5 minutes, but yeah, it doesn't take long. You probably 3 laps, maybe 4, before the tyres have really started to overheat. Might actually be a little bit better this thing, because the track temperature and the ambient has dropped a little bit, so might get away with running those wets just for a couple of laps longer.
I'm guessing it's quite slow with the track temp coming back up after the rain stopped again.
Yeah, and with the in-game time now at 6:20 PM, it's not going to rise considerably. I wouldn't have thought. It's only going to get colder, if anything. But the big difference is the change in the condition. So, as I say, it's currently damp. Once it does stop raining, it will go to greasy, and greasy is very difficult. I think at the cooler temperatures, you probably can run the wet tyre for quite a considerable length of time and be as quick. It's as soon as you sort of go from that greasy into green track condition, that's when you want to be switching over to the slicks.
There's no intermediate option, I guess, or kind of straight
No.
into soft.
No, there's no compound of slick tire. It's just one compound, and yeah, it's wet or slick. There's no cut slick or anything like that. So yeah, you've got to find that right balance for when the switchover needs to come. Oh, as Matt Davis was getting very sideways using the curb on the exit there. Yeah, there's a definite crossover point. We reckon it's around a 148, 149 lap time is about the crossover time where you could probably get away with slicks.
I guess with it going into the later hours and getting colder as well, you're going to have the issue where the offline bits of track are going to stay pretty damp and slippery for a long period, which is going to make overtaking a little tricky as well at times.
Yeah, it's just going to depend on where the rain comes. So if we get another rain spell, as you say, in the later night, you will be better off just staying on that wet tyre for quite a considerable amount of time, because you're quite right, there will be a dry line, but off that dry line it will stay for a little while. It is sped up a little bit because we're running a 2 times multiplier on the time, so that we've got the full 24-hour cycle, so it does speed the process up a little bit. But yeah, traditionally it can stay wet for quite a while actually.
Yeah, 13 people watching on stream. Thank you for sticking with us.
Yeah, definitely not my phone for one of them, but just trying to boost the numbers, help the algorithm and all that.
Help the kids, save the children.
That's the big thing. Where are we at with that right now? So we're at £674 and 44 pence, which
more
is
than a third.
yeah, really good.
Actually, we just picked over a third in the race as well.
Perfect. Really good going. Yeah, was probably not expecting us to get towards the target that we had for last year, just due to lack of numbers on the grid and stuff in comparison, but it's still a really good sum so far for a little community such as ours.
Yeah.
I think it's a good excuse to do a pretty big event, and yeah, any amount raised for any of these charities is great. It's a nice thing to do.
Absolutely. It's I'm going to have to jump in the other chat in a moment to help sort some tyre pressures out, but yeah,
we're on
I
the
think
same strategy, Andy, so we might just have to lose Ben to do it.
Oh, you're going to be alright with that then for 2 minutes?
Yeah, okay. I'll talk about you guys pumping tires up.
The bicycle pumps in the pit lane.
Yeah.
I can hang around for a few minutes. For sure.
Alright, I'll jump in with Jamie, so I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Sure thing, boss. Right. So how's the wonderful world of Ben Hanks today?
Yeah, all right. We got a proper list of stuff to get done this weekend, DIY wise. So any excuse to sit on my ass and watch YouTube is gravely received.
Fantastic. Was this a tactical internet call, blackout as well, with drilling through the internet cable, or?
No. We had a village-wide power cut. I don't know what the hell caused it, but probably one of John's friends putting a plough through an 11 kV cable or something like that. I don't know. We seem to have had more in the last 6 months than I can remember in the last 20 years, to be honest.
Oh, good old first world problems. So you seem to be watching Matt Davies lap an awful lot at the moment. Is this because he's in the closest proximity to anyone else? I wonder if I could bring up the track map.
Is it him catching first, or is it Josh catching him, or?
No, so.
Or is it back markers? Or?
That's true, actually. Is Matt Johnson over a lap ahead? He must be now.
Yeah, he's plus 1 lap, so I guess the leader's the triangle, right? Number 23.
Yeah, we're playing circles and triangles on this. So yeah, triangles everyone's chasing.
Yeah, so I guess he's closest to that Matt Johnson.
Indeed. Any battles close on track? I suppose it's only. Well, I don't think there is.
There's kind of 3 together there, 41, 69, 52, but I think they're fairly spaced out.
Yeah, we're 7 or 8 seconds apart.
Yeah.
So-
It's
Well,
it's tricky when they start to string out, I guess, because with the lower numbers on the track, it's you start to spend a lot of time on your own doing your laps.
Yes, but it's kind of nice for it not to be too hectic. This is a marathon,
Yeah, definitely.
not a sprint. Although some more action on track would be pretty good. We're waiting for someone to fall off. I don't know if we can see that.
Was that a commentator's curse? You
Yeah, maybe.
watching the times now.
Let's just say someone's doing really well. Okay, Matt Johnston's doing really well.
No, normally that gets said about me like 30 seconds before I bin it.
In fact, let's catch up with the leader. That's not the leader. That's Josh Harrison, Johnny Walker, Andy Benton, Stephen Pohl, and Matt Johnston, who's carrying no damage, so it didn't work. It's the fastest Summerfields driver I've ever seen, anyway.
It's a little it's a little alien to me. ACC. I'm rarely available on Sundays, so I've never joined you guys for it. But the whole damage thing, the strategy thing, everything else is quite a leap from AC on a Wednesday night.
It is, and you learn very quickly because you will stack it. So stacking is just part of ACC.
Ah, okay. I was just jumping back into the conversation, so apologies.
Nobody has stacked it. We're just tempting fate.
I'll pause during the chat as well.
Hello.
Josh needs to speak to you.
Here we go. All right, in a bit,
Go
boys.
on.
Was that the commentator's curse?
He wants tyre pressures sorting out. That's what he wants. I would imagine, because the track is ticked over to the rain has stopped, so we've obviously got the overcast conditions. The track is still damp on the conditions at the minute, so as we was talking about not that long ago, it probably will hold a bit of water for a few laps. Certainly the slicks will be going on sooner rather than later, and we'll have a driver change over to Jamie as well.
So in terms of tire pressures, are you guys setting pit strategy kind of thing ahead of a pit stop to change tires and make sure your pressures and that are set for the temperatures and conditions you've got?
Exactly. So Frank has got a nice little spreadsheet that he built for the endurance racing that we do with SSRI. So myself, Alex, and Anne are in that team. And he's basically designed this spreadsheet so that it actually allows for everyone's offsets with the tyre pressures. So obviously, as you can imagine, with everyone's slightly different driving techniques and styles, you have that little bit of difference in tyre pressures given the same conditions and setup. So it doesn't normally vary a lot, but it just depends on each driver, and the tyre pressures are so critical in this game to get right. In the dry, you're looking at 27.5 to 28 psi all round, whereas in the wet it is 30 to 31. But you stray outside of those ranges and it makes a huge difference to the handling, the characteristics of the car, tyre wear, everything. So it's good to get it in the right range. But so what we've done with this spreadsheet is you can set out a number of base pitch strategies, and each one that we've got set up is to sort of conditions we would expect in the race. So, for example, strategy number 4 for us is an air temperature of 20 and a track temperature of 24. And then we have, so I'm the baseline driver for this setup. I've got my tyre pressures set in there, and then we can adjust the track temperature and the driver, and it will spit out the adjusted tyre pressures for that person in those conditions. So it's a really good tool actually, and it does work well.
This is where, for me, who's kind of always stuck to AC on a Wednesday, going into ACC is a massive jump, and there's a huge gap between me doing a few laps on public servers and things from time to time, and you guys who do this kind of every weekend and have your strategies and your spreadsheets and your kind of
I mean, to be fair, the spreadsheet for these strategies and stuff, it's only for these big endurance races. It's really not crucial for our normal Sunday racing. You know, with most Sunday races, I think maximum stints tend to be about 90 minutes, if not 80 minutes. And you can pretty much get away with doing it on a tyre set, or if you do change tyre set, the weather condition tends to be fairly stable across that entire race. So once you've done, if you've got time to actually do some practice prior to the event, you can normally get yourself a good baseline set of pressures and then just run that. So I know what you mean. It's definitely more involved. It's not a set of course, a touring car style racing where you can more or less just jump in on the night and get somewhere relatively close to your ideal sort of times. It does take work. It is part of the fun.
I think the only time I've seen tyre strategy tried was with the V8s that we ran in the last series. I don't remember which track it was, but Josh, who was my teammate in that series, realised you could go into the pits absolutely flat out, and the computer would just sort you out and put you in a pit box. And the tyres were going off after about 8-9 laps, and I think we were running about 12 or 14. But in the race, he went into the pit box absolutely flat out, misjudged it a little bit, and ended up spinning about 15 times and straight out the other end. Lost his like, went from kind of like third to dead last, and was still on the knackered tyres, which were then completely red because they'd kind of been sideways all the way through the pits. Yeah, other than that, like you say, it's kind of blow them up and go for it.
Yeah. Paul's waving off the spreadsheets. He just put spreadsheets pad. I think Paul's more of a fan of winging it. You can wing it. I mean, to be fair, like with my first wet in this race, I just winged it with pressures because, to be fair, most of the time, if you run 27.5 cold PSI, it tends to put you in the right sort of range for wet. Give or take a little bit, but yeah, the dry pressures are definitely more critical, I would suggest.
Paul's a complete tyre nerd though, right? So he probably just telepathically sends his pressures.
Yeah, he just knows. Got a sixth sense for it. And they do happen to be Pirelli tyres on these cars as well, so...
There we go. I don't think he's enjoying the Michelins on the Clios at the moment.
Yeah. We're, as I say, just looking at Andy running around, we're obviously looking from the rear wing on the stream, but you can see he's moving across to find them damp patches, so the track has actually changed and ticked over to greasy conditions now, so you can just see that dry line forming, and he'll keep switching over on the straights and trying to find those damp patches just to keep the temperature down.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's like keeping the temp down in the wets to keep that stint a bit longer.
Yeah, so it just works out. The further you can get in, the better. I mean, I think what Alex was alluding to earlier, without trying to reveal his strategy, is something we was looking at. If it would have been a full dry race, then we'd have probably got away with doing 10 stops. So you can save a couple pit stops just with obviously running in different maps and doing a little bit of lifting and coasting just to save that little bit of fuel, which, to be honest, in the Aston isn't a problem. The Aston is very good on fuel, so they probably didn't need to do much in their car. In the Lexus, it was borderline. I think I was not far off hitting the target fuel consumption in the first stint, but when we was sort of weighing up the pros and cons of lifting and coasting and trying to save that little bit of fuel, it was losing too much lap time. So that's why we kind of took the decision in that first stint was we're just gonna still running a conservative engine map, but get the maximum out of it, or try and get the maximum out of it, and just try and build up the lead, which is thankfully what we managed to do.
So how much notice of the weather do you guys get? Do you have like a sort of 2-hour forecast, or do you know what it's going to be for the entire race?
It's literally what we're seeing on screen, so it's about that 15 minutes. Which
okay, so there's no kind of there's no sort of fake pit crew who have got a weather forecasting capability or anything supporting you?
No, unfortunately, I think it is something that would be good for the games. So because we're on the ×2 multiplier, it's down to 15 minutes. If we ran on a normal timing, just a normal standard time, it gives you half an hour. So you tend to have a decent sort of forecast. The real issues come, there's a setting for weather randomness, so it's out of 7 for some reason, but basically I've set it for 2 for this event, thinking that it should be fairly stable throughout, which, to be fair, the periods of rain and dry that we've had have been sustained for a good hour or so, which isn't too bad. You can manage that. But some of the races that we've tried in recent past, they've set the weather randomness higher than that, and you're looking at sort of full wet to full dry every 15 minutes or so, and it's just got absolutely silly because you're just constantly in and out of the pits, changing tyres and trying to...
Yeah, I guess if it's a bit random, then there's a slight element of luck in terms of how that weather changes relative to your planned pit stops and things. But if it's all over the place, then it's kind of a bit of a chaotic situation, especially if people are suddenly getting wet and picking up a lot of damage.
Yeah, it took the fun out of it. Like where we're at now has that right balance, because everyone's obviously going around the track at the minute. That dry line is there, and it's just a case of knowing when to make that pit stop. But like you see in the real race, in the Formula 1 stuff, they're all, especially when you've got the top few teams, if they're close together, they're like sort of goading each other into, go on now, do another lap, and they don't want to be the one to make the call. They're always trying to sort of see where that overlap is, and it's where you in these races, obviously see Matt's coming in now, so I would say that's probably scheduled actually with the fuel stop as well. That's worked out pretty well, and I think Matt Davis is coming behind him as well, so the two leaders are coming into the pits and they'll be going on to the dry.
I guess that's, you mentioned earlier the amount of time that a pit stop absorbs. If you can avoid 1 or 2 pit stops, then it's a huge bonus. But I guess if you're running longer and you get caught by the weather, then that strategy goes out the window.
Yeah. So if you, it's what we had in the SSRI race that we did a couple of weekends ago, where we knew that we could save a pit stop in the race comfortably, and we actually maximised the first stint. So we started 22nd out of 37 entries because it was a wet qualifying session, and probably didn't get the maximum out of it. And anyway, when we started the race, and I was on slicks, and it rained quickly, like quite early in. I think it was 10 or 15 minutes into the race. But oh no, sorry, probably a bit longer than that. It was probably 3/4 an hour in. But we was looking at making, I think it was 70 minutes on a stint to make sure that we saved that pit stop at the end. Quite a lot of teams actually pitted for wet tyres early, and we elected to stay out, and it actually gained us loads of time because a lot of people went too soon. I was able to match the lap times, if not better, on the slicks on a damp circuit than the guys switching over to the wet. So we got ourselves up into like a net P5, and then we was able to just hold that position for a good long while. Unfortunately, it sort of played out again a bit later on because the weather kept changing around quite often. But yeah, certainly in the stable conditions as it is now, it should be pretty good. You can't say you can make it work to your advantage if you can get the tyres to stay up to temperature, especially the slicks on a greasy track. If you can keep the pressure and heat in them, then you're golden.
Yeah, I suppose it's not only can it add a pit stop early if you're planning on going long, but I guess when you get a bit further into a longer race like this, if the weather change falls pretty much when a bunch of other people are planning to pit anyway, then it's like a double.
Yeah. The big thing, I know when the first race we did at Silverstone, again we managed to save a pit stop within the 6-hour period, and it stayed dry the whole race, but we was able to run with a good lap time whilst saving fuel. We just put the map up a little bit, so you've got, well, in the Lexus there's 5 engine maps, so number 1 being the most aggressive. Map 3 that we was using is basically it doesn't use quite as much fuel as Jamie goes off through the gravel, so he needs to just steady himself into the stint. But yeah, there's a bit more of a progressive throttle. It's not as the actual map is not aggressive on the throttle in 3, but you can run within a couple tenths of probably your ultimate lap time. So it was really advantageous for us to do that because, yeah, I would say we managed to save a pit stop overall, but it depends on the circuit. But normally you're looking at sort of 60 to 80 seconds on the pit stop, I would say, that you save overall.
That's kind of my tactic on a Wednesday night, although obviously there's no fuel maps and things, but is try not to crash and hope that everybody else does.
yeah, hope everyone else starts sending it on each other.
Well, I tend to come down on a setup that is maybe not quite as quick and aggressive, but it's a little more forgiving, and I can kind of consistently run around about, within a couple of tenths of my best lap time. So I don't necessarily qualify amazingly, but I can run fairly consistently in the race, and so provided people bin it,
yeah,
I can make up a few places and hopefully kind of keep ratcheting that up towards the reverse grid. So
yeah, I think that's what's worked well in our SSRI championship so far, where we've done the same thing. Like, we've not had the ultimate pace overall, which probably isn't helped with everyone using the the M4 and the Audi and stuff now, which are the quickest cars in the game. I don't think there's any sort of debating on that. But yeah, I think a lot of other teams have ended up sort of making mistakes, or I think just overdriving the car too much. A lot of these races that we've been doing, 6 hours, 8 hours, etc. They're racing them like it's a sprint race, so it's just silly. We're just, every time we've done it, it's like, okay, so if someone's catching us up quite rapidly, just let them go. It's like, don't battle them, just let them go, and try and stick with them and follow them, and you'll save time overall. Because if you start battling, you're just costing both cars time.
Yeah. So on that, who are the two guys that we're watching? Because I don't see anybody who's actually really racing against each other at the moment.
No, I think everyone's fairly spread out. I say, unfortunately, that's with it being such a low grid. Oh, Mark's brake pedals died, and he's out. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, so that on screen was Dan Lewis, and that's Marcel that's just gone past him. So Marcel is a couple laps down on Dan Lewis.
Okay, so he's unlapping himself.
Yeah, but he's Marcel is proper alien spec. Oh, is he? I say that, and he goes very sideways. He's somehow caught it.
There's that commentator's curse we were talking about.
Yeah, always happens. But yeah, he did well to catch that. But yeah, Marcel is normally a good a second to a second and a half faster than myself and Ant and that on a lap. So he's proper fast.
It's nice to see it working on somebody else, to be honest. It's normally me when I'm watching the streams back. I'm like, shut up.
But yeah, so he just backed out of that. I think he'll probably have another look soon, try and make his way back up. So they lost a load of time earlier as well, I believe, with a throttle issue for Marcel. So they lost some laps with him stuck in the pits.
It's tough because obviously everybody wants to race, but probably the best strategy there is let him go. If he's a second and a half quicker, because you're kind of slowing yourself down, trying to hold it back.
Yeah, especially when he's several laps down. I think he's 3 laps down on that car. So yeah, you're better off just letting him go, because he's not going to run the rest of this race. He's still got his teammates to get in that car. So it's done wide on the exit there. You could see how slippy it still is on the curbs.
Yeah, as soon as you get off that drive, it's pretty tricky.
As Marcel sends it down the inside, he's not able to make it stick, and he's on the curb. You could see the car again, so it's still really greasy and slippy on them curbs. So just have a look at how is everyone getting on in terms of lap time. So Jamie's doing well, actually. He's extending that gap over Dan Lewis. So I think Josh is the fastest car, probably, other than Marcel at the moment, who's stuck. Yeah, it looks
I think these guys scrapping is really helping everybody out.
Yeah, definitely. It's I think it's going to bring Josh and that into play. I want to see where...
Is that Josh just in the background that you can see on the track map?
I think it is. That's what I'm just trying to have a look. I think he's 5 seconds.
Yeah,
it is. That is.
Yeah, so he's really catching them quite quickly.
Craig saying Harrison pretty speedy on these dead wets. So where is Harrison? He is in 5th place. Or has he changed tyres now? I'm guessing he's changed tyres, because that looks like an outlap time that he's just had. Oh, is that Marcel off again?
It looks like he had a bit of a wiggle. He's dropped a bit, but not loads.
Wonder if he's trying to extend the stint, maybe? I didn't see if he'd pitted for tyres or not on that time through. Yeah, Josh is definitely catching. We'll have a look at the lap times when they come through.
Yeah, it looks like he's caught up about 2 seconds in the last lap or so. He's definitely closed it up.
So as they're going to go across. So that was a 46.7 from Dan Lewis this time round. It was a 45.7 from Josh. So yeah, Josh second a lap faster at the moment. So they're both. Well, Josh is 2 seconds quicker than Jamie in the lead at the moment. Dan a second faster, but they've obviously got that 1 lap and a bit advantage. So there's plenty of gap there still for the moment. Whereas Alex McGee's in the 48s as well. So currently Josh is the quickest man on the track. Just trying to keep an eye whether Mark was able to oh, just looking at Mark, so he's saying a wire's come off his potentiometer on his brake, and he hasn't got his soldering iron nearby, so he can't even get himself fixed.
Twist and tape. Yeah, these guys are starting to close up again. I think Marcel's getting back on the back of Dan, and Josh is squeezing them up too. So this could be a bit of a cluster, or it could be a kind of exciting bit of push and shove coming up in another lap or two.
Yeah, so Paul has said that Marcel did stop, so he is on the slicks.
So has he done a double stint then?
It might even be a triple stint, I think, for Marcel.
I guess it's kind of frustrating for him if he's trying to put the times in to get back up the board before he kind of tags in one of his teammates, and he's kind of a bit trapped at the moment.
Yeah, he's obviously trying to be careful so he doesn't take out Dan Lewis. He needs to make the move cleanly, but
so, I mean, that's closed up completely now. And to hear about 4 laps ago, Josh was just about on the track map as they came through that hairpin. So
yeah, so Stiggles is commenting. So Marcel is on a double currently. He's not planning on going for a triple. So yeah, he's on. Oh, he's gone wide again there. Just saw on the camera at Piratella. So he's definitely pressing on. Oh, as Dan goes wide over the curves, that's going to lose him time, but he manages to regather it. And in the meantime, here comes Josh to Marcel.
Yeah, Josh has sent it.
Yeah, Marcel has moved aside. Is he going to let him through?
No, I don't think so.
Like it.
It's going to be a tricky line out of there, though, I think. Josh is going to
wide. I was going to say he's going to have to let Josh through now. So there we go. So I think, was that Marcel weaving? I think he's trying to get some temp in his tyres.
Yeah, so this is going to be an actual 4 position now between Josh and Dan. So,
and just watch the auto camera bot will just change it over to someone else.
Yeah.
Icing up. Yeah, that gap shrunk significantly to where we're at. So
yeah, it's about a second a lap still, isn't it? So he's closing that up.
Yeah, it was a 46.5, plays a 45.8, so it was a decent lap from Jamie as well at a 46.8, so not losing too much time to Dan, which is good to see. He's keeping it on the circuit.
Yeah, I can't believe you just said that, but
yeah, have faith. Jamie's been my teammate in plenty of these now. I know we can do it. There's Josh in the fuckload of cutlery team car. Oh, That's going to be.
This is going to get spicy, isn't it?
Yeah, that's going to be a track warning, I believe, for Dan Lewis there, because it sounded like he kept his foot in it when he went wide, so it will give a track cut warning. You get 3 warnings before it gives you the penalty, so your 4th track cut will give you a penalty, which is a drive-through. And again, because of how long the pit lane is and the speed, it costs
Yeah, that's a big punishment.
It costs you a lot of time. You literally go through at 31 miles an hour, so it's
Ouch. Yeah, that's a really fast section of track as well along there, isn't it? So
yeah, I was going to say, you can
everyone
see how
else
long
is
the
like
pit lane is as well, because here's the pit entrance, so you sort of brake in there, and you're making your way all the way along here, and
it doesn't come out until right at the bottom. Yeah.
So, yeah, if you get a drive-through around here, that's going to cost you a good 40 seconds or so.
Yeah, everybody else is like flat out as well when you're rejoining, which sucks. So
Oh, Dan's got it messy. Here comes
that's
Josh.
it. He's gone.
He's going to send it, is he? He has.
Apologies,
Dan's back
that wasn't
now.
me
For what?
changing the cameras.
No, it's fine. Fine. We saw the move. Dan got it wrong, dropped a couple tyres into the gravel. He was very close to Josh on the
Yeah,
on the apex of the corner there, but
I think Josh did well to get that move done kind of like ahead of the corner. I thought it was going to be like a poke out the inside at the apex, but he managed to get through there. So
yeah, he managed to get that good run coming out of the first chicanes, and yeah, Dan compromising his run. It did look as though he just backed out a little bit, to be fair. He probably thought, just let Josh come through and then try and follow him. So that is a change for position.
That is.
Let's see. So that's your team back up into second hand.
Yeah.
and it'll be interesting to see now as well, Marcel kind of back on the back of Dan, whether he's gonna kind of push to get past again.
Yeah, he's got Marcel.
I wonder whether he saw Josh coming and thought, I'll let Josh go,
Get on with
and then
it.
try and follow him through, or at least kind of wait until he's and out of the way, and then kind of go back at it again.
Oh, just seen. Hi, that Lou guy. It's yeah. Tom's not in the commentary at the minute. He's gone off for a few hours, so I'll just put back to Jamie. So, or is that you playing with?
No, it's the camera's going again, even though I've got it turned off. But it seems to have something stuck in the register, and it just ticks away until it wants to change for no reason.
Right. Okay. I've just seen their email actually. 3 Cornettos insurance. So another nice reference then. And you need Matt needs info apparently.
Matt.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm guessing.
His info is that I'm in next for double stint.
Oh, you double stinting.
Well, I missed my last stint apparently, so yeah, I've got to make up for it. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Don't punch that time card. Oh, listen, I'm gonna have to drop out, guys. It's about time I want to wake my boy up, otherwise he ain't gonna go to bed tonight. But I will try and drop back in again later and join in again then.
Perfect. Thanks for coming in, Ben. No chat.
Thank Ben. Yeah, take care.
No worries. Great work, guys. It's a hell of a thing. What's the money up to now?
We're at £674, so
Yeah, my computer's crashing.
That's a cracking effort.
yeah, it's great. So thanks, and maybe speak to you later then.
Yeah, sounds good.
Cool. Cheers.
Take care, Ben.
And you are desperately wanted in the chat. They're screaming for you, so I would go
Alright.
and speak to them.
Take care, stream.
Yeah, I'll stay in for a bit. So, just me, if people want to carry on speaking. The stream machine is about to catch fire. Yeah, probably. So we're just having a look. Marcel's still struggling to find a way past Dan Lewis. Oh, he looks to the inside there. Just as the move's being made, the camera bot's deciding to run away with itself. So apologies for that. We're now looking at Jamie. I'm going to say Dan Lewis did go slightly wide, it looked like. And Marcel was looking to take advantage, but no such luck. Stroll cameraman, yeah, looks like that, Craig. As soon as anything's happening, it's and let's go away. Looking at my teammate currently, who he's doing a good job to be fair to him. What was his lap times like? Yeah, he's losing second and a bit to car behind at the moment, but we've still got big advantage overall. Everything all right, Ant?
Yeah, everything is fine. Thank you very much.
We're all there screwing. Yeah. Well, actually, Josh not as good at lap that time round, so
the camera seems to be cycling on boards now.
yeah, it's just it just had a bit of a moment where it just decided to absolutely spam through quite a few cameras, but yeah, we'll see. You can just about make out on the bonnet of our car there. That's actually the tow truck service that's in Hot Fuzz. So,
Brilliant.
yeah, there's a lot of subtle references on our car as well as the obvious Summerfield one. But yeah, I actually paused the film at the part where they're sort of driving past the tow truck and managed to get a picture of, well, sorry, I took a still of the logos and stuff that was on the truck and then recreated them for the car. And also, you're probably not going to be able to see it on the stream, but on our car, up the A pillars of the car, there's a load of laurels on it, and they all say the village of the year. So it's all the times they won the village of the year.
That's quite inventive. Well done.
I also had to create the Sanford Citizen logo on the side of the car.
Cool, that's a nasty way to go.
So,
why does it keep cycling through these cameras?
as you see, Marcel's still not been able to make that move.
No, he's not. I mean, Dan Lewis is no slouch.
No, but
Marcel
Excuse
is alien spec.
He's obviously wanting to make a clean move of it, but he's going to have a chance now, surely. Oh, Dan sort of all over the place. Marcel will be on the inside.
He's not going to yield, is he?
No, he will not yield. He's just costing himself time. I'm surprised Matt or Joe haven't told him to just go.
Yeah.
Because he's 3 laps down on that car, so he might as well just let him go. Because Marcel is absolutely rapid, and we know he can do the same sort of lap times as what Josh is doing if he gets clear air.
So we've lost number 750, have we?
Yeah, Mark's potentiometer, the wires snapped off it on his brake.
That's alright, Matt. Dan's gone round now.
He's done well to hold that as much as he did, to be fair, so...
It reverts back to the onboard cameras.
Yeah. Sorry we're not as slick and pro that we had a full broadcasting team ready for the day, but it is what it is.
Yeah, many of us are driving, so...
Exactly. Which is kind of why I'm going to need to jump out at some point in the next hour or so, I think, because I'm going to want a bit of a leg stretch from that before I get in the car from the double stint.
Are you double stinting also, Andy?
Yeah, I'll be double stinting again, so I did the double stint at the start, and then there's probably going to be another double stint for me. I think we're just going to see what happens with Jamie in terms of the weather and that, I think.
Okay, I'll see you up the inside of T1 again then.
Not if I see you first.
So what I might do is, before my stint starts, is sort these cameras out, which may mean I need to restart ACC again.
Okay, that's fine.
Unless anyone else is willing to host. Yeah,
I
please.
would offer if I wasn't going to be driving.
Exactly, yeah, that's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'll put it on my big PC if that were the case.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't, unfortunately I don't have Amy's computer set up for it as well, otherwise I could have potentially set it up on there already. Oh, yeah. Shouldn't be yawning yet, that's not a good sign.
We're not even halfway through.
I know, it's not good. It's 3 o'clock, coming up to 8 PM in-game time, so track down to 17 degrees, getting cold.
With the cloud cover, it might not get below 16, so we can only hope and dream.
Yeah, I think I have seen the server tick to 13 in the practice, but we should be alright. I'm hoping that things are a little bit more stable. I'm guessing it is going to rain again at some point, but I'd like it if it did just extend out a little bit rather than being every hour. But I know it's sort of realistically in game, it's classing it as every 2 hours with the multiplier.
Let's see. Yeah.
So at least it's, as we've been talking on the stream, it's a lot more stable than what we've been running in.
Yeah, it's kind of what you expect on a showery day, right?
Yeah.
Not like the what was the not the SSRI, although that one was a bit mental last time out.
ERS.
The VRS. Oh,
ERS at here at Imola, actually. Yeah, which was
that was quite mental.
Ridiculous, where you had about 15 minutes of each condition.
Yeah, and it wasn't even worth changing tyres. You just drove around in your slicks because what was the point?
Yeah. Oh dear.
But that was a learning experience.
It certainly was. Just keep an eye on.
Oh look, we're over 33% of our goal.
Yeah, we're at 33%. So I don't know if anyone new has come into the chat or not, but we do have a link for the charity in the description. Please do give as generously as you can. It's for an absolutely brilliant cause at the end of the day, with Young Lives versus Cancer. I think we've sort of spoken about it briefly before. You know, most people unfortunately go through life with knowing someone that has to battle with the illness, and especially with young kids, it couldn't be. It's obviously a terrible situation to be in. So to have a charity such as Young Lives vs Cancer, who are able to offer support in multiple different ways, financially as well as physically, or mental health. There's all sorts of services that they provide. So it's a really, really good cause to get involved with.
Yeah, well said, Andy. Second that.
And obviously, ultimately, that's why we are doing this. Unfortunate that it's a small grid, but we've still got sort of 3 or 4 drivers in each car, so there's a decent participation in terms of the drivers themselves. It'd have been nice to have had a few more on the grid, but I think it's just not fallen right. I know there's a few guys that would have been involved, but they're at Brands Hatch today watching Real Life GT World Series, and a few other absentees that probably would have been involved, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't take away from it. It doesn't take away from what we're doing. And the fact that sort of our small community is able to raise the money that we are raising, I think it's a really good effort on everyone's part.
Yes, absolutely. Not much else to say other than that, really. You hit the
No.
nail on the head. Although that is a very dirty Porsche.
Yeah, it's obviously seen quite a few gravel traps. That doesn't look damaged. It just looks dirty.
Looks like a winter runaround, doesn't it, with all the crud on it?
Yeah, yeah. The kind of person that I hate in real life because they've clearly got loads of money and can't be asked to wash the car. No respect for it. I'm saying it's cooling down massively in the chat. Yeah, we just commented on that not long ago, Tom. It certainly is cooling down. Wonder how James is getting on with those tyres. Hopefully the pressure's pretty good. Jamie's pace is actually pretty good, Tom.
Yeah, I'll say that.
I'm just looking at the last lap time, or last time through. Jamie was 0.6 slower than Josh, but Josh is currently he's not quite the quickest car on the grid. Alex McGee actually set the fastest. Marcel set the fastest time last time through, which you would expect. Alex McGee was just off that. And then we're looking at sort of Jamie and Josh. So
he's going to maintain that lead, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's certainly maintaining the pace. Just dropped to the 46 flat there. I think I did see a slight mistake where he got a little bit sideways there, but maintaining his own. We've got still got that big gap at the front, and he's a good way through this stint now.
Yeah, I wonder how many track cuts people have got. Have you explained about the track cut penalties yet? And donations towards Young Lives versus Cancer?
Yeah, well there's that is something some people have been running. Oh, as Jamie goes wide. Come on, Jamie. We've been bigging you up. Let's
Commentator's curse.
Yeah. So there's quite a few guys that have agreed that every track cut that they get, they're going to donate some money to the cause. So, I mean, some people are as high as about a £5 a track cut, was it?
Yeah, I think we're on a £5 a track cut, yeah.
Right, okay, so some people may be committing quite a bit of money at the end of this, but my contribution I put in was probably track cut and quite a bit more on top of that. I put an initial donation in just to get the ball rolling the other day, but put my extra amount in. Hopefully I don't get too many more track cuts or anything, but I'm sure we'll see how the totalizer runs throughout the rest of this race, and maybe stick a little bit more in if we need just that little bit more to get to the target or something.
With Dave Rose in the car now for
that's
the
his
Bentley
first,
boys.
Going well in 5th place.
They are
those
indeed.
Guys in front of John Walker and Ross Parker.
So Ross Parker and John Walker are a duo, aren't they?
Yes, they originally was going to have John Armstrong in the car with them, who's he's actually a rally driver, like full blown. He's in the Junior World Rally Championship, I believe.
Oh wow.
He did win the Dirt Rally 2.0 like esports World Championship in 2018, I want to say, something like that. So he's clearly someone who's not a stranger to sim racing, obviously on the rallying side of things rather than GT racing, but we'd imagine his skills would come across quite nicely. So if it
handy with a wheel,
if it does show his car, you will see there is some John Armstrong rally stickers and that on the car. But I think it's going to be just John and Ross racing in that car today.
Let's see if we can have a look here.
Yeah, there he is.
There you go, the JA on the sides.
Yeah, there's a few of them on that car.
Very good. Well, these guys are going to be caught by Marcel with not that long to go. So Marcel is over a lap behind, actually.
Yeah, so Marcel will catch them, but yeah, they've still got quite a way to be able to get back onto the tail of them on the same lap. Marcel will be coming in for a driver change at the end of his stint, so it'll either be Chris or there's 3 other drivers for them, isn't there? So it's either Chris, Jake, or Stiggles. Do we know what's Stiggles' actual name?
It's not Stiggles, I know that. Thank you. Do you know? I don't know. Maybe if he's in the YouTube chat, he can.
Yeah, can we have your actual name?
Unveil. I'll have a drum roll for it. So we've had to pay some donation balance for the wonderful livery that has been made for was it Team Brownland? 3 blokes and a F-load of cutlery.
Yeah, 3 blokes and a load of cutlery. That's
because I don't know if you can just see it, but there's a fantastic picture of Josh on top.
Oh yes, there is. Yeah. Oh, we're gonna do.
Oh, I couldn't. You roughly got an idea. The auto camera's kicked in again, even though they're not actually on.
Oh, okay. Well, yes, there is a picture of Josh on the roof of the car.
So you can get a helicopter view. There he is.
Yeah.
Getting ready to serve his canapes.
And his flutes of champagne.
One of those weird ones without the little base on the flute at the bottom as well. So you have to constantly hold your champagne glass.
Yeah, you can't put it down. Coming up to the 5-hour mark into the race. Just had a look at the timer and it sort of caught me out there. I was just like, oh yeah, almost 5 hours in.
Not even halfway, ladies and gentlemen.
When you put it in that perspective.
Yeah. It's been a long struggle already, I feel. But it's for the kids.
It's been good for us. Jamie's back in the mid-45s, so I'm happy with that. It's not going to rain, apparently. Not for the moment, anyway.
Not for the moment. We'll do the Tom Sinkins prediction of next stint, 5 minutes to the hour.
Let's see, is there any... doesn't look like there's any messages are out coming through to me, which was something I was just going to be a little bit wary of. Because I didn't...
Oh, did you see Marcel drop it at Aqua Minerale?
Ooh, God, he was close on the exit as well then. Yeah, the track's still green, so it's not even ticked over to pasture. Oh, as Marcel's wide again there.
Maybe he's starting to suffer with tyres. He's probably been pushing quite hard.
Yeah, I don't know what his experience is with the Lexus as well, because he normally drives the Bentley. Is it? I think he normally drives the Bentley.
I think it's pretty handy in most things.
Oh, I'm not suggesting he won't be quick in this car. It's just I don't know what running he has done in the Lexus.
What I was meant to say was I think I've seen him in other cars as well, and he's been very quick. But yeah, Bentley, I suppose. The Lexus doesn't drive too much different from the Bentley. It's crap on the brakes. It's got a good front end, and it oversteers like hell on the outs of corner. So,
unless you use one of your setups, which are stable as hell,
or understeer as hell, depends who you talk to.
I would say ours is pretty damn good. It's I've essentially used your base with a slight tweak, but when I say a slight tweak, it is minor. So
this is about the children. You should not have children in your car. No minors, please.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was a terrible joke. I blame COVID.
I was going to put a joke about Jamie in there, so not on this stream.
So 14 people still watching. Thank you very much. One of them is definitely not me.
one of them's definitely not me as well. Gotta do something to get that algorithm up. Have you liked the streaming? That's the
I have liked the stream.
Yeah.
Two separate accounts.
Ooh, check you out.
That means that some of the 14 people watching have probably not liked the stream. Please like the stream, everyone.
Yeah, please like and subscribe. Get involved in the chat. And see Josh getting back on the lead lap soon.
Yeah, I don't think Jamie's going to be too kind and letting him past. What do you reckon? What are the team orders there?
I think Jamie will be sensible and let him go, to be honest.
But he is a racer, though, isn't he?
He is, but I think we have discussed it sort of through the race and that so far, that there's no point in, slowing ourselves up and getting involved in a battle, potentially, having an incident, causing damage, etc. We've got a big lead, it's a lap and 4 seconds as it stands. You can afford to let Josh go. Yes, Josh is gaining a good amount of time, but, we're going to get to the end of the stint. There's going to be driver change to that as well, so I think it'd be silly to throw caution to the wind and defend too hard.
Interesting, actually. I've just seen the times tick over. It looks like Stephen Poll is catching Marcel. Only by a few seconds over the last few laps, but I wonder if Marcel's had another incident.
Yeah, I was going to say the last lap times through, Marcel was 9 tenths quicker, so he's probably not needed a bit. But yeah, I do wonder if Marcel had a bit of a moment again, because you could see it kept going a little bit wide every now and again.
Yeah. And how's Dan Lewis settling into his stint? 13.8 behind Josh now.
Yeah, he struggled at the start. He's actually doing sort of mid-45s at the minute, so he's not too bad. But he's certainly not
Yeah. Josh's last one, a mid-44, so...
Yeah, Jamie got
finding his legs.
45.1 actually, so Jamie set a really good lap time for himself.
Everyone wave at Dave.
Yep. Hope you all wave it. That definitely wasn't hilarious, and almost made our day down at Castle Coombe. Watching wave back to us.
Just make sure you pick the right day, Jamie?
Yeah, so just looking at them times, so Jamie was only, that was 7 tenths that time through, but considering he'd been running nearly a second slower than that, all the 5.1s were really good for him, so I'm hoping that he can keep that up, whatever he did different on that lap, if he can keep doing that.
Yeah, I wonder if the track's flicked over. No, it's still green.
Green, it's just, I don't know, maybe it's just something he's changed his approach to a particular corner. Yeah, it was certainly a quicker lap from him. It would definitely minimise the damage if Josh gets through. I'm not sure how far we're going to be towards the end of the stints, actually.
Yeah, I think I might just let this tick over and go and see if the main man is okay.
Yeah, I'm probably going to have to do the same, so...
Silent stream.
Yeah, unfortunately we're going to have to leave the stream for a minute, because I think Matt Johnston's not around as well, so I can't rely upon him. I mean, if anyone else is out there that wants to jump in and do some commentary for a bit, you're more than welcome.
So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to sort out this broadcasting test client and restart it. So give us a couple of minutes, everyone.
Okay.
Right, welcome back everyone. So here we have Jamie Purcell and Josh Copeland right up together. So this is for Josh to unlap himself. I do need to go back and jump into the chat with Josh just to make sure he's okay. It'll be my stint next. I'm doing a double stint, and hopefully someone else will be popping along to help run the stream and commentate. I'll leave the I'll be leaving the stream running as it is. Hopefully the camera app won't get stuck again. This time I promise to leave it alone. Yeah, as we see Jamie. Jamie's let Josh through. There you go. Very sportsmanlike. Okay. So, have fun everyone. I will see you in a couple of hours or so.
afternoon, Sportsman. Right, any? Yeah, it's working. Sound. Right, so we're almost coming up to 40 minutes away from being halfway through the race. Standing order so far, we've got Jamie Purcell in first with Andy and Matty J. Josh Copeland, who's on the team with Matty Zenko and Ant Brown in second. Dan Lewis, Matty D and Joe Challoner in third. Alex McGee and myself are in fourth. Dave Rose and the Fulton father and son combination in fifth. John Walker, Ross Park in sixth. Marcel Strange, Chris Rock, Stiggles, but I don't actually know his name, and Jake Jenkins in seventh, and the Paul brothers in eighth. So currently Jamie and Andy are well ahead, a lap ahead. I think Josh is the only one on the same lap.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I've been commentating on mute for the last
I think,
minutes.
yeah.
Just saying, yeah, about Jamie in a bit of a tricky situation there. Marcel was close and then he went off, binned it, and then got back through. And Marcel tagging the back of John Walker, which was actually to bring him on the same lap as John. So, yeah, it got quite spicy for a few laps.
Yeah, that's the issue when you've got a bit of quite a fast driver who's a bit further down the order, trying to get the way through.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how much, because Josh is currently 10, 11 seconds up the road. No, sorry, 10 seconds up the road on Jamie. So he's now only 1 minute 35 back for the lead. So it's still only, how long have we got? 6 hours 43 remaining. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm not sure how long Jamie has got left of this stint.
I'm not sure if he's double stinting or not. So
you would imagine so, because this is his first stint in the car.
Yes, yeah.
And I assume it's an equal spread over all the drivers. I assume. I don't know if there's any rules on that.
No, I think the only rules were at least one mandatory driver swap.
Right.
So,
okay. So it'll be interesting to see the strategy in the car.
Strategy is pretty wide open from there.
Yeah, definitely. It's tricky to commentate on the action, because currently this camera has been on Jamie for quite some time, I think. I don't think it's swapped onto anybody else as of yet. Oh no, it must have, because I think we saw John and Marcel when we had the contact, so maybe it's just that Jamie is the most interesting person to look at right now.
It always is, isn't he?
Always is, yeah. So what can we tell you? Let's have a look at Jamie's pace over the last few laps. So there's so many laps gone on that it takes an age to scroll to the bottom, but he looks like he had a few shaky laps, like a 1:47 flat, and then he got it back down into the 45s, and then up into a slow 46, but now he's back into the 1:45 5s, which is pretty much where his pace appears to be, the kind of mid 45s, with the quicker guys doing 1:44s. So yeah, last time round 1:46.3 for Jamie to a 1:44.6 for Josh. So it's probably three quarters of a second on average. So it'll be interesting to see how many. Well, you can do the math, can't you? If it's maybe a second a lap, then in maybe 45 minutes or so, if it was that long.
I think it was about 38, 39 laps for a tank of fuel.
For a tank, so his stint is probably halfway through now. So yeah, maybe we'll see Josh make some inroads into that lead, barring any mistakes from Jamie. I think he should be fine. And then it'll be interesting to see if he does a second stint, because that could get quite interesting, because obviously all the drivers in the number 69 car that Josh Copeland is currently in are all quick drivers, so I don't doubt that they will be on very, very similar pace to Josh.
Yeah, I believe Ant is in the car next after Josh. And then
Okay, so
Matty
it's going
towards
to be
the end.
interesting. So, I mean, quite close at the moment when you think, yes, we've got the lead car on 174 laps, and then second, third, and fourth all on 173. So the top 4 cars really are very, very close. We've got Alex McGee going really well actually in the Aston Martin. He's been putting some quick times, and he's faded a little bit recently, but in the last kind of 3 laps, let's see what he's been doing, because he was really pushing the 44s not too long back. Yeah, so he's been consistently in. Let's take the last 10 laps. He's been in the 44s very often, and just slowed up these last few laps. He's just lost a couple of tenths, but it's not much. He's still, banging on the door of the 44s. He's pretty much 45 flats as it stands. So it'll be interesting to see if he can catch up with the 3rd place car of Dan Lewis. Let's just have a quick look.
He is making time on Dan, but I'm not sure if it's...
Yeah, he's closing. So Dan's had a couple of scruffy laps. You can see a 46 flat and then a 48 flat. But then again, he's around 45 to 45.5. So yeah, I think that's going to be close between Alex and Dan, but obviously quite a big margin at the moment, because we're looking at the best part of 60-second gap. So there's about a minute between them on the circuit.
Marcel Strange.
Just realised it's getting dark as well. Didn't even notice.
Marcel's got a drive-through for track limits as well.
Yep, good spot. So that will be a big penalty. I mean, the gap that we're making to John Walker is just going to be evaporated there, just with that track cut, as he goes and does a 1:43.9. So Marcel doing the fastest first sector of the whole race, and the circuit's still on green. So it's going to be interesting to see how, if the circuit stays dry, how these lap times progress. Obviously, have all of the drivers done any practice in the dark, because it can make a difference. So we may see a bit of a swap of pace as the night closes in, and will we see
in the dark?
Yeah, I mean, tyre pressures, they pretty much drop as it cools down, don't they? So that'll be quite interesting as well. See if anyone dramatically drops off the pace. Jamie's had a couple of wide lines there. He's run a little bit deep.
And Lewis is in the pits.
Dan Lewis in the pits. Now, is this a scheduled stop?
So that will... McGee will get past here. I think.
Yeah. So McGee in the 70 car just passing start-finish line now. So he's gone up to 3rd position as Dan Lewis is in the pits. This is their 5th stop, so everyone on the same number of stops so far, other than Mark Roddenberry, who is actually retired now. He'd made 8 stops, so not a great race for them. And also, we've got car 52 in the pits, which is Marcel, also pitting. So is that to do his drive-through?
I'm just going to pop into the other chat and just set Alex up for his pit stop.
No problem. Catch you in a bit. So the camera's currently looking at Dave Rose in 5th position. Bit of a lonely position. He's got Alex McGee quite far up the road, a lap ahead really, and then John Walker behind, who is a lap behind. So Dave Rose in a little bit of no man's land in 5th position. As we see the lights coming on, and sometimes quite difficult to pick out the cars as the light dims, but hopefully we should be able to see enough differences to see who's who. He's currently got, let's have a look who that is behind Dave Rose. So Dave Rose has got Alex McGee behind him 1.4 seconds, so you can see him just closing in on the stream. Yes, Dave Rose doing a 46.3 and Alex McGee doing a 45.1, so he's going to be on the back of Dave Rose by the end of this lap, I'd imagine. It's quite steady up the top, everybody doing 145s in the top 3 positions. Obviously Dan Lewis just pitted. Put it down so he comes around to complete his first lap out of the pits. So we'll get an idea of his pace on new tyres and maybe fresh pressures for these cooling conditions. Interesting to see what pressures the guys go for. As you can see the indicator flashing on Dan Lewis's car, not on the stream currently, but interesting to see what they choose for pressures as the temperatures fall. So Alex McGee on the stream then catching up to the back of Dave Rose as it just switches on board. Drew Akamorali, much better run on the exit there, using all the curb. I think Dave is just going to let him by here, and he does. So Alex through, no problems. Currently 3rd position for Alex. Good showing and some good pace, like we mentioned a little earlier. Last lap, a 145.1, yeah, so Jamie Purcell slightly slower on that lap, 46.7, so he's lost a bit more time. The gap from 1st to 2nd now is 93 seconds, which is a lot, but that was over a lap, not that long ago in the grand scheme of things, so it'll be interesting to see how these next stints play out and whether the number 69 car in 2nd position can make some inroads into Jamie. Appreciate that it's with the limited camera set on the stream, you can't really see what's going on. If you want a bit more information, use the link in the comments. There'll be some live timing links which you can click on. You don't need to log in or anything like that, but it will give you the basic lap numbers and positions and current lap times and previous laps. If you want some more information, you can actually sign up to that service, which is the pitwall.live. It doesn't cost anything. You can sign in with Facebook, Google, or just set up an account. That will give you a few more dashboard views, so you can get a bit more information, see how many stops the cars have done, look at all the previous lap times of individual cars if you want, or compare lap times between cars. And so if there's a particular battle you want to look at, you can see the gap growing or decreasing as it may be. So if you check out that link in the comments, that's always handy to see, because we do have limited timing on the stream. As you can see, the gaps are somewhat useless and they don't stay on the screen, which is not very helpful. So yeah, click on that link, it'll just come up in your browser and you can see the positions, lap numbers and current pace. So I encourage you to do that if you've got it on your phone or something, if you're watching the stream on a PC or on a smart TV. Whip your phone out and that will give you some good information. So as you can see, the light really reducing now on board of Alex McGee. Can cause it to be quite tricky, because especially if it rains, the visibility is massively reduced. The visibility from the cars in the rain is quite poor anyway, depending on the rain water level. But in the dark as well, it could be very, very tricky. So I dare say we could see some guys tripping up. No rain is forecast, certainly in the next 15 minutes, as you can see on the screen. But we have had 2 stints of rain so far in the first half of this race. So we're approaching halfway, so 30 minutes until the halfway point. So hopefully we will see a little bit more rain, make things a bit interesting, because the pace being what it is, without damage and long stops to repair the damage, then it's very difficult to see where we might see some movers and shakers. So Jamie Purcell, again, his pace is pretty good. He's fluctuating a little bit, but generally his pace is good. So Josh isn't coming straight back onto the back of him. He's now 90 seconds, whereas that was 93 a couple of laps ago, so you can see the gap coming down. As we just look at Josh Copeland on the stream. In the Dolmio sponsored car. So Josh coming to cross the line now, and that is a 1:44.8. And then car 23 just coming out the last corner down the main straight. He's approaching Dan Lewis, so Dan Lewis should probably have the pace to stay in front of Jamie. And Jamie does a 1:46, so that's roughly a second quicker per lap. So stable in the sense, as we just see Josh going a little bit wide there out of the second chicane. Just drops a wheel in the gravel. Total raised so far is £684.44, which is 34.2% of the target, which is actually £2,000. That target is 2,000 because of last year's efforts. Now, the world is a different place from when we did that. We had a lot more exposure, and I think people had a bit more spare cash lying around. And as we know, things have tightened up significantly over the last few months. So that is purely a target, but anything we can raise today will be great towards the charity, which is the Young Lives versus Cancer charity. Hopefully we'll get a little bit more, but maybe we should aim for the £1,000. I think that'd be a good target to meet given the circumstances. A few less cars in this race, but obviously many of these cars having 3 drivers, so we've got 20 plus drivers in these cars, so there's probably about 25 drivers competing, so it's not a small event. There's lots of drivers and a lot of organisation gone into this, having to dedicate 12 hours of their lives. Seeing a few cars coming into the pits, actually. Just going to switch back to the action. So we've currently got Josh Copeland, Jamie Purcell's in the pits as well. So this is the battle for first position. What's happened there? I've just seen. So Jamie Purcell's in the pits, and sorry, so is Josh. I just saw a car disappear, but I'm not sure who that was. Looking at Chris Rock on the screen, but I'm just concentrating on the pits because we do have the top 2 in, certainly. We've got Marcel, who's already pitted. So what's this? Marcel looks like he's made 2 stops in quick succession. Not sure what that stop was for. And 80k car Stephen Pollard pitted a couple of laps ago. So the leader, right, so that is, so Ant Brown is now in the number 69 car, taking over from Josh Copeland. And Jamie Purcell, just want to see if he's still in the car. Yeah, it looks like Jamie stayed in the car for a double stint, so he'll be, in the zone. He'll know what the temperatures are like, the grip level of the circuit, whereas Ant's coming in quite fresh because he's not been in the car for a couple of hours. So we'll keep an eye on what's going on here. Ant Brown currently 26 seconds ahead of Jamie. So we look at Jamie on the stream now. So he's been in the pits, currently runs in first position. once they've completed this lap plus an additional lap, we'll get a much better idea of where all the cars are. We've got another car in the pits, which is that Dan Lewis, who's already pitted. So sorry, that's John Walker in the pits, the number 89 car. So currently in sixth position. Be interesting to see. Obviously, Ant Brown, very experienced. We can see the gap on the timing says 1 lap on the stream, but I can tell you it is now 104 seconds. So that would suggest that the gap has increased over those pit stops. So whether there was some more damage or a longer changeover for the drivers, it appears as though Jamie has actually eked out 13 seconds on that stop. So we'll see if that stays the same when they go over the next set of timing lines, as Jamie finishes his first lap. As he's just passing, sorry, that's on the stream, that's Dan Lewis and Marcel getting a bit close on the stream. So let's have a quick look at that. I'm not sure why the indicator's flashing on Dan Lewis's car, but he's ahead of Marcel, who's got more issues. Currently down. Sorry, that's no longer Marcel, is it? That's Chris Rock. Yeah, so Chris Rock must have taken over from Marcel, and Dan has gone back past him. Currently in 4th position, Dan Lewis. So yeah, last lap time 1:46.4. Chris Rock's 1:48.2. So it does appear though Dan should be able to check out this little battle. I think Chris Rock in the 52 car, that team having a tough race, a lot of issues at the start, and left themselves a lot to do. Currently 4 laps and 15 seconds down. So they have actually reduced that from the start of the last sim, which was Marcel. It was at 4 laps and 27 seconds. So they made 15 seconds up, but it sure as hell isn't enough to really be knocking on the door of the leaders. Currently 2 laps down on the 6th place as well. So as we're just watching, Dan Lewis has gone wide there in the chicane, which is actually let Chris Rock right onto the back of him again. So Dan Lewis, a little mistake there into the chicane. Again, these new conditions now as the day draws to a close and we get this dark environment. Looking at the forecast, it's still no rain forecast in the next 15 minutes. So they should be okay. They should be able to at least get used to these conditions in the dark. So if it then does rain, it's not a total switch for them. Let me know if there's any particular battles you want to see. I think there's 11 people tuned in. That likely is most of the people racing. But just let us know if you want to see anything. Or talk about something, because we can't actually control where the camera is looking. That's currently set to auto, so that's why you'll see it flicking around randomly. Currently looking at Dan Lewis in 4th, who's got Ross Parker ahead of him, just 0.4 seconds ahead in the Aston Martin. So Ross Parker currently in 6th. That will have been the John Walker car that we just saw pitted a few laps ago. So Dan will want to get past Ross. It's not really battling either of these cars. They're in 6th and 7th. Just going to see which lap 6th and 7th are on. So yeah, there's a lap between Ross in 6th, which is the lead car on the screen at the moment, and Chris Rock, who's in 7th, which is the last car of these 3. So those 1st and 3rd cars in your shot are actually racing each other, but not on the same lap. So they're in 6th and 7th. So we see Dan Lewis getting past there. Ross just letting him by, and then he's kind of got Chris to deal with a little bit. So that'll be interesting to see if he battles him or just lets them go to obviously, as soon as you let him go, he's then making a dent into their lead. So we'll keep an eye on what happens there. Let's have a look at Ross. Yeah, so actually Ross has dropped behind Chris Rock there. So although Ross was in front of Chris, is reversed, and that has allowed Chris to get back on the same lap as far as I can tell. I'll double check that when they come across the line next time round. I think they're now on the same lap. So Chris Rock, which is the car you see on the screen now, he needs to get all the way around and catch up the car that's behind him to be battling for the position. Still a couple of cars to pit. We've got Craig Fulton, who's generally been eking out these stint lengths quite a lot compared to other cars. Probably a result of running the Bentley, which we know has got a large fuel tank. So Harrison and Craig Fulton really pushing the stint length as far as they can go. The only problem with that was when it rained, so they were forced into making an early stop, which brought them into a line with the rest of the cars. But I can see, just looking at the previous stops, that they pitted much later than everyone else. So we expect to see them in a couple of laps' time coming into the pits. Craig, can we see Jamie and Dave? I have no control over the cameras, so the autopilot thing, which is running off Ant's machine, we'll see that. So Jamie and Dave, so what will that be? So Dave Rose, Jamie, I'll have a look. So has Jamie gone past Dave Rose, or is Jamie catching? So Dave Rose, 147. So I'd suggest Jamie has gone past Dave Rose then. Jamie looking pretty solid, slightly slower again. Okay, so the gap has now sorted itself out. So we was at 90 seconds. We're now at 73. So I need to check whether Jamie has had an off here, because that seems like no. So no off. It's purely in the pits. This time seems to have been made up. So as far as I can tell, the gap is now 72 seconds between Jamie Purcell and Ant Brown in second position. Still looking at Dan Lewis on the screens. I'll try and keep you up to date with the leaders' pace. So I'm not sure where that time has gone. I can only assume that it was a slow stop for Jamie and a fast stop for Ant. So let's have a look at these stop times. So Jamie Purcell, let's have a look at the in and out times. So it was 2:45 and then a 2:09 on the last lap. So that's in total is around 4:55. And then Ant, yeah, so much quicker in the stop. So Jamie's total was 4:55, Ant's is 2:45. So again, there's your 10 seconds deficit. Yeah, 2:45 total. So 10 seconds quicker on the in and out laps for Ant Brown. So that's where that time has come from. Interesting to see what the pace is like, whether he can I think he's obviously been going quicker as well, which has made up another 6 seconds. It's now down to 71. So yeah, Ant making big gains into the lead of Jamie. Yeah, so I think soon we're going to be at opposite ends of the circuit. So Jamie's going into the last corner now, and Brown going into the second chicane. So as those lap times are get banged in by Ant, he's going to close that gap. So 6 hours in nearly. We are, sorry, 5 hours 45 in. So we're almost halfway. We can do this. Almost halfway. Hopefully we'll have some more commentary come in because I won't be able to hang around for too much longer. I'm not sure who's due to jump in. I was just watching Chris Rock there getting out of shape on the stream. Dave Rose in the pits. Okay. Quick look at Dave Rose. So scheduled stop, I suggest. Yep, looks right on time. And sorry, so where's Fulton? Just trying to see where the car 41. Sorry, yes, that Dave Rose is the Fulton car, so yes. What's happened there then? So not entirely sure what's happened there because I could have sworn Dave Rose was out on the circuit a minute ago. Yes, sorry. My mistake, yes, it was Dave Rose in the previous stint, but I was looking at the Harrison and Craig's stints. So yeah, Dave Rose comes in and does a double stint, it appears. It looks as if Dave Rose has stayed in the car to try and make up some more time in 5th position. So just seeing there, Ant Brown, a 1:43.8, which is the fastest lap of the whole entire race, which suggests that the conditions are coming to the guys. You can see on the stream that the track conditions are now at fast, so that is improvement. I'm not sure how long it's been fast for, and well, it's showing sunshine with the clouds. I don't think we're going to see much sunshine, but we will see clear skies. Now, whether that will result in a temperature drop, who's that across the gravel? So that was, we're looking at Ross Parker. So Ross Parker has Stephen Paul in front of him. So Stephen Paul, one of the poles, off in the gravel. And he's now got Ross right up behind him. Just half a second down, you can see that on the screen. That Porsche 911 GT3, very tricky car to drive, very, very fast in the dry, but in the wet conditions earlier, we saw that being a total handful, which cost them a lot of time, really. So not the most forgiving of cars in tricky conditions. As we just approached 12 minutes to go until the halfway point. Craig in the chat, we're a team, but yep, I should have noticed that, but to be honest, the commentary has taken me by surprise. So, second stint for Dave Rose then. So Ant Brown just not quite as quick on that last lap, so we're not seeing a and another donation there I just saw flash up, 684. I think that was from John Walker, so thanks John. Now at 34.2% of, I'm sure it was already that, but I'm not sure, maybe that's a delayed graphic, or maybe we'll see that total increase in the next few minutes. So let's have a quick rundown then. Obviously we cannot control, and I'm just as I say that, 2 fastest sectors. So sector 1, sector 2, both fastest of the whole session for Ant Brown, second position. He's got that gap down to 64.6 seconds now. So what was over a lap, which will have been around 110, 115 seconds, is now, sorry, no, it won't have been that much. So 150 we were doing at the time. So 155. Yeah, so 110, 115 is now down to 64. So it's approaching being half of what it was just an hour and a half maybe ago, maybe 2 hours ago. So Ant Brown really banging in the laps now. I wonder if he'll come round to complete fastest lap, car 69. So he's just, sorry, yeah, he's already completed that, but a 1:43.9. So he lost a bit of time in the final sector to his best effort, but certainly quick on circuit now. And there we see the total rising to £704.44. So that's now 35% of the target achieved. Thank you very much. I think that was John who did that. So yeah, total coming up nicely, approaching halfway. So we've broken the £700 barrier at halfway point, which is lovely stuff. If we can maintain that, that'd be brilliant. But as we said before, any little helps. Still on board with Dan Lewis on the stream, who's got Chris Rock behind him. Just very, very close behind him, actually. So Dan Lewis in third position. Yes, so Dan Lewis overtook Chris Rock. Did he? Let me just figure this out. Dan Lewis 1:45.6. Chris Rock 1:45.1. So actually, no, Chris Rock is very, very quick. So what we might be seeing here then is Chris Rock trying to recover a little bit and put a lap back on Dan Lewis, who's currently in third position. So this will be interesting. He wasn't keen earlier to let Marcel through, which is the same car. So he'll be frustrated to see this car arriving on the scene once again. Hassling him, he's just wanted to get in the car and have some clean laps, get his head down. He's been hassled by this Lexus for some time at different stages through this race. Another fastest sector, 1:43.6 for Ant Brown. Gap down to 63.0 now to Jamie in the lead position. Obviously, we're still quite early on in this stint, so probably only a quarter to a third, let's say a third of the way through this stint for Jamie and Ant Brown. So this is going to be very, very close. Pressure is on Jamie as we continue to look at Dan Lewis. Please let me know if you see anything going on the timing, or if you notice anyone drops out. What time is Jamie running? I'm out with dog. So for all you doggers out there, Jamie Purcell's currently doing 1:45.5s. I'll give you a quick rundown of his pace in the last 3 or 4 laps. So the previous lap is a 1:45.4, 1:45.2, 1:46.2, 1:45.7. So a little bit up and down for Jamie, but he's got doing some very, very quick times and consistent times. Looking at his graph, it's always coming down. He's putting in some fastest sectors on the previous 2 laps. So the last 3 laps for Ant were all 1:43s, the quickest of which was 1:43.6. So yeah, so Ant is absolutely banging in the laps. Yeah, mega funding. Yeah, really good so far. 705 quid in the bank. Hopefully, as this race pans out, we'll get a few more close battles on track, because I have a quick rundown of the order. So we've currently got Jamie Purcell. So let's get the let's try and see the teams. Okay, so we've got Andrew Wellborn, Jamie Purcell and Matt Johnson in the 23 car, who currently leading. And then you've got Ant Brown, Josh Copeland and Matt Jenko in second position. The gap currently is 61.5. So that gap appears. Okay, yeah, so it's still coming down. Now 59.5 seconds. So yeah, that gap really coming down. Then we've got Dan Lewis in third position, sharing the car with Matt Davies and Joe Challoner. And then we've got Alex McGee in fourth position. Let's see if I can. Sorry, excuse me. Yeah, so Alex McGee in fourth. He is sharing with Andy Benson, so just a two-man team in that particular one. I was just watching Dan Lewis getting well over the curbs there. Okay, he's going to have Chris Rock all over him again, so a nice little battle on your screen there, so keep tuned into that while I just go through the running order. So that's Alex McGee and Andy Benson in fourth, and then I've got Dave Rose in the 41 car, who is sharing with Craig and Harrison Fulton, so father and son combo there, sharing with Dave Rose in fifth position. And then we've got Ross Parker in the 89 car, who is sharing with John Walker, a good friend of Ross's, and John Armstrong. I'm not sure if we've seen John Armstrong in the car yet. We'll see if he jumps in a little later on. Then Chris Rock in seventh position, who is sharing with not Stiggles, we don't know his name, Jake Jenkins and Marcel Strange, a four-man team in the 52 car, as we're just watching on the screen. Ross Parker, as the cameras have switched, have they? So that is Ross Parker with Stephen Paul right in front of him, so keep an eye on that. Then we've got in eighth position, we've got Stephen Paul and Rick Paul, a two-man team, one of two-man teams. In eighth position, had a few issues in the wet conditions. Just going to switch over to Dan Lewis here because this is getting quite spicy. Dan Lewis still leads Chris Rock as they go into the chicane. And then we've got Mark Reddenbury in ninth, who was actually retired from the race. He'd already made 8 stops at the 250-minute mark when other people had only made 4, so he was well out of the running. So we've got Dan really looking to try and get past, Chris Rock trying to get past Dan Lewis here. Dan Lewis had that indicator on for a long time as he gets in the slipstream down the straight, pulls to the inside. Will Dan give him this position? Because he's not really racing him. So Dan Lewis in third position, Chris Rock in seventh. Again, they're 4 laps and 15 seconds out of the way. So Dan just thinks the better of it and just lets him go, because Chris Rock looks like he's got good pace, and Dan gets well out of shape there in the first chicane. So he's been a little bit flustered there. Just needs to keep his head, focus, and put in some more good laps, because if we see a battle at the front between Jamie Purcell and Ant, then Dan would like to be there to collect the pieces if there's any damage or any slow stops later on. So just needs to clear his head a little bit there and refocus and regroup. Yeah, so Andrew Wellborn saying need to try and pick the pace up a little and give me a lead when I get back in the car. That is true, but you know, if you pick the pace up too much, there's always that risk of a little mistake. So gap currently 57 seconds, and Ant Brown's still banging in quick laps. So again, he's done on the last lap round, he did a 1:43.5, which is the quickest lap of the race again. So he's consistently banging in purple laps, and as you can see, if you're looking at the live timing, you can see car 69, purple lap, purple lap, purple lap. So he's gradually bringing these the quickest times down significantly, really. Looking at anyone else who's not even really in the 44s, we're looking at 45 flats for Alex McGee and Jamie in the mid 45s. So Chris Rock 45.4, but he did have a bit of a battle on that previous lap. So yeah, the pace of Ant Brown at the minute, incredible really. It's like a second and a half quicker than anybody and on the last lap 2 seconds quicker than Jamie. Gap currently at 57 seconds, but I think as they go across the line this time, so Ant Brown is coming across the line in a moment. Alex McGee puts in a 44 flat, so good lap from Alex actually there, because he's gone quicker than Ant Brown, so 0.003 of a second quicker than Ant on that lap for Alex McGee. I think that was a personal best because he did 2 personal best sectors. So we're obviously seeing the circuit and the conditions lending themselves to some quick laps here, because that's not far. I mean, a 43 is not really far off qualifying pace. Yeah, as Josh says, Ant is absolutely flying. He really is. A little bit slower on that lap. I don't know what the reason was for that, but lost a little bit of pace, but he's still as quick as anybody else, really. So no big problem there. Still on the screen, we're watching Ross Parker, followed by Stephen Poll. This is the closest gap on the circuit on track, but obviously not really for position. Ross in 6th position, Stephen Paul in 8th position, a further lap behind Ross. Just interesting, just flashed up there is Chris Rock has put in the quickest first sector, so that's quicker than Ant as well. So in the 52 car, currently 7th position, putting in some good laps. His actual lap time the last time round was only a 1:45 flat, but if he's putting in quick purple sectors, then that does suggest there's some speed there and some lap time to come. Yeah, so Ant a 1:44.1 on the last lap, Alex McGee a 1:44.2, so again slightly slower. Track temperature very, very cool now, so we could see temperatures dropping a little. We've got ambient temperature of 14 degrees and track surface temperature of 14 degrees, so it's all very, very stable, but probably cooling as the evening goes on. The actual time in game is 10:21 on an evening, so we could see the temperatures drop a little more, so we'll keep an eye on that top grey bar on the stream, see if any of those conditions change. No rain forecast, which is probably music to the ears of most of the drivers, because that really would make it very, very interesting indeed. Again, hopefully, I think Ant's doing a double stint, so unfortunately we're kind of stuck with this automatic camera selection, which appears to be choosing whoever's closest proximity to somebody else on track, regardless of the positions. And if Ant is doing a double stint, then we're probably going to be looking at Ross Parker for a little while longer, probably another hour or so. So I will do my best to oh, and I've just noticed, yeah, halfway point, 3 minutes past, so yeah, well done boys. 705 quid at the halfway stage. Jamie Purcell still leading away, the gap now 53 seconds, so that lead always coming down, but stable, I would say, and he's halfway through his second stint, so he's very, very close to being able to hold on here for Andrew to take over and really leaving it down to the lads to finish. Josh Copeland in the chat treating himself to a post double stint pot noodle. That's it, get all of that nourishment, vitamins and pure goodness inside you, because I think you could do a triple stint after a decent pot noodle. As long as it's a king pot noodle, you should be fine. Well, Ross Parker is getting plenty of airtime here. You can see the Slip and Grip Racing logo on the side of his car. That's Ross's track day business, which has spilled over into a bit of sim racing, which was how we kind of all, or original group was started A lot of guys that have track cars and do real world racing not able to do it during COVID, so naturally you try and find the nearest thing, which happened to be sim racing. Always a king pot noodle from Josh, absolutely. You don't want to waste your time with those. I may as well call it a shot noodle, it's so small. But yeah, Ross sporting the slip and grip auto, I've got it all wrong now. Slip and grip automotive, I think, is the logo on his car, with being his track day business really. Runs some good stages in or it's the Bont stage, which is local to them, and I can't tell you where that is. It's miles away from me. So Google that, the Bont. Real tricky, technical, bit like a hill climb, but it's an actual circuit. Yeah, so check that out. We've kind of got Ross to thank for all of this, and I'm assuming the charities will have Ross to thank in a roundabout way for the 705 quid we've raised so far. Again, apologies if I'm missing anything, because as you can see, I'm really only looking at Ross Barker and trying to use the lap times. He's actually got Stephen getting very, very close to the back of him now, though. Just watching him into the back chicane, Stephen taking a lot of curb, bouncing over the second curb. Doesn't quite get the run out of there, but not too bad. He's dropped back a little bit, but he was very, very close into that chicane. Gap at the front, 52 seconds, as we will see both. So Jamie at the hairpin and Ant coming out of the final corner. So I would say that is as near as damn it to half a lap. So we'll see the car 69 cross the line now on a 1:43.6. So he is flying. He's much quicker than anyone else. Jamie at 1:45.5. So Jamie's been very, very consistent, to be fair to Jamie. Very, very consistent. Just losing half a second or so in each sector as they crossed the 200 lap point that last time round. So pretty much coinciding with halfway. So we're 7 minutes into the second half, so to speak, and we've done 200 laps. So you'd estimate around maybe 396 laps we might complete today, depending on the weather and lap times. Again, Ant putting in the fastest first sector again on this lap. He's catching a big train of cars actually, so hopefully we will see the stream camera change, because the 69 car is catching Alex McGee, who's in 4th position, catching Stephen Paul, the 88 car, in 8th, and the 89 car of Ross Parker. So if we stay with Ross, you can actually see them in the background. So what we're seeing here is Ross Parker in the 89 car at the front of this group, then Alex McGee, so Stephen Paul behind him, the Porsche. Then we have Alex McGee in the Aston Martin, and then Ant Brown in the 69 Lexus. So that is the 4 cars on the screen. So just having a quick look at the chart. We'd be writing this if it wasn't for 30 seconds of damage and 10. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but I think you're going to be writing it anyway, if I'm honest. If this carries on this way, halfway through Jamie's stint, so we've got another half, so I'd say there's another 10-15 seconds in that, but we'll see. So yeah, Ant Brown at the back of this pack. Hopefully it won't cost him too much. That is Alex McGee going up the inside there, and they've let them both back actually, so that's Ross has let Alex through, and also very difficult to see actually. So that's Ant getting through as well. He's now the 3rd car in that pack. me just have a quick look at Ant Brown. So Ant Brown, yeah, so he's up into the second position, so he's got through on that chicane. He's got Ross Parker and Stephen Paul as they were behind them, so they've held station, and then Alex McGee 1.2 up the road from Ant Brown. So we're actually looking at Ant Brown now, looking back at Ross Parker. Don't worry about Ross because he's just been passed by Ant. So we'll be looking forward to Alex McGee. So we can just see the 69 there of Ant going down the main straight, and he's got Alex McGee 1.3 seconds ahead. Now Alex McGee has been lapping very, very quickly, so this could be quite an interesting situation. He's flashing indicators, you see him across the line as they go into the first chicane. So with them relatively close on pace, I think Ant is still much, much quicker, but it'll be interesting to see if Alex can either latch onto the back of Ant or see if he can actually get past Alex. What's Ant's laps compared to Jamie? So again, quick refresh of the laps. Jamie's increased his pace a little bit actually. He's just done a 1:44.8 the last time around, and Ant, with all that traffic, did a 1:45.5. So he actually increased his lead on that last time round. Obviously Jamie won't be catching. He's out in clear air. He's only got Dave Rose ahead of him, and then in front of that he's got a huge gap pretty much all the way around to this pack of 4 that we just saw, which is the 89 car of Ross Parker. So Jamie's got a very, very clear track ahead of him. He's got car 52 behind him, which is Chris Rock, but it's a good healthy lead, so I don't think he'll be troubled by any other traffic. So he should be able to carry on doing these 1:45.5s, which is what he's just done as he passed the line that time round, compared to Ant's 1:45.5. So I do expect that to come down by half a second or so or maybe more for Ant, because he was in the 43s consistently. So once he clears this traffic, we'll see what Ant has got, because he's just coming across the line now on a 1:44.0, and Alex doing a 44.2. So he's not really being held up too much at the moment by Alex, but he will be starting to get into the dirty air of that Aston Martin, and it will start to slow him down in some of the fast chicanes. Tom is mid car cleaning. That's good. Keep your car clean, Tom. But feel free to join me, because it's quite difficult with no control over the cameras whatsoever. But we'll crack on. Right, Ant Brown, fastest sector 3. So yeah, I wonder if Alex and Ant will actually push each other along here. When you've got a bit of a target to hunt down or to keep behind you, it tends to really focus, will get you focusing on those lap times. Just see on board with Ant, so you can see Alex up ahead. He's not really slowing him down. He's still a good few seconds up the road. Luckily for us, the cameras are now looking at somebody we have been talking about quite a lot, because he's quite close on circuit. Looked like he just made a bit of time into McGee, as we see him going into the last 2 left-handers. He's quite deep and really closing up to the back there. He's got a good run, and I think Alex may be letting him by here. Yeah, Alex letting him by. He's going to try and tuck into the slipstream and try and go with Ant, see if he can help his as Ant flashes the hazard lights to say thanks. So Alex will be trying his best now to stay on the back of Ant to give him a little bit of extra pace. 1:43.4 on that lap. So such was the pace of Ant, even behind Alex there. He's done the fastest lap of the race, which is, yeah, 2.5 seconds quicker than Jamie on the previous lap. The gap now 45 seconds flat. So Jamie in the lead. Yeah, 1.8 faster. It's significant when he can pull these laps out, and obviously the pressure really on Jamie now to just keep consistent. I think he's doing what he needs to do, though. He's not, as long as he don't make any big mistakes and cause any issues in the pits, you know, it's still a 45-second gap, and it's one thing to catch somebody, it's another thing to pass them. See Alex trying to hang on. Got a little bit out of shape through Aqua Minerale there, just on the exit, taking a bit too much curb. I'll be back in a couple of seconds. So this is quite interesting to see what lap time Alex can do, because he's been towed along to some extent by Ant. So Ant crosses the line with a 43.5, and then Alex a 44.2. So not the quickest Alex has been, but really is getting towed along a little bit here. He'll be trying his best to hang on to the tail lights of that Lexus, because Alex McGee is actually closing in on Dan Lewis. So Dan Lewis doing 146s on the last time round, whereas Alex obviously a couple of seconds quicker, and he's only about 17 seconds down on Dan. So that gap is going to deteriorate rapidly. When was the last time Dan pitted? So in the 99 car. So yeah, Dan's still got a bit of his stint to go. He's not due to stop for at least another kind of 5, 6. Well, actually 33.29, so he's done 29 laps, so another 4 laps. We'd expect to see Dan in, maybe a bit more than that actually, because that was a short stint. So he's done 33 laps in his last stint, so he may do a little bit more than that, currently on 29. So we'll keep an eye on that, see what this gap happens with third and second. So quite an interesting prospect then for the rest of the race. We've got second place closing down on first, and fourth place with Alex McGee closing down on Dan Lewis in third. And if the lap times would continue like this, then this will be very, very close for, I was going to say the final stages of the race, but there's still 5 hours to go, so this could all be turned on its head very, very easily. But it's nice to see that we haven't got a huge field spread. We've still got 4 cars on pretty much the same 2 laps within each other, so not a huge gap. Bigger gaps towards the rear of the field, but really close for the top 4. And realistically, any mistake, if you get a bit of damage in a pit stop, that's 30 seconds, which is, you know, a good part of a lap. So it will be interesting to see. The weather still looks fine for now. We're currently at 10:51 on the in-game time. Conditions are still fast. Temperature's still 14 degrees, so that seems to have stabilised at 14. So none of the lads, or none of the cars you would imagine are seeing too much difference with pressures and things like that. So they're probably all settled into this stint now, right into the meat of it. So yeah, you'd expect these quick lap times from the quick guys to carry on, and not really see much improvement from some of the guys slightly lower, slower lap times.
Afternoon, Paul.
Hello, Andrew. How are you? Yeah, just trying to
Fill in the gap.
understand what's going on by just looking at the timing screen, if I'm honest.
Yeah, it's not easy to track. James just done all that there. On my in-game, Jamie's not got his lights on, so I don't know if that's true.
No, I think they're on. Let me just check.
Just on my screen, his lights aren't on, so
Right, yeah, they are on.
That's
on the stream and on my in-game. So yeah, he can see where he's going. He's not doing a heroic drive, even though that would be good and quite frankly hilarious.
So
yeah,
I just thought I'd jump in and help you for a bit, because I will be taking over that car probably in about 13 laps from now.
Okay, so you're slowly watching this gap eroding then. It's now down to 37.4. Yeah, Ant is just absolutely fine. He's pretty much doing like mid 43s consistently.
Yeah, we knew it would come down, not to sort of belittle Jamie or whatever you want to call it, but yeah, we knew it probably was going to come down with him in, which is helpful. Why when we had a lap and a bit lead, so
Yeah.
but, you know, Ant is the fastest driver in that team. Jamie is not the strongest driver in our team. It's kind of expected. So hopefully, when I jump in, I can match Ant because
Well, this is it. It's a race then, isn't it? And I
Yeah.
can't believe there's still 5 hours 40 to go. But yeah, so everything can change, and you know, I was going to say, you're going to start getting tired. You're going to start to see people making more mistakes, I'd imagine, you know, because this is a long old day and a long old race. So could see anything happen. Just looking at Alex McGee. So Alex McGee did a 1:43.6 on the last lap, which is quick because he's getting towed along by Ant. You can still see him on the stream that Ant's staying there or thereabouts as they both cross the line. So last lap, yeah, Alex a little bit slower on that lap, but Ant pretty much identical lap time to the previous lap. And the gap now 35 seconds or 34 and a half. But I'm interested to see if Alex can catch Dan, because Dan puts in some good laps and then he has a couple of slower ones. He's currently 15 seconds behind Dan. So we've got 2 good little battles shaping up.
Yeah, the podium positions are still close, aren't they? So was wondering what had happened with the pace overall for our team. Obviously, we knew Matt would be quick because he always is. I felt pretty strong with my pace throughout, and then it was just, you know, what could Jamie do really in the car. So it's been,
I think to be fair to Jamie, he's not really had any big mistakes.
No.
And
his first stint was quick. I think it was only really Josh that was going quicker than him. He wasn't too far off. It's just that Ant is sort of exaggerating that pace difference.
Yeah. I mean, and that's exactly it. It's the pace increase from a couple of the guys that's really showing it. I mean, everyone else is, you know, Dan Lewis 1:45 flat, and he's quick. You know, we know he can pedal a car, and Jamie done a 1:45.4. So that's more the pace you want. You know, that 45s for Jamie, but it's just when you get the odd 46 or a little mistake.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's not been as consistent. I have noticed when I've looked at the times, you'll get a 45.1 followed by a 46 flat, and there's a bit of a discrepancy between the times. But
you'd hope to be within half a second each lap. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
At worst, kind of thing. But yeah, it's not too bad. 33 seconds now.
If we've got a lead, I'll be happy, to be honest. That's all it is for me. If Jamie can finish this stint and we're out in front, it gives me something to defend if Ant gets in the car.
Yeah,
and hopefully
absolutely.
I can sort of maintain that gap for when, it'll either be Matt or Josh then jumps back into the car. I'm hoping that in my sort of second part of my stint that I can extend it out a bit again before Matt jumps in.
Yeah, because is Jamie due to come back in, or?
So I'll be running a double stint. Matt, I would say, will be running a double stint. So what are we going to have, like an hour or so left?
Yeah.
So I think Jamie might be in for the final stint, but it's literally going to depend on gaps in that, I think.
Yeah.
I think
well, that'll be interesting. He's got the easy ticket so far, you know, doing a double stint in the middle of the race. He can just clear off now.
Yeah, it's we're going to see what happens. And say if it's still, you know, tight, that 30-second gap or something coming into the last stint, I want to say that I might end up going back into the car to finish the race off. But
Ant's just done another fastest lap of the race on a 1:43.4 now. Just to, you know, just keep reminding you. It's 30.3 seconds now.
Yeah.
He's alright. He's 1:46.1. So there you go. It was like a 45.5. Now it's a 46.1. So I think he's probably starting to feel a bit of the pressure if he's, you know, aware that Ant is probably catching him, because he'll be able to see him on his on-screen display now. His MFD, because he's only 2 cars on the track behind him. And you'll see that live delta, which I can see now is flicking around 29 seconds already, 28.5. Yeah, it's tumbling down, but yeah, that'll be interesting to see how Jamie deals with that. How many more laps do you think Jamie's got? 28 laps. He did 39 on the previous stint.
Yeah, so yeah, about 10 laps. So
Okay.
at current rate, might not be much of a gap.
Yeah, well, I think obviously Ant has to come in because Ant Brown stopped very slightly earlier. I think it was the lap previous than you did. So
yeah, we extended out our first stint a little bit. I think I managed to get a lap or two.
Yeah,
It's kind of pushed us out. We did cover off the 99 car as well for when it went from wet to dry again.
yes, yeah.
So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, the
So we're
weather's
looking at
obviously
Jamie
held
on the
off for a
stream
bit as
now.
well.
Yeah, so nothing forecast. Sunshine apparently is forecast. So we're looking at Jamie, and I think he's being caught slightly by Chris Rock. It's not a huge amount. It's probably half a second a lap, but Chris Rock 5.7 seconds behind him. Obviously, nowhere near him on positions, but obviously that throws something into the mix. If he sees a car in the mirrors, it's going to start to distract him slightly.
I think he'd just let him go. He did it with Josh earlier when Josh caught him. He just let him go. Say it was that, we had that much of a lead. It wasn't worth the battle and causing an incident or anything. So we just thought, let him go, let him come round. But
yeah, definitely. I think he's actually pretty much pegging Chris anyway, because Chris has lost a little bit of time on that one. So maybe not too much to worry about. Ant Brown now 27 seconds on the delta.
This is agonising.
Yeah, it's gonna really
spicing it all.
How many?
Definitely
8 laps, so that's 20 minutes. Yeah, 8 laps, a second a lap. Yeah, it's going to be close, isn't it?
Yeah, if if he can just hold something of a gap coming in, I'll be happy. Like, just get out in front and be able to get away, or going wide just on the screen.
Yeah, a little bit wide, I saw there, but yeah, I didn't want you to bin it while you were in the commentary.
I know. Yeah, I'm just hoping he. It was a bit of a. Oh, actually, it was a good lap from Jamie the last time round, and it was
44.7.
So
that's the quickest lap Jamie's done in a long time.
Yeah, and then this will be 45 or 46 now. This is.
Well, let's see what he comes across the line at this time. So he's just going around turn 9.
Overall, because we know Jamie can do, respectable lap times. He's done it there. It's just...
I mean, he's the second quickest on that lap. There's only Ant that's quicker. Alex is, dropped off a bit of a cliff on that lap, but obviously little mistakes creeping
it's
in.
There. It's just, it's getting it consistently out of him on a race stint, but he'll get there.
Well, he's not too far back. So his last was a 44.7, and he's 0.6 down, but it's still a reasonable 45-second lap. So maybe this gap is going to slow down a little bit. It's still only at 28 seconds. So maybe Ant's running into a bit of tyre wear. If he's been driving quite aggressively to close that gap, and Jamie's just been trying to keep it on the road and save his tyres. So it'll be interesting.
The setup, to be fair, has been good overall, I would say. It is actually a base setting that Ant set up for our SSRI endurance racing. So basically I've just tweaked that ever so slightly, but the base was good, and the bit of practice that I have done, the tyres were wearing really evenly, and I wasn't getting any graining at any phase, so I want to say that the car is pretty much dialed in terms of conserving tyres, etc. You are able to run a good consistent stint throughout.
I think we're seeing something with Ant here, because I don't know if anything's maybe a bit of contact, but it was a 44.8 Ant on that lap. And obviously we saw Jamie have a bit of a scruffy lap and a 45.5. So Ant's kind of dropped a little bit of pace there. I noticed Alex McGee is putting another quick lap now, but Dan Lewis was. It's interesting between those two. There's only 10 seconds between them two now. Yeah, it's very up and down on the times. So interesting to see what's going on with Dan. We'll keep. Ant.
Yeah, I was going to say I don't know if the COVID's affecting him a bit as well. I know he has been suffering a little bit, bless him, with it. His concentration levels and stuff don't seem to be so whether that's maybe creeping in as well, because I say he's still got another stint to do as well, so if he starts struggling now, Josh or Matt are probably going to have to jump in.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on that, because he was very slow in the last sector on that last lap. Very slow. So whether he went off a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, I was going to say potentially put tyres in the gravel. It's easy to
maybe
do
just
on
cost
that
him,
last couple of corners.
Cost him the run, maybe. So we'll see what they are on the next time round.
We've got another low 45 from Jamie, which is good. So hopefully.
Yeah, and then a 43.6 from Ant. Okay, so maybe Ant's feeling absolutely rosy. What's this? Change of position. Alex McGree, Dan Lewis. Are they in the pits?
Dan is in the pits. Dan is in the pits.
Why can't I see the pits? Oh no. Oh, this is rubbish. Yes. So Dan is in the pits. So that was getting very, very close. That 10 seconds it was down to. Alex takes the lead on track. I'm going to quickly run and have a look at Dan in the pits, see if that all goes to plan.
Alex should be able to run a bit deeper as well. That Aston is better on fuel than what the Lexus is, without even having to really try with engine maps or lifting and coasting. It will just be.
Well, they only pitted. So Dan had done 38 laps in that stint, and Alex McGee is still only on 27 laps. So they've got a significant amount of that stint left to go. Dan did 33 laps in the previous and then 38 in that one, whereas Alex did 42 and now he's on 27, and it was later stop, crucially. So they could eke out, because with his pace at the moment as well, they could find themselves when Dan comes out the pits after this. When Alex comes out the pits, they could be holding that position. So that'll be something to keep an eye on. I'll try and remember that when it happens.
I'm just going to jump back to our chat just to see how many laps.
Yeah, no problem, Andy.
Until I'm back in, so
Sure.
maybe back in a second.
Yeah, no worries. I might see you in a bit. Maybe not. Ciao. Yeah, so as Andrew and myself were discussing there, so we've just had Dan Lewis in the pits, who was he was in third position, and Alex McGee was closing in on Dan, and he'd got the gap down to 10 seconds on track. Dan Lewis has pitted. Alex McGee has taken that third position, the final podium position, and he's only done 28 laps of his stint. So he'll have another 10 laps, and if he can go 10 seconds on average, a second a lap quicker on average for the remaining 10 laps of his stint, he will probably find himself come out of their next stop ahead of Dan Lewis's car in the 99 car. So we could be seeing a change for the final podium position, depending on how Alex can lap in these next crucial 10 laps.
Yeah, so Jamie's got about 6 laps left of fuel, so
right, okay.
I'll jump back out again in a few laps' time. Just keep an eye on the damage that's being made to the gap up front.
Yeah. Any damage or anything to repair in the stop, or is it all good?
Not that I'm aware of.
Doesn't appear to be any.
No, I don't think he's hit the wall. You know, he's not put it in the wall. He's not had any contact with any other drivers from what I'm aware. So no, it should be straightforward pit stop. Hopefully he just gets it stopped in plenty of time.
We've got a car off. Sorry, just to interrupt. That's okay. Chris Rock off in the gravel at turn 1. No big issue though, because he was dropping back behind Jamie. So yeah, sorry, carry on.
No, it's fine. As I say, Jamie's been a good all stint, not dropped it. So as far as I'm aware, it should just be a 30-second stop as usual for fuel and tyres. I think we should be okay in terms of weather and that as well. Should hopefully won't change, because I think that's the only thing that would mess strategy up. But,
Definitely.
did you say where Ant and that was in terms of pit stops compared to us? Just
Yeah, so I can tell you. So Ant Brown, so they're on the 69 car. So they stopped. I think they may have stopped. Oh, so this is on time. So the reason you stopped. Yeah, it looks like they stopped a lap earlier than you.
okay.
Current stint, Jamie's done 34 laps, and Ant's done 35.
Yeah.
So
They're going to be
done an extra
due
lap.
pit stop soon.
Yeah, very much the same as you, I think.
Yeah, that was my only worry then. I just what the overlap was going to be. So I was going to say it'd be sod's law for us. We'll come in, change tyres, and then they'll have enough fuel left to make it if it decides to change weather. But,
Yeah, I think because you've just crossed the line to complete 35 laps of this stint. They're already on 35 laps, and obviously they're behind on the track, so they're a lap. Extra lap. So yeah, I'm just looking at Joe. So now Joe's in the car. Can Alex continue to do quicker laps than Joe? Joe's done a 45.3, so he's finding his feet. Alex McGee doing low 44s, so that's going to be really interesting, that one. I'm not sure who will be taking over from Alex McGee, because he's done a double stop.
Oh,
Sorry,
so
double
Andy
stint.
Benson back in that car.
So yeah, because that's a two-man team. So Andy Benson will be in there. So I'm not sure what Andy's pace was like earlier, but if he can continue with some reasonable pace, it might be a good scrap between him and Joe, because they'll be in the same kind of a stint synchronization, so they'll both have a double stint to do. So we'll keep an eye on that, as we said. Joe Challoner doing very good lap this time round though, so if he's done a Ford, so he's due to do probably a 44.5, so Joe picking up the pace a little bit here, so this might just defend from Alex. And Alex,
Yeah, Joe was quick earlier. He had the mistakes in that first stint, but certainly in the wet, he had a good pace.
Yeah, definitely. So Joe's sharing with Matt Davies
and Dan Lewis.
Interesting that, early on they were strong second place, and just that tiny, that slight lack of maybe ultimate lap time from Dan, or maybe just a bit inconsistencies, has essentially got them in, down to third, but battling for third. So it's not an easy third position for them at the minute. Just checking the chat. No one's engaging on the chat now. Everyone's had enough.
yeah, they've seen enough. 6.5 hours in.
Yeah, you can't really see a great deal on the stream, so it is a real shame that we can't control it. I wish I'd known, but hey, it is what it is.
Yeah, it was something I did throw out there about people hosting different stints, and unfortunately it just didn't come to fruition. I didn't get.
How difficult is it to switch source midway through a stream?
Essentially, I would need to set up or schedule another stream ready. But obviously, with me about to jump in the car, it's not going to.
Yeah, no, I asked a question earlier, but no one was around. But I'd probably have to set up all my stuff to because I'd have to get rid of all my triples and get the display and everything. So we'll stick with what we got, and like we said, we'll pretend it's radio and try and describe what's going on.
It's to be fair, it's more for the charity side of things. I just wanted to get something up there with the totalizer and stuff up, and hopefully
that is the most important bit.
Yeah, hopefully if someone does drop by, okay, the actual video content itself, the grid size and stuff is not fantastic. It's not as good as we wanted, but we're doing it for a really good cause, which is the main thing. So hopefully people are generous and dip their hands in the pockets a little bit, give us a little bit to send towards the kids.
Yeah, definitely. That big green bar on the screen. We need to push that as far along as we can. It's stopped a little bit. It's hanging around that pound sign, but I think if we could maybe, I don't know, aim to cover the £704.44, maybe cover that in green, that'd be quite nice. So get those donations in. I know a lot of the guys that are racing have already donated as much as they can. So, if you're feeling extra generous, because as much as the world might be a bit of a difficult place at the moment for us, and
I'm
utility.
sorry, I'm getting called back, Paul.
You're getting,
so,
yeah, no problem, Andy. You
right.
go, be summoned.
Enjoy the rest of the stream.
Yeah, good luck.
Ta-da.
Bye-bye. Yeah, so let's try and push that green bar up a little bit higher. I'm sure everyone has had cancer affect them in some way, directly or indirectly, and I can only imagine what it would be like dealing with all the pressures of life today, and then dealing with something like that as well. So it does bring things into perspective. So anything you can donate that you can spare, that's maybe sat in your account thinking, oh, maybe I'll treat myself on the bank holiday or weekend or something like that. Just a few quid, that's all it is, and a few quids make a lot of money. So if we can get plenty of people donating, that would be brilliant. So we are looking, you can't really see a great deal, but it's a really nice shot of the back of Joe Challoner's Lexus there as it goes down the main straight into the first chicane. Joe Challoner putting in some good lap times actually, so he's well into the 44s, and Alex McGee matching those times, so the gap currently at 8.1 seconds. Sorry, that's 2 laps. So when Alex makes that final stop, just looking there, so we've had car 88, so that Stephen Paul has been in for another stop. Yes, so when Alex McGee makes his stop, which should be in about 7 laps time, we'll see what the gap is on circuit, but I think it's probably going to have stabilised around 10 seconds. The gap from Ant to Jamie is now 16 seconds. So Jamie really picking up the pace a little bit here, because he's doing 144s now. A good lap from Jamie up till a few laps ago was like a 145.5, and now he's in the 44, so he's really picked up the pace a little bit. Andrew might think it's maybe slightly late, but he has picked up the pace, and 16 seconds is a long time when you're going to have two of the arguably quicker drivers in the car towards the end. That is a really quite a comfortable margin, 15 seconds. You can afford to make a few mistakes. As we see Joe flashing his lights, I'm not sure that's a great idea in the dark, but that's one of his trademarks. As we see him crossing the line. Right, okay, so what have I missed here? So Jamie is in the pits. Okay, so Jamie Purcell pits then from the lead. So Andrew has only just left the chat, so that's been quite a quick changeover. So he manages to keep that 16-second lead, which is good effort from Jamie, and continues. I'm quite surprised. I thought Ant would be in before Jamie, because Ant has currently done 40 laps on this stint, which is the longest stint they've done for the whole race. So you would really expect Ant Brown to be coming in on this lap. Hopefully he has got enough fuel. Car 69, so he's currently going, he's halfway around this lap. We can't see how much fuel he's got, but he's in map 1, so I don't think he's trying to conserve fuel or anything, but we are quite surprised to see Jamie in the pits this early. So he's still in the pits, Jamie. Sorry, he's just leaving the pits now, so car 23 just exits the pits. Got another car in the pits as well, which is car 52, which is Chris Rock. He's also in the pits. So do we see car 69? Who's that? Andrew Webber. Did he just go wide? I feel like I just saw on the stream Andy struggling with tyre temperature a little bit. He just went a little bit wide. So Andrew in the car taking over from Jamie. Maybe just went a little bit deep at the first chicane. So this could be interesting now to see where Ant comes out the pit. So Ant is in the pits as we expected. I can tell you that he's in the pits driving along now at the pit lane speed limit. A stop go for Jenkins. So currently in 7th position. So that's the Chris Rock car. Car 52, yeah, so they've got I think that's stop go 30 will be speeding in the pit lane. So it looks like either Jenkins or Chris Rock were speeding in the pit lane on entry or exit. Not sure which one of them would have had that. So Alex McGee on the screen still out. He's still got a few laps left of this stint. So Ant Brown still in the pits. He's still stationary. Ant due to do another stint, I think. I don't think there's any swaps. Let's just check. So yeah, it looks like Ant's still in the car as he leaves the pit lane. Car 23 coming down the main straight, and car 23 goes past. So yeah, car 23 just passes now. So we reckon that's going to be on maybe 10 seconds on the track. So let's see what Ant Brown can do with Andrew Wellborn. So it's only 6 seconds. The gap down, the lead after 6 hours 46 minutes is only 5 seconds for the lead. So very, very close at this stage of the race. And he's in the zone. He's been in the car for a lot of time, so he will know that car, he'll know the conditions, know what he's had to tweak on those tyre pressures to get the most out of that car in that stop, because he's all over this kind of thing. So he'll be trying to hunt down Andy Wellborn. Andy Wellborn fresh in the car, but very, very quick. So this will be pretty much a flat out stint for both of these guys. There's no rain forecast. Clouds have built up, so it's not as clear as it was, so this could be a sign that the rain may be on its way a bit further into the future, but we'll see. Some quick times. Joe Challoner is doing 44 flats. Alex McGee has dropped down to 144 fours. So again, we'll see what happens when Alex comes out of the pits. What's this? A second stop, Chris Rock. So yeah, they're doing the stop go penalty now. So they have served that. Who else we got in the pits? So 52 leaves the pits after that drive-through, unfortunately. Just have the car 41, car 70 and car 89 to pit. Joe Challoner obviously pitted before anyone else, so he's well underway with that stint. And Joe does his fastest lap of the race on that previous lap. He's just coming around to complete another one. As we look at Joe Challoner on the stream, comes round the second left-hander down the straight. He's chasing car 41 is Dave Rose, crosses the line, and it's a 44.000. It's absolutely 44 flat lap for Joe. So that is quick pace. Alex is going to struggle to match that unless he can pull something out the bag, but it's going to be very, very close for these two in third and fourth. Gap at the front actually gone up a little bit, so Andrew Wellborn is putting in some quick laps. You can see him on the lap there, last lap 1:43.8, and that is I'm going to say second flying lap of this stint. So he's currently got the jump on and stopping a lap after, which we didn't expect, and doing 41 laps on that stint in the same car. So whether there's been some trickery with engine maps in that stint, I'll be surprised, because Ant was really motoring. Yeah, top two 6 seconds apart, exactly. Yeah, so Jamie's stint was pretty solid, but Ant was absolutely flying. He was doing 43 5s, 43 4s consistently, and he really closed that gap down to around 15 seconds. Then on the pit stop, it looked like they lost a further 10 seconds, possibly a slow in lap or out lap. whereas now Andrew is just starting to eke out that gap a little bit. He's matching and bettering Ant's lap times at the minute, but very, very close. The last lap round, Ant was 4/10 slower than Andrew, so very, very close. In fact, I may have just missed something there because... Yes, sorry, so Ross Parker is in between these two. So we've got 6 seconds, 3 seconds. Oh, and that's Ant Brown is off. I'm seeing Ant Brown go off here on my screen. He's just gone off at the second chicane before the hairpin. And I was about to say that the gap to Andrew was much larger than I thought it was. We've now got Ross Parker in between, and the gap's even bigger. So I don't know if Ant has maybe made a mistake. I'm going to check the lap times other than the pit stop times, because it's now back up to 15 seconds. So he didn't have a slow. Yeah, so I think maybe it wasn't down to 5 seconds. It was probably more like 9 seconds. But we had a car in between them on track that gave us the wrong delta. So yeah, he's currently... I mean, it still says 7 seconds on my screen, but I don't believe that's the case now. I think it's more like 12 seconds now, so Ant having an off there into the gravel, so he shouldn't cause any damage, but he did go off, so it has cost him time. I'll tell you what the time is across the line this time round. I'll tell you what the gap from first to second is. Yeah, so 9.1 seconds, so Ant lost around 3 or 4 seconds, but certainly 3 seconds on that lap. Maybe it's quite difficult. He only did a 45.7, and if Andrew's been doing 43.4, so yeah, he had probably lost 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds by running wide. Andrew, with that really quick lap, which is the fastest lap of the race so far, has really kind of extended that. So Andy looking like he's got the upper hand here at the very start of this stint, so he can look to build that gap to what it was before. Maybe not quite to the dizzy heights of a lap, but certainly can be looking to build this gap now. Surprising that Ant is maybe struggling or something with, we're saying he wasn't feeling 100%. I think he's currently got COVID, so just the sheer length of these stints and the length of the day trying to juggle everything could be getting to him. Stream looking at Andy at the moment, so he's catching a couple of cars on track. So that's Jenkins and who is that? That's Stephen Paul behind him. Yeah, so actually the delta was down to 5 seconds. Full stint on blue tyres, need a new strategy guide. So Stephen Paul's struggling to get the temperature into the tyres, such as the temperature, the ambient and track temperature going down. It's now at 13 degrees, so it's dropped a further degree since we last spoke about it. But yes, Andy Wellborn, the gap was down to 5 seconds. It's now back up to 9 seconds. So let's see how this develops. A bit of traffic between them, so they've got 2 cars between them. Looking at Andrew on the screen, who's followed by Jenkins, and then Stephen or Rick Paul. I'm not sure which one of the two is in the car, as the camera's switched to Joe Chalmer in 4th, who's doing good times. He's dropped a little bit of time there to McGee. He's half a second slower than McGee on the previous lap. McGee looking, he's now completed 40 laps, so McGee will be due to come in any moment, I would suggest. He's done a 42 lap stint previously, so the 70 car, so it's just completed a lap, so we may see the 70 car in this lap, and then it will be very interesting to see where they are on track. I want to drive through for car 52. That's the second drive through, so he's had a drive through there for track limits. He's had one for speeding in the pit lane, now he's got one for track limits, so an awful day really for Jenkins. That'll be music to the ears of Stephen Paulo, who's a lap behind. So with all these drive-throughs, that'll really bring Stephen back into the game. As Andrew crosses the line, 1:43.6. Ooh, so Ant Brown on the previous lap just did the fastest lap. Admit he snuck that one in, but they're now trading fastest laps, Ant and Andrew. So yeah, interesting that. Very, very close on pace. Currently the gap 9 seconds, but as we see him serve that penalty, do we see car 70 come into the pits, riding behind Ant Brown at the minute on the stream? So car 70 does pit, so that's Alex McGee in the pits for his 6th stop. Keep an eye on the 99 car, Joe Challoner, Matt Davies, and I can't remember the last driver, apologies. So we'll keep an eye on that. Just coming around the hairpin, so they've got a long way to go, but it is a long stop. I'm going to quickly switch to the Alex McGee car off stream. Just as we just went back to Ant Brown, he had a little wiggle coming out of Aqua Minerale there. Looking at Alex, he's stationary in the pit lane at the moment. Let me know if I miss anything while I'm concentrating on these two cars. I think Alex McGee is going to be pretty comfortable here. He's still in the pits, but Joe is only coming around the chicane midway through the lap. So Andy Benton is now in the car and he's leaving the pit lane, so that's pretty comfortable. The gap was down to about 10 seconds, and I feel that it is slightly more than that now as he crosses the line to enter the circuit. We'll see what that's when they cross the timing line. Joe just coming out of the, so he's just crossing the line now. So very, very similar there, as we thought. They were doing very, very similar lap times. So it does appear that the gap is still the same for 3rd and 4th again. So we've got only 9 seconds covering the top 2, and them two really are trading fastest times here. So they're both well into the 43s, mid 43s. Last time round was a 43.4 for Andrew and a 43.6 for Ant. So a couple of tenths, but not a lot, because on the previous lap Ant was quicker than Andrew, and Ant currently putting in quickest sectors. So the battle really is on for the lead after 6 hours and 57.5 minutes, 5 hours remaining, and we've got 9 seconds between the top two and roughly 10 seconds to be confirmed between 3rd and 4th for the final podium position. And we've got somebody off. That is car 88, which is the Poles, who I thought might be getting quite interested in Jenkins' 52 car, having 2 drive-throughs, but they've managed to bin it, I think, on the chicane. Another car pitting, which is 89 car. So the 89 car is Ross Parker, so they've just stopped. Looks like they may have had an issue on that stop because it was a long one, and now they've made another. Jenkins made 3 stops in the last 10 minutes. Dave Rose still to stop as well. I think he might be in now. 41 car, yes, so Dave Rose is in as well. Gap at the front, 8.6. I'm keeping my eye on that. Right, okay, so the gap between 3rd and 4th is 8 seconds. That's between Andy Benton and Joe Challoner in 4th. So let's keep an eye on those lap times to see who's going quick and who's not quite managing to hold the pace. See if that gap comes down. Currently 8 seconds, 8.5 seconds. Right, I will be back in a couple of minutes, guys. So we are back. Gap at the front, 8.7 seconds. So they really are trading blows at the front. Gap for third and fourth has come down though, so I'm just seeing that's only 4 seconds. So there's been a slow lap from Andy Benton at 1:47.3. So has Benton got the pace to hold off Joe Challoner? The 99 car of Joe Challoner was running a strong second in the early stages of the race, so they'll be pushing to get back. So it's now running fourth essentially. And I'm just realising that, the 70 car overtook the 99 car in those pit stops. I said the gap was probably going to be 10 seconds, but I was actually thinking it'd be the other way around, if I can remember correctly, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the 70 car overtook the 99 car in the pit stops at the end of those stints. So that's a good progress from them, but now they're under attack because of the current pace of the 70 car. So I'm looking at the 99. Yeah, so we're on board with the 99 on the stream now. So he's closing in rapidly on the back of Andy Benton. So can Benton soak up the power? We've got a lot of cars together on the same part of the circuit now. I'm watching Andy Benton go across the line. He's got Harrison Fulton in front of him, and he goes up the inside, and a little hesitation there. He's flashing the lights at Harrison, trying to get by because he knows he's got Joe. Harrison pulls to one side to let him by, as you'll see it on the stream. Yeah, so Benton gets by. I wonder if that's what held him up earlier, but the pace didn't seem... Oh, and I'm just seeing a fastest lap, and Brown 1:42.8. That's about half a second quicker than the previous fastest lap. Nothing's changed. It's in the middle of his stint, and yeah, the temperature's still the same. So sorry, the track conditions have just switched to optimum. I think that may explain it, because that is very, very quick. Benton's going to be under pressure here from Joe. He's only 1.8 seconds behind, so we're looking at Andy Benton from the rear wing. So that second car in the shot, that is Joe Challoner, closing down rapidly as he takes plenty of curb over the chicane. He will be, and Harrison just, I think Harrison's letting Joe through, and Joe only 1 second behind Andy now. So the race is on for third and fourth. Final podium position. As you look at it now, you can see from the rear wing that Joe is closing down rapidly. Let's see what this lap time is as they cross the line. So Benton goes across the line, and it is a 46.5. Joe goes across the line 43.8. So 3 seconds in that lap. You see Joe closing up on the brakes. He's gone a little bit deep there. He's a little bit deep. He nearly goes off and loses the rear a little bit on the exit. So very deep on the brakes there into turn one. He's a little bit, but I dare say with the pace that he's showing over the last 2 laps, he's going to come back at him. So we're still looking from the rear of Benton's car at those headlights blazing from Joe as we go down into the hairpin. Let's see what pace Andy has got in the 70 car, the one just in front of us. We switch cameras to the number 99 car of Joe, which is the second in that train in the centre. Very, very close on circuit. This is the closest action we've got. And this is for position. So very, very close. Gap at the front, 7.449. So 7.5 seconds at the front. And then this is the gap as you see it. As we see, he's looking down the inside. So Joe's gone for the inside into the chicane, gets it stopped, takes plenty of curb. Not too much of a fight from Andy. Andy just lets him go a little bit, and he's going to try and tag onto the back of him. So I feel that... Oh, and there's a drive-through for Joe Challoner. Just seen drive-through, so that'll be track limits. So no wonder Andy Benton didn't want to fight too hard, because he knows that Joe has a drive-through. That is a disaster for Joe. He will not be happy about that. Does he take it straight away? No, he doesn't. He's going to try and get a few laps under his belt, but oh no. That is not what Joe wanted. So although he's taken the position on track, he will be giving that back up because a drive-through will cost him, I would not like to say it's going to be at least 30-40 seconds. So Joe will be livid with himself, and I'm sure his teammates will be as well. So I'm not sure if it's cumulative for track cuts for each driver or if it's a cumulative for the whole team. But yeah, that is what that's for. As you see the DT next to Joe Challoner in the 99 car's name. Not good. So that's a shame, because that was shaping up to be a really good little battle for third and fourth, whether it would have carried on because of the pace of Benton. But Joe has got it all to do again. So he's only just started this stint. So Joe has only just started doing the stint. He's done 19 laps, so he's quite a way into it. So he will stop. He will then have to carry on and complete another 15 or so laps. 15 to 20 laps depending on their stint length, and try and catch up that deficit that will be caused by the drive-through penalty. Okay, 7.7 at the front. Let's have a quick run down, see if we're any closer. So 6th and 7th, they are together. They're very close actually, 6th and 7th. So this is 88 and 52. So the 52 car is trying to figure out why they are the same amount down but nowhere near each other on circuit. Have they come together at all on this lap? Let's see across the line this time. I'm interested in the 88 car. Yeah, so yeah, I've missed that. There must have been an incident between the 52 car and the 88 car between I'm not sure his first name, Jenkins and Stephen Paul. Let me just have a look. So Jake Jenkins and Stephen Paul, looks like they got together on that previous lap because they were identical through the sector time, and now there's a 10-second difference or 8-second difference. So yeah, very, very close between those two, but Jake has come off better and has actually taken the position. Yes, because John Walker's dropped back, so they are now I've totally missed this. There's been a nightmare for the pit stops. We saw a long stop a few laps ago for Ross, and then immediately followed by another stop. So I dare say there's been an issue with the changeover there, and they've dropped 2 more laps behind Stephen now. So big shame for John Walker and Ross Parker there in last position, and now 2 laps down. So that's a big shame for them. That's not what they wanted. Just looking at, so that's car 99, Joe Challoner. He is in for his drive-through. So I will keep an eye on Joe going through the pits. I'm watching that on my screen. You're looking at Andy Benton at the moment, who's going to drive right by Joe Challoner. So you see his name switch there as Joe is still in the pits with a P next to his name in the white box. Joe crawls down. It's a long pit lane at Imola. There's a bend halfway down it. So he's trying to take the shortest possible line. Josh Copeland donating £10. Brilliant. It's nice to see that total changing. So that will go up to £714, which is massive. Joe Challoner leaves the pit lane then. So we'll wait until the times sort themselves out, because he's lost a lot of time there to the 70 car of Andy Benton. A third of a lap down now. So that's going to be around 30 seconds or more, maybe 35 seconds. So that will be interesting to see where they are. But that was a big shame. Joe has got it all to do now. As I'm looking at Joe, and he's gone off in the gravel. So Joe rejoined after that drive-through, and he's gone straight into the gravel, but only a little moment. So it shouldn't cost him too much time, but he needs to get his head down, get focused, and try and chase down Andy Benson, who's currently very, very close on track with car 41, which is Harrison Fulton. And let's have a look at Andy Benson. Yeah, so he's got Harrison behind him. Harrison's doing mid 145s. Benson's slow on 146s, so I dare say Benson's struggling with pace here. So he isn't going to be making any progress into second position, but he will have to look in his mirrors for Joe to come back at him, as he's just had. Any drop it? Totally missed all the chat, so nothing missed. Who's donating money because I didn't bin it? Nobody, because we wanted to donate if you binned it. That was the whole point, Jamie. You must really hate these children. Full stint on blue tyres, blah blah blah. Yep. Any dropping off, Andy or Ant? Well, the gap is now 6.8. So Ant, after that initial burst from Andrew, very quick out the blocks. Ant is slowly, you're talking a couple of tenths or a tenth a lap, getting back to Andy Wellborn. So yeah, McGeezy does it, celebrating because they've got P3 at the moment. Still a long way to go. We need to add. There's still 4 hours and 48 minutes to go. But it has. We're nearly 2/3 of the way through now. So amazing that we've got such close racing after such a long time. So it's brilliant stuff. If Andy can find his rhythm a little bit and get some quicker lap times. He did a 45.9 on the previous lap, so that's a little bit better. If you can do at least low 45s, it might be in with a shout, because Joe is very, very quick when he keeps it on the track and doesn't get a drive through. Okay, so we're looking at Rick or Stephen Paul. I'm not sure which ones, because I think they use the same rig. Switch back to Andy Benson, who's got Harrison Fulton up behind him still. So Harrison looking a bit quicker than Andy Benson at this time. Probably worth, if Harrison has got the pace, so he's doing low 45s. Benson, he's improved his pace a little bit though, and he's under pressure. So let's see how this translates. He might benefit him to let him through, but if he thinks he's got more pace, he just needs to hold him at bay so he can then get his head down and make some progress. Because Harrison, although he's behind him on track here, they are in 5th position, which is behind the 99 car Joe Challoner. So Harrison will be keen to be making progress. Joe with a 43.7, which is a quick lap. As I say that, Andrew Wellborn a 43.3, and Brown a 43.7, so 4/10 of a second between the top two again. Gap back up to 6.8, and these two on the screen very, very close. Sorry, Benson and Fulton very, very close. So we're looking at Joe here because he's putting in some good laps now after having that 7 drive through. His track cuts will be reset, so we'll be able to push to some degree. Oh, he takes a huge chunk. I'd missed that, a big chunk through Aqua Minerale and sends him wide. I just saw that on the stream, so I was a little bit delayed. So that won't do his efforts any good. See what lap time he does this time round. just seen a very, very slow lap time there from Stephen Paul, so I think he's had an off. He's not been in the pits. So issues for Stephen there. And Fulton has got past Andy Benton. So looking at Andy Benton now, Harrison Fulton in front. So a slow lap that time, so I think I may have missed something. I've just nipped away from the machine. So can Andrew Benton keep Challoner at bay? He's currently 27.5 seconds behind. So that's a fair amount of work for Joe to do, but at his current pace, he should have no problem with that. We saw him make a little mistake previously, so he's a slow lap on that one, but we've seen him do 1:43s and low 44 lap times, so we should see Joe come up to the back of Andy by the end of this stint. Gap at the front, 7.2, so very, very close for these two as they cross the line for lap 240. That's 240 laps completed. A 43.3 for Andrew and a 44.7 for Ant. So Ant's had a poor lap there, the gap up to 8.5. Yeah, slow lap there from Ant. So that will be, I'm just seeing there, Benton looks like he had an issue there. I just missed that. Yeah, I think he got wide at the chicane, very, very slow out. So he's not quite settling as he'd want to in third position. The pressure is going to be on that 70 car and that team to be holding the 99 at bay. We know the 99 car has got very, very quick, strong drivers in it. So that is going to be a good fight.
Hello, Paul.
Hello, how are you?
Not bad, how are you?
About to lose my voice, I think.
I think I joined at a good time there, just as you're talking about, well, Joe, Matty and Dan catching us up again.
Yeah, so, yeah, because you kind of got away with it with the drive-through for Joe.
Yeah, I had no idea they'd racked up all those
yeah
warnings.
Because they just got you, and then I saw it flash up, and I was like, oh,
yeah,
well, there we go.
So yeah, it's pretty lucky for us. It's pretty handy. Yeah, hopefully Andy can keep some pace, and we'll see what it's like when we jump back in. I think just before I got out, I think my times were very similar to Joe's.
Yeah, he was quick, Alex.
It was a good stint. Yeah, it settled in nice.
Yeah, he was doing like, well, it varied a little bit, obviously mistakes and things, but yeah, the ultimate pace was really good.
I think
because I think you overtook Joe. You were behind him by about.
So I ended up sort of. We did it in the pits essentially. So
yeah, you were 10 seconds ahead. Sorry, behind, and then you was much longer in the stint because they pitted. So you obviously overtook them in the pits. But
I think Dan had a mix-up. He saw someone else got a drive-through, and he pulled in to take it, and then he was quickly told, "No, you haven't got a drive-through." So he made it into a pit stop.
Oh.
Which sort of put them out of sequence, and then sort of throughout the 2 hours of my stint, I caught up to about 10 seconds back or something like that.
Yeah, because I noticed that they were out of sequence.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see, basically, if they get away with that by the end of the race.
Well, they were running strong second place, early.
Yeah, they were.
Early doors, and there's been a few little.
Ant's put a beast of a stint in to start with, and I'm guessing he's probably hitting a similar pace at the minute.
Yeah, well, it's very, very close at the minute because the gap got down to about 15 seconds before the stop when Jamie stopped. Yeah. And then on the out lap, it was down to 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And then it's fluctuated between 5. Well, it went up to about 8 seconds, and it's stayed there. And then Andy's
looking faster on pace the past few laps.
He is, but like the last lap, Ant was quicker again.
Yeah.
So they really are trading blows.
Yeah. Oh, that's brilliant.
It must be hard. I mean, I'm tired just watching it. So, to put those times in and try and keep it on the black stuff is Yeah, they're doing quick times. I mean, we've essentially got 2 battles really now. We've got the battle for first and second, and then yourself with Car 99 with Joe and Matt, and Dan. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm amazed it
still,
stayed so close after so much time.
yeah, just 4 hours and 40 minutes to go.
Yeah,
Nearly there.
we're just trying to panic work out our stints. So because of the rain, we've had to sort of cut some of our stints a little bit short earlier.
Yeah.
So we're now going to have to try and extend a little bit.
Yeah,
So
because what size your last? Let's just have a look at stint lengths.
so what? Yeah, what
So
about
42 you did. You've done a 42 stint and then a 41 in the last stint. Yeah, you did 40. Your first of the second round of stints was 42 laps, and then you did a 41 on that previous one.
Okay, so that's good. So yeah, so that's about
14.
That's about an hour 13, 14, I think. I was unsure, but I could maybe go for another lap on that second one. I just played it safe and came in.
Well, I can show you how long the stint was actually. Exactly how long it was. So the 42 was an hour 13 and 47.
Okay.
And then your previous one was an hour 11 and 24. Because obviously it depends on your lap times a little bit. So yeah, you're looking around 1 hour 12.
I think we need to extend by about 3 minutes over our remaining stints.
Right.
Do about an hour 15 in them to save a pit stop. So we might just do a bit of fuel saving towards the end.
Yeah. I suppose if it rains, that would help. I guess.
It would write off the plan, but at the same time everyone else would have to pit. So
you'd do a lot less laps, wouldn't you? So you should.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess. Yeah. It's a good point. Yeah. We'd need to get lucky then, wouldn't we? That it fits in with our stints.
Yeah.
I guess you can obviously do a bit of flex, but
yeah. Well, if you think another wet, you're roughly 5 or more seconds a lap slower when it's wet. So
yeah,
it quickly starts adding up to laps. So you might get lucky if you have a bit of a downpour.
Possibly.
Currently
Yeah.
It's gone from clear skies to cloud.
Yeah.
Clear. So
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
12 degrees. So maybe there's something coming on the horizon. You never know.
It is tricky with only 15 minutes warning. Trying to work out what you can do for the next hour.
Yeah, I'm sure it usually was longer than that, but obviously it's only to show you.
I think it's because we're at ×2 speed in the in-game time.
Ah, okay.
So the game's taking place over 24 hours. Yeah, so it's 15 minutes actual, which obviously half an hour in game.
Right. Okay.
But we had a similar issue last weekend with the SSRI. That the forecast was half an hour, but it was still a 30-minute one. We still change a fair bit, and you're trying to plan the next hour and a 10-minute stint. It was tricky.
Well, and this is it. This is what the racing is all about, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. There's
racing. Just make sure you've got those strategies ready to plug them in, or be quick on the MFD when you're coming in the pits.
Yeah. Well, the handy thing is you can have them ready. So we've got like a few strategies set up, and you just sort of select through them depending on weather, temperature. But it's all that preparation, isn't it?
Yeah. You want about 25 strategies preset. You never know if the temperature is going to line up with the weather and pressures. So it is tricky to have a strategy, and you always end up tweaking the pressures a little bit. So no, good luck anyway.
Cheers.
Now, so 60, 145, 4 on the last lap for Benson. So he's picked up the pace a little bit. Joe's had quite a slow lap there, 44.8. The gap is 21 seconds. It was 27, so he is catching, but it'll be interesting to see whether they can catch you with the stint, because Joe Chalner. So that was a drive-through. So he's actually done 29 laps on this stint. So we only got another 10 laps before he pits again. So
and he'll either stay in the car or swap out for Matty D.
Yeah, and you've only done 16 laps, so you've got
we've got most
laps. So
But if he's catching us about a second a lap, and he's 20 seconds back at the minute, then by the end of our stint, I'd guess to catch us up.
Yeah,
if
because
the current
obviously
pace
he's
is
going to
last.
stay in the car.
Yeah.
No, he'll be
The
doing
pit,
swap.
the pit
won't
stops
he?
will equal each other, won't they?
Yeah, so it's just important that Andy gets his. I mean, he's done a 44.9 on the last lap, so he's getting there.
Yeah. He'll get into the groove.
About a second.
I found it really tricky my second stint coming out on the fresh tyres. You get your head so into worn tyres, they don't turn in as quick. So you're more aggressive when you turn in, and then when you get into fresh ones, you find yourself just throwing them across the sausages.
Yeah, so you never want to throw him across the sausage.
Yeah, you don't.
So, yeah. What have we got in the chat? Or you could just be a hero and send it strapwise on the fly. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think that's one we're talking
right,
about. Having strategies. We're not far off that. We've only got like 5 or 6 lined up.
Yeah,
He said 25.
It all goes out the
like,
window, doesn't it? Pretty quickly, usually when the rain starts. So
yeah.
No, good stuff. I'm trying to find a replacement commentator because I'll be disappearing. I've been on here a few hours now, I think.
Okay, yeah.
So I'm getting eyes. Yeah. So if anyone wants to take over, if you want to take over, Alex, or
Yeah, can do.
who
Yeah.
Tom is. He can't still be cleaning his car, can he?
Wasn't he going somewhere today? That's why he couldn't race. I think he is driving somewhere today.
We said something. Oh, I'll be back for the last 3 hours ish. Okay.
Oh right, okay.
An hour and a half to go before he's back. But it's just because the stream's a little bit because we don't have any control over the cameras. It's hard to really know what the hell's going on.
So I've also got my my end game still running, so I can scooch around the track.
Yeah, that's probably the best way.
And then I've got a second monitor running off that as well, so I can see everyone's times and stuff.
Yeah, the timing app that I'm using is actually coming really handy.
Yeah.
There's a dashboard called Light. It's like, I think if you log in, you get the Light option, and you've got all the pit stop strategy at the bottom, which is really handy for this type of racing. So I can see the stint lengths and when they stopped in like quite an easy to understand graphic. So yeah, that's really handy. I'd have been lost without this, to be honest. And obviously, your times. I don't understand why on the overlay on this game it just removes the times. It's really quite frustrating.
On the tower on the left.
Yeah, so the in-game tower on the left doesn't really give us much information.
Not really, no. It just gives you some of the gaps, but then once everyone's spread out, it's not great.
Then it's blank. So apologies to everyone watching if it has been a bit of a radio show, but before TV there was radio, and when we were doing 12-hour sim racing before TV, what did we do? Yeah, so hopefully Tom will be back and he can get on with it and finish off.
Yeah, definitely. Feel free to put a shout out to the chat. The guys are in there as well, and I'm sure some of them might be free to come and chat with me.
Yeah, I'll send some over now. And
rather than me talking absolute nonsense on my own.
No, that's fine. Everyone's always welcome. It's certainly more engaging when there's more people in here, and it's more eyes to see what's going on.
Yeah,
It's quite easy to miss things. So, no, appreciated. I'll put some in the chat now.
So, do a little rundown. Let me get my timing up, and we'll have a look at some of the gaps. So, still solid at 10 seconds. Andy at the front, Ant Brown close behind. Two of them really are just trading times. Their last lap difference was less than a tenth. Their average pace of the 3 laps, less than a tenth. They're both equaling each other's pace. So, interesting to see if they can keep that going with the rest of the stint, or if driver changes are going to affect it all. So I think after Ant, they'll be looking to put Matt in. And Matt, he admits himself he didn't have the greatest first couple stints, or double stints, so I think he's going to want to put some pace in now as they come in for this dry period. And Matt can go fast when he wants to. He just sometimes doesn't do it on race day, but if we get him on a clean track with a target in front, I'm sure he could do pretty well. And then Andy, I think, will probably swap out for Matty J. If he does at the end of the stint swap out. I imagine not. I think he's just jumped in on this stint, so
Yeah,
it's likely
Andy
Andy
was
to stay in, isn't it?
pushing on this stream. Yeah, I think he's doing a double one, and then he said that Matt will then do another double one. And then
So it's gonna be a fast
Jamie-
few hours for them.
Yeah, and then maybe Jamie will jump at the end. So I suppose it depends. Yeah, on what's going on, whether they do that.
That's solid pro-am strategy.
Yeah, because I mean, I just said the gap had gone up to over 10 seconds, but now
Yeah.
I'm down again. But
Well, they're looking between Andy and Joe. That gap has come right down. 12 seconds now.
oh yeah,
Between Joe
Yeah,
and
so-
Andy. So yeah, Joe's averaging 2 seconds a lap faster.
yeah, that is significant, isn't it?
Yeah, Andy's
2
struggling for a bit of
seconds.
speed at the minute. Averaging sort of the 146s.
Yeah, because he's been as low as the 44s, so he can do it.
Yeah.
Just obviously struggling to find a consistent
I'll
pace.
bring up my game, see where he is on track. Is he stuck with anyone? No, he's got space. He's just got past Jake Jenkins, so I don't know if he had a bit of traffic before. And that's slowed him down a little bit. But
Yeah, so last lap 46.1. Yeah, so I think it's just maybe coming into
there he
it
is.
quite late on.
yeah.
Has he
it's
done
a bit
a?
weird.
Oh, he's done a stint, hasn't he? So
Yeah, he's done one double stint earlier on, and then this is his first hour for this double stint again.
yeah, just
Uh,
so. Oh, I suppose it was wet earlier because obviously he did an hour 15 for 40 laps, and you did an hour 13 for 42 laps. But obviously that shows the difference
yeah.
in the wet pace.
Yeah, it looks like Joe's closing that gap right down. And then yeah, the rest of the guys all look fairly steady together, don't they? Well, sort of spread out. Sorry.
Yeah, unfortunately there's a few laps between each of them now, so there's
Yeah.
not really anybody other than the top four on the same laps. You got Harrison on 245, then Jenkins 243, and I think Jenkins and Stephen Paul actually were on the same laps. But Stephen and I think they actually had an incident together.
Okay.
Jenkins went past the
So
Paul car.
I think it's something that was just went over a sausage and got some proper air there.
Oh yeah. So that is Andy Benson. So that was Jenkins.
Yeah.
Yeah, getting some big air. So yeah, you can't see those sausages in the night time. Yeah, and they had a good little scrap. So I think they are actually on the same lap, but
Yeah.
it looks like Jenkins is much quicker. To be honest, they're a good 20 or 18 seconds in front now. So yeah, that gap's opened up a bit, and looks like the 52 and the 70 are the closest, which is yourself and Jenkins, which is the one you can see on screen now. Everyone else is very, very spread out, all rotating very nicely, very orderly. Nothing much really going on.
That's what it's about in endurance races.
Yeah, maybe
I'm
we'll take this time to just have a little break from the commentary, because we're kind of midway through the stint. I'm just looking who's next to stop. That'll probably be Stephen Paul. Well, actually, it'll be Joe Chalner, because he's now done 35 laps. So, what have they done in the previous? So Joe Challoner, 36 and 39 laps. So yeah, due to stop in maybe 3 or 4 laps for Joe, which is probably good for you. Takes you back a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see us. Yeah. Gap looks to have stabled out a little bit though at 10 seconds a minute, but I know Joe won't be long before closing that.
Yeah, it's just on a 43.6, which is
It's not bad.
pretty
That's a
quick.
good time. Yeah.
It's actually Andy Wellborn 43.2.
Wow.
Yeah, he's,
Tracked optimum now. Just noticed that.
yeah, I think it's been optimum for a while because Ant put a random lap in. He did 42.8, just from nowhere.
Yeah.
and I happened to notice it had gone to optimum, and I think it was right at the start of their stint. So I
Right,
think
okay.
Twilight just happened to switch over as
I
they
think,
did
yeah, I think it was fast for most of. Well, I think it was fast when I jumped out.
Yep.
But yeah, that's about when Ant switched over. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was half. If you look at all the previous quickest laps, it was like half a tenth, less
Yeah.
than half a tenth, and then it was half a
Boom.
second.
Yeah.
So I don't really know where that came from, but he's losing time. He's 11.1 behind now.
Yeah, I wonder if it's
44.1.
just the fatigue starting to set in for him.
Definitely
Obviously,
could
he's not feeling the greatest at the minute. I think that he's at the tail end of COVID.
And Brown.
And he's at the tail end of his second stint.
Yeah, and Brown not feeling 100% as he's told us before the race. He doesn't sound the greatest. You've heard him in the commentary as well. He sounds full of cold. Whether that's catching up with him now, but he's certainly struggling, I would say, to hold on to Andy Wellborn's pace. But Andy Wellborn fresh into this stint as it stands, and Brown on the end of his second stint, like Alex says. So
he's averaging about 6/10 slower now.
Yeah, it looks like
it's quite. I think Ant said himself that's a light year when it comes to Andy Wellborn.
Yeah, and
you don't get that time back quick.
No, this is every tenth is hard earned.
Yeah,
at that level. So I'm just looking at 70 years. So yourself and Jenkins are still very, very close on the track. Putting you under a bit of pressure. Car 89, which is John Walker catching. No, he's definitely not catching Andy. Andy's caught him and overtaken. Just on board with Andy Benton on the stream. Right, some quick sectors going in. It looks like everyone's picking up the pace a little bit. What temperature we're at? Still at 12 degrees. No particular change. So maybe just people finding their feet a little bit. There's a few green sectors popping up. John Walker on a 44.1, which is quick, really.
Yeah, that's good for John.
Second quickest last time around.
Actually, what was his last lap there?
John's
his last was a 44.1. Yeah, oh, that's brilliant.
So,
that's good for John.
There's Joe, was very slightly quicker, and Andrew, so he was third fastest.
Yeah,
still good pace from Andrew, from John.
Just looking at Ant's pace, it's not looking that last lap. I don't know if he's in traffic or something.
44.7.
Yeah,
that's not too bad. Because he has been in the 45s and 46s sometimes.
Yeah.
Still roughly 9 seconds. Is that 144.7? Yeah, so he's relatively stable. Joe comes across the line. Oh, 43.4. Yeah, so he's winding it up a little bit, Joe, now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 43.4 is really good.
Yeah, that's 43.4 is as quick as the leader.
So we can see here.
2.995. There you go, Andrew Wellborn.
Wow.
It definitely feels like there's some slight change gone on with this track because the green sectors all popped up all together, and everyone. Oh, and Brown at 145.3. So where is he on the circuit? 69.
Yeah.
He's on his own in clear air. So that is.
Does sound like I'm struggling. Yeah.
Yeah, it does sound like Andy's struggling. Let's have a quick look at him. Unfortunately, we can't show you him on the screen.
Watching what we have got on screen at the minute. So Andy's been getting a little bit of pressure off Jenkins. He wants to unlap himself. Andy's caught up with that's Rick Paul. That'll be at the minute. So it's interesting to see how this comes together. Hopefully, there's nothing stupid will happen.
Yeah. So Jenkins.
Rick moves out of the way. Of course, now it cuts to Andy.
Oh, yeah. So Rick lets them both through. So I think they both got through okay.
Okay, cool.
Just looking at the track map. Ooh, what's going on in the final two corners? Somebody's gone off. 88, whoever that is.
Oh, that's Rick.
Well, Rick, yeah, he's had a moment there. Definitely something. The car was stationary. He's now got car 99, which is Joe, right on the tail of him. So yeah, I think he got it in the gravel through the first left-hander, wide on the exit, and just really bogged him down. So not great for the poles. Andrew crosses the line.
We're on chase cam with Joe at the minute. That's him getting nicely past Rick. Just letting him past. So he'll now probably have good eyes on Jenkins and Andy in front. So I imagine Joe is really on the charge now. 3.5 seconds behind.
Yeah, he's really closed that gap, hasn't he now?
And Ant's just popped out a purple lap. We talk about him struggling. And he's the 42.6.
Where did that come from? He's dropped. It's like 13 seconds behind now.
I've seen this before from him. He has a couple bad laps and he goes, right, sort your life out. And he just smashes out a... Yeah, a beast.
Yeah, so maybe he was saving up his energy recovery system or something. I don't know. Maybe his physical energy recovery system. Maybe he blew his nose twice on the lap before us. Who knows? Yeah, so some quick times coming in now. There's no apparent change in track conditions or temperature, but the times really seem to be tumbling a little bit here. We've had multiple drivers in 42-second laps. I think it was all very spread out, and they've all really closed up together now. We've got 5 cars on the main straight, which is led by Harrison Fulton.
So there's Joe into the pits, I think.
That
on board with him.
Joe into the pits, yes. So Joe Challoner, as we said, was due. He had that drive-through, so he's done a total of 40 laps. 40 laps total, so that is a full stint.
I wonder, that might actually time really well for him there, because that might give him the opportunity, as little as I want to see it, that might give him the opportunity to do the old undercut. As long as hopefully Andy can keep his pace out.
Yeah, I suppose it may prevent him from having to overtake on track, which is kind of like a switch.
Definitely the easier way to do it, yeah. In an endurance race, if you can overtake someone in the pits, that's so much easier.
Yeah, and that's a total flip of how you got third position, which,
yeah,
if you can keep that pace up, unless Andy Benson finds a bit more pace, then, because he's done a couple of slow laps, Andy, 47.8 on that last time around.
Yeah.
So is this going to be a double stint for Benson?
Yeah, it will be.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe tire pressures or something. Maybe there's something there to
possibly.
To look at.
Don't like the idea of our strategy being questioned.
I was just thinking maybe he's just slightly outside the window or something.
Possibly, yeah.
Maybe, but then the temperature will come up. We're looking at 1:45 in the morning game time, so it's still a long time, because I think the race will end at, where are we? 4 hours, 8 hours, so 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're probably going to get a little increase in temperature from 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning.
I think we will do. Yeah, I think we'll see it get to maybe mid-teens, I guess. By the time he gets tonight, it can heat up really quickly in the morning.
But I don't think he's going to see much in his next stint, though. So it'll be interesting to see what
probably not
pressures he's running at the moment. See if it's maybe just dropped outside the window.
Yeah.
I know Stephen Paul was struggling with cold tyres for a whole stint previously, as we see Matt Davies, who's taken over from Joe. Okay, so there has been a change of driver. So Joe must have done... No, so Joe only did a single stint.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Yeah, so they've obviously reversed. Yeah, they've tried something different here. So Matt Davies in the car now. He's going to be the one that'll be hunting Andy Benson down.
Yeah, I imagine he'll come out on it, really aggressive, try and get all the speed out of the car and the fresh tyres while he can.
Yeah, Matt Davies refreshed after having a good hour, no, maybe 2 or 3 hours off out of the car. Time to have his Sunday roast back in the car for the evening session. He'll be hunting down Andy Benton in the 70 car. His teammate present with us now, trying his best to think of something that we could do to put them off.
Cross my
Maybe
fingers.
just declare a red flag or something, I don't know. So yeah, he'll be keen to push on. The gap at the front is now 14.5 seconds, so
Is extending, isn't it? Andy's just done a.
42.9 on the last lap.
I think that's one of his best, possibly.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
they've not done many 42s at all, but I think he did a 42. So car 69.
Looking at Ant's times, they're so far off what he's just set as well. His purple lap that he did a
I
while
don't know
back.
why it's not coming up for car 23, because he's definitely done a 42.8 and then a 42.6 for Ant. Well, I'm pretty sure Andrew's done 42.8 as well. Totally lost what I was going to say.
I'm just looking at Ant's times. It's just that I've always pegged that as Ant down has been really consistent, but just looking at so he had his purple lap a while back, a 42.6. His next one was a 43.4, then a 44.3.
Yeah, maybe just pushing too hard, I think.
That could be it, yeah. Overdriving, wanting to catch Andy.
Yeah, because that gap, I mean, it's come down on the last lap. Obviously, Andrew not immune from making a couple of mistakes himself, but generally that gap, funnily enough, is nearly back up to what it was before Jamie pitted.
Yeah.
So it's been a lot harder seconds there. You know, it was 15 before the stop, and they lost, for some reason, 10 seconds during the stop. Maybe some damage or difference in fuel on the stop, or just maybe a poor outlap and inlap.
I think they did have a bit of damage from earlier on, yeah.
Right. And
I think one of the guys mentioning it.
It's taken him nearly an hour to gain that time back. So, and it's been hard fought, very, very fast times. So it just shows, you know, how much you need to be consistent. Harrison Fulton, fastest of his laps, 44.8, so a little bit off the pace of some of the quicker guys, but good for them. Jenkins 153, so he's gone very, very slow. That's put Stephen Paul or Rick Paul back within reach.
I'm going to jump out just for 2 minutes just to make sure I think Andy's pit's coming up soon, isn't it?
Andy Welborn, so let me just
Andy
check.
Benton, sorry.
Sorry. Andy Benton's car 70. He has done 29 laps.
Okay. I'm just going to go check if...
Feel free, that's fine.
Yeah.
Don't you worry about me.
I'll chat to you soon.
Yeah, catch you in a bit, Alex. Bye. So, it's 4 hours and 10 minutes remaining. It's been a bit of a slog. We're not going to lie. Oh, who's that? Andrew Welborn. Has he just been off? I just tuned into that. And I feel that the leader may have just been off. So where's Ant Brown? No, maybe not. Maybe that was just my eyes deceiving me, but I'm pretty sure Andrew Welborn was not really on the right part of the circuit. So, yeah, no, sorry for the panic. Still 16 seconds. Yeah, 16.8. So he's actually built more of a gap. So maybe I saw another car off. Maybe it was Ant. I'm not sure. Yeah, so 4 hours 10 minutes remaining. 7 hours 50 have elapsed, and we are still seeing some very close battles. So first and second gap has gone up over the last few laps. It's now at 17 seconds, so we're seeing some rough laps from Ant Brown of 46.0. So maybe that's what I saw. And is that Ant? Yeah, so that's just somebody letting Ant go by. But Ant, yeah, we're on 46.0 on that last lap, which is way off the pace of Andrew, who's in the 43s. Gap out to 17 seconds. The battle for second, which is Andy Benson and Matt Davies now. So Matt Davies has just made a stop, or Joe made a stop to have Matt Davies take over. Andy Benson was struggling for pace, but as we see from his last lap, he did a 44.6 on the last lap, which is plenty fast enough. But he keeps dropping into 46s and slow 45s. So that is a very close battle for the last place on the podium. See it, and now we've just seen him go across the line at 46.0. So he's gone a second and a half slower than his previous lap, which needs to be more consistent if he stands any chance of keeping off the 99 car of Matt Davies. Still a long way behind. I'd say they're still the best part of a lap behind, but they have made an extra stop. Their sequence is slightly out because of stops made earlier on for the 99 car. So in essence, Andy Benson will have to make another stop soon. He's currently on lap 32 of his stint. They're doing around 40 laps by the looks of things. So he's got about 9 more laps, and then he will have to come in. We may see Matt Davies overtake the 70 car of Andy Benson. It's currently in 3rd position. Harrison Fulton going quite well. He's done another fastest lap of his, 1:44.5. Slowly just chipping away, getting closer and closer to the 43s. 2 leaders again. See, now we've seen Ant Brown do a quicker lap. It really is trading blows between these top 2 positions. But Andrew Wellborn appears to be able to do it more consistently. Maybe not quite to the ultimate pace of Ant Brown, but more consistently and quick laps without making too many errors. And he's managed to build that gap by a further kind of 10 seconds really on what it first was. So Andy definitely got, we've got a car stationary in the hairpin. That's car 88, that's Stephen Paul. So will we see that on the stream? I'm not sure. So I can see that they are moving again, but they've lost a lot of time there in the chicane, possibly in the wall, so they've possibly got damage as well. We'll see what their lap time is on the next time round. £729 raised in total so far. We're slowly covering those digits, that number symbol, that pound symbol. So hopefully we can cover that today. After everyone's finished their Sunday roasts, have a few beers in their belly, feeling a little bit more generous. And it is for charity, and it's a very good cause. And there's been a lot of effort put into this, although it may only look not that substantial in terms of cars competing. There are over 25 guys that have dedicated 12 hours of their Sunday on a bank holiday. So, you know, it is a top effort from the guys to come together and do this and hopefully raise as much money as we can. So on circuit, we're looking at Andy Benson, who has, it's Jenkins behind, Stephen Paul in the pits actually. He is in, maybe a bit too much damage, so he's plummeting even further down the leaderboard. So we're looking at Jenkins behind Andy Benson. Jenkins is a good 2 laps, 3 laps. Ooh, and it's very unusual move across the circuit there. I'm not sure what was going on there, but Benson moved across. I don't know if he's going to go wide. He's deep over the sausage curb. He's going wide into the gravel, and that allows Jenkins through, but I'm not sure what was going on there. It looked like he went to block Jenkins, and Jenkins jinked to the right hand side, caught the back end of Andy Benson, but very unusual there. And then Benson outbraking himself into the first chicane deep on the left, and then unable to get the car stopped over to the right hand side to prevent him going in the gravel on the left. But yeah, very strange that from Andy Benson. I'm sure Alex, his teammate, who we've just been speaking to, will be head in his hands a little bit there, because they need to hold on to as much lap time as they can here and not get involved in little squabbles like that when it really means nothing to them, because Jake Jenkins is a good 3 laps behind, so that was not really their battle. So very strange there. They could have picked up some damage with a small amount of contacts on the straight too. So we'll have to see what transpires with that. Hopefully not too much damage. What has happened? Something has happened at the front. So Andrew Wellborn has dropped from the lead. Amp Brown is now in the lead, so I've missed it while we saw that going on with Jenkins. So Amp Brown is now in the lead, so that was a 17-second lead, and it's now swapped over. Amp Brown takes the lead of this 12-hour race. I missed it. I don't know if anyone could tell me what happened, but it looks like it could have been maybe something in the chicane or Aqua Minerale where Andrews had an issue. Giving away a 7. Oh, and Amp Brown pits immediately. So he takes the lead of the race, and this is his 41st lap of this stint. So he pits, so he is due to pit. Andrews due to pit too. But Andrew stays out to complete another lap. I do wonder if Andrew's got any damage. So they're together on track, basically. So this is going to be very, very interesting to see how they can nail these in and out laps, because they're both on for... Sorry. Right. No, I've totally missed this. So the 23 car has made a pit stop. That is why they were behind on the circuit. Right, excuse me for that. That explains why. So Andrew stopped, and it brought him out on the circuit with Amp Brown, and that's why we saw the gap significantly reduced and the position changed, but it was because Andrew was pitted. So apologies for the panic there. I didn't see the pit stop from Andrew Wellborn. Andrew has pitted and pits now, and he should come out around 17 seconds behind Andrew. So we will keep an eye on where Ant comes out the pits. So struggling, yeah. So my I cannot view. Yeah, so driver change then for Matt Zenko from Amp Brown. Andrew Wellborn, 17 seconds up the road. So it is as you were after 2 stops. There was no panic. It was just unfortunate that they came out very close on track position and we didn't see the pit stop. You probably all knew that, but it was just me that had missed it. Okay then, so it's pretty much as you were then. I can see on the times that Andrew is around 18 seconds ahead of Matt. So no change there. So I can also see that Andy Benson has also pitted. Sorry, was he car 70? No, so Benson hasn't yet pitted, so he's got 35 laps under his belt, so he will be pitting soon. Same as Harrison Fulton and John Walker. So they're the 3 guys left to pit. And I'm going to have to leave you with unfortunately a silent stream because I do need to be away doing other things. So we'll have a quick rundown as we've just surpassed the 8-hour mark. We're at £729. So only a quarter of the race, sorry, a third of the race remaining. Quick rundown, in a nutshell, summary. So we have the 23 car, Andrew Wellborn. So we've got Andrew Wellborn, Jamie and Matt Johnston in first position, ahead of Ant Brown, Josh Copeland and Matty Jenko, and that is 17 seconds, that gap. So that's your front two. You've then got a battle for third between the 70 car and the 99 car, which is currently driven by Andy Benton and Matt Davies. Now they are battling. Andy Benton still to make a pit stop. The gap is currently around 35, so 60 seconds, but they do need to make a pit stop. So we expect the 99 car, as is the pace of the 99 car, has been much better than the 70 of Andy Benton. The 99 car will jump into third position when Andy Benton pits, because Matt Davies has already made that stop. So if we look at Matt Davies, so they've made 8 stops and Benton have only made 6 stops. One of those for the 99 car was a stop go, but even so, there's still 1 stop ahead. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out for the 70 car, whether they can get away with making 1 less stop, which is a possibility. So that battle could go all the way to the end. We've then got the 41 car, Harrison and Craig Fulton and Dave Rose in 5th place. They're 2 laps behind 4th place. We've then got car 52, which is a further 3 laps behind that. And then we've got 88 of Rick and Stephen Paul, another lap behind car 52, and John Walker on the same lap, and actually very, very close if I look at 88 and 89. So that's the battle on the stream so far. Apologies, I've not really noticed what was going on the stream because you usually can't learn a lot from it, but that battle on the screen is between Stephen Paul and John Walker, and that is for 7th position. So I will leave you with that. Hopefully this battle will carry on, and we are expecting somebody else to jump in soonish to continue with some commentary. So please donate if you can, as we've just seen the camera switches to Matt Jenko, sorry. But yes, so please donate a bit more, and we will speak to you a little later on.
Good evening, everyone. We are still live with Slip and Grip, the 12-hour charity race. I'm joined by Ant here in the commentary. Hello, Ant.
Good evening.
How are you doing? Yeah, very good.
Good, I'm very tired. I can't decide which way to sit down.
Yeah,
Yes.
not in the rudest of health to be involved in this today, are you?
Say again?
You're not in the rudest of health to be joining us today for this?
No, I'm certainly not.
About
But
time for
we're
yourself.
getting better, every single hour, and every single gulp of this 2-litre Lucasade bottle.
Yeah, take some
Take
lem sips, you'll be alright. Yeah, on the stream we're on board there with Stephen Paul. Well, not on board, we're following him around.
It sounds like, or it looks like, the auto cameras are still working, which is great.
Yeah, they're still doing their thing. They can watch the wrong thing at the wrong times, but at least it's directing itself, which is good. So we're watching Stephen, him himself and his brother Rick have had a bit of a torrid time today, but yeah, they've recovered up to 7th, so could be worse.
Yeah.
I'm not too up on what's happened to John Walker and Ross Parker for them to be, more than 8 laps down on the leader, because they were up there before.
They had a technical issue with Ross's new wheel, which caused him to crash on the start-finish straight, unfortunately. And because he was past the pits, he had to do a full lap on keyboard just to be able to get in and change to Johnny.
Oh dear.
So
without what was that?
Time.
Harrison just shot up to the back of the car there into turn 1. That was pretty much stationary. I don't know why they'd come to a halt. I think that was the Lexus of the Chris Rock, the Stiggles, and Marcel.
That is interesting, yes. It's really difficult to tell in the dark, actually.
It is, yeah. But yeah, that is definitely the sort of SAR racing car. Yeah.
Indeed. How's your race going then?
Yeah, pretty decent.
Like Harrison's doing really well.
Yeah, I think I'm confident 5th is pretty secure, pretty safe, unless something unpredictable and crazy happens.
Well, these long races do love a bit of unpredictability, that's for sure.
Break your wheel, break your pedals, they'll do anything.
Yeah.
So yeah, I was watching Harrison, I think I can only assume it as taking a lap.
Oh, Benton in the pits, So he has just passed Andy. So that's Andrew has just passed Andy Benton. Coming into T1.
Will he come out ahead of Matt Davies and the 99 crew? Are they on the same lap? I think they may be. Yeah, he's fallen behind them.
Yeah. So that means Joe, Matt, and Dan Lewis have leapfrogged the duo of Alex and Andy.
Yeah, because I remember Andy Benton they had that podium position sort of net before.
Did.
But now
they might be out of sequence.
Yeah.
They might be out of sequence here. It'll be interesting to tell. Hello everyone in the chat. Let us know how you're doing.
The volumes are good.
And that. Let us know if you want to kick Crackle out or myself for talking absolute rubbish. And yeah, cheers for joining us all. It says here that Jamie's going to have some dinner.
Yeah, Jamie will come in.
Jamie, he has a voice for radio and a face for radio as well, so he will be suited here.
Yeah.
And when's Tom Simpkins coming back? He said the last 3 hours.
He said he'll do the last 3 hours of the race. Yeah, so
he's
that's
going to
be
commentary malarkey.
Yeah, about an hour. We'll see Tom, maybe half an hour.
Yeah. As we watch the Josh car, the Dolmio Lexus of Matt Zemko go around. So with Josh's giant face on the top, serving cakes and flutes of champagne, probably spiked with orange juice just to make it lasting. What's that, JP race engineer? Oh, I see, it's this thing, and he's rubbing his nipple by the looks of it, according to the emoji there. Thank you, Jamie.
I think he's doing a dab or blowing his nose, one or the other.
Blowing his nose, that's very odd.
He's got COVID, yeah, he's blowing his nose. So yeah, it's just I'll pull up the live pit wall timing, which gives a sort of better indication of what's going on track than the stream sometimes.
Yeah, I'm going to
see what's going on.
I'm not even going to touch the ACC game in this, because at the moment every time I touch it, it seems to break it. So
leave it. It's doing its own thing, isn't it? It's doing a decent job. But in terms of lap times, we've got obviously Andy Wellborn going really well in at number 23 Lexus, 1:43.6.
Is he still gapping second place?
Yeah, Matt Zenko's last lap was a 44.1, so it's half a second there. Those are just last laps. Matt Davies, 99 car, 143.4, 143.5.
Yeah.
So he's quicker than Andy Wellborn there at the minute.
Matt Davies.
Yeah, Matt Davies is.
And how far is he behind Matt Zenko? Can we tell?
He's a good lap and a half. It's a fair bit, yeah. Was that from the leader? I think that might be from the leader, yeah, it is. So he's still about a lap, really. 1 lap plus.
Yeah, so some good pace coming from Matt Davies, who we know is quick anyway on the weekly races. Even without practice, he seems to be able to send it and have a pretty good day of it.
I think Harrison's probably just done a pit stop, as does Andy Benson.
Does that mean that you need to be in the car then?
No, he's double stint in. So this will be Harrison's last go in the car for this next sort of 50 minutes to an hour.
Yeah. Did you hear that I missed my stint earlier?
Weren't ready.
Weren't ready, just completely forgot about it. I was in a bit of a daze.
You sat there in just in one of the chat talking to randos.
Yeah, I was meant to be in between Josh and Matt for an hour because I was only going to do hour stints because I feel absolutely terrible. And yeah, I just completely forgot about it. So I've just done a double to make up for it. And I think we're on course now to not be able to do a splash and dash to the end. So there was always that margin of error of a 20-minute splash and dash, depending on how long you can make the fuel last on the Lexus. And with the cooler air, I would have thought it would have used more fuel, but it seems to be using less, which is interesting. So
yeah, had some proper interest in fuel management on the first stint of the race, but thereafter it's just stayed in pretty much Mach 1 the whole time now.
Yeah, you just got to send it. Yeah, just got to send it on the first one.
Even
you
those
have
first
some idea, but yeah, it's always gets thrown out with rain and crashes. And
yeah, the first bit of rain I was trying to change fuel maps to make it drive better, but then I realised that actually it's controllable enough in map 1.
Yeah, so Andy's absolutely on it. Although he hasn't, maybe Matt's done a better lap this time because he's only he's still 23 seconds off.
And Davies last lap 43.3 and the 43.2, so very close.
Yeah,
very quick.
Matt settled into his stint now, obviously, in his VR headset.
Yeah, Matt Zenko's 43.4s, so again, all very similar.
Excuse me while I blow my nose.
Andy Benton, slow lap that time around, 46.5. Harrison still on his first lap out of the pits, really, so no time for that. Eagles 45.7, Stephen Paul 44.9, and John Walker 44.9 as well.
So a good spread of pace. Also, we should be seeing, I mean, the sun should be coming up soonish because I believe the time of this race would have been midsummer. So probably about
5 AM, I reckon, maybe.
Probably about, sorry?
5 AM, the sun might make an appearance.
Yeah, so in about an hour, I think it's going to start getting much lighter because we're on 2 times acceleration here, maybe in 45 minutes. So before most of these people have finished their stint, it's going to be starting to light. I wonder where that sun's going to come up and how much it's going to affect the drivers. Obviously, low sun coming over. I believe if you go into the final 2 bends, Rivatsas, I think the sun comes up there, and it does make things quite difficult. Especially if you're in VR, although you could probably just lift your head up and get it below the sun shield where everyone else with a normal screen doesn't have that advantage.
It'd be interesting to see if that can work.
Yeah, so Matt's dropped a second on Andy that sector. So, what's going on there? But he's starting to catch up on, I don't know, should we see if we can find the relative? Should we see if this works?
Oh, my car that's in front of him on track there, just crossing the start finish now.
So he's catching up on Matt Davies. Wow, 42.917 from Andy. Yeah. That's almost his personal best. So the car really working well for them. Cornetto's obviously liking this slightly cooler track temperature. So I wonder how much Matt will let him through, if he will let him through.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
No, blues are meant for racing, right?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
on
but
those
if you let him through now, it's only going to be hard to pass him if he, I don't know, fluffs a
Well,
pit stop later in the race.
I think that, well, you got to plan for everyone having success, right? So their race at the moment is with Andy Benton and Alex McKean. Now they do have the pace advantage over the Aston Martin currently as it sits. But we've seen Andy run some really tight laps, really consistent, not falling off. Whereas we've seen poor old Dan Lewis had a torrid time last time out, so really shedding some time, and that allowed Alex and Andy to get past on that occasion. So maybe the same thing will happen.
I think it probably all depends on who's left to run in the car, doesn't it? In terms of whose stints are remaining, there's only 3.5 hours left to go. There might be the case of, the best drivers are yet to go in the 23 car, whereas the other cars, it may only be the less skilled drivers who've got to run to the end now.
Yeah, well, the 99 car of Matt Davies and the Boatley boys, they have some stunning drivers. As you see John Walker creeping up onto the back of is that the Porsche Stephen Pole and Co?
Yeah.
And the Pole Motorsport.
Yeah, a lap apart, so they're just unlapping themselves, but then they've only got one more lap to gain. So next time they come around on that 89 car, it will be for position.
Yeah, and it's great to see Stephen Pole and everyone back. An extra car in the grid is always welcome. Hopefully you'll be here for next Sunday as well for the old Lamborghini STs, because they're great fun to drive.
Yeah, I'm sure it will be. We'll be itching to get back in competitive racing. Today was a bit of a set the rig up and no practice, send it for 12 hours, which could have went better.
Indeed, it could have.
But he's here, that's all that matters.
So I wonder if Tom's finished washing his car yet.
I imagine he's getting close to that.
See if he wants to come around and wash my van as well.
We do have an increase in the charity donations in the fundraising. An update for that. Let's go have a little look.
So I've had to put my track cuts in, so unfortunately got 3 on this double stint, which is a bit naughty. Because that means I've left Matt Zenko with no chances to not get a track cut. But he's better behaved than I am. So.
Been a while since I've driven my car, but yeah, hopefully it's still got 0 cuts on it. Or that is taking money away from the charity,
exactly.
Which is against the spirit of things. But yeah, so far it was on 0 cuts last time I got out of it. I believe we've just been joined by maybe a wild Jamie.
I'm here. Hello.
Hello. You alright?
yeah. Just had myself a nice greasy kebab.
Oh,
help you guys
the
out.
food of champions.
Oh yeah. That does sound like a very good idea, actually, because it feels like
it was so tasty.
I've been off soup for the last week, so
man,
substance would be amazing.
Yeah, when I had the COVID, I had it as bad as well, where it just proper wiped me out. I do need an update though. How well is Andy Wellborn getting on against Matt?
He's doing amazingly well.
Still winning.
He is infuriatingly consistent, isn't he, Andy?
He is, and it's a good thing. So
unfortunately,
we need some more track cuts so we can add some money to the charity box.
Do you know what? We are on none at the moment.
Right, oh wow! I thought you had 2.
All my well, I don't know if Andy's got some, but all my practice was done by not using the curb at Piratella, and Aqua Minerale was just being sensible. So, because we just sort of. All we have to do is stay in it, and to stay in it, all you got to do is not go down that pit lane any more times than you need to. So I don't know if I'm actually sacrificing pace, because obviously I'm not that great, but I am staying way clear of the curbs, so I don't do that. You know what I mean? So I'm sort of leaving it to my guys to go and catch up that gap that I gave up, essentially in my stint. You were unbelievable, man. I had Matty J. I was like, where is he now? He was like 73. Where is he now? 53. What? 53 seconds? It's only been like a lap. But,
the first stint did start off very well, but I did tire very quickly.
Yeah, well, I was quite glad that your second, you were going to be up against Andy, because I knew Andy could hold you, but I was honestly pushing my I've never pushed so hard in a race like this, trying to just not lose too much to you. Yeah, so
You did well.
yeah, my first stint wasn't too bad, but yeah, you were just a little bit too quick in yours, trying to hold you off. But it's got a bit of a.
That's caffeine for you. It's the best performance enhancing drug you can have. So thanks to Stefan in the chat. He says, nice match, second place, great, good luck. So Matt has more fans than you do, Jamie, at this point. So give that a go, rally some people.
Surprising. Let me have a look. I don't think I'm the one that sucks on my team, but let's have a look. Let's see if I can get anyone in. So what we are, we think we're going to do about, we reckon 400 laps is going to be, just under 400 laps is going to be what for the full race distance.
Yeah, I could see that.
I'm trying to see what we're on now.
So we're on 278 laps and there's 3.5 hours to go. So it might not be quite 400.
Yeah.
Close, I reckon. Close to that, very close to that.
But that'd be interesting. I think everyone in the chat should donate, I don't know what, 10? No, not 10p per lap. How about just a penny per lap? But that's like, no, seriously, it adds up. So if we do 400 laps, that's £4. Everyone has to donate at the end.
Yeah. And who's watching? We've got 13 people watching.
Watch all the people disappear at the end.
Yeah, no watchers. We're on £744, which is mad. We were, although that's lower than last year. Last year we were still in lockdown, and we had a lot more races around. So that's probably why the figure's a little lower this year.
Yeah, and we had Will Hart in his single man campaign of advertising.
Yeah. But yeah, so £744. If we can get that to £1,000, that'd be absolutely insane. I think that's what we thought that would be insane last year. So
yes, we did very well. So the Just Giving link will remain open if people haven't been paid yet. Although it's the 1st of May, so you should have all been paid. Get your wallets out. Don't worry about the moths. It'll all be okay. Money's fake anyway. Someone made it up.
Yeah. Well, 700. If it gets to £1,000, that's going to make a difference in someone's life, isn't it? That's what we're all here for. So if that's going to help you make you feel a bit warm and fuzzy inside, then I don't know what will.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can take an intermission and we can show you what some of the slides that Andy's put together on the Young Lives. Maybe we'll do that a bit later. Mind you, it's not.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know we had that.
Let me do this for you guys. So we'll just do this now. I don't think there's any commentary, so enjoy the peace and quiet. Oh no, they can hear me. They can hear us.
Everyone heard us say that.
Everyone heard us everything, yeah.
It
wasn't meant to. It wasn't meant to. Obviously, I hadn't managed that out properly.
That's so slip and grip.
I
Oh,
don't know why
dear.
I trusted the fact that he muted us all then.
Yeah, I don't know why either, but yeah, well, there you go. Everyone heard us anyway.
At least we didn't say anything nasty about them, did we?
No.
Well, we got a yellow somewhere. Someone went off. Oh, we got a car slow coming into the.
She would, in fact, my mum's busy watching now, and she would have heard me go, I hope she responds.
That's what I'm here for, darling. There you go, Jamie.
Yeah. Well, I think the commentary's changed slightly. I think other people are a little bit more serious. Let's be dead serious about this. I can't see the gap.
Like having fun, haven't you? I think there isn't a gap. I think Matt is slowly dropping off the back of Andy, which is
27.2, yeah, it's gone up a wee bit, yeah. Good for us, obviously. Obviously for the viewers, I think they're probably like a close race. But the further apart those guys are when I get in the car for the second time, the better.
Well, we've got... So Matt Davies desperately trying to get away from... Is that Andy behind him? That's Andy behind him, isn't it?
Yes. Earlier he had to let Matt through because he was just that little bit. Because the pace difference is minuscule, isn't it?
Yeah. Matt Davies 143.7 last lap, Andy 142.9, so Andy is closing towards it.
Yes.
Yeah. They want to put another lap on him, which Matt Davies might not want.
Yeah.
Oh, but he lets them through, yeah?
There you go. Thank you, Matt.
Again, it's for the kids. It's for the kids.
We thought that it was going to be Joe and Matt. We thought it was their team. It was going to be because they were hunting us down.
They are reigning champions after all.
It is it's the shame that they had their little issues and stuff. Yeah, because otherwise it could have been a 3-horse race.
Yeah, I think it still can be. Very much can be. Never know, the rain might come and your team could bin it, cause any damage.
That's the thing. If the rain comes, that's the one thing I really don't want to happen. I've actually said to the guys, I might double as long as it stays dry, and I'll just stay out while it's dry because they're better in the wet. And they were like, no, don't worry about it. We'll just wing it. And I was like, all right, it's on your head. It's on your head, be it. But I'm kind of glad we haven't done 4 hours now because I've had a nice drink and stuff. I feel much better. Previous lap, there's only 2 tenths in it though. 42.9 to a 42.9 so fast to a 43.1 from Matt Senko. So it's not opening too much. Matt Davies with a 43.7.
I mean, know how fast and consistent Andy is. He's like
yeah. I mean, when he's in your team, it's fantastic. When you're racing him, it's infuriating. It just
sounds like a robot as well.
Yeah. It's just, and you know what, Matt Johnson as well is almost as consistent as well. Good raw pace.
Yeah, but pair of aliens, and there's you.
I mean, if we, I'm
and they've got.
I was going to manage to convince 2 people, to race with me, essentially.
Yeah, how's Josh's pace? Obviously, it's the first day back off the boat.
Really quite good actually. So
yeah, it was.
Last race he's done on the same car as well. So we tried to make it as easy for him to transition to it as possible. So we gave him a similar setup to what he had before. And yeah, doing well.
43s, 42s.
43s.
Yeah.
With full tank. So, but we haven't actually seen any dry optimum pace from Josh yet, because every time he's been out, it's either been wet or green.
Well, he was in front of me stint 1, and it was dry. But obviously the lap times were a bit slow because it was quite greasy still. We had quite a green track.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It does make about 0.6 of a second difference.
Well, I was asking Matt during my stint. I was like, "What are the lap times?" I haven't got a clue because I wasn't really basing myself off you guys, but like I actually asked, "How fast is Craig and John going?" Because they're who I usually benchmark myself against. He was like, "You're doing all right." I think they were probably lying to me to keep me happy. You know what I mean? Like a blissful ignorance. I don't know, but
I think when you were in the car, our driver was probably Dave Rose.
Yeah. I think it's a bit of
you were on that greasy track, greasy and green, weren't you?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, Dave Rose, everyone and their mums. Everyone and their mums is in the chat.
Right. You're in country, Dave.
Well, he's used to be in the medical car, isn't he?
Not the safety car, but the medical car.
Medical car at the back of the grid. We awkwardly waved when we were at Castle Coombe. We awkwardly waved every time he went past, and we got to wave back every time. It was funny.
Yeah, it was nice to be joined.
Donation received on the stream.
What's that?
£30 from Anonymous. Thank you, Anonymous.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Am I behind?
Just popped up on the actual YouTube now.
Oh.
Well, thank you very much for that, whoever you are. We're watching the Wellborn heading up to Variante Alta.
It's yeah, it's been a bit of a quiet one really, because there's obviously only 8 cars in now. I mean, for anybody watching, I know there's only 8 cars, but there's 3 and 4 drivers in each team, so there's a lot of guys behind the race. Although there's not as many cars in the race, so
there was a 90 car, so somebody's pedals blew up.
yeah, exactly that. So it's not, yeah. There's plenty of guys behind us, and there's plenty of guys that want to win this. I think it's 35 drivers-ish, maybe 30 drivers, surely.
Yeah, so set to have 35 people in, I think, or 32 people, and there isn't a single empty hole.
Yeah.
Because when I came in, it said there's one space left in the server. I was like, oh, better get in.
Right.
Oh, I've just seen the donation thing pop up. That's quite good.
Excellent. Right, I'm going to leave you guys to it. I'm going to go and make myself a lemsip, and I'll be back.
No problem. You relax.
Hi. Bye. Back in a bit.
Alright then.
I'm just going to check with Andy Wellborn about his stints, and then I'll be back momentarily.
Okay. Leaving just 2.
I've just come back from making a brew. Where we at, Craggle?
We are at same place we were at before, pretty much. Andy Wellborn first. You driving with? Who are you driving with?
Andy Benton and 4.
Andy Benton. Alrighty.
We are dropping from Matty D, which is fair. Matty D's fast. But I'm hoping we're going to have a pit stop in hand, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, and he's 45-2. He's not slow, is he? He's only, what's that, 60 seconds behind the car ahead.
Yeah.
So that's a stop will get you that, if you are a stop in hand, indeed, come the end of the race.
I think this is Andy's last stint. I think I'll maybe double stint at the end, because we've been doing double stints.
Ah, well, I'm back, and I'll tell you what we're doing. I'm not going to tell you what we're doing. I wouldn't give that away. But this actually should be this should be Andy's last stint in the car for the race. So
yeah, same. Harrison. Once he gets out, that's Harrison done.
It should be Andy
how we work that
So
out.
then it's then Matty J getting in instead.
Yeah, Matty J gets in, and then I get in at the end.
Okay. Yeah,
So
there's
it's not
about
going to be too uneven. It's not going to be too uneven.
it's like 2 and a bit stints left, really. Well, no, a bit more, but
Yeah. So yeah. Wasn't Andy Benton on the same lap as Matt Davies before? Has he lost a?
I think he is just. I think he is. Hang on, let me get my thing up. He's 60 seconds back on Matty D. We need to keep it to about that if we can.
Well, I mean,
I think we've got a pit stop in hand against them.
that's what I was about to say. Actually, I think you do as well.
We're doing our best to stretch it out. It's gonna be close. You might have to do a little bit of fuel saving towards the end, but we're trying to stretch it out. So it all depends on how those guys do and how much of a gap they pull out, as well as they've got Dan Lewis to get in, who still isn't 100% on using ACC UI. So there is still a potential for mistakes.
Yeah.
Maybe, but we'll see. That's what we're crossing fingers for.
Oh, we've got another donation.
Oh, have we?
Anonymous. I don't know if I can find out because it's my account. Have a look.
I think if they put it in as anonymous,
Yeah,
they
maybe they
probably
don't want.
keep it anonymous.
Maybe. Let's find
Anonymous?
out.
What do you mean? No, let's find out who you are. Tell everyone.
Well, if it was you and you're anonymous but you're in the chat, let us know. And if you accidentally put it in as anonymous, we've got 10 from Rob Fowler, who hasn't even taken part as well, so thank you for that. 3 times track cuts, all for the kids. Ant Brown. Nice. 15 quid.
Andy.
This is for Andy after he punted Rick.
Yeah, he was another $5 because he got us the track cut.
Oh. He got you a track cut.
Yeah, our first one.
Oh, and we got Josh Copeland donation because Jamie didn't bin it. That's the kind of thing I want to see. John Walker, now for my perfect Sunday, 20 quid. Oh, Mary Mawson Jones, my mother. Good luck, Jamie. Yay! I'll catch up with this again later. An excellent cause. Hope you raised loads more. Thank you, mother.
Everyone and their mums is donating now.
So yeah, if you were Mr. Anonymous, threw your 20 quid in, but you didn't mean to be anonymous, let us know. Let us know with the chat. Gap at the front's fairly stable actually. Last few laps, 30 to 31's been about. Not really changed much.
The timings, yeah. Andy's averaging maybe a 10th faster than Matt, but that's not much.
It's not. Yeah, it's not much, is it? It really.
Yeah.
It's opened up so incrementally. Although
Yeah.
Matt's taking liberties with the curbs in that next.
Oh, he is. Yeah, he was making Josh nervous earlier.
Yeah.
Josh said he couldn't watch.
The thing is, though, it's very good over the curbs, Alexis. But you'll catch a sausage in the right place,
Oh, just
and it'll
launch
fire
the
you.
car. Yeah.
Fire you off. Yeah. So you got to be careful. You still got to be quite careful.
Top of my list for endurance races is raising, softening the car, and upping the high-speed damping. Because when you're I know you just mince curbs.
Yeah.
And it's,
Yeah, definitely.
It can save you so much if your car doesn't kill you when you do it.
Yeah, definitely. I was saying to Andy and Matt about like doing the setup work and all that sort of stuff, and they were like, "Oh, I can do it 2/10 quicker here." I was like, "You are better off having a car that you could just rag about than having a car that's rapid but nervous, because it'll just spit you out at some point, and it'll cost you 20-30 seconds."
I remember we did the 24 last year. The number of guys who just lose it on the fast sections, and they just smash into a barrier at 130 miles an hour.
Yeah.
They'd have to
Just
limp
using
it
a
back
Coach
to
Dave setup that's quick
Yeah.
but not.
They'd have to
not
limp it back
stable.
to pits, and then go through that massive pit lane, and then have a 2-minute pit stop. It was easy positions for us.
Yeah.
All we had to do was just not stack it.
Yeah, definitely. The whole key is just not going down that pit lane any more times than you need to. That's
Oh,
just
yeah.
it.
Usually,
That's the only thing you have to do, really. Obviously, be quick as well, because if it was just me, I wouldn't be in the lead right now. Definitely wouldn't be in the lead right now. But you got to say the Challenger Davies Lewis car has done well to recover back to third. They had a mare start, and they've had. Did they do a drive through and then a pit stop as well?
Yeah, an extra pit stop, drive through. They dropped back to the start, and then had another incident, didn't they? And dropped back again. So yeah, Joe had a pretty rough first stint.
So you got to say,
I was kicking
back to
myself.
third.
I spun it out by the second corner.
Ugh. Was that at the start?
Yeah, I think on the cold tires and the green track, I just got a bit right foot heavy.
It was definitely. It took me about 10 minutes to get into it. When you practice on an optimum track and then you go on a track that is not only green, is damp with a dry line. That was my first in. I was like, this is scary. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. It's nervy. When you're in a team of guys,
you don't want to let them down, do you?
You don't want to let people down. Especially 11 hours. I was in binning it with like 5 minutes ago or something. The pressure massive.
I guess
So
the main challenge for me when we do some of the bigger endurance races is that pressure, because I'll jump in after Ant and Andy have been round, and I find that for my speed I am way out of position,
yeah,
and then I've just got car after car coming up behind me, and I get nervous and letting the guys down.
yeah. But like I was just saying to the guys when they kept popping in as well, giving me encouragement. But I was like, all I'm really doing is just trying to limit how much damage I cause. Because when it's going 2 to 2.5 seconds quicker a lap, you just can't fight that.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I'm just trying to go as fast as I possibly could. The second stint, I definitely was losing a bit of concentration. But yeah, just so I knew, give the car back to these guys, and they can go back to doing what they do.
Yeah, it's
That's all I
basically it,
have to do.
isn't it?
So, but it's just going to go back to the live time and see what lap time everybody's doing. I do have it here somewhere. Here it is.
I've got it here. So, it's hard to tell. It's all set off of Andy at the minute on mine.
Well, I mean, 143.3 from Andy Wellborn, 143.2.
Yeah, Matt's found
the
the pace
second.
there, isn't he?
Yeah, but again, it's still only a tenth. Just trading tenths.
Yeah. Overall pace though, the past few laps, Andy Wellborn still a good 4/10 up averaging.
Well,
and then Matty D at the minute, his past 3 laps have been really good. He's put in 4 143s in a row. Is this predicted ones? Another mid 43. Sorry.
I don't know you can do any of this. Can you?
This is on second monitor. Yeah. So in second monitor, if you double click someone's name, all their last few times, or all their times come up.
Really?
I can scroll all the way up to lap 1.
Not doing it for me yet. Trying to work it out.
So where's Andy on track at the minute? Because he's
That's your turn 1 on track right now.
what was that? Sorry.
Against with turn 1, 2, 3.
Okay, just started then. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got the SAR Lexus behind him. What is Stiggles?
Is it? By any chance, have you paid for pit wall? Have you, Alex?
No, I'm using second monitor.
Oh, sorry.
Because I'm in the
Right.
server, it's kept everything for me as.
Oh
As a
yeah,
driver.
I should have known that. Right.
So yeah, it's been going for 9 hours straight, just like my Twitch stream.
Watching your Twitch screen.
9 hours long. One viewer
goodness.
the whole
Imagine-
time. That's probably
you?
me. Probably. Yeah, well, if someone's really keen, they can watch all 12 hours back.
Is it the race that's showing, or is it everything else you're looking at? Just looking at you, looking at this chat. This video that I'm streaming.
291 laps. Unbelievable. I can't believe Ross did a lap on the keyboard. I don't think we've ever had that before.
Good effort on that one.
Yeah.
We're going to get very, very close to those 400, aren't we? By the end of the race.
Yeah. I think
Well, I think
so.
I think Mark Raddenberry probably could have done the same, couldn't he? Because he had
On
a
a
kit
keyboard.
didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, but his teammate wasn't around to give the car to.
Oh, that makes
Yeah, they
sense.
all did.
They
They
are,
all
yeah.
did, didn't they?
He was
That's
2,
really
aren't they?
unlucky.
If there was only 2 of them, then Jamie couldn't have taken 9 hours by himself.
He had Jamie B and Ash Coupland as well on the team.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Him and Ash could have took it, to the end.
But it depends, like you said, if they're free or able to.
Yeah. I don't think Jamie was available for hours, and maybe Ash was only available for the evening shift, so... Yeah, that's maybe a good way to work an endurance is to have someone who says, oh, I can only dedicate an hour or 2, just say, well, join the team anyway, you do the hours when you can,
Yeah.
everyone else will do the hours for the rest of the day.
That was like when Jake went shopping with his missus, and Matt Johnston did 7
For
hours.
the first hour, yeah, Jake did 1
Did
hour
he?
at the start and ran
Threw
away.
up during a pit stop.
Get out for it.
Even do it solo,
Oh.
couldn't you? So do it solo, park the
infuriating-
car for an hour.
Yeah. Just the infuriating consistency of Wellborn.
Drive through
Just-
for Stephen Paul.
Oh dear.
Rack limits.
Sorry to
That
see
was in my
that.
mouth for a
Violations.
second there. That was in my mouth. But yeah, Andy's still 43 threes. So he just stays there, and then people
Yeah.
get close to him. Yeah, unbelievable.
You've got to be consistently faster than Andy to be able to get past him because
Yeah,
his times don't change.
it's mad, isn't it? But good for me. But mad.
Next change to Matt EJ.
So-
Might be in the car next.
My second monitor is saying that the gap between Andy Benton and Matt Davies is now 30 seconds. Although I'm not
Really?
convinced. I'm not
Have
Have
convinced
they,
looking
have
at
they
it.
pitted?
I can believe
Have
that.
they pitted?
I don't think so. Unless it's a splash and dash.
Do you know what? There's something going on with pit wall timing here. It's gone a bit nuts.
Oh,
There's
it has.
people-
I can see it. It's gone crazy. We broke it just
What
because
I'm going to do very quickly, I'm actually going to screenshot this quickly, just in case. Just in case something goes wrong.
Yeah. I'm refreshing it and that's not helped.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, my pit wall's wrong. Oh, Matt Davies is 30 seconds behind us on track, but he's ahead in position wise. That's
Yeah.
what it's done. It's confused itself.
Yeah, so second
Yeah.
monitor's just as bad as Pitwall then.
Well,
'Cause, yeah.
that's the only thing that's messed up at the minute.
Pitwall says that I'm last or our team are last. Oh, there you go. Fix itself.
Does it fix itself?
Well, we haven't. We're back in
Good.
fifth. We're back in fifth,
I
but it
took a
still
s-
says time is 8 hours. For
Yeah.
everyone.
I took, a
Interesting is
I took a screenshot just in case we had to like reset the server for some reason there.
Stephen Paul's drive-through, I think, might put. No, not quite. No, it'll allow John to catch up a bit, but not really get competitive.
Oh. What's that? Car 89 and 88. Well, I don't know. Could be closed. It's a fair sized pit lane.
Yeah, it is a long drive, but I think they're a lap up plus that gap on track.
Oh, I see. So they might just be back on their lap.
Yeah.
Stephen Paul was nursing 3 track limit warnings for the last 3 hours. Fair one. Did you know it's £5 per track warning, Stephen? Let's hear what you got to say about that.
So there's my
Is
idea
that-
in the pits.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They are really out of sync from what.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then where's Andy? He's going. Oh, he's going down into Aqua Minerale now. That's going to be. Oh, they're a lap as well. Never mind.
Yeah.
I'm getting excited for no reason here.
Well, it's about whether or not it's how much that extra stop's going to cost them against me and Andy.
Yeah.
He's just coming down the hill now to these final 2 turns,
Yeah.
and they're still static. That's them moving again. This could be close. This would be a good gauge of where we're going to be at if we do have an extra pit stop. Or one for you even.
Well, like some pace is coming. Is he going to unlap himself? I don't think it's
Don't
close
think
enough.
he will catch up, no. But it puts Matty D in his sight.
It does. I've just realised I'm watching my own the game rather than the actual stream.
Oh, yeah,
No
so
one
that-
probably would have had any idea what we were talking about there. We're both in the game watching. Oh, is it going to be close? And then we're watching. And
Maybe.
the stream's watching Andy.
So this one was showing Matt Davies, luckily.
Oh, okay. That's not so bad. Stephen Paul just says no.
I've had ahead. I've had a violation, isn't it?
Yeah, well,
Luckily, Team Bentley have got none so far, I don't think.
Paul saying lifetime went down, so it's lost its data. Yeah. So yeah, everyone's back in the places they should be, but yeah, I can see.
Was the Pitwall website useless now, is it? Dead to us.
I don't know actually, Paul,
it's working.
because on
It's
my
working.
on my screen I've got 8 hours 53 elapsed, so it might have sorted itself out.
295 laps carried out, is that right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Let's come back up then. It's solved itself.
Just sorted itself. Craggle, check your messages. Nipple rub.
Come again?
Is that a nipple rub emoji?
Oh, go check your messages.
Yeah, the guy
He's clearly a whiffy pit
Or is
of
that?
some sort.
Or is that a dab?
I'm pretty sure it's a dab, innit?
Oh.
Well, with the leader coming round the last corner, we'll have a check of how big the gap is and
Well,
what
the
that
last-
time
last
Mr.
split
Wellborn
says
does.
Class split says it's 37 seconds.
43-1, man.
Oh.
43-1. This point in the race, at night, at dark, hold
Matt-
tire pressures.
Matt Zenko is still holding the. Oh no, Ant's holding the purple time.
He has, yeah.
42.6, yeah.
What does the, I'm not sure what the lines mean. Yeah, 43-1 to a... Where's Matt Zenko? Coming down the start-finish straight now. .49, a bit of a scruffy lap there from Matt. The gap opens up to 38 seconds. So, I mean, we should be coming up to probably the last 10-15 minutes of this stint, I'd imagine.
Yeah,
I know the
possibly.
Ant Brown car was stopping one lap after us. It was that close. So
We. Hang on, I've got it written. I've got it somewhere in a. Oh, I've lost it. Hang on, I need to find it back up now.
I'll just interrupt real quick with a purple lap from Andy. That last lap 43-1.
Wow.
Matty Zenko's 44-9. And Matt Davies' last lap was a pit lap. Just on the 43-3. First lap out of the pits.
Just what you're saying about stints, Jamie. I think Andy and I want to try and ideally go for another half hour.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what we're gonna need to do.
Well, if you can do a half hour, you should be all right because I know I can't tell you really. I just know we can't do that.
Tell you.
I know I can't. I know we can't do that. So you could be in a bit of a golden position if you've managed to save some fuel. You're in the Aston, aren't you? So you are better on fuel than the
it
Lexus.
goes well actually. I can't complain. Its fuel consumption is good. I just remember when Ant and I were here in the Audi, we could even make 70 minutes.
Yeah, we wanted if it hadn't have rained, we wanted 72 minutes out of each stint, which would have been really hard in the Lexus.
Yeah, that's what our original target was, and then rain sort of changed our plans with that for this race.
Yeah. It's a bit of a shame the rain didn't come at the end, because how spicy would that have been at the end?
Well,
throw in a couple of shower. I mean, it might happen.
Yeah, Jamie.
Touch wood. I don't want it. I'm only saying this because I'm commentating. I don't want it. We don't want any rain.
Are you about to commentate yourself?
Jamie gets rain.
As soon as you jump in, we just see these little rain clouds appear.
Oh, imagine. I'd be ready to cry. I'd be weeping. So, yeah.
We'll all say it's your fault then as well.
Yeah. Crackle's driving later, so it'll be raining.
Yeah. I always get the raw wet stints.
I'm okay in the wet, but Andy and that Matt are really way quicker in the wet.
Yeah, I struggle in the rain.
A lack of feeling. It gets all wibbly and jelly-like, doesn't it? You can't really feel anything.
Yeah, it's about how hard you want to push it and how well you trust your instincts with your counter steering and coming off the throttle if the rear kicks out. And yeah, if you don't back yourself, you're not going to go fast at all, but you'll be safe.
No, definitely not. Yeah,
safe is key.
Nope, 69 down the main straight now.
Andy Benton's not doing too bad behind Matty D. He's holding up well enough. He's finding a bit of time. His last was a 44.7, which isn't bad for Andy.
That's quick, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Tell me the gap. After the gap. Where's the pit wall? There it is there. Yeah, fairly. Yeah, 40 seconds between the top two at the moment. It's mad that we are 9 hours in, and there's 40 seconds between the top two.
Between third and fourth, there's 9 seconds.
Yeah.
And 10 seconds between third and fourth.
So close, yeah.
I'm just going to jump back in the other chat and just see how Andy's doing for fuel. We can just check that my
not bringing it in for you.
another half hour is accurate. Right, I'll chat to you guys soon.
Have fun. So, I can't. What time of day is it? It's 4 o'clock in the morning. So, you'd hope at 5 o'clock it's going to get light.
Yeah, there'll start being hints of light.
Yeah.
Won't that be in 22 minutes game time? So if you can get your car to last over 20 minutes, maybe you can start thinking of slightly lower tyre pressures.
Yeah.
As we're seeing Johnny Walker approaching the back of Harrison to unlap himself.
Is it really? Is that on the stream?
Not on, yeah, it's not on unlap for sort of unlapping. It's from 9 laps down to what would be, you know, it's 5 laps. He's 5 laps behind Harrison. He'd be taken down to 4. Well, it's a battle, and all battles are fun.
Yeah. I enjoyed catching up with Dave Rose, and I enjoyed catching up with John, because it was something to focus on, it was something to do.
Yeah, let's just have a look at the relative lap times of those two. The Johnny Walker, last lap 151.6. That's a bit weird. And a 44.7 for Harrison. We're going to cross the line again this time, so let's see how this lap's gone for John. Maybe it's a case of John's just had enough, and that's how Harrison got ahead of him.
He's just done another 151.
Yeah. Very bizarre.
I'll go on board with him to see if he's struggling with something. Doesn't look like it. I mean, he must be knackered since Ross's problem with his wheel.
He's driving all now.
Yeah, he's all on his own. Well, unless Ross can obviously fix the wheel.
So
I believe
John's got to run
he's
to the
full
end.
send on his own, yeah.
Oh, I think Ross should get in the car and drive round to John's house.
What?
And
That is
just
what we suggest.
hot the rig.
John
They live
offered,
local, don't they?
John offered Ross his G29.
Come pick the wheel up and take it back home again.
Yeah. But he might as well just go round to his house and just take over.
Yeah, just hot swap. Do what?
Maybe he has. We,
Stevens
don't
did.
we wouldn't actually know, would we, if he has
Yeah,
or not?
your name
Unless
won't
Ross is in the
change.
chat. Yeah.
Yeah, tell us, Ross. Are you at John's house? That is important. If not, get round John's house.
Lap time still well born 43.2s. Consistency just mind-boggling. Matzenko 45.6. Andy is the only one in the 43s. Andy Benson 45.4, not too bad.
Hello again.
Oh, hello.
Yeah,
So we're-
And how is he doing on fuel?
in the car?
We're close.
We're close.
Yeah, we're close.
Ooh.
We may have to do a little bit of stretching. I'm hoping the drive through the pit lane will kill a bit of time for us.
Which it will.
Okay.
We've also got the possibility of an extra lap, so yeah, it could be a bit touch and go.
When we did our stint, it's not really a secret because obviously Matt Zenko and Ant and all that, they're all on the same one anyway. But when we did our calculations, the race is going to finish right bang in the middle of the stint. So
Okay.
there's no point in saving it. Might as well just full send and just burn it all up. Was what we were thinking.
Our original plan was 10 72-minute stints.
Yeah.
Would be mathematically perfect, but then you sort of include, the possibility of an extra lap or the time it takes to go through the pit lane.
Yeah.
It gives us a little bit of flex. We've just had to adjust now with the weather and stuff.
Yeah. I should be watching the stream really instead.
Yeah.
Keep commenting on what I can see
Show
in the
you.
game.
We're following Andy
that
at the
much.
minute.
Jamie, did you enjoy getting passed by me? We'll find out at the end, Josh. I'll let you know at the end.
Josh Copeland sim racing.
Makes himself sound professional.
I know.
Yeah, his YouTube account is now like a channel name.
And then you
How
speak
many
to
videos you got, Josh?
Yeah. I want to think of something non-offensive.
I'm just waiting for the point where you just see Matt Zenko get a drive-through.
Yeah, drive-throughs could still happen. These will still happen.
He is hammering track limits.
The problem with Josh, when you try and pick up on something he's done, it is ultra offensive. So you can't really talk about it, can you? Trying to. No one likes you, Josh. There you go. That'll do.
Nobody likes you.
I was going to stream from it at some point. Oh, okay. That back in the Accord days when you jump the chicane at Shizuoka to get a better.
He's still bitter.
Yeah. When I was commentating on it. What? Those were their days, Super Tourer days. Ooh.
If Stephen Paul and his brother beat us in this race today, I was going to be bitter about them getting away with their penalty earlier on. Tom Moran let them get off with the drive-through, didn't they?
Wait, what was the reason behind that?
They were so far behind, like to even begin with, though, weren't they? That was the thing. But I mean, 8 laps down.
Rules is rules. They're 8 laps down now, but I don't think they were at the time. I think they were.
What does John think about this?
John, if you could let us know
John
by typing a reply in the chat whilst racing, that'd be great.
We're trying to see if Ross can drive round to his, and either jump in the seat with him or feed him dinner while he drives.
Oh, that would be better. We need pictures as well.
Yeah.
Ross, go round to his house and like pamper him. You know, mop his brow. He wants a Caesar salad. That's what he wants.
Give his left little rub on the streets.
Actually, yeah, we want bolognese. Feed him bolognese, and just put a little bit in his mouth, so it's dangling down his front, and he's gonna like flick it in. We need stuff like that. Yeah, we want a foot spa with the little fish. Oh, we can't do that. He's got pedals. Okay, can't do that.
On the fish.
Yeah, can't really do much more. Oh, someone's in the pits. That is Andy Wellborn. Oh, I'm going to go and check Andy's alright. Give me 1 second.
I imagine Andy's be swapping out now for Matty J.
Yeah, you're giving the car to Matty J, yeah. Yeah, so on the stream we can see Matty Zenko in that first Lexus to 69, which is followed by the Stiggles 52 Lexus. They're obviously 4 laps apart in racing.
Oh yeah.
52 Lexus still have a relatively good pace though, but they must have had some issues throughout the course of the race.
They've had a few drive-throughs and stop and goes and stuff, haven't they? Oh, there's Matt Zenko coming into the pits. Just about on the pit limiter in time.
Coming to around
who do you think is going to jump in? It wouldn't be Josh yet, would it? So, oh no, it might be Josh, yeah, because Ant's
yeah, I think it will be Josh.
Physically kaput.
Is he not doing any more stints?
I don't know. We did say earlier it's probably...
drugs, won't he? Load himself up on drugs.
Yeah,
and,
go over sleep. He's earned it, to be fair.
Yes, I think we might be able to see Josh in that Lexus again.
Have a look at the timing, see who's doing what.
Yeah,
so
that's John Walker going his 46s now, regular 46s. Yeah. That's either nursing damage or he is fatigued.
Yeah, possibly. Well, I don't know. That's probably a normal time for him, actually. Was it low 46s? Was it? Let's have a look.
I think the track's become up to him now, hasn't it? So a lot of people are...
46 deadish. Yeah, I think that's normal for John. It's not not his best, but it's not bad either. Andy Benton's last was a 46.3. He's found a bit of consistency now, so his pace is averaging 45.2, apparently, according to this. That's not too bad.
So we've just had word that Andy's just jumped back to pits.
He drove in the pits.
He drove into pits, didn't he?
Yeah, he drove in.
Oh no, he's dropped. No, on the order, he's dropped behind.
Yes.
Oh, what's happened?
Did he speed in the pits so hard that it pinned him? Oh, what's happened there?
Possible.
He's
'Cause,
still there in the pits. Just still sat there.
I thought we'd seen him drive in.
We saw Matt drive in. I didn't see Andy drive in. I saw Jamie say, "Oh, he's gone to the pit." I didn't see Jamie say, but Jamie obviously said, "Oh, he's gone to the pits. I'll check if he's all right." But possible drama at the top. I mean, that's Matt into P1 now. And
Yeah,
comfortably
if
as well.
Andy's stuck in the pits,
He-
and it's like
Matt
a
is-
controls lock situation.
Yeah,
it's
Matt
not
is
gonna be a
comfortably
short
in
thing, is
P1
it?
now. He's about to sort of get that lap back, or lapping.
So it's possible if he has run out of fuel, he might have had to teleport to pits.
Possibly, if that's what's happened, yeah. I'll join the server on my game and try and look at his car.
It's just sat there at the minute. I'm
If
watching
it looks
right
like
now.
he drove in, or did he?
Oh, that's a good
The way
point.
he's in the box, it looks like he drove to
bring
the
up-
space. There we go. He's leaving the box now. Not sure if it's still him behind the wheel or whether they've done a driver change now.
No, he drove in.
Is this the Matty J
Look-
spot?
Looking at the replay, he drove in.
So that might be a planned driver change for Matty J then.
But that's a very long stop. Because
It
Matt,
did feel very
Matt,
long,
Matt
yeah.
Zenko pitted behind him, and he's, apart from stacking it out of the first chicane, because he's just gone off with the yellow flag out from Matt Zenko, but he's now a lap up against Andy from 30 seconds behind.
Yeah.
So there's been an issue in the pit stop, and it's Andy Wellborn still in as well, because he's gone through that first split.
That's then that Andy didn't brake in time. Because if you hit that pit limiter board at like 80, it just teleports you to your box and says controls locked. So I think that's what's happened there.
No, I saw in the replay. I saw him drive along.
All right.
Unless he, well, I didn't watch him do the whole thing. So unless he maybe cancelled the pit limiter accident and sped up, I can't see him doing that.
Or maybe the
Sped up,
maybe
speeding
the
up
car didn't
to
get
the
jacked
Last
up
time
properly.
as well, because when you change your mute button on the Discord server, it also changes gear in your car. So it actually, if you're flat out, it speeds up to the point where you don't notice. It's
Okay, so
it's-
maybe he's done that, possibly.
nuance. It's not
Yes,
something
but
I've seen
Jamie,
Andy ever
please.
do before.
He's now sat on. Oh, I don't know what the stream is watching. Sorry. He's now sat right behind Matt Zenko, looking to unlap himself. I'm sure he is probably gonna be driving pretty aggressive here.
Gonna be livid. But Jamie
Yeah.
will be back in a minute, hopefully, to let us know how this has all come about.
Oh no.
All flashing the lights.
Well, Matt
Boy.
doesn't have to let him past.
No, definitely
Doesn't-
not, and I wouldn't. I would
So
make it a
this
bit
is
difficult
for the
here.
race win.
I can't see him getting a whole lap back, and you've got the
Oh,
risk
I
of then
can't.
your own.
This is
Well,
Matty J and Andy we're talking
Yeah, you
about.
got Matty J and Andy, and if they're
whole-
a second
whole
back
lap.
quicker, there's
A whole
there's
lap on
there's
Matt
80
Zenko and
there's 80
and
plus
Josh.
laps
I
Yeah,
can't see it.
a long old time. So, I
I'm
would not
gonna-
be making it easy if I was Matty Zenko.
I am going to jump back because I think me and Andy might be due a change soon. But yeah, I hope it's nothing too serious then for those guys. Yeah, it's a real shame that they've got back. Right, I'll chat to you guys later.
That's
Yeah,
just
but-
it.
Take care.
So got the train of Lexuses on the street.
Electri.
Yes.
Matty's steering wheel disconnected. There we go.
Matty J, or?
Jamie in the chat. Yeah.
Oh, so when he was meant to take over the car, he didn't have any control over it.
So he's had to go back to pits, or jump out and then jump back in. So
Checking that my
Andy's
wheel's still connected when I get ready to take over again.
Yeah, Matt is all over. Andy's all over the back of Matt. He's not going to make it easy for him to come past. So that's really unfortunate for the team that have been leading most of this race. A real shame. But great entertainment.
Yeah, they had themselves. Their lead was what, 1 lap and 30 seconds or something.
It was 43 seconds as they come into the pits, or 53 seconds as they come into pits over Matt Zenko in second place.
On the same lap.
On the first lap, yeah, the only 2 cars in the lead lap.
Oh,
And
okay.
here they are, so
So it took them 9 hours to build up a 40-second lead, and yeah, maybe in the next 3 hours it might be hard to to make up a whole lap of deficit.
it's kind of been yo-yoing. So Andy's going to make a move this time. Is Matt going to let him through?
Yep.
Yeah, Matt's aware that he's alongside. And he's gone. Andy runs slightly deep, but it will catch them back.
Yeah, so it's all going to take a little bit of rain or something unpredictable though, and never know. 23 team might actually catch back up.
Indeed. Hold the fort, Craig. I'll be back in a minute.
As we watch Andy Wellborn there set off, he's got to make up what's essentially a 1 minute 45 second deficit to Matt Zenko and Josh Copland's team. In third place we've still got Matt Davies and his teammate Joe Challoner. I do believe they have a third member in their team as well. They're doing 144.5s. 1 lap and 47 seconds behind the leaders, which is now watching Matt Zenko. Andy Benson and his team are doing 144.7s, 1 lap and 70 seconds behind the leader. And Harrison Fulton in the 41 car is 146.0s, is 3 laps behind. Chris Rock in the 52 is just done a pit stop. So that driver name may change. He's 7 laps behind the leader. And the last car, Stephen Pole and his brother Rick Pole, their last lap time is 149.8. They are 8 laps behind the lead.
Did someone say less than 3 hours to go?
Yeah, welcome back, Tom.
So Matt Zenko's back in the pits. A drive-through for Matt Zenko. So this is going to play in
track limits.
Yeah, track limits. And unfortunately, most of that was my fault because I was the one that struck up 3. So this is all on me. I feel sorry for Matt having
Did
to
you
say
go in the
that.
chat and distract him?
No, I did not.
So our drive through's going to take how long? About 30 seconds?
It's
He's just
long
coming back out
yeah.
now.
It's Andy Wellborn. Where's he on the track? Because
He's 40 seconds into his lap, just coming up through Piratella.
Okay, so 60 seconds. So that he obviously was a whole lap behind Matt just 2 laps ago.
Yeah, there's a race on now. Absolutely. I bet Andy's seeing blood. So welcome back, Tom. How was your car washing extravaganza?
Well, yeah, it was prepping for holiday, part of that being doing the car. Had some of this on in the background, was jumping into a chat, keeping an eye on what's been going on. Seems to settle down a little bit weather-wise since I've been gone, but
yes.
But I'm back, so let's see
the
what
next
happens.
3 hours are going to be settled. Yeah, the next 3 hours could be rain on, rain off.
Yeah, we did have those first 3 hours, as you say. Oh, Andy is wide at Ravazza 1. He's not quite Bottas'd it, but he's dipping his toes into the gravel. He's really pushing now. But on the screen, you're
and this
seeing...
will be his 3rd stint as well.
Yeah, yeah, he's tired now.
So who's directly behind Matt?
Matt Davies, that'll be Harrison in the
Harrison.
Bentley. Yeah, so that's obviously not for position. There's a good couple of laps difference between those 2 cars. I can only imagine Matt Davies
Yeah, 40,
just put another lap on Harrison there.
yeah, 44.3 for Matt on the last one, 45.9 for Harrison, dipping the grass on the straight.
Tired. Everybody's tired.
Jamie says this is still on in the chat, and absolutely this is on. This is going to be a cracking finish to a long race, a bit of a slog.
Yeah, well
sun
won
appears to
start.
be coming up ever so slightly. I think it's just got
Yeah,
slightly up.
now's the time, isn't it? 5 a.m.
So who's played their tyre pressures correctly? Are they going to over-inflate? Or are they going to like cub in and go faster? We'll see. I know what tactic we went for. we being Matt Zenko.
So how long's Matt out for now?
Matt's going to be out for another 41 minutes.
So we put some tyres on 20 minutes ago, which may
Less
come
than that.
less than that, and they may come to him in the next 40 minutes as the track temp raises a little bit.
Yeah.
And what about brakes? I know we mentioned them earlier on, Ant, but
Actually, in the Bentley, yeah, they're not yellow yet, but they may become yellow.
So we found at Donington, it was the last hour where we had to nurse the brakes.
And that was how long was that race?
Bentley. That was a 12-hour race.
That's 12 hours as well in the Bentley. What are we saying for braking zones compared to Donington? Donington's probably more flowing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh no, you've got the hair because it's GP circuit. So you've got the hairpin, the chicane, and T1. The rest is flowing. So that's 3 heavy braking zones. Here you've got T1. You've got
Hairpin. And you've got Variante Alto as well. And the downhill section, this one here is a Ravazza 1-2, so more heavy braking here, I'd say.
Yeah. You did have those stints in the rain. How was the weather back at Donington?
It was dry all the time, wasn't it? If I
Yes,
remember
but
rightly?
I don't recall any rain for Donington.
Rain.
Yeah, half
No,
sugar.
so that would have been harsher on brakes. So it will just be the fact how the guys are driving, the brake bias, but also the weather conditions have maybe taken the edge off.
Just had a white flag for Matt Davies, so someone's a bit slower up ahead.
Yeah, you can see the lead
Nobody.
car there.
Stephen Pole 2 seconds down on Delta, but he has been passed by the leader. So that might have just been I'm letting you through.
He might have got too far off the line, slowed down too much, and the game thought he was in trouble.
So we just had another question. What happened to Wellborn? Unfortunately, it was not Wellborn, but Matt Johnston, whose wheel disconnected. That forced him back to pits, which means with Matt Johnston now, Andy's jumped in and is doing a 3rd stint.
So is Matty's wheel broken, or did it just need turning off and on again?
I have absolutely no more information on that.
Because my wheel's been sat here turned on all day, but not actually used for the last 6 hours. So I'm probably going to turn my rig off and on again, and then jump in it.
Yeah, definitely one to do there.
Yeah. Well, not going for a little while yet.
Wellborn's only 0.4 faster than Zenko down the front.
That's a long way to make up.
0.4 is a long time.
And
Matty Zenko down on Delta by 2 seconds on this lap. So he's just going to cross the line now, and it's going to be a 45.7. So as we say, he's only 0.2 off. Actually, that was 2 seconds on that lap. You don't need too many of those.
No, and how far back is it? Can you see on your screen?
58 seconds.
Okay.
So yeah, just shy of a minute. Doing some quick maths.
And we got 2.5 hours left. So we've got about 80 laps.
Just on the stream, sorry, we've missed Matty D getting past Pole. I'm not even watching your stream, hang on.
And an update to the old charity update as well. We're now up to £789. Thanks to Sam Aldridge.
Oh, thanks, Sam.
Thank you, Sam. He says, please enforce a drive-through for Chris Rock. Love from the SAR guys at Brands Hatch. So, Chris Rock, get driving through the pit lane for the sake of it for charity. Come on.
I wish we could do that. I mean, would it be a bit of a...
Got admin commands, but...
Yeah, we got admin commands, but I don't think that...
Little hard.
A 12-hour race, yeah, it's a bit harsh, but if we did like a 2-hour comedy race where donators can just say, make someone do this, I've paid good money to see it, then we could do that.
Yeah, instant ballast. You can pay to have 150 kilos put on your driver of choice for 5 minutes or something.
Well, Matty Zenko dipping a wheel out the final turn. He's pushing on now. His Delta's only 0.1 down, 0.2 down after that run there, giving him a 44 dead. So he's more on the pace there. But Wellborn is most definitely hunting him down. We've all surpassed the 300 lap mark, by the way. John Walker's on lap 302.
We're hoping to hit 400 by the end.
There is John Walker.
It could get very close to that 400.
So he's sitting in for Ross, is he? Or did I hear conversation about Ross going around to John's house and then sit in the rig?
I think he should do that, but I don't. There's no knowing whether that has happened or not.
So did John Armstrong make an appearance or not?
He has not so far as what we've seen on the timing screens, but I've spent the last couple of hours in a car.
Yeah.
doing that, so.
I can't. So John's in the main chat there with the rest of the guys. Ross isn't in there with him, so I can only imagine.
So is John looking to do what Matty J did last time and do a huge amount of driving?
Looks like he's going to Iron Man it, yeah.
It looks like that might be the case. I might go and ask. I'll be back.
Okay.
Go.
I'll go find out.
So we were talking earlier about which direction the sun was going to come up, but looking at the weather forecast, Tom, it doesn't look like it's going to come up at all.
Well, we are
very
getting light.
gloomy over the top.
My clouds are... Oh, there you go. You see the clouds.
Looking
Yeah, it is
very
overcast, isn't it? Playing devil's advocate, I'd love to see some rain now. I'm doing a rain dance.
No, I think it would shake things up again. And I think it would actually benefit the car in second place currently, because they are very quick in the wet. So currently on board of the second place car, Andrew Wellborn doing his third stint.
Matty J's commented, sorry I've spoken over you already. Matty J has commented, I think John is going till the end, so that's going to be a monumental drive if he does make that distance.
I think he should pay £1 for every lap he does.
It'd be skint. You wipe him out, man.
Yeah.
Oh, Matty Zenko deep into the hairpin. It's lost him about 0.4 on this lap.
Let me go and give him a prep talk. Okay, so we got Harrison into the pits. Does that mean Cragwell's getting in?
No, he only went. Yeah, he only went looking for information. He's gone away and found himself a seat.
Yeah.
Benton in the pits as well. So that's 4th and 5th into the pits. Cragwell, is this planned?
This?
Harrison in the pits.
Yeah, he's swapping with Dave Rose now.
Ah, right, okay.
Oh, everyone wave at Dave.
Wave at Dave.
So, also, John is going to pit in the next lap, and John is running the rest of the race by himself. Ross is not involved anymore.
Oh dear.
He might be watching. He might be watching the stream, but he's not. He's not in the chat. He's not there. You know, I thought he'd be
like
still
John
helping Ross with the strategy, helping John with strategy. But no, he's.
If Ross is in the chat, Ross, there's actually a penalty to pay for yourself and John, leaving John to it. So,
yeah, that's a fileable offence. That is.
That is, in fact.
He could have done with help with tyre pressures and all sorts.
Yeah. Dave Rose on your screen. Yeah, he's on the screen now. He's more than out the pits.
Beautiful Bentley. Beautiful Bentley.
See Matt Davies takes off next to the pits. Look who that was.
So that was Benton coming out, was it?
Yes, it was. Is it Benton or Alex? Is Benton?
Miss McGee, yeah, I think it was Benton. That should update through the next sector.
He's a crusty juggler.
Walker to the pits.
So, interesting on the strategy there. So they're going to have to make a splash and dash stop because we've got 2.5 hours left. That means if the cars can go 70 minutes roughly on a stint without fuel saving, driving quite aggressively, that only leaves us 140 minutes, which is 2 hours and 20 minutes. So last 12 minutes, they're going to have to stop for fuel. Oh, as we see someone go off at the back. Who is that? Oh, it's Rick Pole getting all crossed up in the Porsche again.
Did he touch the wall? I just got the end of it there.
I think he absolutely nosedived into the wall. I wonder if
I just saw like a dust trail. I thought he maybe went a bit wide and carried the momentum. But no, if he's nosed it in, then a bit of damage.
See it. So on to replay now of Rick Pole. I've probably gone a little bit too far back.
Yeah, a little bit too far.
We see how unwieldy this Porsche is.
Yeah, who in their right mind would choose a Porsche for an endurance race?
Someone pulled a lucky dip for me in my next car for Pos Per, and it turned out to be the Porsche, first generation Porsche, 911 GT3.
Oh, your replay's just changed.
We're gonna miss it.
There is that one. That one.
There he goes.
Oh, what is that? It's like he
was
gave up steering.
That was on power understeer to either in the power and the pull. You've got to be very careful with that. Anyway, there you go. That was the replay.
That'll be maybe quite moderate damage on the front end of that.
Well, luckily all the working parts of that car are in the back. So,
Because he looked up, apparently.
did he look? Why did
I
he look
don't know.
up?
Stephen in the chat. Rick
looked
flattered the wall there because he looked up.
Was he got his?
Someone
was he
probably
looking
asked
at
him, what lap times are you doing anyway? They crashed it. in
Or the
typical
weather.
fashion.
So I apologise for the replay. It runs for a whole minute. I can't do it.
Another fundraising update here. Another donation. Matt Wilson, thank you very much.
Brilliant.
Hey, Matt.
Taking us past 800 quid. That's fantastic. Thank you very
Matt.
much.
Yeah. So why aren't you involved, Matt Wilson? Fire excuses now. Matt Wilson's new to the slip and grip community. He hasn't actually. Well, you raced with us once. Said he needed more practice.
So the stream's just
Oh, Matty Zenko.
tipped over. Yeah, Zenko now needs to get past Harrison.
That's Dave Rose now, isn't it? Dave Rose
Yes.
behind the wheel of the Bentley.
Sorry.
I'm sure
There you go.
everyone
He's
is
moved out the way.
waiting.
Matt wants every bit of slipstream. Look, the indicator comes on. Dave's making it very, very clear which way he wants Matty to go. And Matty down across the line completes another lap. That is another lap in the 44s. Meanwhile, Wellborn 1.1 faster on the last lap with a 43.3. So Wellborn well on his way to a recovery drive, but it's still quite a long way to go.
That angry sky.
You don't trust it not to rain, but the
No
15-minute
sign of it.
forecast. Wouldn't get away with that with a Met Office, would you? Oh, sorry guys, we can only do 15 minutes.
So, is there any more battles on track? Any more proximity? Well, we got two cars behind.
Yeah, it's car 99 and 89. So the guys
99
down
is
in
Matt
7th and 8th.
Davies, and then John Walker.
Oh no, yeah, 3rd and 8th, sorry.
99,
Matt Davies, yeah.
John Walker. So, John Ironman Walker is going to be doing a mammoth stint. See if he can.
Yeah, hasn't he already been
survive
going
that.
for about 2.5 hours and he's got another 2.5 to go?
Yeah, I do wonder how long his pedals are going to last. The homemade pedals that he's found out the car parts which he keeps in his bush.
Yeah.
So,
Which leak every third day.
I think we're down to 57 seconds for the lead.
excellent. Good maths. So all
Yeah.
Matt's got to do is play it cool.
Yeah, a little bit of tyre scrubbing going on as well, you can just hear it. Yeah, he's got no more back markers to contend with. He just has to keep himself to himself and plod on down the front.
Everyone waving at Dave.
Wave at that beautiful car. It's
There is
the,
Matt Zenko.
I don't
the
think your
only
rear
half police
chevron...
car. The only half police car themed police car here.
Yeah, your rear chevrons aren't compliant. They're not at 90 degrees to each other and they're not 150mm wide on the strips. So, not quite right, but pretty good.
But they're copy and pasted from a Astra. The Astra from the film.
Well, they were non-compliant in their film.
I hope he has underbody protection on that car. 'Cause we just saw him go off at the Villeneuve chicane.
It's on the Bentley. Oh, shocking. Give me the car for 2 minutes, Dave Rose. But no, he's not losing touch too badly with the Matt Davies ahead. In fact, that was Zenko, wasn't it? Not Zenko that recently passed him.
Is indeed. The triangle on the map signifying the leader.
Get 3 points for the win, don't you, according to that trial?
Should the leader get a trophy from today?
Oh, you get a 3D print one.
I could do, yeah. I've got like the filaments in gold, silver, and bronze now, and I'm making
The
trophies.
Golden Swan. Oh my god.
Yeah, we can
The
make
Golden
a
Swan.
It's a done thing.
Just the one.
Do I make
actually.
enough for the whole team?
No, just the one actually.
Just the one, actually.
Just the one swan, and they can,
It's just the one
they
swan
can pass
actually.
it
Come
about,
on.
hold it for 6 months. Between them.
It's just the one swan actually. No. Get out.
Yeah,
So Matt into the 43s now. So
You know
find
the
yourself
old-
in the
Zenko
car,
23s.
yeah. Sorry, there's so many Matthews, isn't there?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, but as
Mate.
yeah, as Zenko does a 43.9, Wellborn does a 43 dead.
Yeah.
And he's on his way back into the 42s. What are we looking at track temp? 14.
And it's
Keep
only
an
going
eye.
to increase here, isn't it? That temperature.
So the tyres should come to Matt Zenko with increasing track temperature. the way it's
But
planned
from
last
that last lap, it's going to do the same to Wellborn. Wellborn's green on his delta by 0.2.
time. So he's going to go into the 42s. What's the fastest lap at the moment? 42.6.
Yeah.
Oh, by me. Wonderful.
Oh,
Oh, just casually.
what a pleasant surprise.
with you guys. I'm pretty sure my fever broke in that last stint as well. So I'm feeling much
Feet?
better.
Your feet broke. Or your fever.
My fever.
Oh, well, as we watch Matt
wasn't
Davis
very-
said, put 2 wheels on the grass.
For fun.
Yeah.
That
Because
day
it's so
was really
fast, you
riding
can-
those curves.
You can take it.
So thank you everyone sticking with us in the chat on YouTube. Fourth screen distraction. Oh, that's why he looked up.
Oh, yeah, you'd never want to put a screen that far away from
So
your
is he
normal
sitting
line
in
of
your
sight.
rig then, Stephen? Are you having a sim racing party?
Yeah, did you not see the picture of the sofa?
Yeah, one of them sleeps on a piece of rattan furniture while the other one drives.
That's amazing. That is
Maybe if
amazing.
we... Yeah, next time we're going for an actual 24 hours.
No.
No? Okay.
I've competed
So-
in the national 24-hour race once. It was not nice.
Yeah, but was it in go-karts?
Yes.
Pissed blood afterwards.
Hey,
Did you piss
my
blood?
hands were bleeding. Well, my hands were blistered very badly. They weren't bleeding.
Keep it PG, Ant. Come on. We're raising money for Young Lives versus Cancer. Like, could be kids watch it.
Yeah, I doubt that.
We've got 13 viewers. If anyone is new into the chat, yeah,
Say hello.
smash the like button. Let us
Yeah.
know you're here. Joining us for the last 2 hours and 25 minutes.
Comments
Yeah.
wave at Dave. Or just a wave emoji would do. And the nipple rub.
What?
There's an emoji for nipple rub. We like it.
Is there?
Where are
Yep.
you seeing this?
It's been used. It
It's
was
the one
last
that
used by
Jamie
Dave
used.
Rose. Dave Rose, JP Racing Engineering used it as well.
I think it's a bow.
I think it's a dab, maybe.
Right,
Thing that
okay.
kids used to do in 2014.
The kids.
The kids.
Down with the kids.
Oh, what
Dave
were
is-
you doing in 2014? 8
Ah.
years ago.
I just started a teaching job.
You as a teacher.
Teaching military people, yeah, not in a school. But yeah, they were all about the dabbing and the... I don't know, I think it was quite yeeting back then, but, you know, that sort of stuff.
The dabbing and the yeeting. You heard it here first. Rob Fowler in the chat.
Yeah.
Craig's dodgy emoji stash, yeah. The emojis are the least of your worries, mate. Right, where is Wellborn? Wellborn is in the proximity of the pole Porsche.
There
Is he?
Yeah,
Oh,
Through
he's approaching the back.
few,
of
two.
it.
few seconds gap, yeah.
There he is, so he just needs to catch up that car and dispatch it as soon as possible. What's the gap looking like?
Oh, Tom, you should have your services employed to wash the back of that Porsche. It looks filthy.
53 seconds by my estimations.
And what was it
Awesome.
last time? 58.
57, yeah. So it is
57,
coming
so
down.
4 seconds and 4 laps. Yeah, second the lap sounds about.
Who's in charge of keeping this Lexus clean, because it is spotless in comparison to all the other cars on the grid.
Yeah, Yeah, well, the hacks do tend to like get in the way of the.
The liveries programmed to be very glossy, very well waxed.
Yeah.
And that matte black Porsche looks disgusting with dirt.
That is Stephen. No, it's not. It's not Stephen.
I believe it's Rick.
Rick. It is Rick.
Really struggling with that turn there. So, 40% of the way to our goal. I think if we get £1,000, we'll be over the moon.
Yeah, that'd be really cool to get that to that 50%. I know we set it to push ourselves last time. Last time we did surpass £1,000. Probably not had quite the same amount of publicity this time, and we got a few less cars. But still,
it's also bank holiday weekend, so a lot of people are out and about.
Yeah, a number of people down at Brands watching the real racing. More fool them.
Well, not now because that's over. So
yeah, but not taking part. Yeah. Yeah, no excuse not to watch now, as we're up to 14 viewers. Welcome in.
Yeah, 22 likes. I think that's a record for us.
Oh, fantastic!
Yeah.
Hey, that last push for likes worked, didn't it? That's fantastic. Thank you all very much.
Yeah. I wonder how many dislikes we can get. No, don't do that.
No, it doesn't count those, or doesn't publicly count those, does it?
I have no idea if
no, they've hidden it. Yeah, dislikes don't show now, as far as I'm aware.
So 320 laps on the board, 2 hours, 20 minutes to go.
No sign of rain, but we do have some. I nearly said sun. We've got daylight. Let's not go that far. We've got sun.
Oh, Andy takes to the grass. He's really pushing. Really pushing.
Last lap for him was a 43.9, whereas Matt Zenko did a 43.3. So taking time back out of Wellborn. And he needs to just not get carried away.
So 43.3 for Matt Zenko is absolutely rapid.
He's just done a 43.5, so he's still pushing that way.
VR Master, see his tyres are coming in now as the track warms. So we're at 14 degrees.
Sorry, you gloss over the fact he's running VR.
Yeah. VR and Unreal Engine is an absolute terrible combination, but he seems to be making it work with some serious horsepower. So.
But he'll feel it after this, won't he?
I'm pretty sure he's gonna be sick. Oh, thank you, Sheila and John Fulton, for the donation. Very kind of you. Our little computer boy approves greatly. So, was that in reference reply to the Craggles dodgy emoji stash?
Oh, that was me throwing some money in for my parents. They've commented on the Facebook thing saying put some money in for me.
Oh.
So I've operated.
So what did
the
you define
website
some money as?
Well, they said £10.
Oh, they said 10. Sorry, you said some money. I was like, yep, 65 quid. In.
No, it's specified the £10, so I threw in the £10 in.
Okay, alright. I thought they'd given you a blank check. I was like, right, let's have it.
No. Are we going to go for the £10 a lap sort of thing as well, are we, towards the end? Is it £10 a lap? Is that what we said?
The what,
no,
sorry?
10 pence a lap.
All viewers pay 10 pence a lap at the end of the race.
A penny a lap, I think.
Penny a lap, is it? Yeah, because 10 pence a lap would end up being 40 quid, wouldn't it?
It would.
Penny a lap would end up being £4, which is...
All the viewers have got to pay? Well, I'm turning off now, so no.
Exactly, no, we were just joking about it earlier. But maybe all the competitors could. We could have a look. It's obviously completely voluntary.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But think of the children.
As is watching, but yeah, it's...
Right, boys, I'll be back very shortly.
Cool.
Go check up, see, give Matt a bit of a prep talk, see how he's getting on.
Yeah, he's taking a narrow line into turn 1, you know, he's losing a couple of tenths there, and I think.
I'm sure. I'm sure you'll tell me to go away in a not such a polite manner. Right.
Yeah, good stuff.
See ya.
The day brightening and the street lamps turning off.
Across the line for Wellborn again. What is that one? A 43.3, whereas Zenko was a 40 dead on the last.
40 dead?
44 dead, sorry.
I'm say, if he's doing 40s, Jesus.
No.
No,
No,
I
there's
think
a bit
it's
of- if he's doing
42.7, no? I
Yeah.
think it's still a 42.7. Is that a cut to achieve that?
Don't know,
Gotta
fastest lap
be,
of the
that has
race,
gotta
though.
be a cut. 32.9 middle sector.
Yeah, he's not got. It's the fastest lap of. No, it's not. It's not the fastest lap. It's his fastest lap.
What was the
Any point?
quality laps? I forget what the
Oh, I
quality
don't
laps
know.
were.
I've got it on my phone. Hang on. Saved it earlier for the entry list.
I think he's maybe sent it over that very anti-alto, you know, to get a 32.9 middle sector.
42 dead was the pole time.
Okay. Maybe it is achievable if he's on a, you know, low fuel. Just have to make the
Maybe.
stop, maybe.
Yeah, just got to hook it up right. No one's really too close on track. It's just a case of watching data at the moment, which I know doesn't make the best stream, but welcome on in.
Yeah, that Lexus is remarkably clean considering it's been running for 10 hours. I think the dirt just refuses to show on it.
Yeah, redefining a clean race, I think.
Very nice car though, very nice design.
It's alright, subtle. Yeah, definitely subtle. Still got the lights on as he makes his way down across the line once again. 43 dead. I'll try and keep an eye again in a moment to see what the gap is.
Have a look at how the pace goes down. So we go down the grid. Senko's 44.2. Mike Davies 44 dead. Alex McGee 44.9. Dave Rose 46.1. Chris Rock 44.4. Stephen Paul or Rick Paul, whoever's driving at the minute, 150 dead on that last lap. He must have had an off.
Yeah, JP Race Engineering. It's clean because we haven't crashed. I think I witnessed a bump early on, but we won't mention that.
Hang on a minute. Did when Matty J's wheel crashed, did the car have to reset?
It went back to the pits.
That
So
might
I
have cleaned it.
don't know
maybe?
if that influences it. No, I'm not sure.
But then again, that Dalmio Lexus looks pretty clean as well.
Must just be a Lexus thing. Not only can you not make proper liveries in the in-game,
Oh, they don't want to
just
let them
doesn't
show it
get
as dirty as a
Yeah.
licensing thing.
Don't know.
Yeah,
Who
because
knows?
look at any other car, it's covered in rubber,
I
like
think
down the whole sides, aren't they?
the gap is down to 51.
1 seconds.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we-
because it was broken, isn't it?
I think the pole car is wide off circuit. The last two corners, I think it was delayed between the two turns looking at my track map, but that isn't confirmed. And then, yeah, Davies not too far behind. You can now hear him as we come over the crest down into Ravazza. To go for Matty, he's into a rhythm now. I think everyone will just be having nightmares about Imola now, won't they?
They're well versed at driving, yeah, anyway, put it that way.
Doing laps in their sleep, absolutely.
Yeah, I might shoot off, get some food, get ready for my next stint.
Fair enough, yeah, got to be well prepped, fed and
Well-
watered.
Catch you shortly.
Yeah, well. Back by myself at the end of the end of the stream. I see. we've gone full
Hopefully you'll
circle.
get Andy come in.
Yeah,
maybe
some-
for a bit or
someone will
something.
come back.
Well,
I'll
Andy's
keep
driving again, isn't he? Andy needs to burn that fuel off that he filled it up with, and then Matty J can eventually have the car back as planned. But yeah, I'm
Hello,
sure Matty
Miss-
or Jamie will come see you.
I've got people in the chat. Look, Mr. Jones, like the Summerfield sponsor. Yeah, there's a couple of cars with Summerfield on there. Don't look too close at some of them, though. Yeah, nice one, Craig. There we go. As Craig departs, I'm left by myself. But there's 15 of you watching now. If you are new in, just jab that like button for us. Does us a favour, get a few more people in, more likely to show up with the algorithm to show us on suggested videos. So on screen now, you got your leader, Matty Zenko. He has, well, the entire team's driven really well and benefited and been in the right place at the right time when Andrew Wellborn's car is currently on track at the moment. Is had issues. Matty J unable to steer the car, so a technical issue, putting the car back into the pit. So what was a 40-second lead has then swung to a 50-something second disadvantage. But with 2 hours and 10 minutes to go, closing in slightly with each lap, Andy Wellborn in P2 trying to recover. Is the car on your screen now with that Summerfield sponsorship. He's desperately trying to catch up Matt Davies. Also not out of contention. All you need is a bit of rain or a barrier or a coming together, although there's not too many cars on track to make that likely. So we see Wellborn come down the straight. I will try and take a glance at Matty's current lap, giving me, yes, about 50 seconds. So the gap back there, about 50 seconds. Andy Wellborn is closing in, but is it enough? Zenko car will get swapped out with the drivers. That will become Ant, I believe, again pretty shortly. The Wellborn car will make another attempt to pit, and that will become Johnston. The battle will continue, and we'll see how they compare. Matty D's lap time's just bouncing around a bit. He was down in the 42s briefly. He's been in the 44s on his last lap. So the front two still in a class of their own. Chris Rock further back, down in 6th. Had some issues earlier on, putting them a few laps down. But he's really showing good pace now. Quick glance up. We've gained a degree in track temperature. No movement anywhere on the weather. There is Chris Rock. And the pole car. Those two just with each other at the moment. Couple of laps apart. The rather grubby Porsche. Being chased down by the pretty clean Lexus. So yeah, it's almost like there's not a dirt map on the Lexus. Wide for the Porsche. He's slow off the turn. This is the time. Rick moves over to the left. Backs out of it early. That's a good move there. Just lets Chris Rock through on his way, and then can just pace himself by that. Back up to Matty Zenko. He's got a Matt Davies not too far behind, but that is +1 lap. So that would be to unlap himself if Matty D could get past. But there'll be no rash moves to try and get that done. He will just hold his own. The lap time's comparable at the moment. 0.6 faster for Matt behind on that lap. Sorry, 0.1. So 0.6 the lap before, 0.1 on that lap. We just don't need any traffic for Matty. So where Wellborn's got a fair bit of clear road until he finds Alex McGee. Matty on your screen now just has to negotiate that Porsche. Just the Porsche slow off the turn, holds the inside line, should brake early, does indeed brake early. Gets the nose in, and there is no compromise for the Zenko car. as he heads away up the hill. Matty D will be hoping for similar opportunities. The gap now just shy of the 50-second mark. Splitting times at the moment, it's the odd second here and there. You'd need another 50 odd laps at the moment, and that would be 100 seconds a lap, the 50, 500 seconds. I've exhausted my quick maths. Right, we're looking back from the wing of Matty Zenko. Matt Davies has indeed managed to make it past the pole Porsche. In-game time of 6 AM, so if you have been with us for the last couple of hours, you will have seen the transition from night time into daytime. And even earlier on in the race, obviously, starting at 10 o'clock. So racing through the afternoon into the night and now back out the other side. Quick lap time check. Andy comes across the line. Yeah, we're down to at least 49 seconds now because there was a 0.4 difference on that lap. So on-track pace will have some influence on the outcome of this, but external factors like pit stops and weather will be the ones that really come to tell a story. AD here wants to get on to that lead lap. They are not far off. They've been consistent. They've had a couple of wobbles here and there, but this is what they're pushing towards. Being on the lead lap just in case anything happens in that final 2 hours. So we're 330 laps down. All drivers are within 10 laps. So John Walker and Stephen Pole, or the Rick Pole car at the moment, are on 321. So really good showing to be this far over 300 laps. Pushing towards 400 for the end of the race. If we don't have any more rain, then we should make it all the way to 400 laps. Yeah, JP Racing, that's Jamie, so the teammate of Andy Wellborn. This is wildly tense. Well, there's not that much on-track action, but these guys have got to keep this up. They've got 2 hours, and there's almost 3 cars on the lead lap. All it takes is one fault for one of the cars, and it can all change. Matty's got one back marker, one other participant just ahead of him as the Davies car comes into the pit lane. So the guys were commenting earlier that those guys are a little out of sync. So where he was trying to get onto the lead lap, he was unable to, and now will drop back. it's going to look like second and third will be... No, because Wellborn's coming down the straight and down. So let's just do a quick workout of the gap. I want to say 46 seconds this time. So Wellborn making real good progress. Gap to the lead car for the Davies car. The ever greater, it's now well over half a lap. There's John Walker on your stream. What's he up to? He's currently 17 seconds off the Porsche. So John is catching up. Rick Pohl, the 89 car, catching up the 88 car. As Dan Lewis jumps in, the May Davies and Joe Challoner car. So Dan Lewis doing a stint now as we roll over the timer at the top there. Ticking down 3, 2, 1, and that is us. 10 hours down, 2 to go. Say the majority's done, but there's still this tiredness to fight off, to fend off. How's the Dan Lewis to Alex McGee gap looking? He's got a fair bit. He's coming up the hairpin. And McGee is just about to cross the line. So half a lap there. So Dan should be comfortable as we stare at his rear wing for a bit more. Sorry about the camera choice. It is an auto camera. We just get to talk about different bits and pieces whilst the camera does its own thing. I'll try and keep an eye so what I'm saying is relevant, but we are a little restricted by the auto cameras. I'll try and keep it a bit more radio show to tell you what's going on up and down the field. John Walker and Stephen or Rick Pohl gap is coming down because Rick had a poor lap on that last lap. He was into the 49s, whereas John was still in the 45s. So the Porsche may drop to the back of the field if this current pace continues. On your screen, we've got Alex McGee, car 70, catching up the Walker car. So whilst Walker's trying to make progress forward to continue on and catch up the pole Porsche, in fact, McGee is wanting to get by. McGee's last lap, 44 dead. Walker's last lap, 45.3. So 1.3 seconds a lap is the difference. The blue flags start to show for Walker, so he needs to pick his point. Little dip of the gravel there for the leader, by the way. I'm looking at some other cameras at the same time. Just dipped a wheel. And he was 1.3 faster on that last lap, so Wellborn is well on his way to chasing down Matty Zinko. Just do a quick time check. 44 seconds now, gap to lead. From second place, that is, just to make that clear. But on your screens, we see Alex McGee looking to get past Walker, put another lap on him. Walker delays his turn-in, brakes slightly earlier. That's McGee through and on his way on a bit of a mission to go and get Dan Lewis. Dan Lewis, last lap. That was his out lap, so 2:49, which is what you'd expect. He is just rounding the final turn, and we'll give you a taste of the pace for Dan Lewis. Straight down to 44.2, so he's still got to bring the tyres in slightly. Should see him in the 43s, but as a first flying lap, 44.2, good strong pace from the Welshman. Alex McGee continues to see the blue flags in front of him. That is the Bentley of Dave Rose. And he's on the march in the chat from Ashley Wilton. Yeah, Wellborn has got his head down and he's absolutely going for it. But that being said, he's had a scruffy chicane Variante Alta, I think it is, the final chicane. Let me get my old track back up. Yeah, look, I've learned it from this morning. Variante Alta. He was flat out there, lost him half a second off his Delta. And he is catching the Walker car. He's down across the line. What did he do? So, although he was down on his Delta, that's still a 43.2, which is over a second faster than the lead car. So, a second a lap at the moment. That's soon going to come trundling down. Strategy aside, because there's still changes to be made. Melbourne also onto his third hour in the car, so he'll be feeling that. Alex McGee, your view on stream. So he got the move done down into the hairpin. Toes hairpin. Turn 7, in case you were wondering. Got that move done. Got it stopped, but now it's Wellborn that will be approaching John. As John runs wide, so he's pushing his luck for a couple of cut tracks. We may see penalties coming into play. Here we go. So this is the gap that I was looking at. Wellborn wants to get second place. He's now being held up by Walker. So John moves to the left and boots it. Is he going to lift and let Wellborn through? This is what Andy can see. Yeah, he gets it done. So did delay Andy by about a second, but no harm done. They're not obliged to dive out the way. It's just done when necessary. Flash of the hazard lights as well to say either thank you or something else to John. That giving a lap of a 44 on the dot. And I think the gap is 44 seconds. I wonder where this will fall in to the strategies. If the strategists of either team are listening, let us know how long's left on your stint. Fine, no one will know. There's now 8 seconds between Rick Pohl and John Walker. There's 3 cars in this shot. There you go. So there is the Porsche getting out the way of these two, which is absolutely fine. But now, all you've got between Rick Pohl and John is Andrew Wellborn in the middle. So Rick's got to let Wellborn go and then latch onto the back of him, but given the current pace at the moment, Rick doing his best, but John slightly faster at this stage of the race. Yeah, that 8-second gap down to 5, so it's going to go that way by the looks of it. Andrew now up behind Rick. Your camera jumps to Dave Rose. So Rick is pinned down the straight, just behind this guy. You could do with this camera to look backwards, actually. Wellborn's down through on the inside. Last lap, 43.2. 0.7 advantage. So there you see on your screen, Wellborn through. And now on his way after the Bentley. John Walker in the Aston Martin 4 position, looking to get himself from 8th to 7th. He's now 1.2 behind the Aston Martin. Just don't need those two to get too excited. You can see the battle in the distance. That's those two at the bottom of the hill for an on-track battle. Here we go. You're on board. Rick Pohl driving in Stevens' rig. He's not a frequent driver. He's doing a damn good job, though. Up the hill. Is this the place for John to make the move? It's not. He tucks back in. later on the brakes than Rick. Rick goes in hot. He doesn't want to let John get through there, but has to take to the grass. That may be a warning if he's not backed off too much, but it's given John a run down the hill. Ravazza 1 will greet them when they've gone through this right-hander. Down the hill they go. Rick on the inside, brakes slightly later, covers that inside line, keeps it on the track though, covers the inside line well. No place for John to cut through there. Both onto the power and onto the main straight. John closing in slightly, off to the left. Rick stays to the outside to keep with the line of the track. Trouble is going to come back to John, and is he going to clear it? So he's cleared him. We just need both cars to make the braking zone. Rick looks like he's, yeah, he had the option to come back, but given the pace that John has closed in with, that was a smart move from Rick, as we see him run slightly wide. Smart move there though, not battling too hard, putting no cars at risk, keeping it in one piece. On track now you've got Wellborn getting the run, the indicator comes on as Dave Rose heads up the hill, as they head over the crest into Piratella. Andy Benton donating a £5, thank you very much Andy. And to anyone else if I haven't noticed, thank you very much. Let me just have a quick look at the fundraising page. James Ferguson, great charity, doing amazing work for kids with cancer. Yeah, absolutely, that was £20. Then you had Sheila and John Fulton prior to that. So that's the Benton donation. Does that tie up? 844. No, the overlay on stream is potentially lagging behind, or just not right. So although that says 839, we are indeed on 844. I don't know if that's gift aid doing something, but that's 50 people have donated now. That's a huge help, and well, 844 towards a great cause. The 69 car into the pits, so Wellborn's taken the lead whilst I'm talking about the donation, so thank you for those. But we've had a change for the lead, so who is now driving the 69 car? Does it carry on as Matty, or is there someone else in that 69 car? That'll update itself as it comes through the first delta, so we've only got a couple of seconds to wait. But the Wellborn car back into the lead after those earlier issues, the technical issues, having been over a lap ahead, to then have an unresponsive steering wheel. We've got the update there. It's Josh Copeland taking over the wheel. So Josh, fresh back from another contract out on the boat ship thing, back to sim racing. The seasonal sim racer returns straight in with a 12-hour endurance, so he's back in and will find his feet pretty damned quick. Alex McGee on screen, 4th place. He's got the now leader of Andy just behind him, you see coming out the turn there. Strategy towards the end of the race of who's going to need to pit again, who is, who isn't, going to very much come into play. 8 cars still running. We did start with 9. We lost the positive perception car through technical issues and some unfortunate incidents on track, but the final blow was a lack of brake pedal. Can't really bind any other buttons to that. You'll end up just pulling the handbrake, so wasn't really an option as the Rick Pole car heads for the pit lane. I know Stephen's been floating in and out of the chat, so if you can let us know who's going to be driving now, if it is Rick again or if it's going to be Stephen. 1 hour 46 means the guys that are running 1 hour and 15 stints are going to have a half-hour splash and dash towards the end. I know Jamie and the guys were alluding to that earlier. Feeling a bit lonely in here. If you are in the chat, do just ping a message in. Who are you cheering for? Who you been watching? Any observations? Oh, took a lonely. Andy's back. Ant's back. Well, he's joined. But... Hello.
Saves me shouting at people.
Welcome back.
Well, welcome back. How are you? You feeling a bit lonely, was that?
Yeah, I was just trying to get some people chatting in chat. But I think most people are either racing or got us on in the background and maybe muted me shouting at them.
Yeah, so interesting development. So Andy's taking the lead again.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's done a monster stint. And I can't work out because my screen is so pixelated, but I don't know how far back Josh is.
33 seconds.
33 seconds. So, do we know who's going to go in the car next? Or Andy's team? Is he going to run a 4th stint?
Well, Matty J should have sorted his life out and got his steering wheel working. So you'd expect Matty J to take over.
Yeah. Well, we did see Jamie log into a set of course competizione on Steam. So
maybe then.
Maybe Jamie as well. Maybe. Who knows?
This is an epic shot of Dave Rowe's rear wing.
I know, right?
I could ask for nothing more than Dave Rowe's rear wing.
It's obviously weighted that way for some reason. I don't know. Let me go and change it for you, shall I?
Yeah, give us something to talk about.
Untangle myself from this mass of wiring. Bear with me.
Jamie's still in the chat. That's good to see. So Jamie's still here. Epic work, Tom. Well, I did a 3-hour stint this morning. I think I'm doing about a 2-hour and 45 stint this afternoon.
Oh, you would never know.
What do you mean?
No, you're doing a wonderful job. You're very good at this, by the way. You should probably take it up.
Nah. Too much else going on. I can do it for a series every now and then, but not something to commit to. Just waffling on and chatting rubbish whilst cars drive around. I mean, yeah. I do my best. Especially for the cause. Young Lives versus Cancer. Yeah. So the on-screen donation has updated, so it now matches the £844 that has now been raised.
So we're very close to this £1,000.
Yeah, tantalisingly close. Yeah.
So Andy looks like he's getting held up by crusty jugglers.
Yeah, but we got an indicator on. Yeah, but he's indicated to the right, and he's made his intentions clear. Exactly what you need at this stage of the race.
That's a very tidy lap in that. Well done to both parties involved.
Yeah, Copeland now in the 43s. Dan Lewis in the 43s. And Wellborn in the 43s. So is Alex McGee, actually. Don't want to do him a disservice. So the top 4 all lapping at the same rate at the moment. Dan Lewis, car 99. Where is he in relation to yourselves in the 69 car?
Well, they're about 30 worse.
Who's that? Oh, I see what you did there. I was just trying to work out. So he is... he's not that far away, but he's a lap plus that distance away.
Indeed. Yeah,
so you've got...
So 34 seconds now is the gap between first and second. After, 10 plus hours, which is great. Good racing.
It's crazy. As we ride on board with Wellborn heading down to the first chicane. Oh, quick glance behind. But
you can see how little wing actually Andy's running there. If that actually moves with setup changes.
I like to think it does, but who knows?
Oh no, it's on the Lexus, though, isn't it? Whereas the rear wing on the Aston is really quite aggressive. Well, Tom, you've done very well to persevere with us. Thank you very much, and thank you for everyone who's watching, which is a grand total of...
I've got 11. Yeah, 11 at the moment. We were
23 likes.
Yeah, we had the dizzy heights of 15 people watching. I got a little bit nervous, fumbled a few words, and we dropped back down.
Yeah,
No,
I'm
we
not good with words.
No, we're doing all right. We're doing all right for a bunch of rookies putting on a race event. I think we're doing all right. What, Slip and Grip been going a year and
So 2
was it
years,
2?
sure.
Yeah, 2. Well, it was formed through COVID. I was on furlough and found that I bought myself a gaming PC and looked for a group to race touring cars with.
Because that's what you do.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
NGTC cars. So I'd been on console before, so you couldn't get anything remotely like touring cars. And then to have a pack of a BMW 1 Series, a Ford Focus, I think a Civic and a Corolla. And yeah, jumped in, got involved. Week 1, didn't really know what I was doing. It was round Croft, and the BMW was tail happy round Croft. And I think Matty J actually punted me out the way on my first race. So yeah, we got to know each other. I found this group and have kind of just hung around ever since, chatting rubbish and getting involved.
Yeah. Origin stories.
Yeah, I think it's great.
Oh,
You know, and the time has flown. And there was a point where most of us were making use of televisions and Logitechs, and now everyone's on triples and Fanatecs. So
yeah. My first rig I made out of pallets. So and I had a Thrustmaster T10. I think it was at a T80.
Well,
the thing had so much backlash, it was unbelievable. Very hard to race with. But
this time,
it was good fun.
Yeah, this time last year, I had the Fanatec, but I was on a desk mount. And this is about the time that the desk mount blew up and ripped
snappy desk mount.
Yeah, the snappy desk mount race. A number of people will remember that. We were racing and there was a rather loud bang. I think it was a Friday evening fun race, and yeah, there was a bang and then guy, my wheel's not attached. Did manage to finish the race though, kind of pushing the steering wheel base into the desk. Yeah, did all right.
You remember the days of having a wheelie chair and then realising that when you push the
Yeah, but that's what it was at the time.
Yeah.
It was office chair because I was still at my parents'. As we've got the lead car, I know, interesting story about me living with my parents, but the lead car into the pits. So
that
again,
means that Josh Copeland's going to inherit the lead.
he will inherit the lead, but
for how long?
well, it's not even that. Where are we going to be at the end of the race? Because we've got 1 hour 38 to go, and you're not going to make the car last all of that.
No, not nearly 100 minutes. Certainly not, unless they do some epic fuel saving, which I don't think is going to benefit them in any way at all.
No, whereas your car, maybe...
We're on for another stop.
Yeah,
So
but one more, and these guys are going to do... Yeah, so you both got one more to do, but it's at what stage do you do that swap?
It's the question of which driver do they put in. Now, this view is not going to show us the driver as we cut to Stephen Poles as he drives past the pits.
No, you're behind. Watch the right stream. It's Josh Copeland now, so we watch Josh through the first set of chicanes to take the lead. So no pressure, Josh. It's your first time back off the boat. So it's Matty Johnston that is in that car now. So they've successfully got Matty J in. He's in underway.
Let's hope, just for sanity's sake, that his wheel does not disconnect.
Yeah, he's just had a little wiggle out the pits, so he's done a
wheels are attached.
Yeah, he gets underway. We've got the 52 car of Chris Rock into the pits as well. So those guys on a very similar strategy.
Yeah, so I think if you did the out... Oh, as Josh goes wide there, that might be a track cut. I haven't heard him swear from my side of the rig yet, so I think that's okay. What was I saying? I lost my train of thought. I feel much better now.
Strategies. Yeah, no, you sound it actually. You sound much clearer.
So my fever broke when I was on the rig. Pretty
Nice.
sure, because I was very, very hot. But yeah.
Exercise does you good, doesn't it?
It does. Although now I definitely need to sleep.
Oh, there's been more comments that you're doing a good job, matey. It must be pretty hard basically talking to yourself. Yeah, I've killed off a few brain cells so far, but I'm doing all right. And then, yeah.
Whose brain cells, though?
Yeah, someone else's. Matt Davies donates 15 quid.
I bet you that's 3 track cuts.
£5 per track cut warning seems fair.
Yeah. So I had to donate my 15.
Oh, So
Then
the
Matt got the
Benton,
drive-through.
yeah, the Benton one was track cut ×1. What's the matter, Danny? Never taken a shortcut before. So 8:59
good.
is the total. The on-screen one should update fairly soon. What have we got? We've got Matty J, a little bit tyre scrub, audible as he's on his way round, but he'll just be bringing them up to temp. What does the gap look like? Where is Copeland? Copeland out of the hairpin.
Josh's last lap, 42.9.
Yeah, so that's really good. We're looking at about a 41-second gap. So basically, now that both cars have stopped, we got to pick up where we left off. Because we were down into the 40s with Matty and Andy. Well, now we've got Matt J. Now
And
versus
he should be
Josh.
able to make headway in that, given the calibre of Matt J.
Yeah, but Josh, 42.9.
Yeah, he's rapid.
He's doing really well for having had a lack of seat time. We've just got to hope the continuity's there.
Oh, I think
Having
he's
not-
down a lot on his jump. But, I know what you mean. Sorry, I'm
Yeah.
just trying to be funny, but I'm not.
That's all right. You're 50, car 52, yellow flag. Jenkins through the Variante Alta has come to strife. Rewind?
Speeding up now.
Rewind?
I can try and rewind. We'll see if this thing actually works. Right, 30 seconds.
Let's watch someone struggle.
We like people struggling. It's what the human race was invented for, right?
And
Right. There we go.
there we go. A little,
He's almost done a Leclerc, but a bit slower.
and a little less red. Right then, Matty J rounds the final turn. Let's see what he's like now he's up to speed.
We're just wait for this replay to finish. There we are. So
Josh
that's
did
not
a
for position, is it? The Aston and the Bentley here. No,
No,
one
lap
lap
apart.
between them.
Yeah, Copeland up to speed, 42.6. Matty J still finding his feet, finding his tyres, 43.5. So Josh is actually extending the lead down the front.
Yeah,
And
there he
I
is.
think the gap is
Oh,
approximately...
he takes a big munch out of that, I reckon. That's another track cut for Josh.
Is he
He's
pushing his
definitely
luck?
trying hard. He's definitely trying hard. Matt Johnston should set the fastest lap of the race.
Matt Johnston?
Yeah. According to my
No.
screen here.
Really?
Oh, it's gone purple. Yeah. Oh, no, that's because the team
no, no.
purple, because
The
Andy
team
set
did
a
it.
42.5.
Yeah. Yeah, 859 so far, Wellborn in the chat. Well happy. I would agree with that. I'd be well happy with that. Yeah, hour and a half to go. Share it with your friends. Share it with your family, your sister, your dog. Get them all in and donating where they can. Ross still needs to pay his slip and grip penalty for not helping John out, because John has put in a monstrous stint.
Yeah,
If
and
anything
he's not
deserves
last.
a donation. Yeah.
He's past the Vanderpool Motorsport now.
Yeah. I think we've got Stephen back in that Vanderpool car.
Yeah, Stephen does like the Porsche, but it doesn't look like anyone else does.
No, rather tricky, that one. What we got there from Matty? So is Matty G? Matty G? Yeah, we got a new entrant. No, Matty J. 43.3, and Copeland dips back out the 42s into the 43s. So
looks like we got Matty J Internet as well. Car's doing some funky shapes.
I've got Chase Cam on and I'm alright. I'm watching Matty J. I've got YouTube on so I can watch the comments. And I've got your stream so I know what I'm talking about on the stream. And then I'm actually in the game, so I'm seeing triple race cars.
You're going to be dreaming of them pixels in your eyes when you go to sleep.
Yeah, I'll just have the noise of a Lexus going past as I fall
Yeah,
asleep.
'cause there's 4 of them in this race. Half the field are Lexi.
Yeah, so Josh had to deal with the Porsche on that lap.
Yeah.
He's also got Dave Rose and one other, which is the 89 car being John.
So a 43.2, even with traffic, is pretty on it.
Yeah, but Matt has got so you've got 2 cars ahead of your car.
Yes.
And Matty J's got a clear road for quite a while till he comes across the Jenkins mobile. So we'll close in a bit, but it's going to take something pretty horrendous or a weather change to upset that gap at the moment. If you just trade in tenths, then it's not going to move too far. There he is, Matty J on your screen now. 1 pit stop left for both the top runners. It's going to get rather close.
So
This is lap
43.9 that time.
Yeah, a little off. 0.1 in the first sector. Yeah, middle sector, I think he lost a bit of his time, although I'm not too sure.
Andy says he's going to struggle to catch that. I think I agree. I'd struggle to catch that. He's absolutely on it. Right, I'm afraid I'm going to have to let the cameras do to their own devices for a few minutes. I'm going to go give Josh a pat on the back, patronisingly. And yeah, I'll be back in
Nice, yeah, that'll encourage him.
Well, if you see him fall off, you know what's happened.
Yeah, long may this continue for you. Good
Back
luck.
in 5 minutes.
Yeah, no worries, man. So as Ant departs, we'll keep waffling. Yeah, Matty D in the chat. That totally's looking amazing. Let's smash that 1,000. It'd be really, really encouraging to do that. Yeah, we've not made it to the 2,000 target, but you've got to set high targets and push yourselves. These guys have set them the target of... These guys have set themselves the target of driving for 12 hours. We set ourselves the target of racing for 12 hours. Set ourselves the target of raising £2,000. We're heading towards that £1,000, which is definitely a really, really good total for a bunch of sim racers racing 8 cars, or what was 9 cars round Imola for 12 hours. As you see on track, Josh Copeland gets up past the Bentley. Continues on his way. Matthew Wilson, if the Porsche wins, I'll donate £1 per lap. Right, so that'll be nigh on 400 quid, but we'll have to get everyone else on track to stop. So as an admin, we'll type in a code. Yeah, Wellborn there just sucks that his wheel had the issue and cost so much time, so yeah, Matty J not quite back on the pace. 43.3 on the last one. Josh 43.2. Trading tenths. Not really enough. So yeah, we plod on. Up to 24 likes on the stream. If you are new in, just jab the like button for us. Does encourage a few more people in. It's more likely to be a suggested video if that's the case. And if you are able to donate, then thank you very much. That is fantastic, and if you're not, well, just thank you for joining us. Another blue flag, another car for Josh to deal with on your stream. The Dormio car. Don't worry, it's just bolognese. Gotta get past this Aston Martin. John moves offline, hopefully brakes a little earlier and doesn't spear into the door. No, gets it sorted, gets it stopped. Josh clatters the curb, moves on his way. And another lap is going to be completed for Matty J. Watching the times. 43.5 compared to Josh's 43.8 in traffic, so another 10th here and there. Trouble is, if one car just hasn't quite got its tyres where it needs it, it will be a pig, an understeer or oversteer. Normally if they're underinflated, it just gets a bit lazy, so it's scrubbing everywhere, and scrubbing isn't quick. Josh on the power out the chicane, using a decent bit of the curb. Now we're focusing on Dave Rose. Why? Who knows? But there's Dave Rose. Down into Ravazza 1. Is it time to change the brake pads on the Boatley? Heavy old car, and within the last hour it may start showing signs of needing some new brake pads. Those guys got a couple of laps back to 6th, so could maintain 5th. As we look back. Yeah, the race for 3rd may get tight. Yeah, Alex McGee currently 43. What's happened to Dan Lewis? Dan Lewis has had a 2-minute 2 lap time. I'll rewind mine a minute. See if we see anything going on. As we see the Porsche coming up past Rose, so Stephen's managed to close in, but Dave will now try and go with him. Yeah, wave at Dave in the chat. We've had another like, we're up to 25. Thank you very much, although there's only 13 of you now. Leaves a trace of how many people have been in and out throughout the day. Great to see 25 people have given us some positive feedback. It's lovely, and we don't count the dislikes. Nothing untoward on the replay for Dan Lewis, but yeah, and he's back on track of 43.9, but he did have a 2-minute something lap time, so came to strife to the tune of about 20 odd seconds. There should be a thing for wave at Dave. You should just spam waving emojis in the chat. 26 likes, thank you. Yeah, wave at Dave. So Dave is the medical car driver down at Castle Combe. A bunch of us went and watched some racing, and well, first lap you go, oh, there's Dave, let's give him a wave. And then, you know, 6 or 7 hours in watching a day's worth of racing, you've then gone through Mexican waves and you're out the other side of just complete chaos when the medical car comes round. We won't mention that Dave was in the car waving back, because that would be totally inappropriate for a medical car, but yeah, wave at Dave in his medical car round Coombe. Someone should get him a sticker. So Matty Johnston looks to put a lap on Dan Lewis, who is running that 3rd place car. How do the lap times look? Yeah, 44.1 on that lap. Matty J, there he is. He's found his 42. 42.9 for Matty J. Josh was a 43.7, so he's getting there.
Oh, very wide.
Hello.
Hello, I'm back. I haven't actually spoken to Josh yet.
You re-land and you're like, very wide. Okay, all right, mate. I know we've had Easter to deal with, but I'm doing my best. Yeah, Matty J's found some pace. 42.9. He's only 0.4 off of the fastest lap of the race.
That's really good going, especially with a heavy car as well.
Yeah, just finding the balance with those tyres. Sorry, excuse my yawning. Find the balance with the tyres. He doesn't want to burn them out too quick, but at the same time...
No, and I think that's where I struggle as well.
Yeah, rinse the
bring
tyres.
It back to me as well. So we have here on the screen... John
88 and 89. Lap
They're a
apart,
lap
though.
apart. As we see Matt Johnston approaching the back of...
The 3rd place car.
That's Matt Davies. That's Dan Lewis.
Dan Lewis, yes, the 3rd place car.
There.
Oh.
He keeps his foot in it, so that's going to ping him. Running wide onto the marbles. You have
Needs
to, watch
to just
that down
back out.
The,
Yeah.
Please don't take him out. Please don't take him out.
From a long way back.
I saw that
You saw
coming,
that coming.
with the marbles on the tyres as he ran round the outside of that. Dan Lewis is all over the place. Come on, Dan, chill.
Yeah,
It's not a race. It's not a race.
Johnston, yeah, saw it coming, left him room. We were very lucky there that we didn't have a traffic collision. It's a nasty way to go.
What happened, Danny? Traffic collision.
Yeah, it was a reference. You don't need to say it again.
I don't know. I was just wondering if Dan Lewis is actually going to bring the ice cream in for that.
What ice cream does he want?
I don't know.
Cornetto. Oh, come on!
Or was it cake he bought in the police station when he was a
I
naughty
don't
boy?
know,
I
but he
can't
was
remember.
Going to the shop. Cornetto. I don't know.
It's Cornetto trilogy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
So,
that's another bottle of Lucozade done. Yeet!
wow. Pushing on that one. Where are we? So, Dave Rose on screen. Blue flag as he dives for the pits.
Rosy cheeks into the pits.
If you watch in the background, there will be a Mexican wave of spectators. Just watch. It's Matty J breaking away from Dan Lewis. Dan Lewis on that last lap, 47.0, so that did throw him a bit.
Yeah, I'm sure it did.
Matty J, obviously, with that avoiding action when we saw him last, 43.9.
Still in the 43s with that avoiding action.
Oh, a little...
Oh, yeah. We've got Matty J internet, so it is the genuine Matty J.
Yep, 43.3, he's now recovering, but he was only 0.3 faster than Josh, so you're sitting comfortable at the moment, Ant.
Oh, I'm perfectly comfortable. I think it's more Josh that's going to be quivering in his pants a little bit here. I appear to be inept with a mouse. There we go. Right. So. What do we have here? So Alex McGee still is in the low 143s. In fact, he's the fastest person on track the last time round.
Well, he won't be on this lap.
Is he into the pits, is he?
Yeah, we've had McGee in the pits, we've had Rose in the pits. The Dave Rose car now becomes the Craig Fulton car.
Oh, single stint for Dave Rose then.
Is that strategic? Can they do 1 hour 19 in the Bentley?
Minutes. 80 minutes. That's some serious fuel saving to be done.
But it doesn't make sense to have... Like, if they had to pit, then fair enough. But if they've made that strategy call a couple of laps too early, like you say, 80 minutes is a long old stint.
It's a lot of fuel savings. So you probably have to save about 3 or 4 laps worth of fuel, which is considerable. Like, you're looking at 16 litres in the Bentley. Perhaps 12 if you're very frugal.
We've also got the Alex McGee car coming out of the pits as well. As we watch Copeland over Piratella. He's just plodding on all right, isn't he? 43.6. Yeah, Matty J did a 43 dead last lap, but at this stage of the race, probably 40 seconds apart. 0.6 ain't going to cut it. Something needs to happen. We've got car 88 and 89 very close on track. Can you bully the auto cams onto showing car 88 and 89?
Certainly can't.
There they are. Look at that. Some action. They're a lap apart, but Stephen Cole...
Stephen's really hounding Johnny.
He's caught him up.
Got a headache now from holding onto his wheel for too long. Gritting his teeth. That livery does look great, doesn't it? Oh, it's Johnny lets Stephen pull through. Or was Johnny just giving up?
Well, yeah, pressure makes diamonds sometimes. Other times it makes coal. So
I think Johnny's coming into the pits. I wonder what's happened.
John Walker to the pits. That's so now Stephen actually needs to push on and catch him back up.
Maybe John needs a rest.
I don't blame him. I think he's put in a tremendous effort. I don't want to know how many hours of driving he's done.
I can tell you that. So he's done 3 hours already this morning. Yeah. And he's going to be in the car for 5 hours this afternoon. Because they were a 2-man team anyway.
So he's going to have done 8 hours of the driving, 4 hours for Ross.
Yeah.
Wow.
Pretty incredible. I think that matches Matt Johnson the last 12 hour.
Yeah, well, no one told John that Matty J threw up at the last one.
Oh, wow. Because of the screens and stuff and motion sickness.
Well, yeah, well, he stopped. he stopped. So when he finished the race, I think he imploded.
I think there should be an Ironman challenge to see how long you can drive for. I saw Scott Mansell do it for 24 hours.
Wow.
Yeah, he was on a single screen, but it was the Nürburgring with a Williams Formula 1 car from 2014.
Oh, I was with you at Nürburgring. You lost me at Formula 1.
Yeah, so he drove a Formula 1 car around the Nürburgring for 24 hours straight.
We've had another donation, although the on-screen thing doesn't update until it refreshes. We are now on £894. We are nearly tipping that 900 quid. That is from Alex. We also had £25 earlier on from Stiggles. I believe the technical term for our race attempt is ambitious but rubbish. So thank you very much to Stiggles and then to Alex. No second name on Alex, but thank you, Alex. So hopefully the on-screen ticker will update. And here we have Andrew Wellborn.
Hello, sorry, I'm just catching up with everything. There's a load of chat in our team chat that we've got, but it's a lot to do with when I was driving. So, how are you both anyway?
Yeah, we're doing all right. Keeping an eye on the weather, keeping an eye on the lap times, but generally just waffling.
Yeah.
Matty J's putting in a strong stint, low 43s, dipping into the 42s every now and then, but Josh is matching him for a couple of tenths each time.
Yeah, I know. I've just been keeping an eye whilst I got myself a drink and stretched my legs and that, because that was a long stint.
Yes, triple stint you did, I see.
Yeah, well, we've just gutted really, because I say we switched over to Matt, and it was like everything was fine. I nailed the pit stop because I'm happy. I got every pit stop nailed. Like the car went straight up, jobs are good, and then it set off, and it's just steering wheel, no steering. We were just like, oh, you're joking. So obviously we all had to dive out the server, and then I came back in, and it was just, I needed to carry on because we didn't know if Matt was sorted or not. So it was like, well, I'll carry on. But we had, I think the controls are locked for like 2 minutes or something, so we were literally sat there for 2 minutes not being able to move. So I was even with the drive-through that you had on your car, it was still going to be a tall order. And to be fair to Matt Zenko as well, he was strong through the stint, especially in the early phase.
He was pushing on. He was absolutely pushing on.
I was like really pressing to try and get the times, and then I saw as it sort of went on, we kept taking 7, 8 tenths out. But I was just flat out really just trying to gain as much back as we could. But I want to say I think our car is more consistent over the stint. I think you have greater pace early on, and as the sort of stint wears on, I think your times drop a little bit more than ours. So
certainly mine do, because I get very tired very quickly at the moment.
Yeah, I think we saw it with Matt Zenko and that as well. So over a full stint, there's obviously very little in the cars, but.
So what you're saying, Andy, is this is about to come back to you and you're going to win?
I hope so.
Oh, I was jest. That was said in jest, but
I want to win.
We
want to win.
Oh, it's heating up.
It's not a race, Matt. It's not a race.
That's Andy.
Andy. Yeah, sorry, I'm Matt.
Yeah, COVID brain.
Indeed, not enough oxygen. So, what are you doing for strategy then? Because obviously with an hour 12 minutes to go. You've got one stop to make by the looks of it, unless you're going to push it all the way to the end. That was 100 minutes when you stopped.
Yeah, so and you're going to need to stop again as well.
We're going to need to stop one more time, yes.
Yep. So.
Well, that just about says it then, doesn't it? Yeah. One stop each.
It's all going to come down to the final stops. How much fuel do you put in? Do you nail the point that you got to stop on? Do you lose anything through that?
Speaking of which, I think our stop's coming fairly soon, I think, or on the hour.
Shouldn't be yet.
Oh, I don't know how much fuel Matt
Oh,
put in. So
short fueled this stint. No wonder Josh has been quick.
well, we shall soon see. Actually, I haven't actually been in the chat with Josh yet, so I was going to go and patronise him slightly, but I decided.
Oh, you can do still. If you want to put him off, that's not a problem.
Yeah, probably could put him off. It's all part of the fun, right? It's for the kids.
Yeah.
It will be a very interesting.
Actually,
final
that reminds
hour.
me, I owe a £5 for a track cut, so
Yeah, I think Josh is on 2 already. Looking at what we've seen from his onboards.
oh, so if he gets 2 in the next hour and 10, then it's good.
Oh.
For Matt has got that completely wrong through Aqua Minerale.
Matt
Thankfully, that
Johnston has
wasn't
lost
true.
a second on this lap off his Delta.
Yeah,
He absolutely flew. Oh, he's
He
bouncing curbs and he's sideways.
We missed it on stream. What happened to Aqua Minerale? Did he go in sideways?
He went wide
Round the
and
exit.
over the sausage curbs on the exit.
Ah.
He looked at the sky. I think his I think his heart would have gone.
Yeah, he's pushing obviously. Yeah, it's just tense.
Do you need to go and tell him, Andy?
That's why I was like, should I get back in the car considering I was doing like 42s and low 43s?
Yeah, I know, but yeah, that was a 44.3. He didn't need that.
No, we didn't. No. Sorry, it's time for Josh to bin it yet. I'll get a drive-through. Drive-through will be fine.
Matt Wilson in the chat. What's this about chunky monkeys?
It was at the point we were quoting Hot Fuzz about the Cornetto. and
Cornettos. Yeah.
Yeah, we were quoting Hot Fuzz and Matt joined in.
I was trying to quote Hot Fuzz.
Yeah.
Failing. God, Josh is all over the curbs there. Yeah, go on, tip it over 900.
No, it has done. We are over. Oh no, we're not. What?
No, we're not. 894.44, unless we've had a donation.
No,
No, we haven't.
894. Yeah, sorry, I got excited.
Yeah, I'm just gonna sort that now.
Yeah, £5.66. Chuck it in.
£5.56.
Shh.
As COVID brain strikes again, we watch Josh Copeland coming down into the chicane. Little nibble of the first curb, taste of the second, doesn't run too wide. Nothing posh, nothing fancy, just gets on with the job. Blue flags are waving for the Boatley ahead. That's going to be the brakeless Boatley. Meanwhile, Matt Johnston is catching up to Jenkins in the other Lexus.
And there we are. Dave Rose has tipped it over, so he's beaten Andrew to the punch there.
Oh.
Sorry, Andy. But you're always second, so...
Stephen Poll, we might owe a quid or two for track warnings. Yeah, 904.
Nice.
Fantastic. Josh has got... Josh!
Oh.
He's got to be careful.
Yeah, so fatigue and some wheelies as he smashes his way over the curves. Matty J there up past the Jenkins car.
God, that's old now.
13 people in watching. Thanks for joining us. You might take a look at this and go, oh, they've been live for a while for an hour and 20-minute race. They're only a couple of laps in. We'll take a look in the top left. We've got an hour and 6 left to go, which is your normal ACC race. But yeah, we're 362 laps in. This is a 12-hour extravaganza, all in aid of Young Lives versus Cancer. Andrew Wellborn with his £5.56, which would have rounded it up to £900 exactly, but now it's 910.
It is It is 910.
At least it's a nice round number again.
Yeah.
It's not
Well-
£910 and 10 pence. I'll put that donation in. 66 for those who are not on the wall.
Who's doing what? That is Jenkins chasing after Johnston.
Woo!
He'll try and have some pace from him.
That was a very extraordinary line there.
And the lead car is still catching the Fulton Boatley.
Would you like me to change the camera?
Oh, you can do. Just need Josh to actually catch that car up now.
Yeah, the auto cameras have not been too bad since we reset it. So
They've been alright. We've been waffling on. We've been doing alright. And
they
it
are.
means that we could all jump in and out and not worry.
Exactly.
Whereas if you'd got to lunchtime and gone, oh, actually, guys, I need to go and wash the car and pack my bags for holiday, you'd have been not too pleased.
Staycation. But Josh given Jenkins, no, it's not Jenkins, is it? It's Craig Fulton. Plenty of notice that he's approaching.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm just getting the wrong names to the wrong cars. Jake Jenkins in the Lexus was the one that Matty J's gone past.
Oh, look at
My
that.
mistake. There goes the Boatley over to the left. It might have even been an indicator.
I
Josh.
believe there was.
And a little nibble of that.
So what's the gap at the front now? Have we seen any movement on that?
That is now 37 seconds.
So 3 seconds to the better for Matt Johnson.
Yeah, but both of them taking chunks of curb at various points.
I do wonder the track cut count. Should I go and have a ask?
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
It'd be nice to know.
You got to return the favour, Andy.
Yeah. All right.
You tell me first.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, big chunk of curb for Josh. He might not have any air pressure left in them tyres soon. One sausage curb too many could be the demise of that lead car. Last laps, though, were only 0.1 apart, so they're doing a fantastic job. 363 laps into this race. They're still just even be running.
I was going to say, on a field this small, to be 30 odd seconds apart come the end of a 12-hour is pretty mega. It's a bit of a sloppy chicane for Matt Johnston. I'm just looking at his onboard, obviously, on my screen, which is frustrating, really, because he was on for a 42 at that point. I didn't see what Josh's lap was that time round.
43.6.
Okay, so it's going to be a couple tenths again.
That's it. Carla tenths, but you need something rather untoward to happen. Jamie has then accused Josh of paying Jardier to race for him. That's not Josh. Actually, Josh has got good form round Imola. We've said it a couple of times this evening. That he did that endurance race by himself and won it, didn't he? Just before he set sail.
He did. Positive slip boys round 1 at Imola. Yeah, he managed to catch Jamie up, who was leading the race after I'd give the car over to him, and yeah, he basically did enough. It was literally got in front of Jamie and then put it in fuel saving mode and held it to the end. So
Right, so are you putting Jamie back in the car today or not? No. No, Jamie's done. Good work, Jamie. Well done. You've earned your dinner. Go and enjoy it, and don't touch that car again.
yeah, to be fair, his first stint was really good. There was only Josh was quicker than him, but we can obviously see Josh is flying anyway. He's been able to put really quicks in, but Jamie was matching pretty much the rest of the cars. It was more when the track dried out and it was green, he couldn't keep the consistent lap time. He would get, a good, say 44 or so, or a low 45, which was not a bad lap time at that phase of the race, and then sort of the lap after it might be a little bit slower, and then a little bit quicker, a little bit slower. He couldn't quite string sort of that consistency together, which is obviously critical in endurance racing.
And it's probably the fact that Josh has put so much money into his rig that he's actually not left it crypto mining whilst he's been gone. He's in fact left it self-learning Imola.
So in fact, it's a bot that's driving.
It's actually a bot, yeah. It's actually like the direct drive goes the other way. It is just driving itself round.
Yeah. Yeah, the wheel's not actually attached to the motor shaft, it's on a bearing.
Yeah, huge chunk of curb there for Josh through part 1 and 2.
Oh, Ant's back.
I'm back. Yes, I'm back.
Back with news.
I have been into the group chat. I didn't go into Stuart's chat just to annoy Jamie and Matt. But I do have some news. There is a degree of fuel saving going on within some of the cars here, and I can let you guess which ones they are. I'm sure it'll become apparent throughout the next 5 laps or so.
Mr. McGee.
He's got to save 0.3 of a litre a lap not to make another stop. That's like 10% of the fuel, so I very much doubt that's
He's going to lose
happen.
a lot of lap time as well in the pursuit of saving a pit stop.
75 seconds is roughly a pit stop.
Yeah.
So if he loses 6 seconds a lap, which I think is what he's doing, it's not worth it.
Alex McGee on the last lap was a 1:48.4.
So he's losing 4 seconds a lap.
Yeah.
If not more, 5 seconds a lap.
Yeah.
Because Alex has got a 1:43 pace in him for sure.
No, he would have been better off to send it, wouldn't he?
Absolutely, yeah.
Definitely.
Who made that strategy call?
I think they're
Alex,
just.
I would say.
Oh yeah, I was thinking they're just joking about it. But you got to learn these things, right? Learn
Alex
by doing.
McGee made that setup call.
Yeah.
Right, well, Alex McGee owes a £5.
Amazing. Great stuff. Oh wow, Matt's just sent me a photo of his face. He's got goggle eyes. That is for sure.
Do you want to put it on the stream?
No, I don't think that'd be appropriate.
I'll donate a £5.
Oh,
Yeah.
Tempted now.
Yeah, he says it's been a tough race.
I think it has. You know, we've dipped into the final hour now. We haven't really celebrated. We've got 12 people watching. Hello. 12 people watching. In-game time of 8:20 a.m. And rain on the horizon. No, you're right.
Oh,
no.
no.
I'm joking. It's not.
That'll be lots of swearing going on in the group chat.
We'll see. We'll see if anyone, if that got anyone.
So, what does he say? Right. We're on for this. How do I do this?
All that from Matt that time round.
43.9. Yeah, 43.9. Josh, 43.3.
Yeah. Every time they start gaining a bit of ground, there's a mistake or from one of the guys. And sort of the gap remains as it is.
So, anyone in close proximity? Oh, it looks like Stephen Pole's closed down on Johnny Walker quite a bit.
Oh, I didn't see that John had actually made that position up. I don't know if that's
Rick.
due to the overlapping pit stop times or...
No, there was a slight pace deficit from Rick Pole, but a strong effort nonetheless. John managed to make that place up, and then John's actually had to make a pit stop, which has put him back onto the same lap.
I'm glad he's stuck it and done that, because he was using them guys as a bit of a target after all the issues they had with Russ's wheelbase. So I think they'd have quit out if he'd been so many laps down. But the fact that he was still within a reasonable distance of Stephen Paul, he decided to carry on. So I'm happy he's.
What did we say? 8 hours by the end of the race, isn't it?
8 hours by the end of the race. John,
Yeah,
Johnny
something
driving
like
through.
that. Something like that, because he did. Well, this stint alone, I think, is 4.5 hours. Is it? Something along that line. So, yeah, it's a mega effort from him. Sort of reminiscent of Matty J's last year when he had.
Yeah,
to do
but you
7
don't
hours
mention
straight.
that because of how it ended. Don't remind John. The vomit-inducing stint.
Yeah.
So, I'm just preparing a picture of Matt. Bear with me, I'm computer illiterate. I should be able to just add an image. I can add an image. Oh my word.
So whereabouts was you heading tomorrow, Tom?
I'm going up to Whitby.
Up to Whitby. Nice.
Not been for years. Probably still the same because I don't think it's changed since the 80s. But
yeah. So this is what 4 hours, if not plus, in VR goggles looks like.
That's still Josh Copeland.
Yeah.
Can you not see?
Nope.
Nope.
Matt Zenk.
Do you need to do your hierarchy of what's showing in what?
It's right.
Oh no, it's there. It's on the stream, not on Discord. Wow, he's been in the rig. He's been in the headset.
Oh,
Indeed.
Well, that's a fiver from Tom then. Or
Yep.
whatever the donation was going to be.
I think it was a fiver. Good old Matt. He's even shaved for the occasion. So as we see Josh still circulating here.
Yeah, Matt's pace off actually. He's at 43.8 again, so...
What's that car being consistent over the stint?
Was for me. It was, to be fair, it was for Matt earlier on in the race. He was
Dan Lewis into the pits. Dan Lewis into the pits. 3rd place. So where is Alex McGee? Car number 70. He is. Is he a lap down on Dan Lewis?
70. No, he shouldn't be a lap down.
Are you sure? It's showing +3 on my timing report here.
I didn't think they were. I thought they were on the same lap.
I thought they were on the same lap as well. So, Corporal Copeland comes across the line to complete another lap. I've lost count of how many laps there are now. 370. I'll just remove the map. Okay. Oh, my good old chuggy laptop is doing rather well, I think.
Yeah, the stream's pretty smooth on YouTube, to be fair, so it's the main thing.
Good. So thanks for sticking with us, everyone, on YouTube. We have another donation. Simpkins has donated a tenner. He's doubled it. He's doubled down.
There you go.
Thank you very much, Tom.
There you go.
Thinking of the children as you press that button.
I will point out that we're in the pit.
Interesting.
With 52 minutes left on the clock.
52 minutes. So
apparently the tyre pressures were a little bit high, which is probably why the lap time dropped off a bit. So
yeah, well, you got to make a stop anyway. So
exactly. So
your final stop.
Met the stop now.
Jenkins
get the car fueled up, and hopefully it should be a little bit more consistent.
Yeah.
And
where's it going to bring him out though? So,
so Challoner, just watching now, is going around Aqua Minerale. So he's taking over from
Matt
Dan
is leaving
Lewis.
the pits now, so Joe's not going to be an issue.
But here comes Josh coming down the start finish.
Yeah, so he puts a lap on.
He's done it, yeah. He's put +1 lap on.
but target acquired.
Indeed. So one bad pit stop or a couple more track cuts from Josh will see his demise.
Yeah, a drive-through would scupper this.
So, or an accident. I mean, we got going past the crusty jugglers here. That was rather close as Josh takes to the gravel.
He's in the gravel.
Oh, it's put him right off.
Come on. There we go.
Back on the circuit, but he's got to repass that back marker again.
And he's lost a few seconds there, so every second counts.
He's got a bit in hand, but it's getting spicy with 50 minutes left to go. Track is optimum, 17 degrees, so we've seen a slight increase since the daybreak. As we head down to Aqua Minerale. Josh to get a good run up the hill, excuse me. And, sorry, I was making a donation. It's made my heart go. It's headed up the hill, around the outside.
Oof.
Oh, he's getting Larry. He can't afford a cut track. I'd like to know how many we're on, Ant, because...
well, Andy hasn't spilled his beans yet, and I'm a man of my word.
You go first then.
2.
Yeah, 2.
Yeah. So level pegging pretty much.
Level pegging on the cut tracks. Matt Johnston flash of the lights as we come down the hill, just letting Alex McGee know... Well, letting him know that he wants to come on through and go chasing after Josh.
And you've got to be careful because you can get a cut track on these green areas here. So you have to be, I don't know, wary of that.
I do remember it might have been Stephen Pole in one of the mixed class races a while ago. Did exactly that. He got a drive through because he cut too close to the pit wall.
Oh, here comes Matt.
Yeah, Alex is back right off this time.
Oh, for some reason I thought we were watching Josh Copeland's car.
It's done Alex a favour.
Yeah, because he's got the
it's fuel saving.
Yeah. So if Alex doesn't stop, will he keep ahead of Fulton?
I think
one
they're
lap
well
ahead,
clear
I
of
think.
Fulton, yeah.
But I've got a feeling it will come down to like penultimate lap and they just won't have enough fuel. So they'll have tried the strategy and just won't get to the end. So they need to make a judgment call on consumption per lap early on if they're going to be able to do it or not. Just to get back on it. Because the last thing you need to do is get 2 laps from the end and just be running out.
Matt's putting in a decent lap time this time through, by the looks of it. Going to be a low 43. Ah,
Brilliant.
Ben's back.
Ben's back.
Hey, Ben.
Hi, Ben.
Is your power back?
Hello, guys. Yeah,
it sounds like it is.
Wow, he's plugged the amp in this time.
It's not an amp, it's half a bottle of red wine.
It's good for digging into your pockets and donating, that is.
Oh, God.
I did that earlier before I started the wine.
Oh.
The power came back on in the afternoon. I dropped in for a bit and kind of talked rubbish while people were trying to talk.
Oh,
sorry.
I think the power's gone again.
No, he's got hiccups.
It's the weird push to talk thing.
I don't know why yours has got that.
You can change it now because we changed the permissions of the channel.
Ooh.
So
how do I do that on my phone?
Oh, I have no idea. You got push to talk on your phone. That's
Mate,
amazing. Were you using your nose?
Have a couple more sips to drink and you'll just collapse onto it and you'll be PTT the whole time.
I tell you what it is, it's my hands are pressing about 5 buttons at once.
Club hands.
Your fingers are too fat for this phone. To order your free fat finger phone now, mash the keypad repeatedly.
Is that a quote or are you just...
Yeah, Simpsons, I think.
Yeah.
I just realised I've obviously drunk way too much because it looks like Copeland's in the lead.
You haven't drunk too much, but you may have taken something a bit more potent. But yes, Copeland is in the lead. We're not sure for how long. He's plus a lap and he's got to make a pit stop.
However, on your screen you see Matt J closing up to the back of Copeland. So Josh could theoretically play this tactical and not let him by.
No, too late.
Oh no, he's gone in. He's gone in. That's early.
So
46
Commentators
left.
guess.
yeah,
I know,
so-
and he is taking tyres from what I remember. So he's not pushing the tyres, so he's not going to do a quick stop.
Yeah, just to get you up to speed then, Matt Johnston was supposed to take over from me after my second stint, and he got in the car, started to accelerate, and his wheel wouldn't turn. So he had,
52 yellow flag. Jenkins has had an off-track excursion, but not enough to hamper him. Sorry, Andy.
yeah, unfortunately, the Matt's wheelbase not kicking in meant that we all had to leave the server, come back in, and our controls were locked for 2 minutes.
Oh man, that sucks.
Yeah, I had a 3-hour stint of driving flat out to try and catch back up again as well, after trying to gain a lead.
I think when I was on earlier was Mark Raddenbury, was it, who had was it brake pedal failure?
Yes, he did, yes.
Yeah, so our only retirement of this whole race so far.
So Copeland is out of the pits. Sorry to interject.
Yeah.
As Johnston's coming down to Ravazza.
He's in the
So-
final sector, so we should get a time difference between the two.
We will do, yeah.
It's looking like getting on for half a lap, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's nowhere
It's
near what it
still-
was.
It's a lot.
I predict about 37 seconds.
Doesn't look like that on my Delta. It's saying 31, but we'll see what it.
Oh, sorry, I was 6 seconds out with my estimation. So sorry. Right.
I was going to go like 20, 29, 30.
Don't Ben, you'll just be wrong. Let's have a go. Is he going
We
to hit
just saw
that next
Joe
hill?
hit the gravel there. Yeah, there we go. Sorry.
Just 31. Yeah, all right. 31.
Still gained 5 seconds there, but yeah, it's a lot to ask in 30 seconds. In less
Well,
than an hour.
we've only got a 15-minute forecast, so it could rain,
I mean, it could
Dunno.
rain. It
but
could rain.
there's no wind, so
I don't think that matters in ACC too much.
no, I guess it's not like Met Office Simulator, is it? It's,
Imagine the CPU required if it was like tracking real weather. So we got
Ooh.
Alex McGee being absolutely hassled by Craig Fulton.
have you binned off that map yet?
No.
Bin off that map. There we go. Yeah, nibble.
This is to unlap himself.
Yeah, so to get onto the same lap, this is a slow McGee on the fuel safe strat.
He's not making
A
it
long
easy.
way round for Craig. There's,
We're going to see any
Too wide?
accidents here. Oh my god.
oh, I think Craig backed out of that, which was probably the right thing to do.
I hope you did.
And yeah, either that or he's in a tree. As we head down to Ravazza,
Alex, why
outside
is-
line.
Where's he defending?
Thought about it.
I suppose that's his main rival, isn't it? If
It
he's
is his
fuel
main
saving.
rival, and if this strategy doesn't work as we expect it not to, then that's the car that's going to nick this place off of him.
Are you
Also,
expecting McGee is not gonna? Are they trying to stretch to the end? Do you think?
Yeah, so trying to go to the end, but the amount of fuel saving that they had to do, we predict, or I predict, these guys stayed impartial as commentators, but I think that he's going to get within a couple of laps to the end and realise that the fuel saving hasn't worked and then still have to pit anyway for a few litres.
Is that when you unleash the T word?
No, we don't. This is for charity. We got 16 people in here. How good's that? There's 16 people watching the end of a 12-hour race. So if you're coming back from earlier, welcome back. If you're watching on a different device, hit the like button again. We're up to 27 likes, and this does help put it on people's home pages. Just looking down the chat. Amazing job keeping up the comms so long. Hitting now. Ooh.
I did spam the hell out of it on Instagram and Facebook, but I don't have any friends, so I don't think it made any difference.
No, it's worth a try. 17 watching now, and we've gained a like. So thank you for that one person that told their friend to watch it and hit thumbs up. So thank you very much.
So there's
41 minutes to go. These two
80
side by
quid away.
side.
I'm going to say 80 quid away from that £1,000 mark.
That
80
is bad.
quid
Just
away,
as
yeah,
the camera changed.
Oh, so we see Joe Chandler doing a little roll over.
Has Craig completely binned it? Because just as that camera changed, he looked like he was doing a Charles Leclerc.
No, he's through.
Ooh.
It's through.
Ooh.
He's through. He's still got his front wing, and the Tifosi aren't angry, so we're good. We can carry on.
Put the spaghetti back in the bowl. A little bit of casual racism. Forget all the other stuff we was not going to put on this charity stream. We'll just keep a little bit of casual racism in there.
So Matt Johnston is closing down on Josh, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough.
It was 10th on the last lap. Josh did a 42.9 to the 42.8 that Matt did. So, yeah, we're really banking on Josh making an error for us to capitalise on it.
It's going to be decided on cut tracks, isn't it? Oh,
I hope not. That's like missing penalties.
Big
So
bit
what's-
of rotation.
Getting them.
What's the deal with track cuts? Is that like
Don't do
penalty
it.
at the end? Or
No.
No,
it's,
drive-through.
drive-through, isn't
penalty
it?
for 4 track cuts, you get a drive-through. So
Got you.
3 warnings.
So both cars are on 2 at the moment that we know of. So, yeah, a couple more warnings, and that is either of the guys serving a drive-through, which will ultimately cost them a race. So
Yeah, it's a huge pit lane, right? I think we talked about that a bit earlier, but
yeah,
it's long and it's a very fast straight. So
I think it's about
Yeah.
35 seconds to drive through.
Yeah,
30 to 35 seconds.
and the gap is now 27 seconds.
Yeah, so all Josh has got to do is keep it on the black stuff. Catching's one thing, passing is another. Although
That's what
we
you're
do
hoping
know
anyway, isn't
how Matt is, how quick Matt
29,
is. So.
29-second gap.
it's a tough one because, like, statistically, he can give away like a second a lap, but mentally, he's going to be pushing like hell, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
he
proved
said-
that last Wednesday.
So apparently Josh can only drive at 1 speed,
Yeah.
which is absolutely flat out on the edge. If he tries to go slower, he makes more mistakes. So
Yeah.
this is from the big man himself.
I have 1 speed too, but it's a slow one. I think I tend to Wednesday nights. I tend to do my quali lap like every lap, but it ain't very fast.
Hey, consistency's the first part of getting better at racing.
Second part's not smashing off the curbs and ended up in the hedge.
Matt
Or
was
the
tied
second
through
part is doing the Tom Simpkins edit and putting a GT3 Porsche under your transit van.
Josh's last lap was a 1:42.60.
Yeah, that's what I just saw. So absolutely flying.
He is in the zone. Should I go and annoy him?
I think Matt's going to be
He's nearly on.
very close on that time, but
Yeah. Only 0.1 off fastest lap or 1.5.
yeah, so 0.7. So they're both absolutely flying at the moment. But,
Track's gone up to 18, by the way.
So it's getting that little bit warmer. It's probably about ideal, to be fair. It's not far off ideal conditions.
Was it 42 dead in quali?
Yeah, Matt Zenko did a 42 dead. We got 42, or I got 42.2 in our car. So yeah, we're not too far away from those quali times.
So Josh is deltaing just a 0.3, 0.4 now on his lap. Whereas Matt is keeping it nice and consistent with only 100th down on his fastest lap so far. So interesting. I wonder if it's going to be who's consistent as well. Like, mind you, half a second a lap is not going to be enough if Matt continually takes that out of
No.
Josh. So
No. So
No, it's
we
gonna
are-
need something pretty big, isn't it?
Yeah, we're banking on a mistake
an error.
of some sorts, yeah.
Right, I'm going to start spectating Josh.
Okay. I'm going to start spectating whatever the cameras here tell me to because I have no control.
43-3 for that time round for Josh. Let's see what.
What's Joe Chandler actually doing? Oh, that might have been a cut.
Well, I need to try and cap my FPS. I've just
Drive-through.
realised.
Joe's got a drive-through, so.
Oh, I thought that was a track cut going through Aqua Minerale there. He did take a bit of curve.
Alex McGee might take that position then.
I was going to say, that's
See
going
where
to
they
push
are
him
on
right
the
back
track.
in there, isn't it?
Yeah.
So Joe's coming around the last set of corners now, and Alex McGee, car 70, is actually a full lap behind.
Okay. So it's not going to cost.
No, but that would
Not
put
gonna
them on the
cost
same
you.
lap.
Yeah.
So a second's been taken out of Josh on that one.
Yeah, Matty J 42.7, Josh 43.3 on the last. So Matty J is flying, but we're just waiting for something to happen now. Hopefully nothing does, because we'd hate to see any misfortune of anyone. Hey, Andy.
No, I'm not going to be impartial on that.
Matty D, what a pleb.
What?
No, that's just his comment. Matty D says, what a pleb in response to Joe getting a drive-through.
That was right up there with the Ross thumbs up.
2 thumbs up, Ross, yeah. Who just couldn't be bothered today, I've heard. No, I'm joking. We love you, Ross.
I was going to say, that's slander, mate. You're taking for that. "17 people watching now. Welcome in. 34 minutes left of this race. The guys have been racing for 11 hours, and you've turned up for the last hour of it. So, welcome in. If you haven't hit like already, please do. I'm just trying to make it onto some suggested pages or something like that.
Joe is
That's
really
big.
trying.
What's he doing?
He's still got to serve that drive-through, so he's.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he's
absolutely
going
winning.
sideways, though, he's not going forwards.
Well, not as efficiently, that's for sure.
So, time to serve that drive-through. Nat, he carries on. Don't know if he's hoping someone's going to clear it. Is someone going to make a rather large donation?
Just looking at the Discord chat.
Oh, yeah. Matty
And
D,
Matty D's rallying everyone for their own mistakes and misfortunes.
I donated £5 for every track cut. I think we should make Joe do the same. Blimey.
Yeah, I've done £5 for my 2 warnings, so.
Well, one of them was £5.46, I believe.
Well, it was to try and round up the number, and then Dave decided to put a.
No, we're good. We're good. 920 quid.
Yep.
Yeah, we're nearly at 1,000 people. Come on.
80 quid.
I need to stop pointing
Josh-
out how many
Josh-
people are watching, because then less
Josh owes
people
a tenner.
watch.
Oh,
Yeah, you're
fine,
making them feel part of the community by singling them out.
Yeah. All you new people. Yeah, we're looking at you.
That just sounds a bit weird.
Does it? Okay.
Sounds like you're talking from inside a bush.
Look, it's only as weird as you make it. Right, Josh Copeland up past the Jenkins Lexus.
The Jenkinator.
Meanwhile, on your screen, Joe Challoner is harassing the Fultons.
Oh, Fulton is defending.
Is he?
Yeah.
That's bold.
Down the hill.
That's a bit naughty, but we know what Craig's like.
He doesn't understand blue.
Yeah.
Unless it's blue on blue.
This is surely the time for Joe to serve that one.
Yeah,
There we go.
absolutely.
I was going to say, if he's not getting past, he might as well ditch in the pits.
Yeah, he's only got 3 laps in which to do it anyway, so must have been his 3rd lap.
Okay.
Did he try and dummy Craig into thinking he wasn't going to do it?
Don't know. Don't know why you would.
Very, well, quite. I don't know why Craig was defending him. So.
Where's McGee? So yeah, McGee's on the same lap, but he's only just come through to be on the same lap. Well, now Joe's crossed the line, he's not on the same lap, but
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
we understand.
Thanks, guys.
So what's Josh's lap time this time round? 43.1.
They're essentially matching each other. It's that gap has stayed pretty much the same between the cars.
The track is up to 19 degrees. Ooh, tropical. Or Josh he got out the throttle. You heard him. I'm on chase cam. He just backed out of that one massively. Little wiggle on the way in. Nice, responsive looking car though.
Yeah.
Little bit of scrub on the hairpins, but blame the driver, not the setup, Ian.
I will be back.
Alright, mate. Thank you for jumping in. Is that rain on the horizon?
No, not on my stream yet. Oh, come on, Josh. Don't do this.
Pushing the limits.
He really is.
This will be won or lost on cut tracks.
So if we assume he's on 3 cut tracks now, because that one usually gives you a cut track.
Go and
You
check.
pick it.
Go and check.
No, we can just assume he's on 3.
We like data, not assumptions.
Isn't science always based on assumptions to start with?
Yeah, but it makes an arse of you and me. 29 likes. Someone listened. Thank you. If we can hit 30, Ant will donate a £5.
You ever? Well, why not? It's for the kids.
Scrambling to find another device.
Is it you, is it? Oh, that doesn't count. But we know Josh has got a tenner to donate anyway for 2 track cards, possibly 15 quid. Because it's the last stint, we should play triple or nothing. So if he gets a drive through, 50 quid.
Oh,
I don't know. He'll probably just tell me to piss off.
well, he's just completed another contract, didn't he? So,
Well,
Yeah, but he's been back on land for a week. He's probably spent it all.
yeah. We
Well,
said
putting
the
fuel in his
self-learning.
BMW.
Yeah. Self-learning sim rig. It's not him driving, it's a robot. AI, mate.
Yeah, he's got the
There
AI.
we go. Dan Lewis, £13. Thanks, man.
Nice one, Dan. Thank you.
9.33. That takes it now.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you for racing. Thank you for the donation.
And the entertainment. Josh!
Pushing his luck, isn't
He
he?
really is.
Dan Lewis, for my poor efforts, literally all the change I have in the account that's not needed for bills. Well, fair play to you, man. Fair play to you. Thanks for being a part of it.
Best part of £1,000 is a hell of a thing for a bunch of idiots playing a computer game.
I'm not offended because I actually haven't driven, so...
You know what I mean.
Well, the whole it's
No,
not
that's
the game,
great.
it's a simulation type thing.
Yeah, it is incredible. To get it to that amount is absolutely fantastic. We're less than half an hour now. I'm kind of emotional. Like, you know, we got up early this morning. We all chatted at 6:30. Oh, Josh, it's the curb. He's out wide across the grass. He's had to back off.
It's another £5.
He's back on. I think because he backed off so much, it won't have counted as a cut. But
it would be a warning, probably.
that's
No time game.
well, he's understeering wide. He's got dirty tyres. He needs to just let it regroup. Where's Johnston on track? Johnston.
Should we have a look at the map?
Too far behind. Yeah, he's only 20.
More than a sector behind now. Because he was 28 seconds. 28 minutes?
No, he's about to cross that sector. There is 25 seconds now.
Seconds. A big chunk has been taken out.
Is it fairly intelligent in terms of whether it's a cut for gain versus a cut
It
by
has its
accident?
moments. So sometimes it's like, yeah, that's pretty obvious. And others, you're like, what the hell has it done that for?
Yeah.
Like a Wednesday night.
I think it does it on speed. So if you cut a track and come out faster at a certain point,
Right.
it tells you cut the track, even if you lose time. sometimes it'll just, if you go off at a certain point in a certain circle like Mazzano, it'll just go, nope, you fail, and give you a cut track.
Got you.
A bit like Pinatella or whatever they call it.
Piratella.
Piratella, top of the hill.
And Josh has a dip of the gravel as he comes out the final turn. So he's a little rattled.
A little raggedy.
Yeah, Matty J's got a car to negotiate just ahead of him. We've got another car in the pits. We've got the Jenkins car with 25 minutes left, heading into the pits for a splash and dash. Johnston absolutely on it. You can see that car wiggling through the turns. Almost a dip of gravel as well. It was at 25. He'll probably have a little bit of toe down here as well. Yeah, so...
950.
That first sector's too short to see the difference. Matty J, why it's on a backwards cam, I've got no idea. There's no one behind him. Nice and neat through there, chasing after John Walker ahead of him. John Walker gets the blue flags. He'll pick a point to sacrifice the position. The gap's there at 24.905, so he's dipped it a little lower. 25 minutes left. So on pace alone, although it's closing, it's not going to be enough to close it down.
It's still getting on for 2 seconds a lap, isn't it?
It would have to be, yeah, and it's just not. The last one was a bit of a rarity because Josh went AWOL.
Probably Fanatec sent him an email about some new gear.
Preview.
The M4 for him yet.
Trying to get his card out.
Paul Hayho, I reckon he's on his last warning. He just starts backing out a lot.
He must be on his last warning. I agree with Paul. But anyway, that's 15 quid for the charity box.
I just keep looking at... Sorry, go on, Ben.
Who was on the potentially dodgy fuel strategy?
That's the McGee car, currently in 4th, putting in 147s when the rest of the pack's in the 43s and 45s.
I don't think he's saving enough fuel, as you say. Like 47 is, yes, it's not race pace, but it's not that much slower to warrant saving at fuel stop.
He must be getting close to the window of needing to pit, I guess.
I think it'll become clear to him fairly quickly now that this either isn't working.
Yeah, it's the +1 lap at the end, which I think catches most people out. So if Josh crossed the line or Matt crossed the line with a couple of seconds to go, there'd be one extra lap for everyone that hasn't been lapped on that. So it probably won't work on Alex unless he's programmed he's got lots of little doodads and widgets and stuff that tells him which fuel he's using per lap.
Does it tell him that his strategy is a bad idea?
That's what you're for.
So. Oh.
It's got the Tom plugin.
Yeah.
Imagine having that for the Saturday.
Imagine, I mean, the other Wednesday in the Clios, right? Somebody ran out of fuel at Donington coming out of the chicane on the last lap. Imagine losing, running out of fuel on the last lap here after 24 hours. You'd be
yeah, I think that's what we're going to say. Imagine if it counted as a DNF because you'd run out of fuel because it's a simulation. DNF after 12 hours because you tried to stretch your fuel to the very last lap. And
even if you finished 3 laps ahead of someone else who actually finished the race, you still don't finish. So
yeah.
Be absolutely punishing, wouldn't it? Whereas in real life, you'd be out of the car pushing the damn thing.
Well, we've had a few instances where people have run out on some of the weekly races and they've been pushed across the line. I think Hungaro Ring in the Lambo STs was notable. I think Ross had run out on the last lap. And was pushed across the line by, I think, John, who then ditched him at the end and took the place.
I think the Wednesday one in the Clios at Donington, somebody tried to I can't remember who ran out of fuel, but somebody tried to like push him over the finish line. But
Osborne tried to save him, didn't he?
he was nearly stationary, and he hit him about 110, I think. Just caused a massive crash.
Yeah, both cars ended up facing the wrong way, and obviously the car without fuel then had to roll backwards across the line. Good old Jake. Oh, a very wide entry there for Josh. He's right down that entry curve, which is where you need to be, but maybe not with 20 minutes to go. He needs to... Well, you said, Andy, he does all or nothing, and hopefully we're not getting closer to nothing. They almost matched each other. Just before this lap, I know we've seen him cross the line, but that was a 1:43, 1:40, and 1:30. They 0.01 off each other.
Yeah, Joe's the quickest person on the track at the moment.
Yes, but Joe is jumping every chicane, so...
Yeah, absolutely no gaffes given there. Well, this has been a fantastic effort, boys.
I think it's been brilliant, yeah. 20 minutes now left on the clock, and we're heading back to that 10 a.m. that we saw. Well, obviously 10 p.m. real time, but 10 a.m. in game that we started on with all those rain showers and everything going through. 5 more minutes, we know it won't rain, but at this point, even if it did rain for the final 5 minutes, it ain't going to affect the race.
No, I think everyone's pretty safe there. Apart from Josh, who we're pretty much guaranteed is on 3 track cuts. I wonder how many Matt is on. Interesting to know. Is he on 3 as well?
There's Joe. Speak of the exuberant driving. How is he doing this lap? 0.5 off his delta, but he's 43 dead on his last lap.
Yeah, it's a safe third place, especially with Alex fuel saving like a madman.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
I guess
Josh is very wide at the last revatta.
Go on, Ben.
I was going to say, I guess for Alex, he's like committed to that strategy now, unless he's actually going to run out. So he's kind of knackered himself for catching Joe.
Yeah, and with Joe munching those curbs like he is, Joe's got some real good pace at the moment.
I assume he's a step off the back of Matt.
Yeah.
Right, Joe's pace in the last few seasons has really ramped up. It's quite incredible.
Since he stopped drinking wine mid-race.
Oh yes, one-handed wine drinking. Especially flipping the hand over to change gear on the paddle while he can drink with his right hand. It's a highlight of the webcam action, that.
These are one of those like push-pull paddle setups.
Yeah.
So where are we going to find £67?
Well, how many
To
laps?
pin yourself out to 67 fat chicks.
Oh, that's an instant ban. Right, how many laps have we done, guys? Tom's completely sideswiped by that. 389. I reckon it's going to be 400 laps. So I'm going to donate £4, penny per lap.
Nice. So we've got Alex McGee moving aside to let the race leader through. Seems like he's only done that 0-2 recently. They're hitting the deltas. They're only 0.1 apart from their last lap, so they've set a pace and they must seem to be happy with it, but is that strategy gonna work? Who knows? We will find out. Can Josh keep it clean? Not with his comments, but his driving, hopefully.
I was going to say, there's no chance.
Track 20 degrees, so the temperature's up, the pressure is on. Don't mess it up. Slower lap for Josh on the last one, 44.7, so that'll be another chunk for Matt. Here he comes to the delta, although you're looking at Alex. 23.7. So it stabilised around the 24-second mark for a little while. Then Josh has lost that second on that last lap. But 16 and a half minutes to go. What's Alex McGee doing? Well, let's listen to him up the hill. All I heard was Ant cough, so we know that he's fuel saving.
Sounds like a bit of backfiring going on there.
Yeah, I do apologise. Okay.
Is there that much difference between the fuel map settings and things within ACC in terms of fuel consumption?
Some cars do make a big difference. I know the Audi pre-patch made absolutely no difference.
Fulton to the pits.
Ooh. So Alex is safe even if he pits now for 4th position. Yes.
Yeah. But if they pit, they owe us a donation.
These rules are punishing that you're making up as we go on.
No, I don't make the rules, but... Oh no, wait, I do. Let's check the gap
There
through
you
this
go.
sector.
There's your £4 donation with gift aid. So I am now poor for the rest of the month, but it's for the kids.
That gap down at, 23.8. No, thank you, Ant. Sorry, I just glossed over the fact you donated another £4.
Take it back.
Yeah. Yeah, did you pay on PayPal? Yeah. Gratitude was not received. Refund.